going to BlizzCon, a 3-1 victory over...
Like number guy is gonna be going to BlizzCon.
Gee, and Kranish, he's going to BlizzCon, man. He is indeed.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Come on in, grab a seat. We're at the Hearthstone World Championship opening weekend. With me is Azale, one of our WoWcasters, and Ben Brode, one of our developers. Ben, Hearthstone, your baby. What is it like to see it grow so big?
It's really incredible. I mean, I remember right before we announced Hearthstone to the world, we had a tournament internally, and we stuck everybody who wanted to watch in. We have this little theater there, and it fits about 40 people or so. And actually, 60 people wanted to come watch it, so we had a little overflow room. And at the time, that was the pinnacle of Hearthstone esports. And we've come a long way since just kind of a little theater inside the company to this huge event here. I expect easily 40 million people to be watching on Twitch today.
At least more than 60. Well, Azale, we managed to steal you over from World of Warcraft. Now, what about Hearthstone has attracted you?
It's just such an approachable game. Anyone can sit down. You can play anytime during the day, sneak in a game here or there, have a lot of fun. And yet it still has so much depth. There's always something more to learn, new class to play, new cards to figure out.
It's true, and helping us learn these new cards, talk through these strategies, we have our excellent casters on the couch, Mr. Frodan and Mr. Reels.
Thank you so much, Rachel, Ben, and Azale. Welcome, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championships from the Caster Couch. My name is Frodan. I'm joined by Reels, former pro gamer in Hearthstone, as well as one of the balance designers for the Hearthstone Team 5.
Yep.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. We have made it, Frodan. We are here. The World Championships begin now.
That's right. You know, 16 players come from all different parts of the world. In the intro video, you saw their journey. They came through lots of qualifiers, a gauntlet, if you will, because there's a lot of great players that didn't get to make it. And the top 16 here are be fighting for a lot of money. This is where it all comes down to. BlizzCon is the year-end championships and the right to call themselves the world's best.
Yep, it begins here. It was not an easy road for anyone. It was crazy what we saw in the qualifiers. I can't wait to see what these players have to bring, and there's so much on the line.
That's right. We have 4 groups, and you might notice a correlation as you see Group A is where we're going to be starting off festivities. D2 number guy Taylor Celestial and Tom 60229. We have 1 player from each of the 4 regions representing the groups to spread out. That way, you know, we don't have the Europeans all playing in one group, unfortunately. They already did that a couple weeks ago over at DreamHack Stockholm. We have lots of great things to go. It's going to be a double elimination format. These guys are going to be playing for the weekend before BlizzCon. Don't worry if you're watching it now and you feel like, oh, I don't get the chance to catch all of the action. BlizzCon is next week, and the reason why we're having the stream this way is so that we can have all the players featured as much as possible.
Yeah, we want to highlight everyone as much as we possibly can, and even just getting to here means so much. And all these players, of course, will still be present at BlizzCon, and it's going to be so much action. I'm so glad we're showing off everything.
Absolutely. Now, we do recognize that not everybody's been watching Hearthstone the entire year or even the qualifier process. Then I might be curious as to what the competition format is going to be. Well, we have a little video prepared to show you just that.
Last Hero Standing is a tournament format created for competitive Hearthstone play. Let me explain. Each player begins with a set number of decks using a unique class for each deck. For example, a player can have a warrior deck, a priest deck, and a warlock deck, but not two different warlock decks. When a match begins, each player selects their first deck without telling the other player which one they've chosen to play with.
Garrosh versus Uther.
When the first game ends, the losing player's deck has been eliminated, and they must choose from their remaining decks for Game 2. The winning player continues playing with the same deck they won with in Game 1. Once a player has eliminated all of their opponent's decks, they have won the match and will move on in the tournament. Some tournaments allow for an additional veto step, which takes place before a match begins. For example, players may submit 4 classes, and their opponent chooses to preemptively eliminate one of those classes from the match entirely. Now that you know the format, try competing in a weekly cup online or at a fireside gathering near you.
So that's a little preview of what the weekend is to come, and to help us talk about it, Zale jumped all the way from the table. That 3-second walk must have been pretty exhausting. Welcome.
It was, but I had some time to recover during the format right there.
Good.
So yeah.
All right, cool. So the format, guys, is going to be best of 5. We do have a veto. It's going to be pretty much what you've been expecting from the qualifiers. But again, hopefully, if you guys have been able to be more familiar with it now that we have a little bit of video to explain it. Now, let's talk a little bit about the prize structure and what we can expect to see what these players are fighting for, because this is going to be ultimately for the BlizzCon prize. $100,000 US to the winner. That's an insane amount of money for some card games.
It's life-changing. I mean, it's hard to say anything other than that. Everyone at least going to go home with $5,000, which is pretty awesome. I mean, plus the trip itself.
Yeah, $250,000 total prize pool. Plus, you get to play the BlizzCon World Championship Tournament. This is just insane.
Yeah, you know, as former pro gamers in your respective games, you know, you guys have a lot of experience performing on stages, but what does it mean to be here competing at the biggest tournament in the World Championship?
It's everything to these players. I mean, BlizzCon is the tournament. It's not just another event. It's a tournament you show up. It has the most passionate fans from all around the world. It has the biggest crowds. It has the best prize pools, the best casters. It's just the atmosphere is electric, and there's really nothing like it.
There really is nothing like it. And being up on that stage, playing in front of these crowds, for these fans, it is the best.
Yeah, it's really fun because to me, you not only get to play in front of the fans and the cameras and the casters that you normally expect, but you're also playing right in front of Blizzard, the people who made the game. And they're like, well, you know, I actually created the card for this purpose, but you're using it specifically in another direction. It's cool to see that kind of variety. And in fact, the metagame has changed a lot, even from the qualifiers and the intro video that you saw. From Europe, we saw a slower metagame, more control-oriented. And now we've transitioned to more fast game, but then people have stabilized a little bit to try to defeat the faster decks. What do you think about the current status of how everything's settled now that we're here in the final tournament here of the year?
Well, I do think the qualifiers kind of set the stage, and it's going to be interesting to see who's really a step ahead of the competition. Everyone might be thinking, well, this happened in the qualifiers, I'm going to do X, and someone's going to be even one step ahead of them. So.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm really interested to see the differences between the regions. You know, if we do see, you know, consistent trends within each region for those players, or if they're all going to kind of bring a very different play style.
Yep.
You know, it's not surprising to me if some of these regions have kind of grouped up to practice and try to say, okay, you know, let's make sure someone from Europe wins, or let's make sure someone from the Americas wins.
Yeah, based on all of their preparations from each region, the individual players, there definitely will be a clash of styles at some points for some of these matches, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top of this.
I think that's an excellent point to transition to our first match of the day. It's going to be Tom 60229 versus D2, Taiwan versus USA. Now, D2 is part of a new team of iHearthU, but now that he's from TK and has a lot of practice partners, how will he fare against Tom, who's been doing very well in all of his qualifiers? You can see the classes at the bottom of the screen: Priest, Warrior, and Shaman for Tom, and we do have the Warrior, Priest, and Hunter. Both these guys banning out Warlock.
Yep, they've both got Warrior and Priest, and they've both got Warlock. Both decided to ban Warlock. There's only one class that's different. I wonder if that will give one of them an edge.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, it depends what kind of decks they're playing, obviously, but Shaman can have some trouble with some of the different Hunter decks. So, I mean, obviously, a lot of it's going to come down to what these players are expecting out of their opponents and what they're going to lead with.
Yeah, I wonder if D2 was even expecting his opponent to not bring Hunter, right? People usually bring Hunter and Warlock. You have to make the ultimate Sophie's choice of, do I ban Warlock? Do I ban Hunter? Like, can I ban them both? And the answer is no.
Yeah.
But in this case, Tom's not even bringing it. He's man-moding, says, I don't need Hunter.
Yeah. He doesn't even bring the Hunter. it is interesting. I wonder how many players we're going to see who are doing that, and maybe that's indicative of their practice or something they've learned, something about the metagame that they're ahead.
At Sea Cup, we saw Shaman really was kind of crushing.
Yeah.
So, at one point, I think it was like undefeated in the tournament for quite a while. So, it definitely has been very successful recently. And there's a lot of different variations that you can play for Shaman.
Yeah,
Right.
it can. Shaman is a deck that can turn the corner really quickly and go from a defensive posture to suddenly the game's over. And so a lot of players really like that aspect of the deck and being able to have that in a tournament format.
All right. Well, so you heard a little bit of our thoughts on how the match preparation, but let's learn a little bit more about the players and get to know them a little bit more closely.
大家好，我是烫，我住在台湾，然后我现在23岁，然后我是台湾最帅的选手。
My name is Daniel D2 Ikuta. I'm 27 years old, and I grew up in Orange County. Now I live in Japan.
我最喜欢牧师，因为我觉得他有很多可以偷对手牌的卡，然后可以让对面感到很气恼，然后让对面觉得很烦。
If I had to describe my style as a Hearthstone player, I would probably say all around with kind of leaning toward control. A lot of times when you're the aggro player, you feel like you're running out of options and you have to kill them soon. So I like to be on the other side and basically control the opponent and control the game.
我觉得炉石最好玩的就是它的运气性吧，虽然这也造成很多麻烦，但是就因为运气性，所以每次的结果都会不太一样。
Tom, I know obviously he's Taiwanese. I know he's played some weekly cups. But other than that, he's a little bit of an unknown player.
就印象最深刻的有2个吧，一个是他之前就是有机会击杀对手的时候没有击杀对手，然后另外一个是他最近刚拿冠军。
A lot of people commented on how Chinese players brought some, crazy decks with some crazy cards in it, but I'm expecting more standard play out of him. If he does bring out some, strange stuff, then I'll have to be ready for that too.
I like it.
Wow.
I like it.
Man, I mean, Tom has got to have made a lot of fans, I think, with that video. It's absolutely hilarious.
I was already a bit of a fan before. I watched him play the Taiwan qualifiers, but definitely +1 point in the fandom for me.
He's got some flair. He's got some style, man. He's like, I'm the most handsome player. The thing that most stands out is he missed lethal. I love the BM mixed in.
I do, and it's a way to mess with D2 a little bit beforehand. Tom, if you look at his accolades really quickly, he is a guy that eliminated a Maz, a very popular player. And people were asking me all the time when we were doing these tournaments, like, where is Amaz? This is the guy that denied him from being able to come to BlizzCon.
Yeah, that's right. And that qualifier just all around was no joke. And Tom's path was genuinely difficult. He ended up having to go through Amaz. I forget there was another notable player. And then he also defeated the other qualifier from Taiwan, Frozen Ice. And so I think he's really formidable. I hope that he's prepared well for this tournament. I can't wait to see what happens.
I mean, Frozen Ice has been known as an absolute ladder beast from what I've heard, so he's definitely a formidable opponent himself.
Yeah. Both of the players from Taiwan, no joke. Tom certainly got that little bit of flair. I love it.
Yeah.
And but he is up against D2, and D2 is a player who, he is an American who lives in Japan. He's from DKMR turned now Team iHearthU, and he's one of the best, most consistent performing tournament players in all of the Americas region, maybe in combining with Europe as well. And he's just crushed online tournaments, but he sometimes has a little bit of jitters in the big stage.
Speaking of jitters, I mean, he's looking pretty stressed out, I've got to say. I mean, he was looking like maybe it's already coming to him, but and then that can be a big deal. I mean, there's so many players watching, they know that, and it adds a lot of pressure.
It has been a factor in the past, but he's also been on one of the hottest streaks. He won Battle of the Best. Can he translate as we go into game number 1, Hunter versus the Warlock? And it looks like if the Hunter can get a good start, it can give the Warrior much of a difficult time. But if the Warrior is able to get a really good stabilization point in the early game, what can the Hunter really do?
Right. And it looks like the Hunter is going to have a reasonably good start, but Tom has a good hand too, so we'll have to see what happens. Tom going first.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be pretty interesting. Obviously, he does have quite a nice curve here, I think, and like you said, it's important for the warrior to be able to kind of maintain some sort of control, to be able to spend the mana on armoring up, and if they can continue to control the board, armor up, getting towards the late game, they can really take over the game.
They can. One of the most problematic cards, though, for the warrior player when you're playing against Hunter is Savannah Highmane, and it is already sitting there ready to go. I wonder what how he'll decide to develop his hand here. He decides to use the coin now. I think it's because he wants to play Animal Companion next turn.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. Has another bow in hand as well. So, I mean, looking forward here as the warrior, do you feel like you're in some pressure to get something down on the board? Do you feel like there's any chance that he's gonna just try to develop his board a little bit, put down the Cruel Taskmaster, or do you think he's just gonna have to armor up?
I think without a doubt he'll hold on to the Cruel Taskmaster until he's got something specific that he wants to do with it. Just playing it out into the board, into the bow, and sort of not really get anything out of it besides taking away that bow charge is probably something he won't do. He is still, of course, at 30. There hasn't been a really insane aggro start from the Hunter, but he does have a couple options. He can armor up or play the War Axe and just pass this turn. He probably won't attack with it because he'll want to save it to kill a minion.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, he is obviously taking a little bit of time to think this through, maybe just kind of trying to establish what he's doing for the next turn and the turn after that. You definitely do have to think a lot ahead in Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one thing you have to consider is what your opponent wants to do the following turn. On turn 3, it is popular for Animal Companion. So if you set up a War Axe, most likely no matter what happens, you will be able to respond to it. And you don't have to develop the armor now, because then if he shreds it, your Shield Slam's a lot weaker. Yeah. I like the ability of having the flexibility of having the weapon.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he can deal with this, like you said, with the War Axe plus the Cruel Taskmaster. Not too bad of a clear, if he does decide to go for that. It should be pretty interesting.
All right, well, it seems like he has a nice way to respond to with the board. If you use the Cruel Taskmaster for clearing, you can drop the Armor Smith, have the ability to have a reasonably strong board to answer whatever your opponent does.
Yep, and this actually is going to work out reasonably well for him. He passes it back, and now the Hunter has to figure out a way to really keep the pressure up.
Yeah, I mean, he does have another Animal Companion in hand. It's a pretty nice draw. And it will be interesting seeing if he is just going to try to develop the board. Do you think there's any chance of him really wanting to play a Freezing Trap at this point?
It's definitely something he could do. It would give him the extra bow charge, but he has the other bow in hand. I think this is the more likely play here. So he ends up playing the Animal Companion. He does get Misha again, which actually is going to work out okay. Huffer would have been all right as well. The only one he really didn't want would have been Leok. So he probably will play the Web Spinner as well. There's a chance he would hold on to it, but I can't really see any reason why he wouldn't want to just get it out there right now.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense to throw it down. And like you said, having the second bow, the trap isn't as important.
Yeah.
This is a statistical anomaly for me. Every time I feel like when I'm playing the Warrior against the Hunter, doesn't it seem like it's usually Huffer or even Leok to buff all the small?
Oh man, I know, right?
Double
it always feels like that, man.
These are the types of cards, when you are playing Hunter against Warrior, these are the types of cards you want to have early. He has a bow, clear out anything pesky early, and he had 2 Animal Companions to try to keep up the pressure.
You got a young Dragon Hog. That's not going to be very helpful at the moment.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, the Direwolf Alpha, not really the best draw there either. He is going to have a very strong turn 6, obviously. We talked about the Savannah Highmane, but, there is an Execute in hand. That's definitely going to help him out.
So this is a turn where now he really does have to make a choice. Does he start... Oh, wow, he's going to play the young Dragon Hawk. I thought the most likely options were either Hero Power or the Freezing Trap. And last turn, D2 did draw the Black Knight. That's not the type of card that we normally see in the Hunter deck.
Yeah, and that's going to set up actually extremely strong turn 6 here. It can really swing the game pretty heavily when you do get a good Black Knight out, especially this early.
This is about as good as it's going to get for a Warrior. Your opponent happens to be playing Senjin, and he's playing Sludge Belcher too, which is what you would assume, but you get a Senjin, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it's not just the killing off the body, it's also the fact that there's a 4/5 creature out there to pressure the Warrior and deal with it, and you don't want to use your removals against the Black Knight because you want to save execute for like the high main, so it's a little uncomfortable to deal with this 4 or 5 body right here, especially since Tom doesn't normally see this in the Hunter deck.
Yeah, I mean, as the Hunter, at what point do you start getting a little bit worried about this armor totals, though? It is starting to get up pretty high.
It is something that concerned because Warrior does scale into the late game very nicely. But I think for now, he still has to prioritize. Like, don't get too ahead of yourself. Don't worry about the armor count. Worry about the board. The high main can shred that armor pretty easily. If you can get a strong board that Warrior can't respond to, you'll be sitting in a good spot.
Yeah, if the Hunter does manage to get a real strong board established, that armor's going to evaporate really quickly.
And I mean, the Alpha actually is ending up to be pretty handy here, being able to take out the Sludge Belter in one hit.
You mean the Web Spitter is turning out to be pretty handy.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
He does give up his last bow charge without having played the trap, so he gets to get rid of the slime right away, but now he's never going to get an additional charge on his bow with the trap.
No, why do you think he decided to do that instead? You know, why was he worried about that slime being down there?
He probably has a reason that I'm not thinking of.
Yeah, because I mean, with the Sludge Belter down, you know, it seems like there's not any huge immediate threat.
Yeah, but it does clear it out right away. It does mean, you know, there's nothing that you couldn't think of that would happen that kind of gets you. It's going to be quite a bit on Tom to deal with this board, though. This is going to be really difficult. Even just the high main coming down here, and along with hero power, that's going to be pretty problematic.
Yeah, definitely. It is a lot of damage being presented on the board here.
Is there any merit to not putting the high main next to the Direwolf Alpha?
Yeah, because
on the
I was thinking about that. Big Game Hunter. That would be a huge draw. I mean, it could be pretty massive. Not gonna beat it just yet.
Oh, Sylvanas.
Yeah, it is definitely a really good draw. Do you think he digs first with shield block, or you think, yeah, it looks like he just wants to throw it down?
He probably figures he's at a high enough life total that he doesn't need to play the shield block, so he's just going to armor up, be as efficient as he can.
Yep.
And that Brawl is going to potentially be really good, along with Sylvanas.
That's right. Whatever comes out, Sylvanas steals, or even best, she survives, and you kill everything else out in the process. Now, we do see some hunters choose to run Ironbeak Owl, or some ways to deal with Sylvanas through silence.
Yeah.
But I don't know, because we see D2 has cards like Sludge Belcher in, so he had to make cuts in other departments.
Yeah, he is going to dig, so I mean, that does kind of lend itself to the fact that maybe he did have that Owl in there, thinking maybe he'd get something out, but you know, not gonna have any huge draw like that.
Well, he really doesn't want it to steal his high main. I almost wouldn't be surprised here if he were to
trade the high main,
trade away his board.
Worse, you lose as a 2/2.
Try to let it steal the slime or something. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely wouldn't be a bad play there. I don't think, you know, especially knowing what we know. When you look at Tom's hand, he really doesn't have anything in his hand to play. There's no real huge threat there, and we still do have Sludge Belcher, Haunted Creeper in hand. There's some merit to playing that, but with the Sludge Belcher going down, there's no way he's going to do that now.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just going to sit back on the freezing trap. What that means is that the Brawl could end up being really huge depending on what lives.
Now, of course, this does give an opportunity for Tom to potentially slip up. If he doesn't Brawl beforehand, Sylvanas gets thrown back into his hand, and Brawl is way less effective. So he has to be on point. There is a secret up for D2, even though right now we don't see it on our screen.
Yeah, we'll get that little secret. I believe they have them to show off when there is a secret there.
Yeah, and it is the Frost Trap for those of you who maybe just turned on the stream. So, you know, definitely doesn't want to be attacking before then. And yeah, there's the secret icon. So, you know, I think Brawl would definitely be a very nice play here.
I think it's kind of his only play. I think anything else he does is not going to turn out well for him. His hand is not got much going on.
Well, what he does have to follow up even the Brawl is a Sludge Belcher to fit within the 10 mana. So even if the things go in a bad scenario, which I can't really think of the worst right now, you still have Sludge Belcher to be very defensive and protect your life total.
Yeah.
So, I mean, D2 gonna think it out. There's no reason to rush in something like this. You know, you want to make sure you've thought out every single possibility, especially with how the death rattles can work out here. You know, what would be the best case scenario? What would be the worst case scenario? And, you know, you could be thinking, okay, based on which minion I get, what is my play after that? You know, is there any scenario where he wants to maybe shield block, look for something? But it is going to be the Brawl, and this is the moment of truth.
He knew he had to do it all along, and he just waited until the rope to say, do it.
Sylvanas survives! That is a big deal because,
no.
I mean, he doesn't steal a creature, but it's fine because he still has a really strong creature to pick apart whatever comes down, especially if Hunter has a second high main and he chooses to go for attack. That's okay because there is a Sludge Belcher contesting, even though we do know that D2 has a perk response.
Right. So Sylvanas comes back to hand. It's going to cost 8 now, but he still will be able to get it down maybe later. Kill Command, though, is going to break through the Sludge Belcher and keep the pressure on.
Yep.
Yep, definitely not bad at all. And I mean, it does start to get a little bit worrying here for D2. You know, his armor's all gone. Like you talked about, it wasn't really going to be
Tom,
an issue.
actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, my mistake. That's what I meant.
Oh, everything is so expensive.
Oh, and that's not really going to be helpful at all.
Now, if you're noticing at home that the green was off earlier, I believe it is now fixed. So when it switches perspectives, it should be highlighted correctly.
Oh man, Reels, we see another freezing trap being picked up. That is really. Now, what if Tom has brawl number 2? Or you know what?
I hope so.
I wonder if Tom was really anticipating snake trap because that's also been a popular trap as well. So he wasn't thinking that maybe Sylvanas would have been returned to the hand. But either way, he is under some heavy pressure. He needs to do something now.
He gets the shield slam, but even that is probably not going to be good enough.
He needs to steal Lotheb in order for that to work effectively.
Oh, Gromash off the top. Not where he wants to be in this game.
Looks like he's just going to take out the Lotheb, and I mean, I think his heart's going to sink a little bit if he does attack with this, and get it thrown back to his hand once again.
Even 16 total life is not comfortable. Pretty large board still for D2.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just the fact that the freezing trap is still on the field. It's like, I mean, he can try to wait to proc with the Acolyte next turn, but it's like he's getting pretty low here, and how much time does he really have? Does he really have the time to wait for that? He's obviously thinking it through. Does he want to risk the trap? You know, what would you do in this scenario?
Well, if I was looking at that board, I would think I'm really close to losing no matter what the trap
just take
is.
the risk.
And maybe hope it's like an explosive trap or something and start clearing out minions.
Which would also give him the extra draw from the Acolyte.
Yeah, if he were to decide not to attack, it would end up a little better for him, but I still would think that I was in a losing position. So it is a freezing trap, of course. And Sylvanas comes back to hand once again.
Ooh, Houndmaster.
Oh, Houndmaster's a great draw.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, do you think he does clear the Acolyte just to make sure that he can only get the one draw from it with the Houndmaster, perhaps? You know, buffing up a minion, clearing that out, or do you think he just goes face, just gonna go for the kill?
That is such a tough choice. There's, what is it, 10 damage, and your opponent's at 16 that you have potentially here. That's so much damage, but
the extra card draw
worried about
sometimes, you know. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just so he is going to take it out, and I think it's a solid choice. You know, he feels like he's in complete control. I'm sure he's really trying to think through what all the cards could be that his opponent have, and you know, if he's not really that worried about him, he's probably assuming there's no second brawl or anything like that, because it's not very common for people to run 2 brawls.
It's not very common at all, and even if he had it here, he would still be in a very difficult position. Very much on the back foot. Tom on the brink of losing the very first game of the World Championships with Warrior against Hunter. D2 just hoping he doesn't have any really big defensive moves to make.
Yeah. Now, you know, looking at the board presented for it, you know, what do you think your move would be here?
Well, the high priority here is to clear as much as you can, but the only way I see him is using Gromash and Whirlwind in some combination, because even this move right here barely keeps you alive. I guess Death Spite helps a little bit.
So I mean, if he goes with the Whirlwind, it's very likely he's going to put the Death Spite and armor up. I guess he just feels like he perhaps needs to have that armor up.
I am a bit surprised, of course, that he didn't use the Death Spite on the Spectral Spider, or the Haunted Creeper, rather.
Well, he's going to use Gromash to clear, I believe, and then use the Whirlwind effect to pick things off. He wants to minimize as much damage as possible taken to his face. Unleash the Hounds is not a good draw, though.
Yeah.
So he actually is going to live here.
Yeah. Imagine if he picks up Alexstrasza.
That would be quite the draw.
Oh, but he can't have enough health to attack and to go for Alexstrasza play.
So he's going to have to use Gromash to kill the minion.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's a board clear.
It is a board clear.
And he is at 5 health.
Nice play, and he is going to have, you know, a very threatening minion here down on the board. So, you know, the potential does increase a little bit for this turnaround, where it's going to come down to cards. And Mad Scientist, I mean,
not
really
a kill
not that
command.
helpful.
Oh my
No.
gosh. Is the turnaround happening? D2 only needs 2 damage.
I know, man. This is, but he doesn't have it. So what are you gonna do? Is he?
Well, he's not going to be dead in 1 turn. The Mad Scientist is actually a reasonable threat.
Yep.
It's better than nothing, certainly, but he'll have at least 1 more draw. But Tom,
If he picks up a
could
Faceless
make it happen.
Manipulator, if there's a way to copy damage.
Okay,
Fiery
so it is
War
the
Axe.
Fiery War Axe.
Now, you have to reduce as much damage as possible, right? So you have to
Absolutely.
use Grommash to
Absolutely.
attack into this Mad Scientist.
Yep. It's not where you want to be, but
There's no choice. I mean, he's just too low on HP. I mean, you can throw the Harrison down. You know, you're gonna have him a bit more of a threat there, and kind of pray you're gonna get the Alexstrasza in the next turn or two, somehow live to that, or that your opponent just doesn't have the answers, and you can start getting that damage in on his face. Because I mean, with Harrison down, Fiery War Axe out, plus the armor up, the next turn is looking at a massive amount of damage. That's oh wow.
Sylvanas.
Oh, he's going face.
He's
Wow.
going to trust as
He's
opponent
going for the
doesn't
win,
have
man.
1 damage, but that actually is the move that costs him the game because
Oh,
Unleash the Hound is
no.
enough.
Yep.
oh, Tom, he could have threatened next turn lethal with
That's right.
Harrison and War Axe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And even using the Grommash to clear away the Mad Scientist, but there it goes.
Oh.
D2 squeaks through.
Yeah, and D2 with the fist pump, a big sigh of relief as well. I think he knows he was up against it there right at the end. Had that Mad Scientist got cleared, I actually think it could have turned right around for Tom.
That is such a big loss for Tom because the Warrior is one of your best decks to take out this Hunter deck.
Yeah.
And I think D2 let off because he saw the lineup of Tom and said, Priest, Warrior, even Shaman. I don't know if I can have Hunter be a reliable deck, so I'm just going to throw it out there to see what I can get.
Yeah.
And you know what? He caught a Warrior fresh off the boat. I mean, it's able to get a really good start off, and now D2 is starting off in a really big advantage the rest of the series.
It is a pretty big advantage, but it's not all lost yet for Tom. He still has Priest waiting in the wings, which is also usually a class that can do pretty well against Hunter. It's most of the way people build it. Either of the 2 main ways people build it. There's the more aggressive version of Priest that uses the Death Rattle minions and Undertaker, and there's the more control style Priest that is a little bit slower and has like the wild Pyromancers to combine with your spells. So both of those styles do okay against Hunter, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him pull out Priest up against D2's Hunter for the next game.
Yeah, I would think so too. I mean, Priest is also his favorite class, supposedly, right? 'Cause he has to make
That's
his
right,
opponent
yeah.
mad.
Yeah, he was
So-
talking about making his opponent mad with stealing the cards, and I can attest that he does often do that. Playing
It makes
Shaman,
you
getting
mad.
your Lightning Storm stolen, man. I think Tom would be making me pretty mad with that play.
Your cards are my cards.
Yep.
That's like the Priest mantra.
Yeah, man.
And so we do see Priest and Shaman left for Tom, and he's
But-
still just got to go up,
yeah.
up against that Hunter for D2. So
I mean, I feel like if he doesn't take out the Hunter this time, having to go up, with your last deck as a Shaman deck against, just to start off against the Hunter is not a position that I would want to be in.
oh, you don't want to be playing against Hunter with Shaman.
No, it's so horrible.
and then 2 more decks
Yeah,
after that.
yeah.
So yeah, here it is, and it is indeed it is Priest and a reasonable starting hand. He could get rid of the Akanai Soul Priest, but Cleric, Cultist, these are cards you like to have in your opening hand.
Yeah, I mean, having the turn 1 Cleric is honestly huge, I think, in a lot of cases.
And just a couple Haunted Creepers. And so those are going to be able to be used along with the Cleric to draw some cards. So it could end up being very, very good for Tom with this hand.
Yeah.
I mean, there is the Eagle Horn Bow that shut down the Clerics, so Hunter is not forced by any means to try and let Priest draw cards.
Yeah, definitely very true. Both players, honestly, with pretty reasonable opening hands here. And he does decide to hold on to the Akanai Soul Priest, gets another as well, so we'll have those available for him. Injured Blade Master, going to be the next draw.
And we haven't seen anything from the Priest deck yet that tells us whether or not it's the control or the more aggressive Priest, but the way he mulliganed, keeping an Akanai Soul Priest, I think he's probably the more control version. And a Holy Fire oftentimes is usually only in the control deck.
Yeah.
Dark Cultist, though, stands up against that bow, doesn't get killed right away, so Haunted Creeper comes down, and he just holds on to the bow charge.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the Death Rattle from from the Dark Cultist is something that can be kind of annoying to deal with. You don't really want the other minions getting buffed up too much, you know. And hunters do kind of sometimes struggle against clearing the board with these. So, you know, now having that second minion down, it becomes a little bit more problematic.
Yeah, the cultist, of course, the death rattle is so powerful. Yeah. So oftentimes, whenever you can, you try to take it out.
Yeah, before any
other minion is out there. But in this case,
wasn't really possible.
Wants to make that happen, he needs to kill the Soul Priest first.
Yeah. So does have another bow in hand. You know, nice in both games that he has been able to get those bows out earlier. It does give him a little bit more flexibility. Now, you know, looking at the board here, do you think he has to really get rid of that Soul Priest? You know, he doesn't want to have to deal with the death rattle. You know, is that really his primary goal here before dealing with that, or no? Okay, so he's just not going to.
Wow. So he's gonna let the Soul Priest become a 3/8 and basically say the race is on.
Yep, just going to go for it, I guess. And, I mean, at that point, yeah, you can't really effectively deal with it. It's so much of your damage to jump into that. So do you think he's just saying, you know, okay, at least with this down, you can't use the heals on yourself and I can just race you?
Right, and I think that's what he's going for. Of course, it's still not the best position to be in. It's not usually
not ideal.
What you want to do. But it is a way that you can get wins. I'm sure he's played through this scenario before, and he feels that this is possibly one of his best chances.
And I also think, you know, when you are up a game, you can sometimes play these little bit more risky strategies because, you know, if it can pay off here, I'm sure he's feeling like he's pretty much got the series if he can take out the Priest and the Hunter too.
I'm sure he'd love to do it. Tom, though, gets another minion down. His Soul Priest is still a 3/7. It's so huge. And D2 needs to make some really tough choices about how he wants to try and advance his board and start competing with what his opponent has going.
I mean, he does have the Hunter's Mark in hand here. Do you think he's just going to go for a little bit of board clear?
Gosh.
Has the bow and the Hunter's Mark available?
Getting that Hunter's Mark, and it is there. You're absolutely right. And that 3/7 could become a 3/1 real fast.
Yeah.
But he still has to deal with the rest of what's going on. He could just play bow and leper now.
Yeah.
He would have the board back, but he still wouldn't be doing much to kill his opponent very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. He's just kind of staying afloat rather than really putting on the pressure.
Now here's another interesting question. Now that you know that your opponent's coming up on turn 6 where he has the threat of a Cabal Shadow Priest, do you trade in the Haunted Creeper knowing that it might get stolen? Instead of using a 1/1, because I think Hunter's Mark is getting good, but do you use the Haunted Creeper instead of the 1?
Yeah, and he does end up doing that, and I think that probably is exactly what's in his mind. I know I hate it when I get my Creeper stolen or whatever,
Harvest
some
Golem.
exciting, exactly. Harvest Golem, those key minions, or when I'm playing Hunter,
really
my
heads
Mad
up play.
Scientist. Oh gosh.
I think D2's playing very well. It's a really heads-up play, and he's on point. No nerves shown this time around. And Tom, once again, someone in the doghouse. The Sludge Belcher is really hard to get past without Shadow Madness.
It is really tough, and even if he had Shadow Madness, he wouldn't have anything to crash that Sludge Belcher into to get it to die.
Yeah.
But what you could do is you could heal your Injured Blade Master, attack the Sludge Belcher, then Shadow Madness and kill off his 1/1. You're like, what? I get the 1/2 in response?
Nah, that would actually be really good. He would have something to crash into. You're right. That would be a very heads-up play. Unfortunately, no Shadow Madness
sorry, we're
available.
casting a different game in a parallel universe.
One I think that Tom would much rather be in.
Tom did have a great start. He had a really formidable early game presence, and D2 basically pretty heads up, got rid of the Dark Cultist before it could do too much damage, and let the Akanai Soul Priest grow, and knowing that he would be able to take care of it later, or hoping that he would be able to take care of it later.
Now, looking at this, okay, so he is going to decide to actually go for the Holy Fire. I was wondering about that. You know, wants to keep the Blade Master alive, I guess.
But you know what? This makes it so scary because you're coming up on turn 6, and that was your only way to deal with a high main body. Now, fortunately for Tom, that's not the case, but there's still ways to follow up for D2 here.
Yeah, no Beast in play immediately for that Houndmaster. And he is going to go ahead and take out the injured Blade Master before it can get healed back up, and before it can threaten something like that Loatheb. So, a really strong board here for D2, and Tom's going to, again, has his back against the wall.
Well, Thoughtsteel gonna have to sit out this turn. And Tom is under some pretty significant damage. You know, the 8 damage flooding in does end up stacking up because you do have kill commands you have to worry about.
Hero powers, bows, etc.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of damage to take. And he doesn't have a good way to stop it this turn. He doesn't have any way to stop it this turn. He could, I guess, take out the Leper Gnome. I imagine he'll probably just end up playing Injured Blade Master and Soul Priest and just pass. And that is a lot of damage coming back in the other way.
Right, you have to hope that your minions can absorb some damage from the Hunter away from your health resource. Now the problem is things get increasingly more difficult to control the board without things like his Circle of Healing. So if he keeps his Soul Priest, he says, on the off chance that I draw a Circle of Healing, does damage to the entire board, I can clear it. But still a very conditional statement.
This was a really interesting play. He decided to heal his Blade Master up to 5. Yeah, so he's trying to bait D2 into attacking Loatheb into the Injured Blade Master, but he doesn't take the bait. He uses his Leper Gnome, and he had the bow ready to go. So now the damage is still pouring in, and there's still that giant threat there. He's not going to be able to use Wild Pyro to clear it out.
Very intelligent from D2, you know, taking that into consideration because the Wild Pyro Thought Steal would have been that board clear, and we'd be looking at a completely different game.
Right. Anything from Holy Nova to Pyromancer shenanigans can sweep your board.
He does keep himself safe from that, and that was really critical. So now Sylvanas drawn for Tom. Usually a very powerful card. It can even be pretty good against Hunter.
Just feels too slow. I mean, everything in his hand feels too slow right now. I mean, you know, Ysera is not going to really help him out at all, I feel like. I mean, it could, but it's just like all his responses just feel too slow.
Right. Absolutely. For all the good things that Priest can do against Hunter, Ysera is not one of the cards you put in your deck to play that matchup.
No.
That's there for an entirely different purpose. And so, again, this is just so much pressure coming in. This is really kind of what Hunter does, isn't it?
Yeah, it really does. Yeah,
just Hunter things.
Yeah, kind of forces you to play their style of game, you know, play at their tempo, not always able to ideally set up the right situations that you'd like.
I mean, the freezing traps are fresh in the mind of Tom as well. Remember the last game? The Warrior, he tried to get Sylvanas off twice, and freezing trap got in the way.
6 mana is a really big investment. It often means it's the only thing you're really doing that turn. And when it comes to something like freezing trap, you're absolutely right. It can be really punishing.
But what he can do is he can play Sylvanas and heal up. His opponent plays freezing trap, and he thought steals Flare. That's what can happen.
That's the thought process right there. That's the play to go for sure.
I'm ready. I think that would be fantastic.
If he gets a Huffer or something here, man, so you know, it can start. The damage can really start to pile on.
If it's a Huffer, how much damage is that?
That's a lot of damage. Plus, I mean, Leok not that bad either here. Plus, he still does have, you know, Hailmaster in hand. You know, he can buff up as well. So this is getting pretty scary, man. I mean, right alone there, we have 11 damage. We have 14 damage. We have 16 damage. He can put him at 5 HP.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it at all. 9 mana lets him play Unleash the Hounds, Houndmaster, and Hero Power all next turn.
Yeah.
And Priest, not really a deck that's known for having a lot of taunt minions
to
defend themselves.
All.
They usually use just a couple Sludge Belchers.
Right. Or whatever they steal from you.
Yeah.
Whatever they steal from you, and and their healing stuff, their Hero Power. We saw Holy Fire.
Yes. Efficient minions, healing them up, constantly trading like that as well.
I mean, they have a lot of implied taunts in their deck. Pyromancer, Northshire Cleric, those are cards you want to kill, so there's implicit taunt. But Priest is not known exactly for those cards.
But when it comes to stopping minions that have charge, you need a minion that has taunt on it in order to be able to really get it done. So he decides to hold on to the Unleash and the Bow Charge. Either one of that could have gone either way.
Okay, this is a start.
Yeah, definitely.
Potentially do something cool.
Now with that Pyro, especially the Powered Shield, Thought Steal, I mean, he does have that combo available to start making something happen.
I think that's what needs to happen immediately.
Do you think there's any chance that he decides to trade in the Sylvanas and see what he steals first?
I think you don't want to take the 1/1, so you want to at least clear that before you trade.
Yeah.
The problem is, I don't know if you want to kill off the Mad Scientist before you attack with Sylvanas, which is the ultimate
because you could get freezing trapped again.
Exactly, which you saw 2 of them. You actually didn't see any other trap, which means there's a strong likelihood that Sylvanas gets bounced right back.
It sure could, but how else do you stay alive? Even just leaving that Leok in play, you know that's at least 7 damage coming in from what you know.
Yeah, well, plus kill command could be drawn with the Beast on the board is very.
So we're hoping to take Leok here. Is that what we're hoping
Yep,
for?
we need to take Leok. That's basically the plan.
Tom takes
Tom
the
gets
Leok.
it. It does mean that he'll be alive, at least briefly, I believe.
All right.
Let's see, how much damage does that represent? That's 4 damage in hand plus 5. He's going to be at 1 life unless he plays the Undertaker, and then he'll die.
You're right.
Oh my God.
Undertaker.
And I feel like he's probably going to play it.
The unleash bait again.
He's in such a bad position that I feel like he's probably thinking, you know what, I just need to get everything down on the board that I have. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to be considering the unleash here, what he's going to go for. No, he's going to drop it. That's going to be it. Oh, man.
That's going to do it. Now, of course, there's a kill command just for insurance.
Yeah,
D2 won't miss this one.
Wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
That is really devastating for Tom. He is going to lose 2 favorable matchups to Hunter, and D2 off to an explosive start to his BlizzCon journey.
Yep, one of the things that, to his credit, that D2 does better than almost any other player in the world is to have a cohesive strategy going into tournaments. He's been one of the best online tournament players for the longest time. I'm really happy to see him starting off this tournament well and hopefully getting some of the nerve problems that he's had behind him. And Tom's really on the back foot now.
I think well is almost an understatement.
Yeah,
I mean,
well.
he's almost got this first series wrapped up. I mean, it's you know, can't speak too soon, but you know, as someone who plays Shaman a lot, I mean, I've played Shaman a lot for a long time. It's definitely not what I would want to be playing into a Hunter at all. And I mean, knowing that there's still 2 more decks that you have to get through in a row. You know, Shaman can be a very powerful deck, but it also has some volatility to it. It's not really, I don't think it would at least be the deck that I would be wanting to count on to win 3 straight games.
Well, we have seen Shaman win a lot of games straight in tournaments, even recently. And the explosive way that they win can happen to any deck, even against a Hunter.
Yep, definitely can.
And I know a couple players as well, some very well-respected players, Chalky and Zixo, who say, yeah, I'm really comfortable playing Shaman against Hunter. And I don't think it's a favorable matchup, but they think it's 50-50 at worst.
Yeah, I definitely think that, you know, if you draw the early minions and stuff, you can be feeling pretty good if you can get something down on the board. But I think a lot of it is really going to come down to the mulligans in the opening hands.
I think it also depends on how the decks are built.
That's very true.
D2 is running Unleashed Hounds in his deck, so that does make you more susceptible to other combinations. We haven't seen D2 draw Knife Jugglers yet, but if he has that combination, Shaman struggles a lot in the early game. On the flip side, what does Tom have in his Shaman deck? Does he have like Zombie Chows and, you know, Nerubian eggs with Rock Biters to get started off really quickly, so that way he's not just Pyro Power passing?
Yeah,
we're about to find out, because I think this is where it comes down to. Tom does not want to lose this game because he drops in the loser's match of Group A. D2, 1 step away from going to the winner's match.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got to be feeling pretty darn good about that. I mean, at the same time, you know, he definitely still looking pretty stressed out, I think. But you know, he is looking very excited after every win. You know, he gives the fist bump, the sigh of relief. So, you know, he knows the pressure's on, but he is performing. And he's got to feel good about that.
Yeah, he is performing under pressure, at least so far.
Yep.
We'll see what happens as the tournament goes on. But for now, I think it's not that he's just nervous. He's also just really focused.
It's true. Yeah.
And I think he's really starting to get locked in, and I love seeing that from him. Tom, also, he's got the arms crossed. I think he's not sure what's going to happen either. So
he chose to keep Lightning Storm, which is an interesting keep, because I know it feels very powerful, but a lot of times Lightning Storm is not your deciding factor early on because it clogs your mana without
the overload, exactly. Yeah. The overload is really something you have to worry about in matchups like this, especially the tempo-based matchups and stuff. If you get overloaded, even if you can clear a board, if your opponents still have the ability to kind of continue putting on the pressure, it can get very bad because, you know, especially against a Hunter, with the hero power damage constantly coming in, you have to have responses. You have to be doing something almost every turn because Shaman doesn't have a lot of ways to heal back up. You know, pretty much none unless someone's playing some kind of a weird card.
Right.
So it really does kind of put you on a clock, and you have to be constantly getting stuff done, and the overload can really kind of mess with that.
The good news for Tom was that he had the Harvest Golem to fight for the board.
Yep.
The bad news is that D2 had the bow ready to go.
Harrison Jones, though, interesting that he does have it in there, man. So that could come in huge.
Oh, and a Feral Spirit drawn, though.
Yeah, I think you have to basically Feral Spirit.
Oh, man, I hope we see the Beast this game.
Yeah, that's about to say, are we going to blow past this one and pretend like there was no beast drawn here. There was a 6-mana 9/7 that gives your opponent a 3/3 when it dies.
He's gotten a few web spinners to die off already. He's gotten a young Dragonhawk. And
I mean, maybe it beats out a Hex before the Highmane.
True.
It is a 9/7 creature that needs to be dealt with.
Yeah. Not something you can ignore.
Feral Spirits does feel like the play.
I mean, I just feel like you have to have an early board going as Shaman to be able to take this match. You need those early minions out. Feral Spirits, it's just, I mean, when you look at his other options on the board, it feels like there's really not much else that he could have gone for. What else are you going to do? Hero Power Pass is just not something that feels very attractive in this matchup.
I do like Tom's pace of play.
Yeah.
And I've seen this in the previous games as well. He takes some time to think about what he wants to do, and you can kind of see when he's got it locked in, he spends a few more seconds thinking about what that means for the future, and then he makes his play. And
the Undertaker actually, not that bad of a draw here. Interesting that he is going to use the kill command there. I wasn't sure if he was just going to drop Lever Gnome, buff it up, and go for the hero power. I think that would have been, pretty reasonable as well.
Yeah, it definitely would have been, but he knows that this Undertaker can grow if he gives it a chance.
Yeah,
right. It's going to force out the Rockbiter weapon.
And like we talked about with Overload, I mean, that was his turn. His turn was using a Rockbiter.
And if on the off chance that he didn't have it, he would have been able to protect it and buff it with the Sludge Belcher, but now he reevaluates and chooses Loatheb instead, disrupting the mana turn. And it's okay though, Tom has Azure Drake, which is fine, but now initiative is back on the Hunter's side. He can drop the beast.
I think he's going to, man.
And his opponent doesn't have a way to immediately deal with it.
No, not at all.
Oh my goodness!
Oh wow!
The beast is here.
I don't even know what sound this creature makes. I don't play this card at all.
Now, I mean, the Fire Ellie is a pretty nice draw here to be able to take out the Loatheb, I think. And I really feel like that's your only play at this point. If he decides to... But still, I mean, the Beast is going to do so much work here.
9 attack is so much!
Yeah. And the thing is, he has. Look at his hand. He has a Highmane. He has a Sludge Belcher. He has the Freezing Trap to protect this. This is getting horrible, and I think the Beast actually maybe. Look at Tom's face, man. He is not too pleased about that.
Tom says, "This is not how I anticipated my BlizzCon trip."
Yeah,
that's right.
Oh man, this is brutal. Oh jeez.
Not this way.
Not like this. Not like this.
Yeah, there you go. Not like this.
Now, I mean, he's got to be so worried about this trap. I mean,
he knows it's Freezing Trap. The way it was played with a taunt creature, it has to be signified because it isolates it too.
Now, at what point do you start just getting desperate? And do you feel like with the amount of damage on the board, do you taunt up and you pass? Do you try to like Urshock, Lightning Storm, get rid of the Sludge Belcher at least?
I think now is when you start feeling a little desperate, but you have to react and just play it cool. Hold on to it. Defender of Argus is one of the best cards you can ask to get Freezing Trapped right back to your hand.
Yep.
So he just holds on to it, let the Beast trade, and of course the Beast, if it dies, ends up giving you a creature back. So it's not the worst thing in the world if you can deal with this creature.
Definitely. I mean, it has a couple options here. Obviously, developing the Highmane would be quite nice. You can also kind of get at a pre-buffed Undertaker and have that second trap available. And I mean, if you have to face 2 Freezing Traps in a row, again, it does really slow things down for the Shaman.
Beast stopped in its tracks. I'm a little sad. I wanted it to just get in there and go all the way.
The Beast did almost 2 kill commands worth of damage. He did his job. He's looking at Jaime and says, "I'm carrying this game. What are you doing, bro?"
Well, it's like, who was the player with the rule where he said if you get the attack phase
once?
It was Amaz. Okay, yeah. So it's kind of like that, except I mean the Beast is 9 damage instead of 6.
No, there's no law for the Beast, but for the law of Jaime, it usually does come to fruition.
Yeah. But I mean, don't you think it's kind of a similar thing here? I mean, he just did 9 damage to the face of the Shaman. It's got pretty crazy.
I don't think there's a great play here for D2. He still has decent continuation. But there is double Lightning Storm on the other side.
This does give a glimmer of hope, especially since you can bounce back this Defender of Argus to the hand. This might be a big turnaround moment for Tom.
Now, he can also do the buffed up Lightning Storm if he decides to go for that. Do you think you go for the double Lightning Storm, or do you think you develop the Azure Drake and just do 1 buffed up Lightning Storm here?
Yeah, well, first you test it with Trap it is. Yep. See that it's Freezing Trap back to hand. That's good news. You kill off this Beast, you get a 3/3 for another body to use Defender of Argus on in the future turns. Now, will he roll high on the high main? Right? Is that what we're looking for right here?
I mean,
sure
there's so many different options here. Do you think that he's going to...
He does.
Yeah, he's going to Earthshock it first, so it actually doesn't end up mattering.
Okay.
The question will be whether or not he goes to the face with his Fire Elemental, and I would have been very tempted. But instead, he just decides to trade it in. He doesn't want
no more damage.
An Iron Beak Owl to ruin his day.
Well, and I mean, the hand is looking pretty bare bones here right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the Black Knight actually not a bad draw when we consider that Defender is in hand. That could have
been so good last turn.
Yeah, it would have, but even still, you know, could be something. Oh, he feels the pressure. He feels like he needs to get that body out there now.
Yeah, it does contest the best with that 3/3.
But with the Flame Tongue Totem in hand, you know, it's an easy trade.
It is, of course. D2 was hoping that wasn't going to be there.
Of course, yes. But I'm just saying, in the current situation.
But even more than just trading, though, what the problem is that there's a very finite amount of turns that the Shaman has to win this game. There's going to be hero powers, and of course, you know the possibilities of other ways for damage to come in. So you feel like there's an onus on you to try to deliver some way that you could threaten your opponent to kill.
That's right.
Yeah,
you only have a few more turns.
With the Mad Scientist down, you know, could represent another freezing trap. You know, even more time that you have to get through. Ooh, that's not a bad draw.
Could help get there.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays the Drake as well, you know, that's a lot of damage coming out just from the Lava Burst. That's looking at 8 damage.
Well, he's not going to be throwing down the Lava Burst this turn.
No. But I'm saying, you know, just with the extra spell power and stuff that he does have in his hand, it can get pretty threatening.
Do you feel like you should hex this Mad Scientist?
I actually don't think it would be a bad idea, just in the situation that you're in, because like you said, you only have so many turns to end this game, and I mean, there's nothing really in his hand. He's holding the one card. You know, hexing that Mad Scientist could keep you from having to deal with the freezing trap, and he's going to go for it.
But it's so anti-value. Like, you look at this and you're like, is this really what I've become? I have to hex a Mad Scientist, a 2-mana creature.
But I mean, you know, it's a good play when you look at the state of the board.
Man.
Yeah, somewhere out there, Trump is reacting to things.
Yeah,
but just unfortunately, the Sludge Belcher is, of course, not what he's looking to draw either.
But there are ways to deal with it aside from, of course, your burst is not going to the face, right? You're not using Lava Burst or even using Flame Tongue trades. But at least what happens is Shaman can easily take out this Sludge Belcher. That's a big problem, because before Sludge Belcher would take 2.5 cards usually to remove, and some totems.
Now, that is a nice draw, honestly. I feel like that does kind of help things out a lot when you think about the fact that, you know, with this many cards on the board, knowing that he has Unleash, that's something that you have to be a little bit worried about. So with the taunts coming down, it could be pretty strong. Now, do you think you trade in the Drake here, or do you just kind of Lava Burst to get through, do it that way? Do you want to keep that Drake alive?
I mean, Lava Burst is 7 damage. Is there even merit to Lava Bursting now while you have the spell power, and then just presuming your turn as normal?
I think it is. I think there is some merit to that for sure. You know, it's just a question, I think, of if you want to keep the minions alive or not. Like, you know, where are you placing the value here?
If I'm Tom, I'm definitely keeping my minion alive so it can attack again. I want to get that damage through. I would be Lava Bursting and attacking in for 6, so I can attack in for 6 again next turn.
Yeah, that's the play I like most.
Either way you do it, you have the option of Defender or of Argus or Feral Spirit to get those taunts up and ready, and hope that you can just ride that damage to the win.
Actually, you're right. Defender plus Lava Burst seems to be an extremely strong play here.
Yeah,
because you don't overload your mana too much. If you use Lava Burst and Feral Spirits, you're going to be working with only 6 next turn, and that's very painful to do. So Defender of Argus is also really strong.
Oh, he's going to go for both.
I guess, you know, the thing is, he could be...
And
go ahead.
No, okay, he plays the...
This is the most powerful. This is the most powerful available. But we know his opponent has Unleash the Hounds and cards like it.
That's not going to do much for him. I feel like... You know,
do you save this? Do you save this Animal Companion on the off chance that you get Unleash the Hounds or even Kill Command?
So you can Leok with it, yeah?
Yeah, Leok with it, or Unleash the Hounds, or Kill Command, which is a great observation, because Kill Command plus a Beast is the 7 damage next turn.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I think D2 needs to save this.
That's actually, and that's such a well thought out play when you're feeling the pressure. You know, seeing that kind of a board there, you know, it definitely has to be pretty nerves.
Either way, the game ends next turn.
Oh man, let's see what he draws.
Kill Command for the win? Oh, that's a loot order. Loot
Not
Hoarder.
gonna do it. I
Well,
mean, nothing saves him at this point.
Shaman being the class to take out the Hunter, which is the least likely, but it also gets the job done. And like you said, somewhere around the world, Chalky and 6 are nodding in approval.
Yeah.
Definitely very well played. I mean, you know, he had a good curve to start it off. He was able to consistently get those minions out, challenge the board, and you know, that one huge clear, once he was able to clear the board with those lightning storms, with your shock, that was really the kind of the turning point of the game. And from there, the Hunter just seemed to really run out of steam.
Yeah, I think the critical draw of that game was the Feral Spirit early.
Yeah.
It didn't look very great immediately when he drew it because D2 was able to clear it out, seemingly so efficiently, but it traded for his opponent's resources in a way where the game was left with him sort of running dry on resources.
Yeah,
and
he kept
that
the
was
kill
really key.
command.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have to use the 3 damage kill command on a minion as opposed to, like, you know, 5 damage to your face to get the kill, definitely is something that can be problematic for the Hunter later on.
Well, it's still going to be tough because D2 does have Priest, which is a really strong class against Shaman. But we were told that he was chosen Warrior instead, and I think he's taking the slower approach, which is interesting considering that I know some players, they take 2 trains of thoughts. One, they want to hide as much information as possible from the rest of their opponents because they know guys like Tiddler Celestial are watching very intently on the rest of the group, making sure they can hide information. But also at the same time, you can feed more in the series, right? If you play a Warrior deck, you can see how his Shaman's built, so that way your Priest can play optimally, which is a strong matchup, and make it even stronger.
Hopefully for him, that's the way it will play out if that's what he's going for. And Shaman, last deck remaining. We haven't seen double Doomhammer yet.
No. We haven't seen a Doomhammer.
We haven't seen Alakir or Doomhammer, And I imagine there's probably one or the other, or maybe 2 amongst them in the deck somewhere, but maybe not. Who knows? The only thing we've really seen so far is a Lava Burst, and we've seen a Harrison.
Yeah. Those are the specific cards that you have to be mindful of.
Especially as a Warrior.
But he never played as Harrison, right? So, I mean,
Oh,
the Warrior, he doesn't actually know. Like, D2 doesn't actually know that there's a Harrison in the deck, and that is a curveball, and that could actually come up huge in this matchup. I mean, against the Warrior, if you can get a good Harrison out there, that's massive.
All right, well, we're going to game number 4, see if D2 can close it out, or will Tom stay alive in the series. You know what? D2 faked out everybody again. He's going to go for Priest this time around. And I can't... I'm very in favor of this one. I think save your Warrior for as much as you can. Go for the matchup that's really strong, but... You know, draw the cards you need. Mind Control in the opening hand is not what you're looking for.
Well, yeah, and pretty nice hand for Tom, but Clerics are definitely what you want.
All right,
maybe not double Cleric. This actually is a relatively low impact hand. Injured Blade Master helps out quite a bit, though.
Yeah. And, you know, having this on ladder right now, I think Priests are the toughest thing for Shaman to deal with right now. You know, when you have Shadow Madness, you have, you know, Mind Games, you have, like, all these different things that you can have to deal with that can be very difficult.
It's the AoE clears that really get the Shaman. They are so big on building the board. If they play Feral Spirits and it just gets swept by an Akanai combo, you feel like you just spent the entire turn doing nothing and you're overloaded. So Priest outvalues Shaman heavily. That's if D2 gets the necessary cards, though.
For sure. You know, I also really feel that the Shaman does have to kind of get something going early on. You know, when something like a Blade Master comes down, it can be extremely threatening. I mean, Blade Master plus the heals coming out can start to get a bit rough.
He goes for the Harvest Golem. He had the opportunity to Lava Burst to continue to play removal. Now, Northshire Cleric is going to be able to get some value here, and that Injured Blade Master is going to start clearing out some of those resources of the Shaman deck.
Yeah, draws another Injured Blade Master as well. You know, I feel like he's probably just going to clear here.
He could. It does kind of give the Harvest Golem Wind Fury.
That's true.
When you attack into it on your turn, and it becomes the Injured Golem, they get to deal 4 total damage really quickly with the Harvest Golem.
He would still need to pull out an extra damage somewhere, and we do see there's the Doomhammer. But, you know, really, the thing is, when he goes in with that, it makes a Lava Burst a little bit inefficient to clear with that. You know, Lightning Bolt would have been a nice draw, but he's already seen 1 Lightning Bolt played. So I think that it kind of plays a bit around what he knows his opponent's deck is. And, I mean, it's kind of an awkward position. He is going to go Doomhammer once to start dealing with this.
Yep, it's the easiest way for him to clear out, and he gets rid of his own Injured Golem so that the Northshire Cleric cannot pick up any more immediate value.
Yep, for sure. But unbeknownst to him, there's another injured Blade Master there, so he can actually get another card draw.
Ooh. That is an important card to keep. Maybe if he doesn't have to use it now, he could use it to get at maximum health on his injured Blade Master.
I don't feel like it's worth it. The removal combo is so strong.
Exactly. I think keeping it as flexible options is just such a strong combination to just destroy whatever Shamans do.
Especially when you do have that card draw right there. I mean, this is what you want to do. You keep digging.
But he decides to cycle it anyway.
Wow.
Surprised by that big time.
Okay. Well, he doesn't think his hand is very strong, I suppose, if he wanted to go for that play. But,
yeah.
You know, maybe it works out for him, and D2 is trying to capitalize on being slightly more aggressive in this matchup.
You know, once again, the overload kind of coming into play here. It does leave you with these weaker turns. I mean, you kind of feel like you have to get rid of that Blade Master, but I mean, Lava Burst plus taking the damage with the Doomhammer hit to finish it off isn't really that attractive of a play. But at the same time, you know, if you drop Wolves, you're just giving him a free clear with the Blade Master plus additional card draw. I feel like you're in this situation where you're forced to overload yourself and take the damage, and you know you're having kind of another dead turn.
He knows he has to clear things out.
Yeah.
And it is going to leave it in kind of a dead turn.
Yeah.
The hope is that he can draw into really powerful things that fight really well and trade against your opponent's resources really well. But unfortunately, the reality is that Priest against Shaman, usually the Priest is the one that has the resources that trade better in that matchup.
And especially, you know, in this matchup, when I'm playing Shaman, when I'm in a position like this, knowing that he's actually drawn a lot of cards as well. I mean, he's drawn what, 3-4 additional cards.
Right.
You know, I'm feeling pretty awful about the fact that this was my turn. You know, I'm not developing my board any further. You know, looking forward to your next turn. What is it going to be? You know, a couple hundred creepers or something. It's not really developing well towards a win, whereas your opponent is still going to have the cleric down, still going to have the ability to perhaps get more card draw from that, and it's getting to the point where these minions coming down are pretty threatening.
Well, Sylvanas comes down for D2. It's his big play of the turn. It is quite threatening.
Rockbiter quite nice here.
Rockbiter is definitely very good.
It's nice, but what makes it difficult is that Shaman needs to be the aggressor in this matchup in order to have a chance. He can't be really defensive because, again, like all of his creatures from this point on are liable to be taken by the 6-mana Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah.
That's just going to steal any creature that's 2 attack or less. And everything he has in his arsenal is 2 attack or less. So it's no matter what happens, he feels like it's a liability. Not to mention that he's also overloaded, and he will continue to be if he uses some of his spells.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely up against it, but can you really afford to ignore the Sylvanas? I don't think you can. I feel like you have to get rid of it. I mean, what else is the play, right? I mean, you can drop a double Haunted Creeper. He kind of just ignore you, go face. I mean, you put very low on HP regardless. You know, he's going to put himself at 12 HP, and he's going to have to clear the Cleric as well because he can't afford to deal with any more card draw. So he's putting himself at 11 health. You know, he's losing one of his win conditions, like you talked about. You know, going for the aggressive burst. You know, things like double Rockbiter plus Lava Burst. Those are the ways you get wins in these tough matchups.
By the way,
oh, are you kidding me? Oh no, that is heartbreak, man. And oh man, how do you come back from that?
You know, I was gonna say that I don't think Tom runs 2 Doomhammers because he did hold on to a charge. If you're playing double Doomhammer, you're usually more liberal to use a weapon. Or, like, it's just like, well, you know, it's like trick-or-treating on Halloween. Like, I have so much, I can just
so much candy.
You get a Doomhammer, and you get a Doomhammer. So it's, but not in this scenario because he was holding it very conservatively. And now that is devastating. He loses one of his primary ways to deal damage out. He's in a tough spot.
I mean, there's really no good place here. You know, you can try to do something like, you know, you could Lightning Storm feral wolves and you know, do something like that. At least then the wolves will be able to answer that. But if you play the Fire Ellie and clear the 3/2, then you still have a 3/5 sitting down there that's going to be tough to deal with. And the Holy Fire answer is already in his hand for the Fire Ellie. It's just looking like, you know,
or death.
Yeah, or death, exactly. I mean, you could even just use Holy Fire face, you know, at this point and try to put on the pressure because it's how do you lose from this point as the priest?
This is really scary. If I'm Tom, I'm scared.
He's going for a defensive play.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it will let him live in the immediate as far as he knows, and that's good. But it's still not where you want to be. His minions are going to start getting taken out left and right. And being only at 11 health, and your opponent has Holy Fire in hand.
Yeah. I mean, and Shamans have no way to heal up. Like that's the really the scary part is that your life total is so precious. You know, there's no armor up, there's no healing up, there's no
Priestess of Elune, man.
To deal with that. Oh,
Priestess of Elune.
That's true, man.
Earthen Ring Farseer.
Yeah.
Alex Straza.
I don't even know what the little 2/1 troll that heals you is called.
Oh, the Voodoo Doctor.
Voodoo
Doctor, man. You just gotta stick them in there.
Yeah, I think D2 is going to pick up some trades. The question is how he wants to follow it up.
I mean, I feel like Sledge Belter Cultist is a very nice play here. It's just it's some minions that are going to present a lot of threat to these kind of low HP, low power minions of the Shaman, and it's also making sure that if there is something crazy like a Bloodlust in there, then you do have taunts down because that's another win condition for Shaman. You can sometimes sneak out wins if you can keep a full board as Shaman. There's sometimes a chance that you draw that Bloodlust, and all of a sudden these 0 attack minions and 1 attack minions can become pretty threatening.
Sure. Unfortunately, though,
no
such shenanigans happening here.
And I mean, he may not even have in his deck.
Right. Very possibly not.
Ooh.
All right. The Lightning Storm keeps the Dark Cultist barely alive, which could have been important because his Earthshock would have been much less effective.
Yeah.
If that was the case. So we have a board clear for Tom.
Yeah. The board clear has arrived. That's actually really good.
Yeah, that was actually very key that it did roll low there, like you said.
Ooh, Thoughtsteal is a great draw. Find some more resources, hopefully to keep the pressure up, is what D2 wants.
Oh man, if he draws Lightning Storm, the second Lightning Storm against Shaman, that is devastating.
Yeah.
Or even if he draws any of his other big removal, like Hex or Alakir.
It's a Hex and a Flame Totem.
That's great.
It's pretty good, but it doesn't help him finish the game immediately, which would have been really nice.
Yeah, no pressure coming out right now on this turn, and I mean, he's going to probably want to hold on to the Pyromancer for clear, so there's not really much going on. But still, he does still have the answer to this Fire Alley, and I feel like as a Shaman, you kind of feel like you're in a position where you kind of have to throw it down, don't you?
I think he's going to feel obligated to play it.
Yeah.
And there are 3 potential answers in the hand of the Priest. He passed the turn having 4 mana unspent. Something fishy is going on over there.
Right.
A lot of reactive cards.
Does he hold the combo to sweep your board? And he's just waiting for you to load up a little bit more, so that way he gets proper value. I don't know.
Yeah, it's true, but it's just, you're sitting at 11 HP with 2 damage on the board. Your opponent's at 30 HP with, 3 extra cards. There's pressure. You have to, I feel like you have to get something going, but, he's going to hold on to the Fire Alley, and very likely because of the reasons that you guys talked about, knowing that there's those reactive cards, and maybe at least wanting to try to get the most out of the Battle Cry, take out an opponent's minion or something.
Second Thoughtsteal.
Thoughtsteal number 2 comes out, and Tom, who loves Priest because it steals your opponent's cards, D2's giving him a taste of his own medicine.
That's right. In fact, Tom seems to be a victim of the very thing he loves the most, which is frustrating his opponent.
Yep. Thoughtsteal, of course, doesn't actually steal them like something like Mind Control.
No, it is theft. I call 911 every time, and they said, excuse me, like, 911, what is your emergency? I said, a priest stole my cards. And he says, sir, that's not an actual thing you can call me for.
That's what you have to call the Blizzard hotline.
There you go.
They'll respond to that.
Customer support, they'll love it.
They click immediately when I call them now. They know, they have my number now. They hang up every time I call.
It's Dan again.
Dan, you have to stop calling. We told you. You can't do this anymore.
All right, well, Shaman's going to do whatever he can to load the board, and this Fire Elemental does have some threat, but at the same time, there's an immediate way to deal with this. You have the Holy Fire. You also have the Hex.
Even just Wild Pyro, Shadow Word Death here is going to be a big problem.
Nice play, yeah.
He's going to have to decide. He won't be developing much of a board, though, besides just the 3-1.
Yeah, I feel like you hold on to the Holy Fire just to try to, to save it for later to kill him because you have all these other answers. And this is definitely a nice play. And, I mean, he could also, if he really wanted, he could play the Silence to clear the board. But do you really prioritize that, with the healing stream down?
I have a question about Feral Spirits. Does it take the damage?
Oh, it does? Absolutely.
Oh, well, I don't really see that interaction that much anymore. Yep. It's been a while since Shaman's played Pyromancer and Shaman decks.
Yeah, if you were to take a look at Pyromancer, it says on it, it says after the spell is played, so
Gotcha.
The Feral Spirit finishes first, and Alakir is here, so he's playing Alakir and Doomhammer.
Yeah, but is Priest playing Mind Control, and he's going to just steal your legendary creature?
That would be a great draw. That would be so cool. It's a Circle of Healing, so
Okay.
not quite. But he still can kill it immediately. His opponent is at 11, so he still might want to hold on to that Holy Fire.
Yeah, I feel like especially with the lack of minions in his hand, he's going to want to hold on to it. Do you feel threatened enough to 100% play this Hex here, do you think? Or do you think there's any scenario where...
Well, it's maybe not about the threaten, but
Yeah.
about what else is there to Hex.
Yeah.
You've killed
for
off
sure.
the Fire
Fire
Elemental,
Lilies, yeah.
you've killed off Alakir. Now you know the only thing remaining might be the Loatheb, right? So I think you're okay hanging out.
Mind control?
There's Mind Control. It's a...
All right,
It
now
would've been
take
so
his
nice
frog.
last turn.
Take his frog.
Yeah, it's a moral victory if you take the frog.
That's right.
Yeah. You can take the frog, and then you can kill him with his own Flame Tongue Totem with the
Oh,
frog.
that's right.
That
I
would
like
be the
it.
ultimate BM.
Everything
How
he's never
about
known and
winning?
loved.
It's all coming together.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, thankfully he didn't do that.
Well,
Because now there's actually a legitimate target that you
Yeah.
can take, or you can just take. You can just kill everything with this Arcanist.
Yeah, kill everything seems pretty nice.
yeah, killing everything is usually good.
And what's important about the Arcanist Soul Priest is that it adds that Hunter hero power of doing 2 damage per turn to your opponent.
Yeah, plus the Holy Fire in hand as well. I mean, this
Exactly.
is setting him up for lethal next turn with the minion, the Holy Fire plus the hero power.
Yep. Akanai Soul Priest is here. The clock is ticking.
Ugh. Okay.
Lava Bursts, probably not the winning card when your opponent is at 30.
Yeah. But I mean, you have to deal with the Soul Priest. There's nothing you can do to ignore it. So I mean, you can hex it if you want, but what are you going to do? He's going to decide to Lava
Yeah,
Burst
Lava
it.
Burst.
Yeah.
Soul Priest is going
Wow.
down. And 6 damage into the 1 health Soul Priest. It is very dead.
It feels bad, but at
You
this
have
stage
to.
of the game, it's
It
the
doesn't
same
matter
as.
though.
Ooh.
Another one comes out.
So, face or totem?
I think you go face,
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I
then
think you're right.
Because then, if you
especially
pick up
knowing how many spells he's already played.
right. Not to mention that you also have the ability to Holy Fire, and then as time goes on, you have Holy Nova, like that other 2 damage AoE that can clear it. So you're just closer to your win.
Yeah. Now, I
And-
mean, he's got a hex here or he loses, but is he expecting the Holy Fire? And he is going to hex it. So, depending on what's drawn, he could potentially live to see another turn.
He's so paranoid of Cabal Shadow Priest. Like, he just will not play these weaker creatures to buff things up because he's afraid of getting completely
That
destroyed
taunt
by
totem that taunt totem roll is stopping him from winning the game right
it.
here.
Just silence it.
No,
Oh, yeah, silence. That's
game.
right.
He's got
All
it.
right, that is game.
There it is.
There you
I
go.
forgot all about the silence.
D2 going to take the series 3-1 with this Priest deck, and he is going to be the first person to advance to the winner's match in the round 16.
I missed the lethal for him this time so that he
There you
wouldn't.
go.
I got out of the way. I threw myself out there. So.
That's right. Reels died for D2 sins. All right,
Well,
so
very well played series.
Yeah, well done. And I felt like D2 played really solid. A lot of people questioned his results because there was moments that he fumbled at the goal line, right, where he was very close to finishing, and then a couple of questionable plays really cast some doubt or skepticism on whether or not he deserves to be here. But I felt he played rather flawlessly all across the board. I mean, there's maybe
So
a
did
few
I.
things you could have taken alternate decisions on, but I don't really feel like he misplayed in any kind of capacity.
Yeah, the reality is that he has faltered a little bit when the pressure has been on and when he's been sort of on the bigger stages. But now that he's had a little bit of that experience, what we're getting to see by the look of it is the D2 who crushes online tournaments endlessly.
Yeah.
And that's the player who looks like has shown up to the World Championship so far. It's the player that let him get through the qualifiers in the first place, even with a couple of missteps, because his strategy was so strong. And even just winning the first game in this group, that was not an easy match. Tom's a great player. I expect he will be a big threat to win his next match against his next opponent. It is double elimination in these groups, but moving through with that first win is a big deal.
Plus, I mean, you did talk about how he's not working anymore. He's doing this full time, so additional time to practice, can help iron out those little mistakes. And obviously, taking this very seriously, practice very hard, and definitely going to pay off in the first series here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have a quick word with D2. Rachel is waiting, but we'll be back with more action here at the round of 16 in just a second. Group A is just off to a hot start, guys. We're just getting started. We're going to go through all of the round of 16 matches Because coming up, we have Tither Celestial versus Number Guy as well on stream. And then we're going to go straight to Group B. We're not going to play out the elimination matches. The first will be tomorrow. So make sure you guys stay tuned and let people know. #BlizzCon on social media and tell people that this Hearthstone tournament is going on.
Yeah, everyone plays today. Everyone is going to play one match today. We're going through the first match of every single group. So everyone gets to play today.
That's right.
It's going to be great.
That's right. And unfortunately, Kalento once again is at the very end. Like it just seems to be like his burden to bear that every tournament for the BlizzCon championships has been at the very end of the day. So people, stick around because the best is yet to come. Meanwhile, Rachel is waiting with D2 to get a few words about that series.
Thanks so much. We're right behind you guys. Isn't that creepy? So, D2, you were actually talking to Ben Brode before the matches, and he said that you had some confidence that you were spitting.
Was I? What you told me was you were either going to scrub out in the first round or easily dominate this tournament. You didn't scrub out in the first round.
Well,
does that mean we're going to see some easy dominance?
My exact range was, my exact words were, that was my range. Like, anything between, so it was basically a complicated way of saying anything could happen in this tournament, but maybe I worded it a little poorly.
No, I know. I got what you said. I was trying to goad you into saying you were going to easily crush the rest of the field here.
Well, I'll try.
Yeah, we saw some almost taunts. I saw like some of you guys were considering it. You didn't get taunted during that game by Tom, did you?
Yeah, Tom's a nice guy, so I mean, didn't get any taunts from him. Also had the touch screen, so sometimes I was trying to hero power, but it started like making me want to taunt. The game was just trying to make me taunt.
We set it up that way. That's fine. But you had some incredible games there. You had a great run with your Hunter. You got a little bit tripped up in Game 3, which we thought was going to be the easiest win for you. What happened there?
Basically, it was like a really, really tricky situation. I mean, I thought I was pretty far ahead because I got the beast down without any resistance, but he was able to get his Defender of Argus up, which kind of screwed me up because I didn't have any way to deal with it other than to just give him the 3/3. And so I decided to take a little bit, kind of like a half and half play, like set up the board, and hopefully it doesn't have double, storms. But.
What did you think when you saw that beast? Because I know Ben and the developers were so excited to see the beast in play in a competitive game.
Yeah, the beast can be really good or it can be really bad, obviously, because of the drawback. And you kind of want to get it before the high main so that they can waste a hex on it. And so now you have basically the stronger main out because they can't take that 9 damage, obviously. So you want to get, like, if you can just threaten that 9 damage and they have nothing on the board to deal with it and you just force the hex, then you can get the high main. The high main can start swinging as well. So you want to get the beast down first. Whenever for you players out there, if you ever get the beast and you have the high main in your hand, you're choosing between just one. If you have board control, you want to go for the beast first.
Back stage where you guys are sitting, you guys are about this far away from each other when you're playing.
Maybe a little farther, yeah.
Is it nerve-wracking? Do you look him in the eyes when you beat him?
It's a bit nerve-wracking. Like I tried to do the green sheep tactic of staring him down, but then I got uncomfortable, too much eye contact. So but yeah.
It's great. You're in your high five range. I guess you don't exchange a lot of high fives with opponents
well,
like that. But you didn't go up for one at the end. You're like, high five for me. And he was like, oh.
Well, we tried to go for the high five. In between the matches, they might think you're trying to look at the screen. So, just
valid concern.
He wanted the high five. He was being respectful.
Yeah.
Well, I do want to do a little attention here to your new team. This is Team iHearth. You had one of my favorite team names, Don't Kick My Robot, and you guys traded it in.
Sorry. Well, actually, both teams is kind of weird because you have DKMR D2 with the alliteration, and now it's iHearth UD2 with the rhyming. So no matter where I go, it's just my name just matches up. So
that works out well. It sounds good. Well, how do you feel about that game? You were the first match of the day. You gave us some really exciting matches. How you feeling going into the rest of the tournament?
I feel pretty decent. That was a pretty tough match because basically, if I didn't win my Hunter, I was looking to basically win a Priest Mirror in order to win. Basically, the Priest Mirror would have decided the entire match, the entire best of 5, if I hadn't, done so well with my Hunter. And so that was the big issue. And luckily I was able to get through with my Hunter. It was a pretty. Obviously, sometimes the Hunter they call it the no-brain class, and it kind of is. But compared to other classes, I would say because you just you just go on curve and you throw everything out and you kill everything. But I feel like I played pretty decently because there's a little tricky decisions, and my Hunter is a little more geared toward stopping control rather than beating aggro. There's a few more big minions in there, so I felt like I played it pretty decently. I think I had a couple of misplays, but they were kind of minor, so it ended up being okay.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us for our wrap-up interview. Is there anything else you want to ask him while we got him at the table?
I was super impressed. You did an awesome job.
Thank you very much.
All right, for you guys at home, if you want to join in the conversation, get on Twitter. The hashtag is Road to BlizzCon. This is at BDBroad. I'm Seltzer_FD. Send us your questions, chime in the conversation, and now I'm going to hand it back to our casters.
Warlords of Draenor. Boost to level 90 and take your place on the front lines. Rated T for teen.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championships. We're joined by Artosis.
Yeah.
The reigning BlizzCon champion. Wow, I am honored to be in your presence.
Wow.
But
you were too kind.
How you doing, man? What was it like? You had a really long day of StarCraft yesterday.
Yeah, I did. It was like a 14-hour day, but that's got nothing on the Hearthstone days we've been putting in the last few months. So I'm sure today's gonna be nice and long. Only one match done so far, right?
Yeah.
I got to catch a good chunk of that, but excited to get into this next one, especially because it has, in my opinion, the best Chinese player.
Yeah, Taylor Celestial versus Number Guy. Number Guy, of course, has been performing well. He was in the finals against D2 in that recent online tournament, Battle of the Best. But Taylor Celestial is a player that people will, one, if they don't know him, they think he has the most interesting username ever. But two, they don't really know much about the guy because you look at him immediately and you don't really think that he's a contender for the Hearthstone Championships.
Well, you know, Tiddler is like, I've done a lot of casting of the Chinese scene, the Taiwan scene, you know, the Hong Kong scene, the Korean scene, basically everything over in Asia because I do live over there. And Tiddler is, I felt like he should have won the second season of the OGN Masters tournament. He was knocked out by Magic Wind, who was the Season 1 champ, and ended up second place in Season 2, I believe.
Right.
But I felt like his play was probably the best I've seen, and in fact, I compared it favorably even to some of the best pros.
Well, interesting enough that we see Taylor Celestial is banning the Rogue from Number Guy. He's leaving Hunter and Warlock.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's something we're not going to see often this tournament.
What did he get banned? Here, I got to write this down,
I got a
too.
pen for you, bro.
I'm not prepared at all.
Artosis just got here, but we're really happy that he's able to hop on.
Okay, so that makes more sense.
Yeah, Tiddler has no Hunter, and the Number Guy has no Rogue left.
Okay,
so it's Druid, Priest, Warlock versus Hunter, Druid, Warlock. Two Druids.
He's afraid of Rogue, which is kind of interesting. Does this tell us that he's playing Zoo and not Handlock? Or does he expect for his Handlock maybe to be banned?
That's a good question. Yeah, that could
Jinx. We're on the same wavelength.
We don't know.
Oh, okay, he's Jinx, so we're going to do this cast duo.
Oh, wait. How do Jinx rolls work? I thought you like
have to say
poke you owe me a vanilla Coke or something?
No, you have to say his name 3 times, I believe.
Reels. Nah, that's it. That's all I'm doing. All right, so... I grew up with different Jinx rules. Where I came from, you had to buy him a vanilla Coke.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't know
Jinx,
about that.
poke, you owe me a vanilla Coke.
Oh, that's cool. You guys are
I
actually
think vanilla Coke sucks,
good
so
friends.
like who even wants
The rules was if you broke
Reels.
Jinx, you got punched.
Thank you.
That was around us, right? If you broke Jinx, you got punched.
Well, I didn't grow up in the bad side of town, Frodan, so no, definitely not that.
Yes, I grew up in the very harsh towns of New Jersey. Yeah.
The New Jersey suburbs.
Neither of these guys, by the way, from where we are. Tiddler Celestial from China, Number Guy all the way from Denmark, and he's 17 years old. He had to come here with a legal guardian because he's not old enough to compete and be on his own in a foreign country. The guy is that young, but he's that good at Hearthstone.
Yeah, very talented. In fact, he was just picked up by SK Gaming, one of the oldest names in all of esports. In fact, a team you used to be on for World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with SK Gaming. I'm very not surprised, rather very excited to see him on there. I think it's a great choice. He's obviously an amazing player. There's a reason he's here, and I can't wait to see what he does under the SK banner.
Yeah, he played very well at the Europe qualifiers where you and I actually got to commentate a little bit. But I am favoring Tiddler Celestial here, guys. I actually think that he is a contender to win this tournament. In fact, I guess I didn't get to open the show with you guys, and so I don't know what you've already talked about. Have you guys already like predicted your predictions for like the wins and stuff?
No.
Who do you guys think is actually going to win this term? Just real quick.
BlizzCon?
Yeah. Who's going to win BlizzCon?
StrifeCrow told me that he's actually tried for this tournament.
Yeah.
That scares me.
Actually tried.
Yeah. And that scares me on behalf of every other competitor.
That's what I was going to say. I'm going with StrifeCrow. But I think Tiddler Celestial is...
He's a sleeper.
He's a sleeper nerd. He's ready to take it down as well.
Huh. I'm going to go with Firebat. I think
Firebat is a good
win the whole
choice.
tournament.
He's a good choice. I think Firebat, Kalento, StrifeCrow, and Tiddler are my top 4 here.
I want to also give a shout out to Teray, but we'll have him on the third match coming up. Meanwhile, let's talk about Number Guy. He's a former competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player.
Oh,
All right. So that's where he originally started his CCG experience.
I'm sure he'll be playing some trap cards with Hunter then.
I think so. Oh, I just got it. Nice, well done.
Wow.
Well played, sir.
Weak jokes here to start out.
Oh, man.
One of the smartest students in his class plays Hearthstone in his free time to challenge himself.
Okay.
All right.
So
Sick.
when you're 17, I
He's
guess
that
what you
guy.
have.
He's that guy in your class who doesn't try hard and just plays video games for a living internationally and almost wins $100,000.
Well, he has
I'm
a
that
chance
2
at
minus the $100,000.
He does definitely have a chance at it, and if he wants to get there, even just this first match is going to be a big deal for paving the way for that to be a possibility.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you go into the loser bracket right away, it's going to be really tough. All these players actually have a chance. You know, we don't actually know exactly how good all these guys are. I'm sure all of them have been practicing a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're going to see a lot of new tech here as well, and it looks like Tiddler going to open up with Handlock.
It's not Zoo.
Yeah, it's not Zoo.
But is that the big problem on the play? Because now Handlock is
Going up
out
against
here
Hunter.
against Hunter, and that can be very difficult matchup.
It can. It can. I don't think that the matchup is as bad as people sometimes say it is, but yeah, I would favor Hunter here, but I don't think it's like a huge win percentage.
Sure.
Which, you know, some people do think that.
What are you pegging it at then? Like 40, 60?
I'm so bad at naming the percentages, but yeah, I would give the Hunter like 60 or so.
Sure,
Maybe
sure.
just slightly higher than that.
Yeah, sure.
What do you think, Reels?
I do think it is a matchup that favors the Hunter. I'll give it that at a minimum.
With Hunter's Mark, that's a card that people have been debating putting in and out. So now that you're putting it back in.
Oh, but he mulligans it away.
Oh, he thinks it's
Zoo.
Because Taylor Celestial played a lot of Zoo in his Chinese tournaments.
Yeah, and he has played some Handlock as well. I believe he played Handlock at OGN, so it definitely has a range. But that hand, I guess, has some bonuses against Hunter. You want to start with...
And, of course, by the way,
Mortal Coil.
It is not Tom 60229 versus D2. It is Tiddler Celestial on the left and Number Guy on the right. So the one with the number in his name. Oh, no, actually, they both have numbers.
Well, one number is...
That fix doesn't work.
So...
Literal face.
Literal face, indeed.
Well played, Reels. Now, Mad Scientist, of course, very important because it's more durable. And you see that your opponent had the opportunity to use Mortal Coil if he played the Web Spinner instead. Nice heads-up play there.
Yeah, I do like it. It does allow him to put some damage on right away as well, which I think you do got to do.
Do you think there is a debate that maybe Loot Hoarder was also a possibility? Because then you force your opponent on 2 mana to use Mortal Coil, and then he's uncomfortable.
Yeah, actually, I do kind of prefer that when you say that, Frodan, because then it kind of wastes one of his draws a little bit. And this turn, it's so efficient. He gets Mortal Coil and Life Tap.
And if he had decided to Life Tap anyway, even with the Loot Hoarder there, the end result would have been the same. So it would have given him the option of Mortal Coiling, and if you think that that's a mistake for them, then maybe you should play the Loot Hoarder to give them the opportunity to make that mistake.
Yeah. And of course, you know, cycling through is pretty neat as well. Taking a look at this hand right now, he only has actually like one... He only has one beast in hand, but he has 2 Houndmasters at the moment, so it could be an issue.
So, you know, now that you have 2 Hellfires, I really think that Tiddler's anticipating classes like Shaman to be very prevalent.
Yeah.
But how effective is
Double
Hellfire against Hunter? Because as much as it's good against AoE clear, it also reduces your own health total. Are you feeling a lot more confident now that you have double Molten Giant in your hand?
He doesn't have a Taunt Giver to go with it, though. So he would have to close out the game really quickly with them, and of course that's what they often do. But Hellfire's okay against Hunter sometimes, but this is a lot of damage coming in. It's really scary.
Well, if he goes for a Houndmaster play, Hellfire clears it, but there is a trap, and that can throw a big wrench into things for this Mountain Giant.
It could, and we don't know what traps Number Guy is playing yet. We just watched D2 play against Tom, and D2 had the double freezing trap.
What if it was misdirection?
He's not checking. He's not checking. Okay, it's explosive. Explosive trap.
But I was saying, what if on the off chance, like Artosis, for example, you threw in a misdirection as he threw a cup, and the Mountain Giant gets misdirected and hits himself.
Dude, that's no one expects the misdirection. That's for sure.
I don't even know if he's expecting explosive trap either.
No, probably not. That's one of the least used traps for sure.
This is already getting very dicey. Look at, he's at 17 health. Hellfire will take him down to 14, and explosive trap will even reduce that further.
Yeah.
He's 1 mana off from being able to, or 1 health off, either way, from being able to play a Molten Giant this turn.
That's so rough. That is so rough.
Tease.
Oh, man. If only he had a Soulfire to hit himself with.
Soulfire yourself to play 2 Molten Giants?
I've seen it done.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
It's a play. In fact, I think it'd be a good play there when you have the Hellfire in hand, because he's not probably going to remove 2 Molten Giants, which means that's lethal.
Right, but then you're at 8 health.
Oh, yeah.
That's really scary.
Gotta roll those dice, Frodan.
Well,
you gotta shuffle that deck, Frodan.
Nice. I like it. You're on fire already.
I'm just warming up, guys. I'm gonna be here all day making terrible jokes.
You're right now 2 for 2. By NBA Jam standards, you're 1 off from being on fire.
Yeah. Heating up.
Excellent.
That's right, he's heating.
Yeah.
Well, Tiddler Celestial doesn't really have...
I probably wouldn't hold this. I don't think he has any Murlocs in this deck.
No, I don't really think anyone's doing it. You know, it might be useful for a kill command enabler because it is 1 mana.
1 mana. That is a very good point.
So
the 1
there
mana
is
beast.
merit. Okay.
Unfortunately, it's a Leok. He'd love to just get that 4 Huffer damage in right now.
Yeah.
Right. This actually is somewhat scary because then if your opponent can clear the board again and still do damage.
Oh, that's a draw.
That is a draw.
A big draw.
Wow.
A potentially game-ending draw.
Wow, that was the exact card he needed.
Yeah, that was the exact card.
For 2 other mana, what could you do?
Well, if he got a defender, I guess he could life tap and play it all. But
You're right. But, I mean, I'd rather be at 12 health than 2. But
First, for sure about
10,
that.
Excuse me.
That was definitely the best draw you could have in that deck.
Hunter's Mark is definitely one of the cards he's looking for in this circumstance, but there's still so many giants in play.
Yeah. Oh, God. Well, I mean, he's playing Explosive Trap. The thing is, if he uses the Hunter's Mark on one of these...
Right.
Explosive Trap actually isn't that bad because it does stop this 8-1.
Do you think he's playing 2 Explosive Trap?
I don't know.
There's a possibility. I mean, if you're playing 1, you could play 2, right?
You know, with Explosive Trap, with 2 Hound Masters and a Hunter's Mark, I really wonder if he's even running cards like Unleash the Hounds or those other combos that we've seen. Because Leok with Unleash the Hounds would have been also a devastating draw. But he doesn't have it, I think, because he had to make cuts somewhere.
Oh, it's a freezing. I think he was fishing for freezing before.
Yeah.
If I were to make a guess, I would say he's probably playing something like 2 freezing and 1 explosive or something like that.
It makes sense.
He was fishing for that freezing earlier and he didn't get it. Now it's here, but it's too late.
Is that just it?
Yep.
If you send back the Sun Fury Protector and then Hellfire and then attack.
Well, you suicide your 8-1 first.
Well, I think first you attack with the 2-3, and then you swing in with 8-1, and then you swing with 8-8 Hellfire.
Yep.
Sup.
Lethal is available if he can find it. He's going to think about it and make sure that whatever trap that could be doesn't throw him off. If it were something like a misdirect, that might be something he's calculating how much risk he wants to take.
Well, he did call an explosive trap. I mean, there's a possibility of it.
But now, of course, he knows it's a freezing trap, so
here we go.
Cat's out of the bag as long as he sees 8 + 3 = 11. He's going to get there, and
I think he
the
sees
Molten
it.
Giant bashes in.
Wow. And we're going to start off this series with yet again an unfavorable matchup and the underdog winning.
I love it. I love it.
Now, I got to ask you guys, like, he banned Rogue, and I talked to a lot of players coming into this tournament, and, well, not necessarily the players in the tournament. I don't want people to think I'm giving away information. But I talked to a lot of pros, and the general consensus was a lot of Warlock bans, right? So maybe Handlock is his one deck that he feels confident against Miracle with, so that's why he bans Rogue? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, and looking at his other 2 classes, Druid and Priest, those classes can struggle with Miracle to the point where there's actually nothing you can do unless you get the best response possible,
Yeah.
like Lotheb on the concealed gadgets in. So if he feels like his overall strategy is to take that out, I can't blame him. And he's also weathered an important storm. His Handlock, now against Druid and Warlock, it seems to be a very favorable time for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
Handlock is really powerful, and getting through that Hunter, yeah, it is a really big
That's
deal.
so ballsy to play Handlock and not ban Hunter and still be able to go, because if you leave up Rogue,
Right.
Rogue against Handlock is supposed to be good for the Handlock player.
Yeah, this could be a straight 3-0 with this Handlock deck. Handlock is pretty funny like that, isn't it?
It could. It is super powerful. He's obviously knows his way around it, knows what he's doing with it, and even in that difficult matchup. So maybe it will be. I kind of hope not, for a number of guys' sake. But
well, that was a little bit rough too, right? Like he got the explosive trap at the wrong time. He drew right into that Sun Fury Protector, which ruined everything.
No
Like,
kill commands.
He
to
could
finish
have
the game.
rolled into lethal very
Right.
easily if there was no Sun Fury Protector.
yeah, he definitely could have.
He also made a wrong guess at the beginning of the game, right? He didn't keep Hunter's Mark for the first Mountain Giant.
That's a tough guess to make.
Yep.
There's been a lot more Zoo lately than there has been Handlock.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even, I don't remember, there's a player, I don't know if it's Tiddler Celestial, I was reading, and it may have been, who is sort of known as a Zoo player.
I think it was Lebo.
Is it Lebo?
Yeah,
The
Lebo's
guy that
definitely
beat
a Zoo.
Tiddler in the finals
The
with
Zookeeper?
Zoo.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Lebo.
Okay, so maybe not then.
But Tiddler's also well known for Zoo. In his OGN matches, he was playing a lot of Zoo, like for the qualifiers leading up to it.
Yeah. I think in the towards the end of the tournament, he was playing a little bit more Handlock, but I've definitely seen him play Zoo before as well. So, I mean, it's not a terrible guess. You know, I'm sure that every single player here has done like extensive research on what their opponent was using.
Yeah, the Chinese players, especially the past couple of days, I've been watching them. I've been watching them watch other people.
Right.
Studying their
Living your
VODs.
life vicariously.
Yeah. I was like, guys, you should really pay attention to this VOD because this player right here is really good. And they're like, oh, yes, we know Colento. On our list.
The legend of Clento lives on. All right, so what deck do you guys go with here? Do you go Druid or do you go Warlock?
Ooh. It depends on what type of Druid it is. If it is Wild Growth, that ramp Druid that tries to ramp up on mana and get towards double combo with Force of Nature and Savage Roar to close out games, I would go with that. If it's some other kind of Druid that is not that, some kind of token Druid or something that's not ramp double combo, I think I might go the other way.
It is one of the sleeper decks. We have yet to know what it is. In fact, we have yet to know a lot about these guys. We have a quick video to show you what they're all about. Wow, look at that. A little sass, a little friendship.
Yeah.
Good
Little bit of
stuff. Good
sass.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So I think our next match should be Druid versus Warlock. Interesting that Tiddler's even acknowledging that people think he's a Zoo player. He's like, well, guys, actually, I like playing a much harder deck, which is Freeze Mage.
Yeah, and that is not actually Tiddler. That's
No.
Teray there,
Yeah,
but
sneak
don't worry.
peek.
We'll get that fixed up. Looks like we're getting into this next game, and in fact, it will be a Druid deck.
Okay.
Let's take a look at these mulligans.
And Chillwind Yeti. Usually Chillwind Yeti is paired with Wild Growth, so I think there is a good chance that it is that very aggressive type of deck.
Yeah, I will definitely go with you on that. And seems like a pretty obvious mulligan here for Tiddler. You're looking for your your mountain giants here.
Yeah, you want your 4-drop minions to pressure Druid as much as you can. Druid has to fight very honestly. It's not easy just to have a one-spot removal that encompasses everything, unless you have Big Game Hunter. So it's very important to get those big threats early. Now, we do see an important card already in the beginning hand. Number guy, he does have Keeper of the Grove, so he can kill off the Twilight Drake if it comes down to it.
Certainly very important, but the rest of his hand a little bit lackluster, and certainly for Titler Celestial as well. Not really the cards you're looking for.
And dueling Golden Sylvanas. And I'm a little bit jealous.
You don't have a Golden Sylvanas yet?
I have regular old Sylvanas.
You work for Blizzard and they didn't give you a Golden Sylvanas?
No, I got to play the game, man. You play.
Well, they gave me a Golden Sylvanas. They didn't give you one.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, they gave me one too. That's kind of weird.
Oh, that's so weird.
Oh, man. I'm calling HR.
Now, we did just see a top deck of Wild Growth, by the way. That's one of the best moves in the game, for sure.
It is, and you really want to be able to follow it up with immediate pressure. You want to play a 4, you want to play a 5.
Oh, that's just where not
power.
having the Yeti really does stink, because now it comes to the case where if your opponent even does play the Twilight Drake, sometimes it gets really awkward mana-wise because you still have to deal with the 4-1 body.
Right. In fact, he might just go ahead and coin that out because this will still trade. It's you know, that's really, really annoying. At 5 mana, it's like...
But even if it silences, it's still 4-1, and the Druid can't do anything for 1 mana.
Yeah, exactly. And that makes it so that the Drake can simply trade into the 2-4.
It looks like he was going to play the Keeper right away, and now he's deciding if he wants to play a Taunted Druid of the Claw instead. He thinks maybe his opponent won't attack into it or something.
I mean,
he does have that option.
He could do that, and then the next turn he can go like Keeper for Silence plus Hero Power or something. But I mean, this is on curve. Do you prefer this play, Reels?
It is more efficient with your mana, which is one of the things that is often very good in Hearthstone.
Yeah.
But it does give up 4 health on your Druid of the Claw that you wouldn't otherwise be giving up. But maybe he's thinking about his next turns, and next turn he's thinking about Keeper of the Grove plus something like Wrath for Hero Power.
Yeah.
And he wants to play Ancient Allure the following turn, and the Druid would just be sitting in his hand forever. So,
yeah, it does make sense when you think about it, really, because cycling this Wrath would even be pretty smart. I'm not sure that you really need that card moving forward. But looks like he will be able to get rid of this, which is nice. Does lose his Faceless.
Okay.
I don't think that that's too big a deal.
No, he still has a 5-mana turn with the Sludge Belcher, so no harm done there. Double Savage Roar. Not going to be what number guy needs. It's a combination that's really powerful if you can have the early board snowball. In fact, sometimes the game's over at this point.
Yeah.
Druid versus Handlock, but he has nothing to combo it off.
And there was a bit of punish there for playing out the Druid of the Claw. Had he played the Keeper, theoretically the Keeper would have traded for the Twilight Drake. If it had, if he had cashed in the 4-1 Twilight Drake, then this turn he'd be able to play something like Sylvanas into an empty board or play out that Druid of the Claw this turn instead.
Sure.
So now he has to figure out how he wants to deal with the 4-4. Keeper of the Grove is no longer as exciting. He might have to do it anyway.
Yeah, and the thing is, we see this Owl in his opponent's hand as well, so we could see something like the Ancient Watcher going up. But actually, he does go ahead and just play the Sylvanas.
Sylvanas is pretty big, and it may draw out that Ironbeak Owl even this turn, so that it doesn't end up stealing something.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, either you Ironbeak it and just kind of go to face, or you could do like, oh god, you could use 3 cards to get rid of it with that Shadow Flame, but that does not look tempting at all.
Yeah. If the board were to stay like this, somewhat, theoretically, how awesome would it be? Sylvanas trades in to the Twilight Drake, or I guess either one, and then you wrap away your Sylvanas and steal the other one.
Yeah.
Sludge Belcher in the way
that still
now.
might be the case if that's what you want.
If he wants to play dangerously, steals that little ooze, you're not going to feel very good at all, right?
The Death Rattles actually trigger in the order of Sylvanas first before this.
Oh yeah, I guess if you actually Wrath her beforehand, wow.
Well, you can't Wrath for 1 though, which was
that's true.
Would have been very nice.
You can keep her though. That's next level stuff.
Well,
but on a serious note, I think there's a lot better plays. with the Ancient of Lore in hand, it feels like it's much more powerful.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the thing is, if you're stealing that Watcher, like, what are you doing? Trying to get your other keeper to, to activate?
I guess so, and then your Watcher Druid.
We don't see too many Sun Fury Protectors in Druid nowadays.
You know, this might feel like it's his best time to play Karen, because an Owl was not used for silence.
He could actually clear the board here. He has that option if he wants to. He wouldn't have anything himself, but everything would be dead. And maybe that's good against Cairn and Sylvanas. Those are pretty scary usually.
Yeah, well, I think you want to try to remove as much board pressure from the Druid at all. If you just stack creatures, Druid can't fight through a lot of health easily. Like, if you have a lot of 5 health minions, how is Druid supposed to mass remove it? They don't. I mean, they do have tools, but no one's playing Poison Seeds yet. We make that show every tournament, but it's still true. No, Druid still can't do mass removal yet.
It is really hard for them to deal with giant monsters.
Reals.
And giant monsters of taunts and anything that the types of things that Handlock is constantly throwing out. So if he were to remove the board, the monsters that he would play on subsequent turns would become very threatening.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and use the silence.
See, he silences the Sylvanas, so he's not going for the board clear.
No, doesn't look like it.
Interesting.
Oh!
Whoa!
All right.
Tiddler.
I mean, it's only 1 damage, but...
He missed 8 damage.
Whoa!
If he's 1 damage off lethal at any point in this game.
Yeah.
That rope, man.
Tiddler was not happy, too.
No.
When people rope, my eyes just dart to their face so quickly.
His reaction was very... It was like one of disgust. Like, God, I can't believe I didn't get that damage.
One of self-loathing, even.
I know that. I look at myself like that every day. Like, you rank 14 player. Like, what are you doing?
What are you doing to me? Well, he has the combo in hand, guys.
He does.
In fact, he hasn't drawn an Innervate yet.
Right.
Like, we could
combo.
just... Lethal might just pop out of nowhere at some point here.
And Karen represents some serious stickiness.
Serious stickiness. Coming to you in fall, Nickelodeon. Serious stickiness. Tiddler Celestial picks up Sludge Belcher, which is really problematic for the combo because it usually takes like 2 or 3 pieces.
Yeah. Looks like your hero and
nice.
a dude.
No, this is also okay too. Lotheb.
Yeah, Lotheb's a pretty nice draw here. This, by the way, this Twilight Drake, considering there was a keeper kept in hand, has gotten more work done than I ever would have imagined.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's actually crazy. Like, this Twilight Drake is winning the game by himself, and the thing, you never see that because they keep the silence against us all the time. Like, Keeper is an auto keep against Warlock.
Any Warlock.
Yeah.
Keeper of the Grove, one of the best cards you can see in your opening hand. Keep it pretty much every time. And in this matchup, it is to counteract, of course, that Twilight Drake. And yeah, it's crazy. It's just been going nuts, even with the Keeper ready to go.
Yeah.
All right, well, he's got some other pretty decent cards in his hand. Black Knight, of course, we'll save that for the inevitable giant that we have to go through. But we have the Spectro Knight and we have the Shaded Naxxramas. Do you feel like that's worth developing at all this turn?
It looks like he's going to trade, and
I'm a little bit surprised he's trading down the board. Like, does he think that maybe Tiddler's playing, some sort of quick kill, like a Arcane or a Leroy in here?
I don't even think that's it. I think he's worried about getting his board cleared by something like a Shadow Flame really easily, and which is really interesting because he already played one.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, we can see there's another one here in hand, but, he had Karn, which is, like, kind of sticky. He had a 5/5, and his opponent has, like, I don't know. I don't know if I like that as much as just going to face and getting him ready for death.
Tiddler going for the Sludge Belcher, and this is going to hopefully bait out something else, Black Knight removal, or soften it up. But before Mountain Giant comes down, that's interesting because he had the mana for Mountain Giant and Sun Fury Protector, but he chooses to go for this. That's a very aware play. Like, it's as if he knows what Number Guy's holding, even though he has no clue.
Well, if you actually look at Number Guy's hand, 2 cards have been in it since the very first turn.
Sure.
Like, if he's really tracking the hand, which I would expect pros of this level to be doing. 2 of them have been it since the first hand, and then another 2 cards have been there a very long time. So I think it's not too hard for him to actually put him on at least one combo here.
That's an excellent point. By the way,
he definitely doesn't put him on keeper. By the way, that's with how much that guy got done. I mean, Twilight Drake.
That's right. Twilight Drake's been out for about 4 or 5 turns now, and then finally died. By the way, the most anti-handlock Druid that I think we've seen yet in a long time.
Yep.
He's got Black Knight and BGH, which is...
But time waits for no one.
He's looking pretty poised to go ahead and take this.
And a Wrath for 1. Gotta hurry up, though.
Is he gonna rope?
No. Oh, no! Sludge Motion takes a long time. The animations...
that's actually true. That's true. That's true.
No,
no,
the draws!
No.
Number guy!
4 damage!
No!
Oh my god. He just missed killing a minion that has taunt and attacking for 4. Guys, the rope is real. Oh my god.
That is bad news.
That's crazy right now. Tiddler's like, ha, I don't even care about that damage miss.
Oh my goodness, and the board is going to be cleared.
Oh my god.
Oh, the nightmare scenario.
Oh, because you know what? If he had the damage and there was a clear like this, he had combo to kill him, maybe?
Well, he had 17. He would have had 17.
Okay.
He would have been at 17.
He would have attacked for 4, but the thing is, you can't clear that so easily because he needed the damage from the 1-2 to actually make that work.
Right.
So he couldn't have done such a clear. He would have killed him this turn.
Okay. But he still has combo and he still has a minion that's hard to deal.
Yeah, like I still think he's got a very good shot at killing this, but he would have had lethal that turn if he hadn't roped.
Yep. That is unfortunate. He's still in the game, though. Rope or not, he's still battling through, and it's still on Tiddler Celestial to try and make sure that he doesn't die.
But he might just die, because he can't actually stop the combo.
Yep. No, he can't do anything.
He's just dead.
He's dead.
That Spectral Knight is resilient against any spell.
Tiddler just doesn't really draw taunts, man. Like,
all the giants in the world aren't going to save you here.
No, certainly not.
And that's what you want against Druid, but not like this. Number Guy is going to end up taking the game anyways.
Wow.
Well,
that
Number Guy,
after a rope like that. Ooh.
That was one of the most devastating ropes I've ever seen.
I think it was the most devastating rope I've seen, but he still won.
But no punish, thank God.
Yeah.
So close to the punish.
We talked about momentum and confidence and nerves. I feel like both these guys feel a little rattled after that. Both of them getting roped that game.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let this be a lesson to all you other players in this tournament if you're watching.
Hurry up.
Yeah. Careful about that rope, man. And
it's
you're
scary.
right. Some of these cards have a long animation, like Sludge Belcher.
That's right. As soon as I saw it,
Sludge Belcher takes days to turn into a slime.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, now we have Priest and Druid to go up against Druid with, of course, the backup here of a Warlock for Number Guy.
Right. And I wonder what it'll be to bring out. It might just end up being a mirror. Sometimes Priest you don't want to play against Druid. They have a lot of these 4-attack minions and tons of burst.
If he's putting him on, not on Zoo, but if he's putting him on Handlock, I think you bring the Priest here because the last thing I want to do is play Priest against Handlock. That is just, I feel that is a brutal, brutal match. Unless, of course, Reels, I'm so sorry, you mind steal, you steal like
steal
4
some giants.
Yeah,
and,
4 giants or something like that,
That would be the way to do it.
Yeah.
Try to take it to the long game. Try to trade more favorably than normal. But yes, thank you for that.
Yes.
And
I don't want to remind you of like sad old times, but
that
is one way for a Priest to beat a Handlock right there.
That one wasn't so bad. Someday I'll tell you how the way I lost BlizzCon. That one's a good one in World of Warcraft. So.
Ouch.
That one.
I won't understand that one.
I was not there for that.
Yeah.
I will dig up the VODs and laugh at you later.
Oh gosh.
All right, let's go to Druid versus Druid, and this is an important match, just like you said, Artosis.
Indeed.
Wow, we see Wild Growth in opening hands.
And an Innervate.
That opening hand for Number Guy.
Wait a minute. I mean, with Number Guy, you are going to throw back the Innervate, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not going to turn 2 Yeti. You'd rather turn 2 Wild Growth, turn 3 Yeti, I think.
Well, I think you can turn 2 Yeti, turn 3 Wild Growth, and the effect is about the same. You just get the Yeti out a little bit earlier.
But now you're going to have like nothing in hand, right? Like you have to draw well.
Yeah, at this point, if your Yeti dies, what else do you have?
Yeah. Would you have thrown away the Innervate, Reels? Or would you have thrown away the Wild Growth or nothing?
I think I probably still would have held on to the Innervate.
Okay.
And hoped to draw something like an Ancient of Lore, which playing a turn 3 Yeti into a turn 4 Ancient of Lore innervated is pretty game ending, and there are other heavy hitting threats that you can draw as well. So.
Indeed.
So essentially, when you see a coin Wild Growth into your opponent responding with Wild Growth, Tiddler Sledger just lost a coin for no reason, right?
No. He coined out Wild Growth so that he could play a turn 2 Shade of Extramus. So he had the 3-drop in hand. So
sure, makes sense.
Yeah, that's I think that's really the only time you should be coining out Wild Growth, to be honest.
Yeah, unless you have a second Wild Growth to go into turn 5. That's also
yeah.
something that happens.
Usually, just the general idea is if you have Wild Growth in your hand and you're going second, you coin it out if you have something to do the next turn, and you don't coin it out if you don't have anything to do with hero power.
Yeah.
So that's sort of of course, the general idea.
Do you like this massive trading, guys? Because all we've seen so far is trades back and forth, and I feel like if Admirable was sitting on the couch next to me right now, he'd be like, "Oh, you should be going to face." What do you guys think?
The risk there is if your opponent has something like a swipe, you lose your Druid of the Claw without it having gained any resource advantage and just having dealt damage to the face. And sometimes that matters, and sometimes it doesn't. This early in the game, it's hard to tell.
That's right.
And the safer play is to trade.
Yeah, I think so. I'm all about
I
the
would
games.
trade. I'm just trying to speak up for Admirable.
No, it makes sense. We'll talk to him more next week. I'm sure he's watching right now and he'll write it down. Ancient of Lore is a very powerful play just to get the card advantage and the 5/5 minion, but thankfully Tiddler Celestial can deal with it and respond with his own creatures.
And he gets a reasonably good draw. No, he's going to just decide to go ahead and innervate instead. So he wants to have the most powerful presence he can get as quickly as possible.
I mean, tempo is so important in this matchup. Initiative can dictate how the entire game pans out because you can snowball every single time.
Yeah, I mean, you get like one minion on board that doesn't get dealt with, and suddenly a combo comes through 2 turns later and you die.
Yeah, Sylvanas is really tough for Druid to deal with without Keeper the Grove.
And I wonder what kind of response that's going to trigger from Number Guy. And he's holding Savage Roar, but
I mean, that's
not
actually
the rest of the combo.
Well, if he uses Savage Roar here, he can kill off Sylvanas and use his attack to kill his own Spectral Knight.
Take 6 from that.
Right, and
2 cards
play,
for 1.
Yeah.
But
feel
you are
like
playing with a card that's so board impacting.
You know, I think I just use my mana this turn, maybe.
Lothep Hero Power or Shade Yeti?
I mean, Shade Yeti is probably like more powerful. I actually like Lothep Hero Power to make sure that Wrath combos can't happen and stuff.
Well, but and you're right. That's actually what's going to end up happening here. He's going to have a 50-50 to steal the Spectral Knight if he wants to go for it.
He's going for that, I think.
Ooh boy!
All right, let's see
hard
it.
Not to. What are you gonna get?
What's he get?
Well, he draws Lothep.
She's taking her sweet time. What are you gonna?
Oh!
It takes the 4-6. That is just brutal.
And he just adds another one right next to it. Now they're Spectral Knight buddies.
That's right.
The tag team.
They were twins separated at birth, finally reunited.
Finally reunited.
Number Guy is in so much trouble right now. This is like, look at this. He has a combo in hand. Like,
but that was important to get the Ancient of Lore. If he didn't have that Ancient of Lore, he would have been in big trouble.
Yeah, I think he's still in. Well, I guess that a clear can happen next turn because he does have double Savage Roar. It's not really good for much else, but ooh, that's a great play. I love that.
And here's where Admirable would tell you all to the face.
What about Savage Roar right now? Add the damage in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Go for 12.
And you already have Lothep down. Opponent can't use spells. You have combo next turn. That was a great turn from Tiddler Celestial.
Fantastic play. Really heads up. Not just being efficient with his resources, but striking when the opportunity is there to strike.
Yeah, this is really, really well done. And he has to be looking at this and saying, I'm probably dead this next turn.
So you have to Lothep yourself, right?
Yeah, you definitely do. Yeah, that's definitely the best he could have done there.
Does it matter though?
No. I don't think it does, right?
Well, because it's not this turn, but next turn, still the same thing.
Well, the thing is, hold on. If he drew his combo piece, right, that's 14 plus 4, 18 plus 7. So, yeah, he should clear something, right? Wait, 18 plus 7. No, that would only have been 25.
Only 25.
Yeah.
Only 25.
He would have to
How much
have
health did he start
combo
out again?
and innervate. Well, he had 26, so he actually didn't need to clear that, but it doesn't matter. He should anyways, I guess.
Oh, Ragnaros. But Ragnaros just not going to do it at this point.
Yeah.
Nope. There's no way, like Ragnaros, even if it clears the minions, Taylor Celestial has the 14 points. He needed to kill him this turn or to be really defensive.
Well,
All right.
May as well.
Is he going to kill the Betrayer?
Is that the Betrayer or is that the one he played?
Does it really matter? No!
Oh, it matters for him.
All right, well, that's going to do it. Taylor Celestial will take game 3 and jump out to 2-1 lead. This was crucial for him to win because Number Guy still has that Warlock, and Taylor Celestial is not out of the woods yet, even though he does have the series advantage.
Absolutely.
That's right, and look at that, exact lethal. Some manner being shown by Taylor Celestial here.
Yeah.
Way more than exact lethal. Very, very overkill.
Well,
there.
he's saying
Yeah,
he,
but I
he
mean,
did the exact
He
damage.
hit with his hero instead of the
He
4.
didn't like kill Rag or like overkill.
And this is an important
Sure.
thing to keep track of in this tournament,
Yes.
is who is going to overkill.
Who's polite, who's not.
Nah.
That's right.
So, you have to go into Warlock as a Number Guy here.
Yeah.
Okay. Either Warlock.
either one's
what
good.
you got.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And if it is something like Zoo, that is particularly good against Druid, maybe even better than Handlock, especially, again, when you're playing against that ramp double combo. And we have, of course, seen already at least Black Knight in Tiddler Celestial's deck. We saw Black Knight and BGH in Number Guys, and that was not, it didn't really end up mattering, but it could have, certainly when he defeated Tiddler's Handlock. So even if it is Handlock, the roles will be reversed, and Druid has a good chance. So
Yeah. I feel like Priest, though, that's the last deck of Tiddler. So if it is Zoo, that's a little bit easier to kill with Priest normally. We don't know yet, of course, if this is a Death Rattle Priest or just a standard Control Priest, but we'll see if we even get there. Let's see what Warlock deck we have here for Number Guy.
yeah, it's going to be a Warlock of some kind. Maybe it's some kind of crazy Warlock we've never seen.
The Demon Lock.
I'm pretty sure there's... Well, yeah, I guess... Right, for Warlock decks, there's only Zoo and Handlock, and, well, there used to be Murlocs, but that...
Sure.
He brought
There's
Murlocs
also
to BlizzCon.
Reels' Demon Lock deck that he tried to make work.
Yeah, that's kind of like a Handlock variant. And we've seen players like Zigzo in the past play a Demon
Super
Lock
Death Rattle,
variant
yeah.
of Zoo.
Yeah.
It's not. It
but
looks
it's
like
not.
it's Zoo.
Yeah.
It does look like it's Zoo.
Number Guy gonna try to get to a really quick start. The most important aspect of this deck is to have a good curve, so that way you have as many powerful turns as possible. Meanwhile, back in Druid land, I see a very poor hand.
Well, Innervate is probably the foremost card you want to see. Big Game Hunter, very much not so.
If he's anticipating Handlock, he thinks he might be in decent shape.
Did he? I wasn't looking. Did he keep the Big Game Hunter in his opener? Or did he mold
Oh,
it?
I didn't notice, actually.
He actually did keep
He
it because
did
he's
keep it.
anticipating.
Wow.
Ooh.
Well, he gets a big draw off the top. That
Yeah.
having something to do early is a big deal. Well, turn 1 Shade is going to potentially threaten to at least 2-for-1 anything a Zoo player can throw out there. So
Yeah.
this could end up being a really big deal.
Do you feel like you need to answer?
Would you Haunted Creeper here? Is there any chance you go Haunted Creeper instead of Leper Gnome?
Oh, wow, Knife Juggler. Okay,
Well, I mean,
so
it would make a 1-for-1, I guess. I was just thinking you could do some little tricks with Haunted Creeper and clean him up.
yeah.
Oh boy.
So, all right, well, Swipe is a good card against Zoo sometimes, but it's not a Wrath. A Wrath would have been, of course, what he wanted to see immediately. And is he going to take out? No, he's not. He's okay, so he wants that Shade to get more than one card.
Well, if a knife hits him, he's going to be feeling really bad about that. And there's a good chance
two
with an
knives.
Undertaker draw.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is almost too good to pass up.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Let's see it.
on the Shade Naxxramus needs to continue dodging.
Oh, it does.
Big deal right there,
Yeah.
actually.
All right.
And that is definitely going to run into Knife Juggler this turn.
And shade number 2 is going to come down. It's basically just
not a bad draw.
Hoping that swipe gets it done.
Okay.
That's still really tricky because as much as you want to kill off the knife juggler,
it makes sense though.
Just too big of a threat. You have swipe also next.
And he draws a 1-drop. He has an opportunity here to potentially kill off the shade.
Okay.
Oh man,
this would be huge if he hits both of them this time.
He needs to follow it up.
Let's see
One
it.
knife is
good.
Oh
my.
Oh my gosh.
This could define the game right here.
Oh, this is such a big deal.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Oh, it looks like he reacted already. Does that mean it happened?
Oh! Wow.
Oh,
Knife
number
juggler
guy.
missed on that no scope.
Oh, number guy. You need to talk to your buddy, the knife juggler.
Wow. Okay, well, crisis averted.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, well, Tiddler debating whether he wants to reveal his shade. I think you want to kill it off because you're afraid of Defender of Argus making it too strong to deal with.
Wow.
Oh, number guy. I weep. Lotheb.
A little bit tough
the
here.
deck.
It seems obvious you're going to life tap first here.
Yeah, the pressure's kind of starting to fade at this point.
Well, it could simply be picked up if this Rubian egg is threatening to be popped, not to mention you have Doomguard in the next couple turns, perhaps.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, if you life tap into something decent, yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Drop your Nerubian, trade into the shade. You're doing good.
Well, it's something.
Unfortunately, I feel like Tiddler has the best possible response. He can go for a board clear with swipe.
Oh, he even has another swipe. So.
Yeah, that's pretty fantastic, actually.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Get that egg out of there and the Nerubian under it, just while you can do it so efficiently. Oh, Dark Iron Dwarf too.
Well, he's got some big guys there.
Yeah, there's not a proper response immediately from Number Guy, or sorry, Tiddler Celestial, excuse me.
Would you prefer playing this over the Black Knight here? Just save the Black Knight because there are Defenders of Argus? Or probably are Defenders of Argus?
It's pretty good either way.
Yeah.
You're assuming that it's just gonna deal 4 damage to the Loetheb for the most part.
Yeah, that's true.
Playing the Black Knight would get more mana out of your hand though.
Yeah.
So next turn theoretically he could play something like Swipe and BGH. Now he doesn't have that option.
Are we playing everything except the Ironbeak Owl and trying to do as much damage as possible? Empty your hand for the potential Doomguard.
Ooh, let's see. I mean, that is 9.
I don't know if you
Zoo
want
is so funny, isn't it? When you're at 21, let's almost kill you.
Yeah. Zoo is a joke without a punch. At least when I play. Number Guy, I think if he puts out these amount of stats too, it's a little bit harder to deal with so many strong bodies. There's a 4/4.
He already used a swipe, so it seems like less likely that this is all going to be dealt with as well.
Oof.
I think it's a good play, but that swipe is going to make him rethink it a bit. Like, he can clear this quite easily. Oh, wow.
He's got combo.
Yeah, he's actually... he's getting close to being able to kill him, too.
Well, he's going to have to make a decision. There is more than one way he can deal with this. Swipe is a very efficient way. It uses the BGH the way that he set up and planned to use it. And he can decide to hero power to finish off the Flame Imp, or he can use his minion. Either way, his minion survives.
Well,
But
2
only
extra
as a 2/1.
damage on him doesn't really matter right now. 10 health against 1 card in hand. Even the perfect Doomguard into Soulfire is not going to kill you.
Right, true. And that would be the scary thing, and being at 10 health, maybe he will be willing. Going down to 10 health, he'd be willing to do.
Yeah, it's, I mean, you don't know if your opponent's playing Mortal Coil or not. I think that, yeah, I like this.
Fair enough.
So this does leave the Zoo player with one sort of free turn, where the combo's not going to happen yet. Oh, it's just 11
that's
home
true.
so far.
That's not a good draw.
We can tap into something better.
Well, anything I think is better than Leopard Gnome right now.
Number Guy's making me really nervous with his mouse hovered over end turn. He's really thinking
Well, I guess
hard right now.
there's no mouse, right? They're actually playing with their fingers.
They have a choice.
Oh, okay.
So they are large touchpads, but they're the
Has anyone chosen to use the touchpad yet?
I believe D2 was playing with the touchpad. That's why
Okay.
he was saying in his interview how it looked like he was trying to say threaten, but he was really just trying to use his hero power.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's not a good draw, is
Nope. Ironbeak Owl is not going to cut it here. But at least thankfully he's used both of his swipes. Do you have to play
it
a
all?
minion, right?
I think you probably play it all.
Yep. You're all in at this point.
Yeah, you're going for runner now. You're trying to get any damage in that you can.
That
and
keeper will never speak another word.
Soulfire Doomguard that you spoke of previously is exactly what
Wow.
Oh, but
You're gonna heal this up, right?
Yeah, you have combo next turn, right?
Yeah, you have to live one more turn.
it is a bit of a risk.
Now, okay, so this is 6 on board. So yeah, if he kills one, he doesn't die because you can get 9 damage out of 2 cards. So 9 plus.
That's a nice draw.
That is a
too.
good draw. Wow.
Okay.
Oh, doesn't have enough mana to play both these cards though.
Yep.
That's rough. Well, I think you play down the defender and you go to face,
Push
right?
damage.
Yeah, you bring him down to 9.
But that does mean it's game. Actually, it's game either way, right? Because he doesn't have.
Yeah, you're right.
He doesn't have a resilient taunt. They're easy to get pushed over.
Yep.
If only that was a cheaper minion.
Or even just a Voidwalker, right?
Yeah.
Well, it seems like Number Guy will try to push in for those final points of damage, but Tither Celestial has the combo, which means he is going to be meeting D2 in the winner's match.
And he's going for it right away.
Yeah, very well played here.
And you said Dartosis, Tiddler Celestial, watch out.
Yeah. I think he's one of the favorites of the tournament, guys. I mean, a lot of the English-speaking scene that's watching us does think that, the Europeans and Americans are the best players. And I think for the most part, so far they have been, but the Chinese, I think, and really the whole Asian region is really catching up.
Yeah.
And we can see here, I mean, did you guys see any big misplays from Tiddler? I think he played really well.
No, of course not. I do think that Number Guy played reasonably well okay. There was, of course, the almost catastrophic rope.
Yeah, that's true.
That ended up not hurting him in the game that he won. But Tiddler Celestial, I think he had pretty strong decks. He played it pretty strong. You won a difficult matchup to start the match, and definitely got the win on the back of that.
Yeah.
Yep. So Number Guy does fall to the lower portion of his bracket, which doesn't mean he's out just yet. In fact, he'll be back tomorrow. We'll play the match. But in the meanwhile, Tiddler Celestial, he's going to be advancing to play D2 to potentially get the first place spot. Meanwhile, Tom60229 will be the opponent Number Guy faces. Coming up on stream, we'll have Teray coming up against what I believe is Quar.
Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting matchup because these two guys have people want to see more of them. Both of them have brought some interesting storylines.
Yeah, they certainly do. Teray, very famous Miracle player, going up against Quar. I believe he's probably the oldest player, right?
Mm-hmm.
Him or Kranish, I believe.
Right.
But yeah, he's like a father from Italy. So
yes, in a remote part of Italy.
The father.
Yes,
that's right.
He's the dad, the family man. In the meantime, we also have the winner with Rachel Tiddler Celestial. Let's hear what he thought about that series.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Tiddler Celestial, our winner from that last match. Tiddler, you came from the Chinese qualifier, and you won 9-0 there. Do you think you can go undefeated in this match?
So thank you very much, and I'm very glad to be here. And everybody knows I'm a new player, and this time I tried Handlock, and it perfect well and play well. Thank you.
Absolutely, you played well. I would agree with that. And you know what else looks really good? Your outfit.
Thank you very much.
Have you guys had a chance to appreciate this outfit?
I just bought it before I came to United States.
How cool is this, ladies and gentlemen? Just bought this outfit for the United States. I have to say, you are our coolest looking player here so far.
Thank you.
And speaking of cool, Ben, I saw you guys over in the Hearthstone department. You put some cards together of our pro Hearthstone players. Did you see your Blizzard Hearthstone card?
Yeah. I'm very like it. I like it very much.
Well, I'm glad you liked it. Where are the cute Murlocs and what are the not cute Murlocs?
I don't know. Some people say if I am not the cute Murloc, I play my card and I kill myself.
Well, we don't want any of that happening here. We want you to continue forward and do a great job. And so far, you've definitely done that. Is there anything you want to say to the fans?
Okay, I hope I can perform better later. And thank you very much for all your support.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to have a lot more Hearthstone for you.
Warcraft, Warlords of Draenor. Boost to level 90 and take your place on the front lines. Rated T for teen.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championships. You heard from hipster Celestial with his making statements with his Hearthstone play and his fashion.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
I was waiting 30 seconds
he's a cool
to say
guy. He's
that
got
joke,
really good
Artosis.
English. I was actually talking a little bit too. And
Yeah.
his English is really good. I was really surprised that he actually did the whole interview in English. So
Yeah, well done. The Koreans are also very good at English. We're very blessed to have most of our Asian players can actually speak decent English enough with the fans.
Yeah, that's nice, isn't it?
Artosis says as he comes off of a day where it was like all Koreans in StarCraft 2. Coming up on stream, we have Teray versus Quar.
I believe it's Quar.
It's Quar from Italy. And this one's really interesting. Teray is a big dark horse from Americas. He took out Tides of Time, who recently joined Cloud9. And people were pegging Tides as one of the best players in the entire region, in the world.
Sure. There's no doubt Tides is one of the best. But Teray is someone that I've heard about for a long time. Like, I heard that he was actually the first one that put Earthen Rings into Miracle. I know that he made his own Teray Miracle, which was the Alexstrasza, Harrison, and Sprint all in Miracle, which kind of helped it out when like a bunch of warriors and stuff started popping up. Like, you could just crush those types of decks very easily. So I feel like this guy is a Miracle innovator. And I really enjoy. I don't know if you guys have tried Teray Miracle, but it's a really cool, fresh take on the Miracle Rogue.
It's definitely fun.
He is playing Rogue, so there's at least a chance that we'll get to see something like that, and maybe it is that flavor of Miracle Rogue or some other adaptation that he's made. I can't wait to see what it is. He has his Warlock band away, and he's playing a mage.
Yeah,
he's the only mage in the entire tournament.
Really?
In the entire tournament?
Yep.
Like, not just today, but the entire tournament.
Yes.
All 16 players, there's only one mage deck.
And it's Teray.
There are more paladin decks than that.
Exactly.
What
Does
is
that
going
make you
on?
excited?
Like,
Crazy.
how has everything changed this much? 2 weeks ago, we were at Seat Story Cup.
Right. Non-stop freeze mage.
Mage was killing everybody. It was like the sickest deck of the tournament. And now there's no mage.
Yep.
It's interesting. Whatever these players think the metagame that they're walking into is, that's how it's being seen by us, is not very many mages, only this one. And mage has been doing really well, both the freeze mage variant and the more mid-range duplicate taunt minion decks that are out there. And both of those have been really good in different metagames, and this is just what the metagame of this tournament has ended up being.
Yeah. Well,
that's crazy.
I'm really looking forward to seeing these two guys play. In fact, we don't know too much about them other than the fact that we just presented, so let's learn a little bit more about our players.
I am Quar. I am from Palermo, Italy, and I am 25. My favorite card is Leroy. I play World of Warcraft for many years.
My name's Jeffrey Liu. My age is 23, and I'm from Irvine, California. My favorite card in the game is Leroy because I like Kitty in the face. My first round opponent, Quar, is a really control-heavy player, and I'm pretty confident that my decks will do well against his.
I didn't watch my opponent play or stream.
The thing I enjoy most about Hearthstone is that it's just really fun to play. In other games, things might get repetitive or boring sometimes, but in Hearthstone, you can always do something crazy or do something different.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All
Okay,
right.
cool.
Cool, guys.
That was
cool
really
stories, bro.
Exactly. That's what you just did. Oh, man. Let's take a look at a little bit more on this versus match card. We have Teray on your screen. He is the Miracle Rogue specialist, but he also has recently joined a clan of friends. They call themselves Team Magic Amy. And he feels like he's not that... Like, he feels like a lot of the players in the region don't play Miracle as good as he is, right? He feels like people who build it with Sinister Strikes and other things, he had very choice words for them. He called it bad.
Yeah,
So,
he really likes.
He's very
a Hearthstone player saying that another Hearthstone player was bad? No
Unprecedented.
way! That would never happen.
He likes Shadow Step, and he thinks that that is an important card that Miracle Rogue has in its arsenal that gives it a lot of versatility, and cutting it from the deck, which is something a lot of people have done more recently, basically takes away a lot from the deck, and he thinks that that gives him an advantage when he has those options available.
All right, now taking a look at our second player, Quar here. He is, I mean, as far as we know, he doesn't really play in like a very well-known profile tournaments. He didn't have any records outside of just being here at BlizzCon, so we don't know much about him. But one thing that we did know is that over the course of the European qualifiers, he improved his play. The first time he was playing, felt nervous and shaky, and as time goes on, by the last day, he was pretty much on point. And it's really cool to see a guy who doesn't have a lot of practice partners, who's not well established and a lot of experience, be able to make a run like this.
Yeah, he was like a Magic player before, just kind of played tournaments a bit, not like a pro or anything, but you know, that type of background gave him kind of a heads up and definitely played well towards the end of that European qualifier.
Yeah, he's obviously a very intelligent player, and he's been able to adapt very quickly, which is really great to see. Players like anyone in his circumstance being able to know that they can compete if they, give it a shot.
All right, well, game number one is about to begin. We have Druid versus Rogue. Teray already going to bust out his special deck. Let's see if he's able to carry it. Now, he is up against Druid, which is another class that Quar is very comfortable with, and he is... Ooh, he's drawing some of the heavy cards.
6, 7, 9.
Terrible hand. Wow. Okay, so... Now, what I was going to say, looking at these deck lineups, Druid is really his best chance to beat this Rogue deck of Teray, if it's the Teray Miracle, which has Alex Draws and stuff in it. Like, that's going to do... Like, Priest just always loses to Miracle. Let's get that out of the way. And then, I mean, Warrior... sometimes they can armor up a lot, but
it's tough.
I'm thinking especially Teray Miracle would crush that. So he needs this Druid to actually win here, in my opinion. And with this terrible hand that he has, I'm not thinking that's too likely.
He still could curve out with Wild Growth into everything else
That's
he
true.
needs.
That's true.
So I guess it only gets up from here. Like, he drew like pretty much the 3 or 4 of the most expensive cards in his deck. So it was bound to hit something.
Now, on the other side of it, though, Teray's hand is also actually really awful.
Yeah, it is.
There's nothing going on there yet. It's got a lot of cards that can be really high impact in certain situations, but against a Druid, there's just nothing going on
yet. He could play his whole hand this turn, couldn't he?
Very nearly.
Yeah, I guess he could. He can't play Deadly Poison, though. He doesn't have a weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Just barely. He's 1 man off playing his whole hand this turn.
Here we go.
So
Teray
actually pushed away his SI7 agent and kept Thalnos.
Yeah.
Do you have any comments on that, Reels?
Well, Thalnos is something that if you wanted to, you could get rid of it in your hand and cycle it into something else. There are really critical cards for these matchups that you want to have, that you want to draw, that you need to get in order to win, and he's probably looking for something like Gadget Stand Auctioneer. Blood Mage he could cycle and find Auctioneer. SI7 is just this middle-of-the-road card that doesn't get him into the win.
Yeah, and I definitely do agree with that. That's a good analysis there, Reels.
Well, he ends up getting the SI7 back anyway, but maybe better than 2 and no Auctioneer, so...
Yeah, he can take out all the tokens here from the spiders if he wants to put something out onto the board. And he is holding a lot of cards, so it's not like he's hurting on any spells in case Gadget Stand comes in the next couple turns.
Right.
It's kind of funny watching, because like Quar started with such a hand, he probably looked at it and he's like, oh god, I'm not going to beat Miracle with this hand. But looking at the hand of Teray, this is like the painful type of hand that you sometimes get with Miracle, where you're sitting there with preps and stuff in your hand, and you're just like, oh my god.
Does he feel tempted to maybe throw down his Thalnos to cycle as well?
I actually think I would play Thalnos this turn. I don't think the spiders are like really that big a deal.
Oh wow.
Okay. Re-weapon.
Wasn't expecting that actually, but okay. Gotta get that damage in.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, the most important thing is that you have Deadly Poison and SI7 to take out, but now Druid misses a drop.
Yeah.
So this is an important way for Teray to build momentum back against his opponent, perhaps.
Yeah, the weak hand finally starts to bite him a little bit. He got a little bit lucky drawing a 2-drop on 2 and a 3-drop on 3. And if he had been able to continue to find the right cards off the top,
right,
the more expensive cards would have been not as bad to have them in his hand. Now finally he's missing a drop, and he's basically deciding whether or not he wants to attack with his Shade.
Yeah. And will he do it? I think he's passing here, yeah. You know, the Shade is a funny card. It's not going to be dealt with by the Rogue, you know, unless he's playing the Malagos version.
Right, or he gets like a Blade Flurry this turn, which is still a little wasteful, considering the threat is just the Shade. Although right now Teray doesn't have that ability to deal with the Shade and Naxxramas. He can put out his own SI7 agent, he can pop his Lotheb here.
Yeah, I like the choice for Lotheb. His opponent is going to end up playing a Spectral Knight next turn, and he's going to be grateful for having that Lotheb in play. Otherwise, the Spectral Knight would have been a really huge problem to deal with.
Still looks like he doesn't want to attack with the 4/4.
Slightly quirky. I think that was maybe Magic coming into play, right? Because you attack first and then play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually you play minions and attack. Right?
Yeah.
So interesting that Teray also has Farseer. He could he could take out he can take out this Spectre Knight and then have the ability to use Farseer to put it out of range for like the 1/1 tokens or the hero power to snipe it out.
Yeah. In fact, he could get out his SI7 here as well.
That's true. It's also a possibility.
There's a few different things that he actually can go for.
And these are the most important turns for Miracle, because as soon as you get to the point where you're drawing a lot of cards, it becomes very clear what you need to do. Make sure optimize your mana to remove. But these turns set you up to be in the best position possible to avoid taking damage, and as well as conserve your resources.
Yeah, these are actually the hard turns of Miracle. It isn't hard to go off once you get your Auctioneer, really. You know, either you go off or you don't. You draw through your cards. It's pretty straightforward. But these turns, when you're trying to set yourself up, you're trying to calculate how much damage, how long is it going to take you to draw into your draw cards and stuff like that. It's definitely changes it quite a bit.
Okay, so Thalnos, is he going to use SI7? I think he will.
Okay, it's cool, but you know this does set him up for a brutal swipe.
Yeah,
that is what I would be very surprised if that is not what we see on this turn.
Yeah, undoubtedly going to see the swipe here, and I think it might be time for that 5/5 to start crashing in. I wonder if he's going to continue to save it. Maybe he will keep it. Oh, and he's going to. He might use Wrath cycle and finally trade off.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
So
may as well.
At this point, his hand is kind of weak, and so trading that Wrath in for something else could end up being very good.
Yeah, and you know, well, he is going to go to face with this 5/5. Yeah, I think you're right. That is a really great time to start this, but that will be dealt with this turn, no doubt.
Well, in one way or another, and it might come at the cost of damage to the Rogue's face.
Yeah. He could do something like a Sap as well. That would really slow it down. And at this mana, when he's been holding that many cards for this long, I don't think the Shade ever comes out again. I think Sap is basically the 2-mana assassinate at this point.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you need to keep Sap against Druids nowadays? Just because Sap is really effective to deal with Sludge Belchers or any other taunts?
It is pretty important to deal with taunts, especially when you're pushing for the win. And you have access to less burst now as well. If he is playing the Shadow Step Leroy version of the deck, which he seems to favor, or has said he favors in the past, not having the Sap ready to go, maybe only having one Sap left in the deck, that could make it much more difficult to eventually punch through for a win. But you have to not die while you're right here. I mean, this is theoretical. We're talking about cards that aren't in his hand yet, so...
Yeah. Oh man, this means he's going to use the Deadly Poison. right? Or is he going to Shadow Step? Oh, okay.
Oh, well, he's going to use a little trick to speed up the animations. Hopefully doesn't get roped. And goes for a clear while still being able to maintain his weapons. Seems like he really wants to get the maximum mileage out of Deadly Poison, which is something you should always try.
You know, with as many cards as his opponent has in hand, he could put him on a combo in hand, and an Innervate would have won him the game.
True.
If he hadn't cleared the
Played around combo, too.
Yeah, he made sure to stay at 15 life. He could have left the 1-1 in play.
You can see it would have been fine, but...
Would have been fine, but now Druid's starting to pull pretty far ahead.
Yeah, he's in good shape at 30 health. His hand, you know, all these expensive cards will come into play pretty soon here. Wow.
Gadget's hand needs to make an appearance soon.
Double prep, no Auctioneer.
Yeah, a little bit rough. A lot of cheap spells and nothing to draw.
Lights out. I mean, Teray is hanging in there, but it's almost come down to the last couple turns before he's busting on Gadget's hand and doesn't have anything else to do.
Yeah, it's basically Auctioneer bust. Maybe even on the very next draw.
Yeah.
It's his last chance.
I think you're just about right about that.
Oh, well, he's got available 10 mana this turn.
Yep, you could play 2 5-drops, or you could just play Cenarius.
Huh. What do you think about, like, going for the... No, I don't like that, actually. That only leaves me 3 mana. That's no good. I was going to say go for the draw, look for the combo, and Innervate out swipe, but you'd have to be at 9 mana for that.
Yeah, and you know, if you...
that's, like, just lethal if you can draw.
If you did go for the draw, you'd have to actually dump your Innervate because you have nothing else in your full hand.
Yeah. So... I'd say just play a sticky minion.
Nah, I like the 2 5-drops plan because, you know, it's... Innervate with this hand is still feeling a little clunky because of how expensive it is, and 2 5-drops is very powerful to play.
Yeah, you've seen 1 sap go away too, and actually he decides to just charge it in, so...
I think he's giving himself like a little bit more outs here.
Alex Straza.
Okay.
Actually not the worst draw ever, or it would be good in this matchup, but the pressure is on, and it doesn't really help him right now.
No, it does not. Well, at least we do know now that this is the Teray Miracle.
Right. Yeah, it is the Alex Straza Miracle. We've seen the Shadow Step.
It may have Sprint, it may have...
This is just the game, though. Because there's Force of Nature waiting on the other
Force of Nature.
end.
Yeah, just... you know, Quar started with such a terrible hand, but does end up picking this game up. Due to Teray kind of having a weak hand as well. And this was super important for Quar. Like, really, really, really important. Because if you look at his other 2 decks, man, as we were talking about before, Priest and Warrior, especially when you're playing against this version of Miracle, that Miracle deck absolutely could have swept. So, that's a big deal. And when Teray has left now, the only mage in the tournament, and we have to ask ourselves what mage this is. If this is a freeze mage, this is almost useless. He has to use it right now if it's freeze mage because there's a priest and a warrior left for Quar, and those will both crush.
Druid's not a good matchup for it either.
No, but if you're going to get any use out of it, it comes out now. So if it's secret mage, he can use Shaman here.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And in fact, I think I would probably prefer that.
Yeah, he needs this mage to take out, I believe, the priest as well, because priest against Shaman will be really difficult.
That's true. This is not a good matchup for Teray. Like, he actually needed his rogue to kill these other decks. I'm actually a little bit surprised he started with rogue for that reason. But I guess starting with mage wouldn't have been good, and he wants to counterpick Shaman.
I mean, rogue's good against this entire lineup.
Yeah.
So if Teray was able to get this win, but now he loses Miracle Rogue, this has been blown wide open. I think Quar has opportunity to 3-0.
Yeah.
Or
it could be.
Line up the matchups accordingly. Priest against Shaman, Warrior against Freeze.
Counterpicks here are like insanely good for Quar. He's got exactly the classes he needs. Hopefully for Teray, this is not a freeze mage. I'm going to guess that it is a freeze mage. I have that feeling in my gut.
Well,
but no.
He doesn't end up picking the mage, so
nope.
If it was freeze mage, you probably would have taken...
Agreed. So maybe it is.
Your line of play.
Maybe it is the Secret Mage. Looks like we are going to have a Shaman deck coming out. Shaman, pretty decent matchup against Druid.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think the Death Rattles have really helped Shaman in this matchup a lot, especially because Druid's removal hasn't improved that much. You just look at Haunted Creeper, and if he's throwing in Nerubian eggs or whatever, it's still very problematic for Druid to deal with over time. So I think Shaman still is in a really good position in this matchup overall.
Which version do you guys like right now? Do you like the double Doomhammer reels?
I think I do.
Yeah.
And I like double Doomhammer more than I like Doomhammer plus Alakir. I know that much. And the question for me is whether or not I like the double Lava Burst that sometimes goes along with it, or that went along with it when it was first introduced. I think maybe I like that a little less. I understand the thought process behind it, but I feel like it gives you an opportunity to have more extremely weak draws where the cards that you draw don't line up well against what your opponent's doing. But it does give you a lot of reach, and it does give you more flexibility with your removal.
Yeah.
You can remove a Yeti, you can kill your opponent when the time is right. So it is really strong.
Yeah.
And I think I do like that better than the, I guess, I don't know what you would even call it at this point, the standard Shaman that we've seen in the past.
Huh. Well, it looks like he's actually playing Zombie Chow here.
Yeah, Zombie Chow.
All right.
Making an appearance in the Shaman deck.
I think that's because of his teammate that likes playing Zombie Chow in his Shaman deck as well.
Yeah.
They like it because it's great anti-Hunter tech. You don't ever have to ban Hunter if you feel like you've got some pretty strong lineups against it. And it can handle early aggression, so...
Certainly. They've definitely, Zombie Chow, including Shaman, has been doing really well recently.
All right, well, Quaro, very annoyed by this Feral Spirits, but having the ability to get past it effectively by using Wrath, then either pushing through or innervating something out is still very effective. Shaman will be overloaded. That's annoying to deal with.
Yeah, that is the case at only 2 mana. Not a whole lot he can do. I do like the Innervate Yeti as well, of course. Just kind of build that board up a bit more.
Yeah, yeah.
And your opponent doesn't have like a Lightning Storm available to him, so...
Well, now it's option time.
2 Earth Shocks.
Double Earth Shock, but nothing that'll take care of that Yeti yet. You're just going to have to deal with it.
Not Yeti.
Or not deal with it. Oh, wow.
He's on fire!
Here all weekend.
Was that a follow-up that I missed? Okay.
No.
So, do you want to... I mean, the Shade, obviously, you want to take care of it now.
Yeah, the Shade is going to be taken
but then,
out.
Do you play Zombie Chow to follow it up? Or are you... Yeah, I feel like that's a bigger question here. Because then how does it set up your Azure Drake in the following turns into everything else?
No super powerful options. I mean,
I'm not really finding
amazing.
anything that's... Nothing's too exciting here.
Well, I don't mind if he double Earth Shocks, because the Harvest Golem is still really annoying for the Yeti to deal with, and it's still like acting as if it's like a 2-5, 2-6 because of how much health it's gained. And then your Azure Drake doesn't die for free. So I think using both of them are okay. Zombie Chow doesn't really do too much.
Well, there's going to be 2 giant monsters that he has to deal with even just on the next turn, though. And he's holding a Hex, which you can take care of one, but still really scary.
I mean, it's still okay, though, because now you can seize back a little bit of momentum.
Double Zombie Chow.
Yeah.
So not just one.
Yeah.
You run 2 of them,
He's serious.
and you stabilize really strongly on the board. I mean, that's pretty much what it is.
Well, you don't care if they gain some life
No, of
if
course
you're
not.
playing this type of Shaman. I'm doubting that he's playing double Lava Burst, double Doomhammer with 2 Zombie Chows. That would be kind of funny.
It most likely is
War.
just 1 Doomhammer and 1 Alakir. The Zombie Chows are just there to stabilize the early game. That's about it. Everything else about the list is very run-of-the-mill. Picking up Azure Drake is an interesting include because we've been seeing Azure Drake making more of a comeback.
Yeah, this is... I think Kalento is the one that kind of brought that back at the EU qualifiers.
Would not surprise me.
Yeah, I believe so. So this might actually be a very close deck list.
All right. Wants to spend his turn just removing instead. Hero Power is really powerful. It's really strong in positions where you can snipe these small minions off.
Absolutely. And the Zombie Chows live to fight another day, so... another Hex.
The Zombie Chow, like, or rather, sorry, the Hex can't be played with anything else, though. I think you just skip it, at least for this turn.
Yeah, Hex doesn't really develop much on the board.
Yeah. It's like Hex Totem doesn't feel right here.
Okay, there's Alec here.
Alec here, all right.
Ooh,
So
that healing totem's nice too.
Unlikely.
Yeah, it is. That's a really nice healing totem.
Yeah, definitely. If Swipe had been available, that would have been a huge deal.
This is still a really nice pickup too from Quar. He gets the Ancient of Lore
Absolutely.
into another Ancient of Lore. Before he was
Wow.
hurting on cards.
Well, now he's fine.
And now he has too many.
Yeah, like
He's never
Azure
getting
plus
off.
Ancient, like he's never going to run out of his hand for sure.
This Yeti still doing damage. That's 12 damage done by this 4/5 creature. Well, now you're staring at some serious damage. It's
Yeah.
it's 9 power on board, and you still don't have like an easy way to play this turn out.
No, like the Hex still doesn't fit. You know, double Azure Drake here.
What to do?
That, in fact, even if you Azure, what are you trying to draw? Are you sacking 3 minions into this 5/5 or something like that? It's. Ugh, I don't really like anything here. I think you're looking for like a lightning bolt with Azure. Well, he doesn't even choose to do that, so I guess he is hexing.
Taunt Totem does buy him some time in life.
Yeah.
Okay. Zombie Chow's also giving him some mileage too, being able to have this small little spot removal.
Yeah. Continuing to heal up also.
That's starting to get scary though, because you know your opponent is creeping up on combo turns. And it's just as simple as just doing a little damage and having the threat of being able to kill at any point. Wouldn't be surprised if the Ancient of Lore came down here.
Yeah, Ancient Lord definitely seems right. No reason to go for the Azure. Doesn't have a good play with it.
Oh,
well, he
Azure
will next turn.
Wow.
Or he just combos and kills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If either of these minions survive, which he does have a way to clear them out, so he can be safe from dying at least for now, but the cost is quite great.
I think you clear because you do have the healing totem out as well, so
yeah.
I think that's a really good play. But I mean, just look at Quar's hand. There's no way he's losing this game. This game is his.
He's got Black Knight to snipe off this
This
Alec
3-1 Alec here.
3-2 Alec here. He's also got Spell Power Swipe.
His opponent will heal up from these zombie chows.
Yeah, but this is going to be devastating because Quar's going to draw a card and clear the board with Spell Power Swipe. He's even got his second Force of Nature, so...
He has so many options here.
Yeah.
Like, in which way would I like to gain a gigantic advantage this turn?
If we're being choosy, I think Drake Swipe is pretty darn good. You put him at exactly 14, even if your Drake dies, everything on his board is dead.
Yep.
All right,
pretty darn good.
You've sold me. That's a very good way to get way ahead right now.
Of all the ways to win, I like this one.
Oof.
Yep.
That is devastating. And Teray doesn't have anything he can do to stop this. He needs a Taunt Totem.
Well.
Or he needs a draw. He needs a Taunt Totem and then draw into like Lightning Bolt of some kind.
I would Azure here. You just yeah, straight up Azure. See if you get a Lightning Bolt. That's the first step.
That's the only thing though, right? Unless you get another like Feral Spirits, that also might keep you alive.
Yeah, I guess Feral Spirits. No, right? No, yeah, it would keep you alive.
I don't think that
won't.
does it though.
No, that
The
doesn't.
Defender of Argus is a way to set up a taunt, but you just use that Azure Drake to trade, and then the combo still does 14 damage.
Yep. And we've seen Druid do really well.
Druid's
Wow.
2-0.
This is exactly how Quar was doing it in EU as well. Like, just crushing at least a couple decks with his Druid.
And Druid being the X factor here, Quar jumps out to a 2-0 lead, and Teray, he was looking to take out StrifeCrow, but he has to earn that right first.
Yeah.
He has to beat
Why,
Quar.
why does he want to take out StrifeCrow? Just like respect for him or something?
Well, that's just what he said in his winter interview. He says, you know, if there's any player that I want to beat at StrifeCrow at BlizzCon.
Yeah, well, you're right. He has to earn it, and at this point, it might end up being a very long road if he drops this match. If he loses one more game, he's going to be going on to the loser bracket of his own group. That's a long way away from the StrifeCrow boss.
The StrifeCrow boss.
Like,
Very
that's a
true.
long dungeon. It's a big dungeon crawl before you
That's
get
right.
to
That's
that.
it. That's a whole adventure coming out, by the way, for Hearthstone. It's like taking on StrifeCrow by himself in 5 different boss forms. It's really tough.
I would love to hear StrifeCrow's voice. You know, when you were like clearing all those bosses, and they'd say these
Yeah.
corny things to you. I'd love to hear StrifeCrow say something in his slightly southern accent.
That's true. Teray is going to be down to his last mage deck, by the way.
Yeah.
And that is like freeze mage against this lineup.
I don't think it is freeze mage because freeze mage can't beat priest or warrior, so he should have used it against druid if that was the case.
Yeah,
it should be secret mage.
Oh man.
If it is freeze mage, I think you're right, and that would have been maybe even you could call it a small mistake or something like that, or
Yeah.
maybe just not the best planned out strategy or something, because that is the biggest uphill climb of all time.
Yeah.
If your mage deck is freeze mage, and it very well may
You know
be.
what? If it's freeze mage and it's Sixa freeze mage with like double
Duplicates.
duplicate, you can power through warrior and priest with that if you get duplicates off on Archmage Antonidas.
Absolutely, that's true.
But
So-
it does depend on a few
It's
other
still
things.
very tough.
It depends on your opponent not having Ragnaros and
Yeah.
like Lotheb's disrupt your turns, which
it's
conditional. It's going to be tough.
All right,
Teray's
well-
not out though. Freeze mage can be very strong.
It's freeze
Looks
mage.
like freeze mage to me.
And it's not Sixa freeze mage either. It's got ice barrier. So yeah, this like he may win this. You can beat druid with this deck, absolutely. But beating warrior is almost impossible, and beating priest is extremely hard.
Yeah, I think that both druid and priest are difficult matchups, but winnable. The warrior will be.
No, you don't beat the
It's
warrior.
one of the hardest matchups.
That's so tough.
It's all the hardest matchups in the entire game.
Yeah, you just
absolutely.
don't have the damage. Like, you have to draw everything at the exact right time, and your Antonidas has to be insane. Like, get the coin and use Frostbolt, Ice Lance with coin with Antonidas, and then you could maybe win. You might get through all the armor.
Well, Quar also picks up Wild Growth on turn 2. Also has pretty nice spells to complement whatever minion he picks up from this point on. And this early damage is usually inconsequential, but it is nice, because one thing that does come into play is that if Druid ends up armoring up a lot through the hero power, that also is another way to really put a damper into the Alex Strauss combos, because you put them down to 15, but they have like 4 or 5 extra armor, and they heal with Ancient of Lore, they're right back up in the mid-20s.
Yeah, the armor is really important. The difference between 15 to 16 and especially 17 life, it really does make all the difference. So having that potentially available, having that there is really huge. Surprised he decided not to silence. He might be saving it for Doomsayer.
Yeah, and also the silence can be very useful if they use, like, let's say Blizzard, and you can silence and maybe strike through for that really important damage.
That is one of its flexible points. It's also something that popped to mind when you see cards like Wailing Soul being tacked into Druid.
Oh yeah. You were telling me about that.
I wonder if we'll see that.
I
don't
missed
know.
that cup this past weekend.
I think Hyped. Well, he was also playing at DreamHack Bucharest, but I don't know if anyone's going to use that deck.
Yeah. By the way, I saw this morning Gara got second at DreamHack Bucharest. Congrats, Gara.
Well,
Who
Tice-
actually ended
Tice
up winning?
won.
Oh, Tice won.
Tice. Yeah.
About time. Tice needed a big win. Jeez.
Yeah. Kid was working pretty hard.
Yeah. That's really good to hear.
Yeah. Made me pretty happy. So now there's a lot of draw. There's no way you're going to deny this draw anymore, because it just seems like Freeze Mage is going to be drawing cards either way. So I think you have to reevaluate your game plan of perhaps putting on pressure.
I think a charge on this Druid of the Claw is not bad at all.
Yeah, now that you've got the taunt one set up.
You have Innervate and combo.
Yep.
That's 2 turns from potentially killing your opponent.
Yeah. Unfortunately for you, he does have the Mad Scientist, so if he starts getting scared, he can grab a secret real quick.
Sure.
And he has so much draw. I don't think you can expect to be killing him that quickly, but putting the pressure on is super important right now.
That's also another interesting thing to me, too, because there's been times where you feel like you should not trade in the Mad Scientist, but you risk it potentially getting silenced if you can't get anything off of it.
Yeah.
But he's got some big plays this turn. He can go Frost Nova Doomsayer, or he can evaluate based off his draws, see if he wants to do something else.
I kind of like Cone of Cold maybe here, even though it's not like Superman efficient. Like he can kind of trade his minions in, and it sets him up possibly for a Blizzard the next turn. It really stems the tide of this damage for now.
Yeah, there's a lot of plays. I like drawing first to see what you get.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know if you want to draw using 2 mana, though, because it's 5 this turn. It's really precious.
Yeah.
I think a Loot Hoarder put into the 4/6 is the least harmful.
Yeah, it's so likely to die
Agreed.
on accident to a swipe or to a hero power anyway.
On accident.
You just accidentally catch the Loot
Oops.
Hoarder, right?
Loot Hoarder's
Yeah,
dead.
oops, he's dead.
I do, in fact, mind if you roll need.
That's how it dies.
All right,
love it.
Looks like he just wants to go ahead and straight up freeze.
Ooh. I'm okay with this as well. I would trade in probably both of my 1 health guys, though. Just in case, into the health of that big monster.
Yeah. Something like a swipe could just keep him at really high health here.
So, if you're Quar here, are you tempted at all to silence that scientist? He doesn't have a secret up.
Oh boy, I gotta tell you, no, I wouldn't be, just because he's already drawn 2 extra cards. There's 2 extra cards he can draw already.
So the likelihood of having a secret is really high?
I'd already put him on at least a secret in hand. He hasn't really had any time to play one yet.
Right.
Well, it's just because you have Innervate combo next turn, so if you can deny that, then maybe that's your way to win the game.
For sure. That would be a definite victory, but I would still, I would just put it on 2 likely that it could go wrong, I guess.
Oh, interesting. And he's going to use up one of his Force of Natures to get damage in this turn, and this means that he's threatening lethal next turn.
Right.
And that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
Setting it up now, the pressure's on for every turn of the game, theoretically, that the mage has to both stop the Druid and find his own win.
Yeah.
That can be really difficult to do, especially through these mid-turns.
So let's see what trap he gets off the scientist, or secret, excuse me. And it is an ice block.
Okay.
Obviously a very important one.
It is. Either are okay in
Yeah.
this scenario. I think ice block is...
I think I
little...
might even prefer Ice Barrier at this moment, because, like, he's going to get so low, this is not going to be good at all.
Interesting. He's just gonna Frostbolt. So
Yeah, I
he
think
feels
this is
under
alright.
it. Yeah, well, it sets up for Cone of Cold and Blizzard.
Alright.
So he's valuing his AoE freeze to stall for time.
Would you just combo here? Is there any merit to just comboing him, getting him way down?
You could do it. And yeah, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be wrong. Your opponent is only going on to 7 mana, and against the Freeze Mage deck, that means they're not going to just kill you. Most of their stall is, besides the secret that you are assuming is either an Ice Barrier or an Ice Block, is about these freeze cards, and so you won't have to deal with those basically ever again.
Yeah, like if you look at all the minions that are in his hand, which are his other options here, a Flame Strike kills anything he puts out. Like the Azure is okay because it cycles and stuff, but you know, anything that he puts out would die to a Flame Strike, which is the next turn coming in. Could be, you know, if he's playing any Blizzards, you know, if he already used one of his Frost Novas, so I wouldn't really be putting him on that too much.
Yeah, but there's plenty of freeze lined up. I like the combo too because you have, if he is on Ice Block, you have the Keeper of the Grove to pop it.
Yeah. Oh, he might just go with Silence. Yeah.
I like that less.
Yeah. He's like just nice kind of 2 points of direct damage right there.
And if he were to combo this turn, next turn he could Hero Power his opponent down to 1, and then Keeper to pop the block.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
really
now you're
good.
just threatening to kill your opponent with just Hero Power.
And he has to freeze you basically every turn or just have the secrets he needs. Yeah, I actually quite would have liked that.
Yeah, so now he's instead he's thinking he might combo next turn. And if he does, his opponent will be at 2. Which means it'll take 2 turns, of course, to threaten lethal with just Hero Power. As it turns out, he drew Ice Barrier anyway.
Yeah, it's a very good draw right now.
And then he just played Keeper of the Grove, so Doomsayer has a much higher likelihood
to
pop on the board.
Yeah, in fact, it should. He's going to combo this turn, though. For sure.
Yeah.
It's like he knows what the 2 secrets are, obviously, and he'll be able to go ahead.
So that's 22 health represented for the mage, and that is 18 damage right now?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty good.
Okay. But then you don't have the direct damage, so you don't have like a way to pressure and pop next turn either. That does sting.
Yeah, you'd have to top deck something to be able to do that. But, you know, you're against this Doomsayer right now. Like, you know, I guess you could take out the Doomsayer to leave your 2/4 on board. And, like, you know, Teray's going to feel pretty silly if he's having to freeze a 2/4.
But then you're giving him another 8 health. Like,
yeah, that's true.
It's if he has 2 ice barriers on the field.
Mm-hmm.
So then Teray's left with either you go for the combo, but then you have no guaranteed way of following up killing your opponent.
Right.
Or you save your combo, but then stall your opponent, and you still don't have guarantee of doing anything. Like if you pop your Azure Drake, you might just draw into like another Yeti. Do the exact same thing. And Yetis are not resistant to freeze.
Which is kind of silly from a lore perspective.
Right. He just lets the turn go, so he figures the Azure Drake is more important than the card that he could draw off of the Azure Drake. Because he could have played it and let the Azure Drake die.
Yeah. I feel like just cycling through the deck is not a bad thing right now. Like,
man, that's another
even
nice
Ancient
draw.
of Lores are very important. Yeah, that's a really good draw.
Yep.
Things are actually starting to look up for Teray. It really looked like he might lose this quite quickly, but...
Okay, just has to pick up his Alexstrasza and then piece together a few points of damage, and he might be right there.
At this point, he has a lot of health to work with, and theoretically a lot of time with that many free spells. So he's completely out of burst range at this point.
Yep, he's got, let's see, 8 plus the 19, so he's got 27. He's essentially back up to full. And he's even got another Mad Scientist to potentially keep for an Ice Block number 2 pop.
Very nice.
Yep. Something like Blizzard Mad Scientist this turn.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want to play the Mad Scientist because you don't get the Ice Block off of it.
Oh, yeah.
So then you just Blizzard and draw?
Blizzard and draw, definitely. Let's see, how many cards do you have in your hand?
You'll have 9.
Well,
9, and then they can kill your Acolyte and give you 10.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
So...
Oh, so he has 9 right now, so...
Oh, he is going to drop the Mad Scientist.
Yeah, he doesn't want to ping.
Okay.
That's a good compromise.
And he figures it's okay to lose the secret if the Mad Scientist were to die here, and he doesn't have any other secrets in his deck besides the barrier and the block, which is the most likely ones.
And what's important is, again, Teray is shredding the armor, so that way there's just no opportunity for Druid to hero power as much as he can. I was talking to Gar, and he's a guy who loves playing Druid, and he says, in this matchup, you have to hero power Druid as much as you can.
Yeah, the armor's a big deal. It can basically keep them from ever killing you, unless they're playing something like Antonitis. Or, I guess, a really great hand with Pyroblast or something, too.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know, it's kind of funny, at Sea Story Cup, Nimsh did play Claw and... What's that other thing that gives you armor?
Bite.
Yeah.
See, I don't even know the
Did
name
he
of
have
it.
Savagery in his deck?
Yeah, I bet he did.
I don't know if he had
Old school
Savagery,
Savagery
actually.
was ridiculous.
Yes, it was.
It's glorious.
It used to be.
It was glorious.
It used to be AOE Shield Slam. Like it'd be like Flame Strike with Shield Slam for 1 mana. Ooh, he does play Pyroblast, by the way.
Pyroblast is strong this turn. Can draw with that Acolyte, Pyroblast.
I mean, he also can draw and Flame Strike this turn. That's also strong.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Flame Strike.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, yeah, why don't you just
but you
Pyroblast
can see,
his face?
But you can see why I got confused.
Yeah. Totally.
All right. Still no sign of Alexstrasza, though. Like, that's one of the ways he wants to get the damage in. Even present the 8/8 body, which is still problematic.
I think clearing this board right now, and it's got one of those very difficult minions to deal with, as well as drawing off this Acolyte.
Right.
You know, it's going to get you a little bit deeper in your deck. Draw first, of course.
If he picks up Alexstrasza now, would he have played it?
Maybe that's why he did it that way. Because he could have pinged as well. He could have pinged the Acolyte and then suicided it and then Flame Strike.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so that was a fantastic turn right there by Teray.
Yep.
Crazy what Freeze Mage can actually get done.
Yeah, and he
He's
would
got
have had
so much damage.
the same amount of cards in hand if he had pinged instead of playing the Arcane Intellect, and he would have still had it in his hand. I wonder if maybe he figures he doesn't need that much draw.
No, he's got 6 or 7 cards remaining in his deck.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just picking up ways to stall. If he just Blizzard Doomsayer again, and
yeah, that's I
just
actually
shred his
quite like
armor.
to play like
Shred
that.
his armor.
Or, yeah.
But if he's looking to find a specific card, you would have wanted to hold on to as much draw power as you possibly could.
True, that's also a valid point.
You know, this turn he could have done something like Frost Nova Doomsayer, Arcane Intellect, and now he's one card less deep in his deck. He could be one deeper. Potentially. But you're right, he only has 4 cards left in his deck, so maybe he's just figuring he doesn't want to end up in fatigue and start fighting against the Druid while he's in fatigue.
These 2 Ancient of Lures are critical, by the way, for healing. I like that Quar showing restraint, saying I'm not just going to draw deeper to get whatever I want. He needs to save these for health gain.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't remember. Did he already use 1 Innervate?
No, that's the one that's been there forever.
All right, Dan, it's me and you.
All right, so if he draws the other Innervate, he can actually double Ancient in 1 turn for life gain.
Oh, man.
So that's kind of
heal for 10. He's just going to go for direct damage. I mean, he may as well. He's still got more than enough over the next couple of turns.
Yeah. Well, the only problem with this is both Ancients are going to be able to be played now.
Sure, but then you still have Alexstrasza.
Yeah, he really doesn't have enough, though.
Yeah.
And not waiting for Alexstrasza is going to bite him.
I think he also has Antonidas.
If he draws Alexstrasza next turn, if he could have had it if he had held on to Ancient.
But I'm pretty sure Teray has Antonidas as well.
20.
Well, he's going to need it. He's going to use all his. He's basically
using
saying, "I'm using all my burn."
Okay.
He has to have Antonidas. It's actually kind of funny.
He was figuring he would Pyroblast this turn and then
maybe Pyroblast replaced Antonidas. That is a possibility. But Alexstrasza finally comes into hand.
Just brutal. I mean, he has to use it this turn, right?
So,
yes.
He exchanged Fireball for an Ancient of Lore, essentially, right? Like, the Ancient of Lore heal was, one of them is a little less useful because he burned it already, but now he has Alexstrasza doing that damage.
Well, he could, it would be the same. I mean, I guess, yes.
I need to point out real quick, if we go back to the play that you were suggesting a little bit before pinging his Acolyte,
he would have had Alex.
He would have had Alex before he made that call, and that would have, been just auto-win. Like, no way he was going to lose with that much burn in hand with Alexstrasza.
Absolutely. Following up a Doomsayer and playing Alexstrasza into the empty board, dealing essentially 14 damage or whatever it was, is exactly what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Rios, focusing on the present here. Do we use Alexstrasza and then an Ice Lance on the 5/5?
No. You Alexstrasza and then you pass. I would think. And you could Ice Lance to make sure that your Ice Block doesn't get popped, if that's what you're saying. But they have to kill your Alexstrasza.
Right. But then Alexstrasza is still, if she stays alive, is 8 damage as well.
That is true. You could do it that way as well. But I think that you're trying to do as much damage as possible.
Wow. Okay, well, this gives him like an extra ping.
Is he trying to bait out a second Ancient of Lore? So that way he gets rid of his heal because he's feeling desperate, right?
If that happens, that's insane. But at 20 health, are you going to play your second Ancient? I don't think you are, because he's not going to deal 20 in 1 turn with both Fireballs gone. There's just no way.
There is a 21 damage combo with with both Fireballs.
With both Fireballs, there isn't. So like he can just sit here, hero power every single turn, and he's fine. Yeah, 1 card left in deck now.
He also has to be careful because if his opponent just puts him down to 1 health.
Yeah, fatigue.
Then fatigue actually becomes a serious thing.
Oh, there's Antonidas, and that's actually going to come down with the Frost Nova this turn almost certainly.
Yep. Do you have to use a combo to remove?
Wow. And that gives him a Fireball.
He was thinking about Frost Bolting and Ice Lancing instead. He could actually outright kill the minion, but then he doesn't have any good way to activate his second Ice Lance.
Yeah, I think having that fit within the mana curve, especially to accompany Ice Block, is really important. Now, Teray has to get rid of this thing ASAP. He's going to use his combo.
And so he does.
And we're getting down to the last stages of this game. Teray is out of cards.
That's right. if he can pop him the next turn, which is a doable thing if he doesn't freeze, and that's
Oh,
Thalnos.
Blood Mage
That's
is pretty sweet.
That is
That's 21
4 plus-
damage?
Yeah, that's
21.
Wow. Blackjack. All right.
Wow.
He has the exact damage to kill him. And
So
Trey has to be
crazy.
really careful.
The last 3 cards in the deck
were the exact cards he needed.
Alexstrasza
Well played.
into, yeah, that was
really well
what
done.
a win right there. What a win.
So it was a checkmate on both sides. If he didn't use his Ancient of Lore, he would have been able to use Alexstrasza. But if he didn't use it, then he still had it with the Thalnos.
Yeah.
That was well calculated.
Yeah, well, he got the Antonitis right at the sort of last moment that he needed it, and
Right.
it did end up working out really well, actually. And
If Antonitis was the last card in his deck, it would have been a little harder.
it would have been a little harder. Maybe he still would have been able to win, but that was really good. That was awesome.
Yes,
it was
good.
well played. I think the only thing that we could maybe argue could have been a misplay was not pinging the Acolyte there to get 1 card deeper.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say it was a misplay.
Yeah.
And he obviously had a plan, and there were multiple cards he could draw that all were good, and he had like 4 cards left in his deck. So he was playing to a particular strategy, and it ended up working out just barely perfectly. So I don't think it was really a mistake, but he would have been rewarded if he had made the other play, and that it would have been another good play, and it would have been rewarded if he had done it. But fortunately, he ended up with the win anyways. Bad news, Warriors coming up.
What I do like is
Yeah.
Teray has Pyroblast in his deck. And that is going to help against Warrior.
And Antonitis.
And he has Antonitis. And he concealed the information that Pyroblast was in his hand because he didn't play it.
That's true. That's actually a good point, because I
So-
was going to say, like, what I like to do in a tournament setting like this is use not the when he's on his last deck, save the best deck against that for last. But the thing is, Teray drew his entire deck, so he doesn't really need to fish for more information, but he doesn't actually know if there's Pyroblast. Not every Freeze Mage plays Pyroblast, even though it's more common than not right now.
Yep. And once upon a time, there was versions of Freeze Mage that chose usually either Antonitis or Pyroblast, and he's seen Antonitis, so he might figure that there is no Pyroblast.
Definitely a possibility there. Well, this could be rough, guys.
So, okay. Quar keeps Fiery War Axe.
I like it. Kill an Acolyte or something.
Sure.
You know, just prevent a little bit of the armor chipping, like
those mad scientists as well.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Because they just trade with your armor sim. So, and he has a Loatheb in hand, which I mean, as if
Oh, wow.
Warrior needed any more help against Freeze Mage. Here it is.
Just generally, I like getting Armorsmith out early, harassing whatever Mage puts out. And of course, you have like Shield Block to put yourself out of range. And you know what? Quar picks up Armorsmith anyways, so all's well that ends well.
I'm surprised he threw away Arcane Intellect. I would think that that would be exactly the type of card you would want in your hand early against another control deck.
Agreed. I would be looking only for card draw with this. Like, I would mulligan everything but card draw against Warrior and just hope that I can draw into exactly the right combination of cards in the right order to somehow get past the armor.
I do agree normally if you're playing against other control, but against Warrior, you have to play different. Like, it's such a bad matchup that you have to play Griffin. So, in fact, sometimes I don't even mind having, like, Antonitis early or, like, Alexstrasza early, because you need to get that working as fast as possible. The longer the game drags out, the less chance you have to win. And just like it applies to a lot of other bad matchups, if you're the underdog, you might have to be a little bit more aggressive.
Well, wouldn't something like Arcane Intellect help you find that Alexstrasza or whatever high-impact card you
But
need right on time?
Usually you're drawing to fish into your cards that you're looking for, right? It's the same concept as getting draw into Gadgets in as opposed to keeping Gadgets in. It's like Gadgets in is the card that you want anyways.
Well, but did he keep some card that he really wanted? He just mulliganed everything away.
Well, I wasn't paying attention because I was looking at Warrior.
Okay. Well, regardless, the Ice Barrier gonna buy certainly a decent amount of time, but the thing with Warrior is, of course, you're not really fighting against the damage that they're dealing to you.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's a race against usually their armor.
Yeah, and, well, already having to use one of his high damage cards. Get rid of that. Armorsmith that's already gained 2 armor for him.
Yep, and the armor theoretically will just keep going up and up.
That's really bad news for Teray. Ragnaros comes to the hand. And Shield Block! Those are like the 2 cards you need to steal this game away.
And he has Loatheb in his hand, too, which is also another good one.
Oh, boy.
That's, well... Do you play the Sludge Belcher, or are you going to go for some armor? Does it matter?
I mean, there is logic to armoring every turn.
Oh, okay, Loatheb's interesting.
I wouldn't have Loatheb'd here. Personally, like, I don't think you need the pressure at all, and I don't think it matters if he plays a spell this turn.
He might figure he's basically just going to kill him.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Loatheb is the most threatening thing to do.
The matchup is so warrior favored, it almost doesn't matter the way that you want to play it. I just, like, theoretically, I like to save Loatheb for when they really need to play an Ice Block. Sure.
It is a fallacy, though, sometimes that you can easily fall into, like, oh, I need to be aggressive. I can be aggressive, so I should be, but
Right,
I feel
sure.
like there's just a very finite amount of health that you hit, like maybe 55, 60 plus throughout the course of the game, and then Mage just can't do anything. Like, I actually just hero power your face, and that's all I can do damage.
Well,
for.
yeah, actually, you can count it up, right? If he has a Pyro, and then like, well, I guess the Antonitus is the big question. Notice, by the way, that he has kept the coin, and I guarantee you he's holding that for Antonitus. That is being held, and you know, he did already use 1 Frostbolt. So he's going to want to draw into probably the Frostbolt.
If he's also being aggressive, why isn't he attacking with like his weapon?
I wondered that as well.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe he would start attacking with his weapon next turn in case he draws another weapon, which he did.
That's a good point.
Now that he has it in hand, he probably still has time to start attacking with it now. Of course, there is something to efficiently clear out instead. But next turn, we'll probably see him just go straight to the face with that War Axe. And this is yet another turn where he has to decide between pressure or armor.
I feel like I would consider just armoring every turn. But I mean, this is, again, he's going to be able to armor up really quickly. He has that shield block in hand.
I mean, armoring up quickly isn't the concern. I think it's the armor up every turn that stacks. Not to mention that Armor Smith already has been taken care of, so that there's also one problem out of the way for Teray. I think the big problem, though, it doesn't really matter how Teray's engaging with this in the next couple turns. The big question is how to deal with Ragnaros.
Yeah, Ragnaros
That's true. He's not playing a polymorph or anything.
Yeah, he's not. And we went through his whole deck, and we know.
Yeah.
So he needs to find a way to discourage Ragnaros as long as he can with cards like Doomsayer, and prevent it from ever being a problem.
You know, I guess there's a few ways you can do it. The thing is, if you're going to use your burn on it, that's like extra armor for the warrior almost.
Sylvanas is also a liability, because what you usually do with Doomsayer is you drop it and you fireball Sylvanas, so you get guaranteed pops.
Oh. Yeah, that's cool.
Like, I really don't like playing Sylvanas against Freeze Mage at all, because it's always a liability. I guess you're okay, because it uses damage away from you, but still.
Well, this is the last turn before, as Admirable would say, Señor del Fuego comes out. I can't really do him justice, but he'll probably have a chance at next weekend. But
what does that mean, by the way?
It means Mr. Fire, I guess.
It means Mr. Fire.
It's
wow.
It's the Fire Lord.
He really has a way with words. Admirable does.
It's literally printed on the card. That's what the Spanish translation of Ragnaros is. It says Ragnaros, Señor del Fuego. This is not. He didn't just come up with this on his own.
Okay.
This is.
See, I thought that. I thought that's what he did.
Yep. All right. Well, Ragnaros comes out, and that is the card that you need to pressure.
Yeah. Oof.
Oh. Oof. Indeed. Yeah. Oof. Indeed.
Okay. So.
Oh boy.
You know, he does have ways to stall this out if like he has ability to freeze the board and then drop Thanos. Maybe he can absorb some blows from Ragnaros.
That's so intimidating.
It is.
What to do?
But we must press on, Reels.
Shield Slam is going to say no to stop drag shots. So,
what do you think about just softening stuff up? Just throw down your Blizzard. You know, maybe the next turn you Flame Strike plus.
Yeah. Blizzard with the Thanos. So then you get some damage in.
Yeah, you get another minion out.
It seems like one of your better courses of action. Now, one thing that's nice is Teray hasn't had to use hero power to keep the armor counts low. That's something mages often look to do because, you know, Warrior just keeps getting stronger defensively. The only thing that you feel like you can do is to use your hero power to keep it in check.
So he will go ahead and Blizzard this turn, and then
Thalnos
play
after.
Thalnos. So.
Interesting.
Doesn't want to kill off the.
He doesn't want the slime.
sludge
Yeah.
power. But then Flame Strike plus hero power doesn't become a kill on Ragnaros. You have to still have to fireball it.
You have to have the rag actually hit you in the face.
Right. I wonder
It's a funny thing to
also
hope for.
why he popped his Mad Scientist. 'Cause that doesn't immediately come to mind.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good question.
All right, well,
Crowman.
here's the circumstance you brought up earlier, and he can kill Ragnaros.
Yes, he actually can kill Ragnaros. Does he see it though?
Can he ping off the Sludge Belcher as well? That would be awesome.
Let's see.
Whoa, you're right. He's
6,
got a
7,
big
8.
play.
Yeah, that is pretty big.
You can use the Frostbolt or Fireball.
Wow.
I think Fireball is a little less versatile than Frostbolt because Frostbolt can freeze and combo with Ice Lances.
Yeah, God, he used his coin too. So like at this point, he'd have to use. If he uses Frostbolt, right, because there's a very finite amount of spells that are cheap in this deck, the most fireballs he can get off of Antonidas in one turn is going to be 2.
Yeah, and another thing to keep in mind is that he actually played his other Frostbolt earlier in the game, and so his Ice Lances are going to be turned off.
Yeah, the Ice Lances
they're
are
just
like 4
fireballs.
damage or freezes, and like if you use them both with Antonidas, it's 2 instead of 3. So I think you use the Fireball here. Like you have to play to win, not to be like, if you're relying on the Fireball being the extra damage, like you're gonna get a whole extra Fireball if you save this.
I don't know if he sees it.
He's got the
I don't know
mana.
if he
He's
sees
got
it.
Doomsayer plus the Fireball. Oh, you ping the
Plus ping, the Sludge Belcher. Oh, he's gonna Flame Strike instead. He doesn't know. Oh, he doesn't see it.
Ah, that is painful.
Yeah, I think that this is.
Okay, well,
this was
on
not
the flip
as good as it could have been.
Yeah, but on the flip side, I guess because either way, his opponent could play Ysera. Like it doesn't really matter if he used the
that's true.
Sylvanas play or so. The outcome is somewhat similar, although now he has the opportunity to use his Doomsayer as a second way to clear the board.
Yeah, he could actually. Yeah, he's gonna play the Senjin instead, so that he can hero power and also just he's still threatening lethal. So doesn't have to play Ysera. He gets the extra armor.
This is still really tough.
Oh, and there's one of those Ice Lances.
You need a draw of some kind.
Well, he
Like
definitely doesn't have anything in that hand that says draw.
No. I guess you just freeze and shoot the face.
Yeah. It's not very useful right now. I mean, you're not going to hold it for very much.
I suppose.
If you do use that, though, that brings Antonidas down to 1 Fireball.
I suppose you could make a case of fireballing as well, since you have to shred armor anyways. So if you play play Doomsayer, you reduce the chances of him killing Doomsayer with Shield Slam.
Okay. And if he has to attack in, that's kind of like saving you some armor.
Yeah. Saving you some health, right?
Yeah.
That could be the course of action. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that he used Flame Strike, right? Because then he could just Flame Strike and not have to worry too much about Doomsayer. Because the problem with Doomsayer against Warriors, there's so many ways for it to kill it, with just armor, shield slams, or executes. There's no guarantee here. Teray's running out of time. He needs to act quickly.
Such is the nature of Warrior versus Mage. Well, what do you do? Yeah, well, what do you do?
Yeah, not a whole lot. Well, that's funny.
Well, he's banking on drawing Alexstrasza exactly next turn.
Yeah.
Even
so, I mean, his hand does not. I don't see a victory coming in any way here.
Yeah. Well, he can Shield Slam and play Ysera. Even if he doesn't, it's still so much damage.
I think that's the best course of action, because what you the way Freeze Mage wants to operate is to play cards like Alexstrasza when they have Ice Block, but when you're pressuring to kill and pop Ice Block, then they're going to be in nonstop pressure. So I think dropping Ysera is actually okay here, as much as you want to armor up every turn.
Yeah, I think you're okay to not armor up. Ysera is very powerful. It means that after the Ice Block and after your weapon's gone, you still have a way to pressure lethal.
I was going to execute
as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Maybe just, I guess he's trying to get the execute out of his hand. It's like not a card that's going to be useful at all in this matchup.
Right, it's just I guess it's just more versatile. Keep Shield Slam for directly killing Alexstrasza, and then
or Antonidas. And he's playing. It is interesting also that he's playing Ironbeak Owl in Warrior. We have seen that a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good point actually.
It's been around. We've also seen Spellbreaker. It's been really common to see one silence in these Warrior decks now.
Yeah.
They used to play none for the longest time.
This is the second game in a row that Antonidas and Alexstrasza are in the bottom 6-7 cards in this deck.
Yeah.
That's quite unfortunate for Teray.
I know that pain. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm very familiar.
I wonder.
Freeze Mage is
not me. They always start my opening
harsh
hand.
mistress at times.
Is he thinking about using Ice Lance to stall so that way Doomsayer is more than likely guaranteed to pop?
Well, little does he know it's not going to work out the way he wants.
Right, there is the Ironbeak Owl.
What to do?
Yeah, and there's the Dream as well, so both Ysera and the weapon would be unfrozen the next turn, so there's no real great answer here. This is
he's gonna stall for as long as possible. If he picks up Gromash, it's also a way to pop. Suppose you shield block now then, right? Because if you draw into some damage in any capacity, you actually can just pop his Ice Block.
Well,
he was thinking about trying to pop it. No, you can't pop it now. He would have to silence. His weapon is frozen too. So.
Oh yeah, of course. You silence the hero. Huh. Come on.
Yeah, clearly. Silence both.
Yeah.
Chain.
Twitch chat knows that.
Not Chain Lightning. Chain Silence.
A little late.
Hey, there it is.
But I suppose.
I mean, you're gonna.
That's the only play you have. Like,
you have the other Ice Block in hand.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any sequence of draws though that leads to a win.
Okay, because now he's going to efficiently remove it, gain some health back. This is where Shield Block is really handy. That sad little lullaby is for Teray right now. Rip. In pepperonis. All right, and Quar is going to advance 3-1, unless there's some surprises that are.
Well, we already saw
us.
his whole deck, so.
Right, but
It's like I couldn't even make up a card that would win. Oh, kill a damaged warrior player. That would win the game for him.
like Sacrificial Pact, but for Gromash.
Yeah.
Or Garish, excuse me.
If your opponent has 2 gold legendaries, you win the game. That should be a card, actually.
Suppose so. But the Ice Block is going to get popped yet again. And you know what is interesting, though, is if Quar doesn't do this correctly, he might actually give his opponent a way to stall out.
Yeah. Should sign to you, Sarah.
Yeah, he just wants to draw more cards.
Yeah, but...
Okay, Teray still, by the way, hasn't drawn Antonidas. Will he draw it now?
Right on time to tease him, just like Alexstrasza.
Nope.
No. Just a mad scientist. Nope. Just a little guy.
Well played.
That's going to do it. Quar goes to the winners portion of Group B.
That's right. Well done by Quar. His Druid deck getting him a lot of mileage here. And, his class is just kind of... I guess after he beat the Rogue, that was just... It put him into a great position because the Mage and the Shaman were going to be kind of weak against his choices overall.
Yeah, that was the key. Defeating the Rogue was the X factor.
And some credit to Teray having that Miracle Rogue ready to go. And it was potentially very good against his opponent's lineup. And the match could have gone completely differently. And what we saw was the Miracle Rogue getting taken down. And Mage vs. Warrior in the end was just not where you want to be.
Certainly it is not. That is as unwinnable as any matchup can be. And as we saw, you can play in multiple ways. You could armor every turn, as you were saying, Frodan. You can just play all your minions and barely armor at all because of the threat of armor your opponent has to play in a certain way.
When you have cards like Ragnaros putting on a lot of pressure, it's almost inconsequential how much life total is. Like, Mage just needs to end the game quickly. And they don't have a way to deal with it. Not to mention, Teray was spending so much removal, like fireballing this and frostbolting that, and just that was not damage directed to the face. It was like like 15, 20 damage.
Yeah, when you start having to use a lot of damage spells as removal when you're playing against a warrior, you know usually that the game's not going to end in your favor.
Yeah, so that brings us to the fourth match of the day, Reniauer versus Nicholas, also in Group B. That's going to be an interesting one, especially since, Artosis, you've casted that match before with OGN. That was the semifinals of Season 2.
That's right.
Right?
Okay.
Reniauer was the last standing Korean.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, that's right.
And
He was the last
Nicholas
standing
went to go on and win the entire season.
Wow. Okay.
So that one should be fun. And, in the meantime, Kawar is also going to be pretty happy. He's a guy, again, he's just a lone wolf. He's doing this all by himself. I think he has a few people he practices with, like a few friends, but it's just impressive to see a guy go so far without like the help of some top players. Like you talk to StrifeCrow, guys like Gara helped him prepare, and Gara's like a really strong tournament player. Kalento practices with a few other really strong players. So let's take a look at the bracket real quick and show you guys exactly what's coming up. We also have Group C with Firebat, Green Sheep, Chiro, and Kranich from Korea, and then Group D, the Group of Death, is going to be wrapping out the day. Kalento, StrifeCrow, Running Gun from China, and Frozen Ice.
Yeah, that is a really, really stacked group. Running Gun been doing very well over in the Korea/China scene, and of course Kalento and StrifeCrow, two of the big favorites.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, we have Kawar ready with Rachel to pull his thoughts about what he thought about the series and overall how he's enjoying Burbank. Take it away, Rachel.
Thank you so much, guys. Kawar, bellissimo. Absolutely beautiful game. Very impressive matches there. And one of the things that the casters talk about is you have no team. He has no team.
Yeah. Do you have any specific practice?
Oh, he does have a team now. So we have some misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement here at the desk.
Oh.
Kawar. So tell me about your team.
It's an Italian team, and I practice a lot with them.
How many Hearthstone players are on this team?
Actually, 7.
Wow, so, is there a variety of players playing different classes on the team that you practice with? Is there anyone specific that you practice with a lot for this tournament?
With Biscuff and Claude Askris.
Some great players there to make you play such fantastic games. What I thought was so brave is Tare is known for his rogue play. He loves Miracle Rogue, and you did not ban out his rogue, and then you crushed it first round. Did you have a strategy for that?
Just face with Druid.
That's some pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you've been doing extremely well with Druid. What is it you think that makes you such an exceptionally good Druid player?
I don't know. Nice draw, maybe.
Well, I'm sure it's more than just the draws, man. You've been doing amazingly well. Would you say Druid is your most confident class?
Druid and Priest.
We haven't seen the Priest yet. You got anything special planned for us?
Maybe.
Maybe, okay.
We have some hints. Well, we actually have a question from Twitter as well. Brett Jones wants to know your favorite card and your least favorite card. Carte favorito.
My favorite card is Tugsteel. And the other question?
And your least favorite card?
Actually, Auctioneer.
Auctioneer. Wow, I guess you really do not like that Miracle Rogue. You got to shut that down.
I'm with you on that one. It's never fun to see all those cards getting drawn, eh? So, looking forward in the tournament, is there anyone you really want to play? Anyone you're hoping to not play?
No, really not. No?
Just confident against everyone?
Yeah.
That is what I love to see. That's exactly what I want to see. You'll take on anybody. So I watched your interview that you did with Blizzard. Before the tournament, you said that you have a girlfriend and a son that you play for, and together you want to start a business if you win with the money. What kind of business would you start?
Actually, we want to open a shop, and we want to sell books and gadgets.
A books and gadget shop. That sounds right at home in Gadget Zan.
That's awesome. So, but if you do, say you win BlizzCon, right? You get the $100,000. Would you really be ready to just retire, give it up, and open up your store, or do you think you'd want to continue to play?
I think I continue to play.
He wants to continue to play. Yeah? I love it. I cannot wait to see you play. I love your games. They're always so exciting. Guys, if you have questions for our players, you can write to ZailWow, BDBroad, or Seltzer_FD on Twitter. Use the hashtag Road to BlizzCon. You can ask our wonderful players questions. You might even be able to ask our wonderful host questions. And those are the guys over on the couch, those casters. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more from them.
Warcraft, Warlords of Draenor. Boost to level 90 and take your place on the front lines.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championship. Artosis and Frodan, joined by a special guest in Ben Brode.
Greetings.
Oh, I was not prepared for that. We're gonna have you do all of the sound effects as much as possible.
I'm ready.
How have you been enjoying the tournament so far, Ben?
Oh, it's been incredible.
Yeah.
It's so exciting. It's so exciting to be here.
Yeah.
Like, the vibe is awesome. The players are amazing. You guys are amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was waiting for
Your laugh is amazing.
Oh, man, if the chat was going crazy over Artosis' laugh,
No, your laugh
you,
slaughters
Ben.
my laugh. I thought I was finally really great at something, but no.
That's right. Artosis, your laugh's like, rank 1, and then Ben Brode, of course, is a legendary rank.
Yeah, I can't quite.
I'm still floundering here, just barely getting my card back laugh at rank 20. All right, so our next match is Reniauer versus Nicholas. This is a rematch from OGN Season 2 in the semifinals. And Artosis, you had the pleasure of being able to cast that with Della.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Reniauer is someone I'm pretty familiar with, and of course, Nicholas, I've done a lot over in that scene. I didn't feel like Nicholas was the strongest player in the tournament. He did end up doing so well, obviously, but he didn't really make me think, oh god, this guy is a complete killer like Magic Wind or like
Tiddler Celestial.
And Reniauer is kind of an interesting player. He's like, I've never seen anyone as good as him play as fast as him. He is the quickest good Hearthstone player.
That's right. He's impervious.
Maybe he's
Dormu.
fixed it. Oh no, not Storm. Like, are you
Not
kidding
work
me?
on him at all.
Like, that would actually help him. He would win so many games if it was a 15-second. He's not going to rope at all. There will not be a rope turn.
He's not going to come unraveled.
If he could be playing Miracle and draw 28 cards in one turn. Well, I guess he'd go into fatigue with that, right? That wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But he could draw a lot of cards in one turn, and he will not rope, I promise.
No knots in his stomach?
No, I don't think so. In fact, to go upon that point, I actually got a chance to chat with Reniauer and even Nicholas, and they felt like back in Season 2, they said we weren't at our best. We were playing pretty badly. He says, I wasn't even good at the game yet. And in those month and a half, 2 months since he's had the time to reevaluate themselves, they feel like they've learned a lot. They've been practicing, they've been studying, so it seems like these guys, at least their confidence level, they're coming into this tournament feeling like they've improved leaps and bounds, and I'm inclined to believe them the more I chat with them about their thoughts on the metagame.
Yeah, I think that actually all the Asian players have improved a lot coming into this, and I think that they are all so underestimated. Like, the Western scene is so caught up in all the Westerners. We keep seeing all these tournaments and stuff, but there's a whole other part of the world that actually has way more people in it that's practicing Hearthstone like crazy.
Yes. In fact, millions of players in China love Hearthstone. Isn't that right, Ben?
That's what they tell me.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's true.
I haven't seen it for myself yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't personally seen millions of Hearthstone players in China, but I haven't really actually seen millions anywhere
Right,
yet.
yeah. The numbers are counting up on the Twitch chat, but I don't see 100,000 people.
For sure. In time, I think Hearthstone's still so new. People are excited about all the content. It's hard to believe that Naxxramas Adventure came out only a couple months ago, because it still feels like at the same time, like, oh, we're so excited for more content of what Hearthstone has in the future. And that's why BlizzCon's really exciting, because it's not just a tournament, it's also a celebration of what's to come. Because a year ago, it was this guy in the finals, right? Kissing the cup.
Look how
and
much
his
better
red
players
jersey.
have become. Oh, my God.
That's right. What were we playing back then, right? It was just crazy stuff. Like everyone was playing like Paladin. Paladin was like the deck to
Huge,
beat.
yeah.
Right. You're using
Priest
Sword of
was
Justice on everything.
Yeah. Priest was insane back then.
That's right. That's right.
Priest was so 8 mana mind control. Are you kidding me? Oh my, 5 mana,
yes.
Sylvanas.
And Hunter was at the bottom. Nobody played Hunter.
That was garbage.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
Hunter was so bad.
Husky, the StarCraft caster, was the only one brave enough to bring Hunter.
He knew.
Yeah.
And look how that worked out for him.
That's right. He got stopped by, I can't remember who it was. I want to say it was Crip, but I think Crip also played Hoff in the first round. Either way, we've come a really long way since 1 year, and it's been a really fun journey. And now, again, we get international representation, Briniao versus Nicholas. Do we have the classes that we know what these guys are bringing?
We do, in fact. It is going to be Briniao are bringing Priest, Warrior, Shaman, Warlock, and Warlock, Priest, Rogue, Paladin for Nicholas.
Oh, Paladin.
I am excited to see Paladin, man. That is by far my favorite class.
My favorite class as well,
Okay.
yes.
Do you like Control Paladin, Aggro Paladin, something in between?
I play both, but I prefer Control Paladin.
Okay, I do prefer Control Paladin, but Sword of Justice is the most fun card.
Yeah.
It's like you power up a bunch of guys, pop a Divine Shield, bam, that thing was worth so much.
I play both Ragnaros and Kel'Thuzad in my Control Paladin deck.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
I try and have the most fun.
You're one of those guys, okay.
Maximum board presence.
Sick.
It's interesting because Paladin in the metagame in the European qualifiers just a month ago was one of the decks that was surprising everybody because of how slow everything went. And then we saw in the North American qualifiers, people who brought Paladin were run over by the speed of Zoo and Hunter. And now there's a few people who are bringing it back, but there's a people who still agree that maybe they're not comfortable with it. Do you feel like Paladin's a strong choice to bring to this tournament?
Yes. Paladin's amazing. I don't know. Do you get what are they playing? Do you think Aggro Paladin or Control Paladin?
Well, I think control Paladin is much stronger because
If you're playing aggro, it can't be Paladin. Come on, there's like 5 better aggro decks.
We're still waiting for Kalento to show us how to use Avenge. Not yet, but I think control is still the way to go.
Let's say I think it can be good if you set your decks up right. Like I look at Control Paladin as a free loss against Zoo. I'm sure that you feel this pain on the ladder as I do. I hit Zoo players, and I'm like, well, I have the perfect hand. I'm going to take you down, Zoo. No, it doesn't even know.
Yeah.
I'm like, I clear the board twice, and then Doomguard comes out, and I'm like, oh my god, why did I use my Aldor on just the 4/4? But, I mean, it's in control matchups, it's insanity. Like, it kills Warrior, it kills Priest, so it can be a good counter deck, but all around, it can be a little bit hard against some of these other decks.
Yeah, I think so too. That's going to be certainly something to keep an eye upon. I don't know how well it works in the metagame in China, but for Nicholas, it might be the case.
the Paladin!
Whoa!
Wow!
Rainihour knows.
I'm so disappointed.
I can't believe. Yeah, this is... All right, I don't want to cast this one. Does someone else want to cast this one?
Well, you know, Paladin can be really effective against the lineup Rainihour has.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Okay. Okay, logical Frodan.
I mean...
Ruin our fun.
That's so funny. Like, the 1 or 2 Paladins that are in this tournament, and he fears it enough. You know, it could be the case where Rainihour says, I didn't even anticipate Paladin. I'm going to take it away.
Yeah. You haven't practiced against it.
Right. Like, what does he have again? Like, a quality consecration, sure. But after that, like, what does he have?
Well, you know what? This makes sense. Because Warlock... he had to assume Warlock was going to be banned because he's not playing Hunter, and that's like the 2 really obvious bans. So Warlock would be the one who would probably do the best against it. Paladin's pretty good against Shaman. Like, doesn't always win, but definitely can. And as we were talking about before, like, it kills Warrior and it kills Priest. So you're right, Frodan. That's like... It's actually it's a strong ban to get rid of Paladin there, but that might be the only time in the tournament we do see Paladin bans.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was told that Paladin has... There's another player playing Paladin.
Oh, good.
So it's not
That's
just
good.
Rainihour. Or Nicholas, excuse me.
Okay.
So we'll get more chances in the
More
future.
people playing Paladin than Mage.
I guess in that case, you're rooting for Nicholas to win this match because hopefully you get
bringing it
more
back.
matches
Yes.
so that Paladins can have a chance.
Crush that Rainihour guy. Banning your Pally.
Yeah. Well, Nicholas did take first place in OG and Masters. He went on to beat Rainihour in the semifinals and then also beat Magic Wind, who people agree is one of the top 3 players in China.
For sure.
And Magic Wind, he didn't make it here to BlizzCon, unfortunately, but he's one of the highest earners in Hearthstone yet. He wins almost everything. winner of the first season and runner-up in the second season.
Yeah, Magic Wind is like a fantastic player. So to see him taken down by Nicholas, that's obviously very impressive. So
right.
I think you got to lean towards Nicholas winning this one, but I mean, these guys both made it really deep over in that Korea, China area. So
that's right. And it's a little bit of the same here. Back, even though we're in California, we're in the USA. These guys feel comfortable. It's like, oh yeah, I've played this guy before. Maybe I can do it again. Let's go to game one, Priest versus the Rogue. And to start things off, we have a Gadget Stand Auctioneer and the coin in the Rogue's hand.
That's the one thing that Teray never got in his Rogue game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's a lot harder to win that way without it, right? That's
Sinister Strike.
Sinister Strikes. You know, it's funny. That card, for a while, people thought why would I play Sinister Strikes when I have Eviscerate?
Could this be a Mali one, then?
Oh, you're right.
It could be a Malagos Rogue.
That's so cool that that's a thing, too.
Yeah.
Malagos in a Rogue deck.
I like it. I like
you don't
the
even
Malagos
run
decks.
Leroy in a Malagos Rogue,
Yeah.
right?
No.
Yeah, you just skip it. The Shadow Steps and Leroy come out for like Malagos and Sinister Strikes and just have a great time. Double Blade Fury. We'll see if that's what he's actually running there, though. You can run like one Sinister Strike and a regular Miracle as well. But I do have to say that Miracle vs. Priest is extremely easy. Like, it is very Miracle favored.
In fact, I think you should use this matchup in your tutorial for your update. Next one's like, the game won't let you not draw with Gadget. Like, okay, here you go.
Yeah, and instead of the guy that spawns like 2/1s with his hero power or whatever that was,
you mean
like,
Illidan?
just make someone play Priest against Miracle? I mean,
Sure, I guess.
yeah.
Well, one thing that you can do as the Priest, though, Akanai Soul Priest does combine with that Circle of Healing, that 4 damage to every creature on the board. That can kill a Concealed Gadget.
Yeah.
Or even better yet, you might have a Lotheb to respond immediately. He can't play any spells next to you.
Sure.
Except for maybe one.
Oh, he's going Miracle on his own here.
Miracle Priest.
Ooh. Wow, that's kind of cool. You can draw a lot of cards off the Gadgetzon later on, but I don't know if that's going to actually end up mattering.
That is interesting. I see a Black Knight in a Miracle Rogue deck.
Wow. Well, you know what? Everyone in the whole world plays Sludge Belcher, right? So.
What's the game plan for Priest here? Trying to win fast?
Yeah,
Well,
I think you have to put pressure on the board. Unfortunately, he can't do that because he has no pressure in his hand, really?
Yeah. People really undervalue the way to take down the Miracle Rogue from the knees is to pressure them early, because then they spend all of these spells, like Eviscerate, like if they get Deadly Poison or Backstab, and they don't have spells to combo with the Gadget Stand. But Priest, unfortunately, has so many reactive cards. It's just that they're waiting for their opponent to do something before they can play anything.
Well, I mean, this turn was like, oh, that's a good draw. Well, that fixes everything. I was going to ask you guys if you like him coin in this, because then he can't coin with the Gadgetzon to conceal the turn after, but I guess if you're going to draw a prep, that's perfect.
You really want to save the Circle Akanai combo, but you can't deal with this Azure Drake in any other way.
Yeah, I think you'll let the Azure Drake be.
Leave it
Yeah. I like this. Powered Shield it up. And just chill. You can clear it the next turn. You have plenty of life gain. This Azure Drake is not going to kill you on his own.
When you're playing against Miracle, do you feel the most threatened? Like what
With
turn
that,
is it?
I would say turn 6. Like, a lot of times I feel like you won't turn 5 Gadgetzon. You'll wait like 1 extra turn or so. Depends on what's on your hand, obviously, but right around then, when that Gadgetzon comes out, that's when your heart just sinks.
Do you think he's going for like a massive conceal turn?
Yeah.
Eventually, yes. But until then, there's actually no rush into putting out the Gadget Stand now. Because the more mana you have to play with, the more you don't have to use preparation, and then you can use that to get some major combo. And, well, he's, again, going to be stopped a little bit in the tracks by Lotheb. But good thing he does pick up that Sludge Belcher, because if he didn't have it, he'd be in big trouble.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Wow, this is going to be a big turn.
Yes, it certainly is. He's got a very good hand right now with that prep and the fact that he has spell power plus Eviscerate.
Right, or even Shiv. Okay.
Oh.
So I guess he's going to Shiv and draw cards.
Okay. But this does make Akanai's Circle much better.
Yeah, that clears the whole board.
In fact, You know, assuming he's only going to draw another couple spells and he doesn't pick up.
Oh, there's Malygos.
Ooh. Well, you know what? He did use a preparation, but he still got some really nice spells to complement that card. And the best part is, Malygos is 4 attack. So Priest can't deal with it.
Wow. I love it, Frodan. That's fantastic. Thank you for pointing that. That never even occurred to me, but you're right.
Oh, preparation with Malygos. Oof. I mean, Rainy Hours is just, or he's going to be in big trouble if he can't put some serious counter pressure right now on the Rogue.
Seriously, turn 10 is just death. That's like so much damage.
So is Nicholas just like counting the damage every turn at this point, trying to figure out?
Uh-oh, he's actually at too many cards.
Is he?
Right? He's at
you know
10
what?
cards.
He has all the cards he needs. I think that's actually fine.
He's got 2 Eviscerates. I don't think you prep here.
No.
Prep with Malygos is the dream.
You'd rather burn a card off the top of your deck?
Yeah. I mean, what could it be that you'd be sad? Even if it's Gadgetzan, I'd be like, I have everything I need. All right, well.
But if you prep in Fate of Knives, that's like Flame Strike.
That's
okay.
Yeah, you would have rather had burned that SI7 agent, I think, at this point.
Yeah, the SI7 definitely not something you're going to care about.
You know what? Nicholas is a man that you'd work for. No one's left behind.
Yeah, that's true.
He's a good boss. Miracle Priest in action here. He's going to draw another Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
Oh my god.
It is the Miracle Priest.
Hearthstone is trolling Rainy Hours so hard right now.
How is he even...
There's not even
He's going to deck himself here. It's going to be a fatigue battle.
Do you play differently against a Miracle deck with Malygos, or is he?
I think you can't tell if there's Malygos in it, right? Like, I guess if you knew, you could.
That's true. That's a really good point, Artosis. It's tough to identify that you're playing against Malygos until oftentimes it's too late.
Whether they have Shadow Steps or Sinister Strikes, those are 2 cards that they're going to attempt to not play unless they have a pretty bad hand.
But how do you come at it differently if he sees Malygos this game and he comes in with the next game with a different deck? Do you play differently against a Malygos deck than you do a Leroy deck?
This guy's tough.
I don't know.
Well, against Malygos deck, taunts are a lot less effective because the spells go through. And what you're usually trying to do is stall, like, it's still the same thing. You pressure your opponent, but you actually have a little bit more time. And so since you place less value on taunts, whatever deck you have from this point on, you might feel like you have more time. Like, Sludge Belcher's not as strong.
Right.
You might play like Sylvanas over it if you had the opportunity.
By the way, I would like to point out that I was completely correct in Rainy Hours playing extremely quickly.
If you are this quick at playing, would you consider playing Nosdormu?
Nosdormu. Here's the thing. It would really help this matchup, right?
Wow.
The tech card.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a way to keep Miracle Rogue in check. They have so many animations, you just shorten their turn.
And actually, you know what? Nosdormu plus Sludge Belcher is almost Time Walk for Magic the Gathering. Like, that is definitely going to use up a lot of his turn.
How much damage does he have here?
He's got 9 just with Sinister Strike and Eviscerate. That's so much. He doesn't even need Malygos.
Yeah.
God, and he has a second Sinister Strike in hand, which just kills.
Are just rotting in the Priest's hand.
Nicholas is doing it right, by the way. Golden Malygos. That's the only way you play Malygos Rogue.
That's why I can't play it yet. I need more dust.
Oh, gosh. He has to just heal up. That's Rainy Hour's best course of action.
He's getting really low.
This is what you somewhat expected from the Priest, especially with the start that you had. His Thought Steals needed to be massive, but instead
he needed to steal, like, with 2 Thought Steals, like, Malygos and 3 Sinister Strikes. that would have been the draw right there.
All right. I believe there's lethal here.
Do you think he was expecting Miracle Rogue from his opponent in the first game?
Oh, wait. I forgot lethal.
If he was, he shouldn't have picked that, right? Like, Rainy Hour opened Priest, and he could have opened up with Rogue, Warlock, or Priest.
Wait.
So
is that game?
He
got it?
No, he mana to mana.
He's got it.
I thought Nicholas. Oh no! Nicholas realized he went for the BM, but he actually miscounted his mana.
That's okay. I don't think the priest is going to deal 25 this turn.
Yeah, next turn
He was about to emote a mistake too, but he didn't. He just passed it.
He's got the 8 damage Sinister Strike next turn to finish it off.
I don't think he's going to show the Malygos.
Yeah. Well, he saw Sinister Strike before, so Sinister Strike does.
It normally does signal Malygos, but it doesn't.
He could play. He could have played. I guess he could deal with him.
Yeah.
Well, game 1.
Okay, I think I know why he chose that. By the way, I think he chose it because his priest deck is not actually going to be particularly good against anything. Like, there's a warlock there, a rogue there, and a priest there. Best he can hope for with the priest is probably to play the priest, unless this is a zoo and he gets like a very nice draw. And it was like a very controlly priest too. You know, it wasn't like death rattle.
Together. It's so nerve-wracking. Can you imagine staring at your opponent like that? So much on the line.
Yeah, I mean, every win is just like another tournament win. You're guaranteed 5,000 from top 16, and then you go to 7,500, and then you go to 15,000, then you go to like 25,000. Just it starts ramping up like crazy. So these matches have the utmost importance.
Yeah.
For sure.
Every round you win is like a wild growth on your money.
It was only that simple, man.
If you win the finals, man, that's like double innervate as well. It's crazy.
That's right.
That's a nourish. That's what that is.
You really want to have maximum money before you wild growth, so you get that excess money.
Yeah, but you have to do it when you're 2 years old, because you get maximum start your funds when you're at 2. Wow.
Are you teaching us about compound interest right now, Frodan?
The earlier you start, the better.
I'm learning a lot about you here.
Some of these guys are not too. They're really young, right?
Yeah.
We had Deer Jason compete in the Americas qualifier. He was 15 years old.
His idea was deer chasing?
Deer Jason, that was his name.
Oh. I thought it was deer chasing. I'm like,
no.
Does he chase deers for fun? Just like runs through the woods?
Maybe he could be the. I mean, that's why he plays hunter, right? His chases after.
Wow. Wow. That was actually too clever to laugh at. I'm like,
Sorry.
This guy. Going into game number 2, what do we think Rini Hour's bringing here against the Rogue?
Okay. Well, if he's playing like double Doomhammer and double Lava Burst, maybe the Shaman, because like Warrior can be pretty tough against Rogue too. To be perfectly honest, like you can arm up a whole lot, but with all these minions, when you're seeing your opponent playing Azures and then just a handful of minions, they chop away your armor. You're trying to use weapons to remove these minions, and it's chopping away at your armor, and like it's almost like a regular matchup for the Rogue.
Right.
I mean, if it's the really bursty Shaman, I would somewhat consider it, but I think he'll probably bring out the Warrior.
All right. Interesting enough.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'd play Warrior.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty logical choice, but these guys, they know their decks a little bit better, but we don't know too much about them. So let's take a look at a video to explain more about Nicholas.
These videos are amazing.
They are really good.
I'm using the nickname the Rini Hour, and I'm 21 years old, and I'm from Korea.
我是尼克勒斯，我来自中国上海，今年22岁。
I met Nicholas. We met at semi-final, and I lose.
之前和他在中韩大师赛上，对抗过。
I was bad at that time, but I'm improved, so I can beat him. I playing Warrior a lot, and I like Warlock too. I basically like the control decks.
我最喜欢套牌是奇迹贼，因为它比较灵活多变，经常可以创造奇迹。我最喜欢的卡是洛沃塞博。
Yeah, my favorite card is Pro. I prepare myself for BlizzCon. I play a lot with the Taiwan players and practice with who met at the WEC. So I think I can win.
我为这个比赛准备的时间是比较充分的。
He have to lose one more game, go back to China.
All right, so Rini Hour wants to send Nicholas back to China.
I'm so jazzed after that. Holy cow.
Ooh. All right.
The stakes are high.
It is. But you know what? Rini Hour is down one game. The advantage is Nicholas, and he's playing his favorite deck, which does says a lot, right? When you're in your comfort zone and you've played thousands of games with Miracle Rogue, it's a dangerous spot to be if you're Rini Hour.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what he can get done with this Warrior. Gonna go jump into those mulligans and.
Do you think he regrets banning Paladin?
God. You know what?
Both the decks
I've
are going to
never
be good against this
banned
lineup.
Paladin, so I don't even understand what it's like to go through that.
Yeah. I've never been put in that spot where someone used a paladin against me that I could ban, so I guess it is hard to say.
Okay, well, he does have Gadget's hand early on.
He's got his favorite card, Brawl.
Hey, this is not a bad hand at all. Like a shield block for drawing an armor. He's got the Brawl to possibly get rid of a cloaked Gadgetzan, and Harrison always gains value against rogues, so not too bad.
Brawl is one of my favorite cards also, but I love the animation so much I just play it on turn 5 regardless of what.
Don't you just hate it when you only have a minion out and you're like, oh god.
Sounds good to me. You know, Miracle Rogue needs to also get a lot of usage off the early game, so if you can't do anything, hitting the warrior does matter. Just 1 or 2 points of damage.
Sure. Yeah. That's just looking at your hand and realizing nothing else to play, may as well.
How important is armor in this matchup?
Well, it is important because there's a lot of burst that Rogue can do. When you see so many spells like Sinister Strike, you realize that a lot of the damage from Miracle Rogue isn't through minions. And minions get damage over time, right? Like you attack 3 or 4 turns. So if you armor up enough, it's the same concept.
Is there a number that where you hit that you feel like, okay, I'm out of range of pretty much anything they can throw at me?
I would say against some Miracle Rogues there could be. Against Malygos Rogue, that's a lot higher. They have some sick potential in the late game for extra damage.
Although one game that Artosis and I did see in C-Story Cup where there just was not enough damage, or just barely. Like,
oh yeah, that game.
I think it was a Maz's game when he was playing Warrior, and he just kept armoring up, and he like barely survived by 1 HP, but he used 2 shield blocks. He like, you know,
Armor Smith's
Armor
galore.
Smith, and then he like kept armoring up every turn.
And actually, didn't Savitz have a game just like that in the finals?
Yeah, where he like barely won.
He won by exact lethal on the in fatigue. It was Malygos, so
he
it was
like he was like 3 fatigue deep in shivving.
Yeah,
because like he just needed to get every point of damage possible.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, I guess there is a number, but Froden and I don't know what it is.
Yeah. So to answer your question, we don't.
Yeah. We're woefully unprepared for this powerful question.
All right, well, this is nice because we talked about pressure on the Miracle Rogue, and we've got ways to draw cards, armor up, and pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. Pretty awesome, actually. Like, even with that Death Spite that he could end up playing down, that's something that can put on a lot of extra damage, then draw extra cards.
It represents a lot of cards.
Yeah, also the Cruel Taskmaster on top of that. More damage, more cards. It's crazy.
In this matchup, I guess a normal Miracle Rogue that would have ran Leroy in the past, you want to save that sap for a taunt or a Sledge Belch or something when you're going to combo off, but you don't care as much as Malygos Rogue, right? What do you use it on? What are you looking to sap?
He did not show Malygos, but he did show 1 Sinister Strike, so there's still like a small chance about that.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point, Ben, that you brought up, because what's like an ideal target to sap if you're not trying to go for charge damage? And it often comes down to whatever is making you uncomfortable, whether it's pressure, or in a lot of cases, it is the taunt creatures. Doesn't want to Harrison does. I can respect that. Yeah, because you don't want to overdraw here.
No.
He's got a lot of cards.
In fact, we could. He has Fan of Knives, right? Like we could see him.
Oh, you're right.
There's some funny stuff that can happen here with his attack and fan. So I actually. How many cards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he can actually make him mill 2 cards. And do you guys think that's actually a worthwhile thing? It looks like he wants to do it.
Wow.
I mean, it actually reduces the pressure on him too because it kills an acolyte. So.
What cards are you hoping to burn off the top if you do it?
Shield block number 2.
Yeah.
Lotheb.
Yeah, Lotheb. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Gromosh. Nice.
Yeah, I guess there's actually quite a few cards.
It is turn 6, and you can spend your turn, joshing around, fooling with your opponent and making him draw, or you can set up like the best turn 6 that your deck's built for. So it is a little bit of
the milling is actually more tempting for me.
Yeah.
Come on, prep off the top.
Oh, if he did get prepped, then he would have been the best of both worlds.
Yes.
Well, are we going to see a brawl this turn is the real question on everyone's mind.
Oh, yeah. Definitely should brawl.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, interestingly enough, he actually has 2 weapon removals.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it would have been so sad.
That was 1 turn late for you, though, right?
Yes.
You would have done it with your 2 acolytes a turn
Absolutely.
before.
Yeah. Let's get to business. Let's hash it out, acolytes.
brothers turn on each other. This episode of Hearthstone. Yeah, I was really curious by the inclusion of oozes in these decks. We have Ooze and Harrison Jones in the Warrior, and we also have Ooze in here.
Oh,
yeah. The Ooze Harrison Jones for tournament play, I kind of like, remember Savitz was saying he put it in there to strengthen a couple matchups and weaken the other ones that he doesn't want to use in anyway. So makes some sense, but to see it in this Miracle is kind of interesting. Like,
are you worried about Gorehowl or Doomhammer or
maybe it's like I guess it shores up Hunter a little bit and Warrior a little bit, right? Like,
yeah, that is true. It does help in those matchups, just against weapon classes. But it's interesting because if you're banning Warlock, I suppose it makes sense to your strategy because Hunter will be available.
Of course, yeah.
By the way, guys, if he had gone for the decking play, which would have gotten rid of the Acolytes and made it more likely that he didn't get brawled away, he would have actually gotten rid of Gromosh. So
that's huge.
That it could have been.
All right, he's going to burn a card now, though, right? Because this is 10 cards. So what does he burn?
Loatheb?
Oh, Loatheb.
If he burns Loatheb, that's
Shield
sick.
block? Oh.
Unstable Ghoul!
No! That's probably good for the Warrior, right?
Yeah, Unstable Ghoul doesn't really
he
have
doesn't
too
want
much.
that.
Yeah, he's stoked.
Yeah, it's only good if you get synergy off of, I suppose, your Armor Smith at this point, because both Acolytes
you definitely don't want to draw it off the top of your deck.
Oh man, he's going to draw more cards.
So this brings up to 8 cards in hand, right?
I believe 9.
Ooh, he could sap.
He's got the Malagos.
Yeah, let's sap the thing that
You
kills
could sap
weapons.
Harrison. I mean,
all I can think about is decking the Warrior right now.
It's a mill road.
It's a mill road. He needs to draw into his cold lights.
Yeah.
All right. Yep, sap is if he wants to be cute. I mean, the removal he wants to go to the face.
Yeah, I have a feeling he doesn't want to. He's got other things on his mind, like trying to win so he can win $7,500.
There's no point in Sinister Strike there, right, to reduce armor?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that you're saving Sinister Strikes for Malagos if possible, because you've got to, like, in fact, he's got Malagos in hand. He already has a prep. There's just so much armor that can be gained here still by Rainy Hour.
Why not play Grom that turn? Run into the 4/4.
I like saving him as the finisher. Like, for instance, right now at 18 health.
Yeah,
and he has a Cruel Taskmaster in hand. If he deals 6 more damage somehow, he just straight up wins the turn after.
Yeah,
so I like saving it.
Because he's got Alex Straza next turn.
Yeah.
And then he's got Gromosh the following turn.
Do Alex Strasser the Rogue's face?
Yeah, if you
could
want to position
Or do you
yourself
DM?
to win, but
Yeah.
do you want to show your dominance, Alex Straza yourself? Give yourself a handicap.
Now that's bad manner. That's like you do that and then you shield slam the Alex Straza. That would be sick.
Oh well, this Farseer actually won't get much done, grand scheme of things.
Oh yeah.
Surprised that he didn't go for some kind of Malagos play, but I suppose you can set up a strong weapon beforehand, so Blade Flurry can be really powerful if you pick it up.
Do you Deadly Poison away the 3/5?
Man, it's so tough. You have Assassin's
I
Blade.
think you do, because otherwise your 3/3 is 100% dead, right?
Yeah, it seems like a weird play to play the 3/3 if you
like just for 3 life
gain.
gain. It's
Yeah.
like,
He's running out of time.
Oh, okay. Just preps with one.
Okay.
I mean, I would attack that in Rag, right? That seems like really good. The Rag is going to be able to
Ragnaros.
Oh, he actually shield slams. Okay, that's fine. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's huge. He's at 10 life.
And that's a
Gromash range, right?
Yeah, Gromash kill next turn.
That's right.
So you can
and that's
clear the board and play another
it's
Earth
Ragnaros range.
Work here. Malagos prep Phantom. No, I don't even know. That doesn't even kill.
Yeah, how does he stop him?
Well, Phantom Knives has to draw another prep, which, no, that doesn't do it.
So he has to sap Rag here.
Does that even help? With Gromash next turn?
Yeah, that's still...
Well, in his mind, he has to worry about what might kill him even if Gromosh isn't even in his hand.
Yeah.
This just kills him
Is there
right
any way
here.
to stay alive? Is there anything he could
No,
draw
I
that
don't
could
think
keep him
so.
alive? Ice block?
Yeah, let's put Ice Block in a Miracle Rogue. That is a great idea. I'm so glad that we have you working on Hearthstone.
Correct. Well, I suppose if he drew something, if he prep fan into like some kind of taunt or farce. No, he doesn't even matter.
You play the Deadly Poison and Swamp Ooze for multiple targets on the Brag when it comes out. Because he's going down to 7. I mean, he's dead no matter what.
Right.
But, you know.
I am a little surprised why he's been so hesitant to play like his Deadly Poison to even swing. This Sludge Belch has done so much damage already.
That's it. Grommash goes in for the kill.
All right. We now are going to tie up the series with his Warrior deck.
Wow. And that was an important win. If he lost this one, he most likely would have just gotten destroyed in the series. And Ringyao from Korea equalizes.
Yeah, well, now we get to see what Nicholas is going to go with next. He's got Priest and Warlock here. You know, Priest versus Warrior, I think, is like a pretty close matchup. I personally like Warrior in it a little bit over Priest just because you have so much extra damage at the end with Grommash and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think I'd pick Warlock no matter what Warlock it is.
Do you think those guys are getting hot in that room next to that fire, and that's why Reniar's playing so fast?
You know, I was just in there, and it's a hell of a lot warmer than in here.
It's toasty for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Warrior has a slight edge over the Priest. Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. Like, it can go either way.
But then you have the very fun moments if you're the Priest player of Thought Steal and how that can play
and
a
getting
weird mix
2
into the
shield
game.
slams. That's always fun. Then you
right.
have to steal an Armor Smith. You have to steal an Armor Smith with that Cabal.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he'll probably go Warlock because I think that Zoo is fine, and I think that.
Do we know what type of
Handlock is
Warlock?
fine. No, but it doesn't matter. It's Warlock.
I want to lean towards Zoo, but you know, if that's the reason why you lean towards it, that might be the reason you bring Handlock instead. Or you just completely throw caution to the wind and make your own Warlock deck of some kind.
Voidcaller. Illidan.
That deck is.
Oh
like,
yes, I've seen that deck.
That deck is just a few more cards away from being like absolutely unstoppable.
I feel that's
because you have some really good combos in it, but it sometimes just gets a little too slow start in the beginning. That doesn't prove its consistency. But if it does, it is so fun to play.
It is the
it's like,
funnest.
oh, I actually have a Jiraxis 315 out on the field.
Baron Rivendell
on
and stuff.
5.
It's so sick.
Yeah, because then you like Void Terror, your Void Caller, and then you bring out another demon. It's just
you get Jiraxis for free, then Crazed Alchemist him attack for 15.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. You are evil, sir. Oh man.
Wow. This is a janky deck you're talking about right now.
Crazed Alchemist. Yeah. All right,
Hopefully, well, maybe we'll see it on Nicholas here.
I need a copy of that deck.
If we see Crazed Alchemist in his opening hand, I'm excited. He must have been watching me on the ladder.
Right.
So if it is Handlock, though, I feel like that's a good response from Nicholas to hit his opponent. Handlock can be really problematic.
Oh,
I feel like it is.
Handlock in an insane hand too. You just throw the Shadow Flame and Mortal Coil away. That is like Twilight Drake eats up so much removal from the Warrior.
He's got an Iron Beak, Al.
Oh wow, that's perfect.
Yeah.
That is actually perfect. And not everyone's playing an owl right now.
Right.
That transition, sorry.
Huh?
Don't mind me, I'm just walking by Hearthstone transitions. Alright.
This series is tied up. It's exciting.
Yeah, you know, having the Iron Beak and Shield Slams is important to get the removal out. So if you can just sequence it appropriately, you might be able to weather the early storm, but this is where it gets really difficult for Warrior.
A lot of weapons.
Because look at Jiraxis in the hand. That's also problematic later.
Yes!
Oh, God.
Oh, my favorite.
All right, so if Jiraxis comes out this game, you have to do the voice.
Oh, sure.
All right, Ben?
Is that your voice?
No, I wish. Oh, man, that guy's amazing.
Is your voice Grommash?
No, I do no voice. I'm one of the
no
guys.
voices in Hearthstone.
I'm one of the guys in the background.
Oh, wow.
Oh, really? You're the one screaming when an 8 attack creature or higher attack?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Where's that Iron Beak, Al?
Oh, man, he wants to value his armor so much that he's
Yeah,
unwilling to chop it down with an axe.
Okay.
He's got so many weapons.
That is the perfect draw! That is the perfect draw. Wow.
Is he going to drop top deck another owl here?
Oh my god. If he's playing 2 owls in this warrior deck, I don't even know where I am right now. That would just be so shocking. But you know what? These guys actually got so much work done. He's used 3 cards to get rid of 2 of them, and he just used up a bunch of armor. Right? Like, that's...
Yes.
That's crazy.
But he did get rid of them. I mean, those guys are tough to eat.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting, too, because Nicholas coined the Twilight Drake before he even drew the second one. It's as if he knew that was 2-turn play. Because otherwise, coining a Twilight Drake usually isn't the best for action because you have Mountain Giant in hand.
That's a great draw, though, isn't it? Because now he can actually remove this. Slam into armor up, shield slam, hit with your weapon.
Yeah, but first you have to man up.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, he's gonna shield slam after this.
But that doesn't do anything.
Is he gonna equip Death Spite?
Like, you have to kill the giant. You have to kill the giant.
Whoa. Wait, is he gonna equip Death Spite before attacking?
I don't even understand.
So he doesn't enable Molten Giant later?
Huh?
No,
Like,
you're not worried about
I think
Molten
you
Giants.
have to kill this 8/8.
Yeah,
There's okay, he's gonna do it.
There had to be some kind of creative plan where he thought about
something having to do with Sludge Belcher trading,
or like using the second charge of Death Spite, I think, to like.
But that's
kill
like,
off.
But he would have attacked first unless he was somehow terrified of
precisely.
Yeah.
Molten Giant getting free too fast.
Huh.
Or maybe he's just trying to mislead his opponent. Like, he's really thinking about another play, but he's just showing something.
Oh, interesting.
In the meantime.
He's misleading us, too.
I would bet a gross amount of money that wasn't it.
I will not take that bet.
All right. Didn't think so. All right, so, I mean, this is kind of like a lackluster turn, but still he's got a pretty good hand.
That's a good setup. He's got that several guys who can give everybody taunt in his hand.
Yeah.
2 Ancient Watchers is representing, a lot of defense here. Does he really want to defend, though? He wants to take a lot of damage. He's got 2 Molten Giants.
Yeah, but it's okay for now. I would like to drop the second Ancient Watcher because
He just the only reason he won is Brawl, right? Like, if he drops both and then Giants later, the Brawl is, like, way more likely to be awesome, I guess.
That is fair.
These weapons were, like, kind of crappy to draw so early
Yeah,
on. These are
3 weapons.
And like you were saying, Ben, like, even if he equips them in attacks, he's just going to enable Molten Giants, and, like, he doesn't have finishers in his hand yet, really.
Do you think this Handlock is playing Ooze and Harrison?
Maybe not. I mean, there is a serious consideration for Ooze.
Yeah, I have seen an Ooze in Handlocks occasionally recently.
There we go.
But I don't think he's playing it.
Sylvanas there is the best thing to have against Brawl.
Yeah, she's pretty good against Brawl. You almost hope that Sylvanas lives.
I think I still take the Armor Smith. Oh, the Sylvanas.
Okay.
I like this. Defender of Argus is not only because you get the buffs, but it's also a play.
Ragnaros!
Oh boy.
Who does he hit?
The 2/3, obviously.
Yes, obviously.
I think he hits the face. And then
You think he hits face, and we see some Moltens popping up?
Giants.
Oh, see.
Oh,
so clear. So clear.
Defender. He's really defending.
Ragnaros picks up the extra point. That was a good kill. Is there a way for him to...
You gotta copy Rag.
Yeah, but I was thinking, is there a way that you copy and remove? I don't think you can.
Oh,
no,
he's
there's
doing
not.
it. He's doing it.
Yeah, no, copying Ragnaros is one of the most satisfying things to do in the game.
And then killing Ragnaros.
When it hits the Rag, that's like...
This is such a big moment.
Let's see.
If it hits Ragnaros...
Watch. Okay, just watch Reniar's face. This is hitting Rag.
He wants it to.
Oh! Wow. Well, that was definitely the best target for Reniar there.
All right, well...
Yes. Although Lothab, what does he do? He's like, he can't finish off any of the Ancient Watchers. I guess this Ragnaros could still kill the opposing Ragnaros.
Suppose you could remove one minion, but first you shield block.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. You could...
It's very meh.
Yeah.
Chop down, chop, chop.
All right, let's see it, Rag.
Oh,
All right, where you going,
the
Rag?
Rag battle.
No!
Oh, now it's even worse because it's it's much more likely than it would have been to kill off the other Rag now. For Nicholas.
This is getting stressful, guys.
Okay.
Wait, you could... Oh, he's 1 mana short of being able to take control of that
Right.
rag with
Oh
my God.
Shadow Flame.
Does that still stop you from playing Sylvanas this turn?
Actually, playing Sylvanas
yeah.
is so sick.
Yeah, because
That
even if
is-
you don't kill the rag, he doesn't want his rag to kill your Sylvanas and then you have 2 rags.
Now here's another.
Yeah, the best thing you can do is like, oh my God.
He could play, it wouldn't be good, but he could play Jiraxis to the delight of the crowd.
You're absolutely right. He could do that.
Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't be too good though, right? With 2 Moltons in hand.
But he's also right. It would delight the crowd.
You do not Sun Fury this rag. You absolutely do not do that.
Oh, it
This
makes
would
it
make
so
Black
vulnerable.
Knight so powerful
Yep.
here.
Oh, interesting.
Black Knight would just be an amazing draw.
Oh, he's gonna hit the rag.
No!
Oh my God, these rags are hilarious.
Oh, he's got cool Taskmaster Execute.
Oh yeah.
What do you? There's no good option here,
You
guys.
No, actually, I think you have a pretty decent set of options.
Well, you have to play Sludge Belcher and the Cruel Taskmaster and the Execute.
Yeah.
You want to have a lot of targets in case your
It's
Ragnaros hits
And
his Sylvanas.
Yeah.
I think you're okay hitting Sylvanas here and stealing the 2/2. Oh, that's
wow.
the worst target by a large margin.
Yeah.
These are some off-mark Ragnaroses.
Now Shadow Flame is a big deal. You
Yeah.
actually wanted to hit Sylvanas in that situation.
Yeah, the Shadow Flame just steals
right.
rag.
Yep. In fact, let's see. If he steals it, that's 8 damage. Opposed at 19. Oh man, you just play like Lotheb to follow it up with
man.
Sludge Belcher. That's just an insane board.
He could life tap and play both Molten Giants, which would be great. But he should.
Yeah, I think you're not too concerned about like that per se, because you want to take control of the Ragnaros. That's the bigger
Rainy
threat.
Hour knew what was coming.
Yep. That's brutal.
Ouch.
Would
And
you?
This one's going for the face no matter what.
I would Lotheb here over that giant.
Yeah, Lotheb or Sludge Belcher
Yeah,
seems
'cause
to be pretty decent.
The only like scary thing would be a brawl that leaves the 2/3. So the Lotheb would like at least make that be his whole turn.
He still got that weapon. He was never able to get those weapon charges.
Yeah, yeah. The weapons were like pretty useless.
Rainy Hour expressing his displeasure by forcing Garrosh to roar over and over again there.
Oh man, he has to chop down Ragnaros, right? But
Ouch. I guess you're taking the 8 anyway.
it doesn't really matter, I suppose.
Oh man, well this could be over right now.
I believe it is.
If he
Yeah.
kills the
Just has to-
1/3 and Ragnaros again goes for the head.
It just has to Shadow
Oh, is that
Flame.
it?
Oh well, the Soulfire for sure. That's it.
Unless
Now, does this Soulfire
with
count
Soulfire,
as
right.
a top deck Soulfire to win the game? If so, check out Chalky's Twitter. He's
Oh.
giving away a pack.
wait.
Hit face with that.
Yeah, and then
Now he still doesn't have a. He's still not.
And
Yeah,
he
there you
blows
go.
this up.
Oh, right, of course,
Bam,
yes.
easy peasy.
Yeah.
And that was a top
No,
deck.
you
Ragnaros.
played the Farseer on your
Victory.
opponent. You,
Oh,
you
yeah.
heal
Oh,
your
of
Missed
course you
BM,
do.
Missed bad manners.
Oh, jeez.
All right,
You're so
Nicholas.
right, Frodan.
Missed opportunity. But now Rainy Hour can line up Shaman, it looks like.
Shaman does fine against Handlock.
Yeah. I'd say so.
But that leaves a Priest left for Nicholas, and we all know how good Cabal Shadow Priest does against poor Shaman.
Yep.
Yeah, it can be a nightmare scenario for
Yeah,
Priest
your
against
Searing
Shaman.
Totems get stolen.
The game was so exciting. I'm just sad we didn't get to see Jiraxis, you guys.
I know, I was looking forward to the voice.
Jiraxis into getting Harrisoned is so crazy. It is the craziest. People think
He didn't have
Doomhammer
Harrison,
is
yeah.
rewarding. You take his hands and put them in a museum. Like the guy can't even drink a cup of coffee anymore.
Chop it off. It's like the old form. It's like the old form of punishment, right? They used to be just had their heads in the
Yeah.
Comstock lock.
Right.
Right?
Well, I guess he gets to keep his head though, right? Like,
Yeah, but
What are the
barely.
mechanics of this? I gotta.
you literally kill his hands and draw a bunch of cards. off
that
of it.
should definitely be like something like a running counter of an infographic, like how many hands have been put in museums, like since the launch of beta and
You can pull that out of the Blizzard servers, right?
Yeah,
Let
you
us
guys have
know.
powerful statistics.
Probably. We have some awesome guys on
That's
pulling
sick.
things
Yeah.
back there.
Absolutely. Well, not in this scenario. There's no more Harrison Jones available to take out Jiraxis.
Oh, Jiraxis even better this time.
Unless Renier puts Harrison in the Shaman.
That's a pretty greedy thing to put into a Shaman deck.
That was something
I've seen it before.
That's something that used to do against Hunter. Like 6-0 did that. And in fact, a lot of people copied his deck when they were using Shaman to play in a lot of these tournaments. And maybe we can still see some hands being chopped off. I think that'd be cool.
I'd love to see that. That would be amazing, Brody.
Yes. The people don't know that they want to see that too yet. And the priest coming up here. Oh, you want to say something?
I was wondering when you're playing Handlock, do you wait until you play Jiraxis until you played all your Molten Giants, or sometimes you just YOLO?
Wait. With
It's a little bit of both. They said the Molten Giants.
Oh.
Sometimes it's a little bit of both. Or like you can't wait any longer.
Right.
You know. Or sometimes you just want to wait to get them out first. Because if you have Molten Giants in hand, you still have 6/6s coming out of your.
That's true. Yeah.
Your hero power.
Those are redundant.
True. Yeah, 6/6 is as good as 8/8.
He's got that Twilight Drake, but he's not on the draw.
Sometimes even better. All right. Hellfire.
Yeah,
really
the Hellfire
important.
is very, very nice. Good card against Shaman there. Double Harvest Golem over here. Or Renier.
Renier saying that was a mistake. I don't know what he was referring to.
Wanted to coin Totem? Maybe?
Coin Totem would have been okay with the Flame Tongue Totem. Put on some pressure on Handlock.
Like Totem.
Coin Totem, you're right. That's almost exactly what aiming for.
But actually, with Double Harvest Golem, I think that's... I'd rather coin out the Harvest Golem, I feel like. Huh. Well, I guess this is one less minion out.
Right.
Is what's happening there. So he can't quite clear as easily. But look at his hand. Holy God. Like, doesn't matter what's coming out. It's dealt with.
Those Earth Shocks are really good against Twilight Drake.
Oh, man.
Oh,
yeah, and here's the best part, too, because he's got a board strong enough that Sludge Belcher won't even have that big of an impact, honestly.
That's true. That's true.
It's interesting.
Usually, Sludge Belcher is a really problematic card where it baits out Hex, but...
He'd rather have the Totem here over the Flame Tongue Totem, deal 4 extra damage?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, it sets up for Flame Tongue Totem being really useful later, and so that's good.
Do you Earth Shock this guy?
Ooh.
I think I might Rock Biter here.
Yeah, Rock Biter seems slightly more effective, but now he's picked up...
Oh, okay.
Well, now he's picked up Nerubian Egg as well, so that's a disincentive.
Great with Flame Tongue Totem.
Exactly. And preventative measures against Hellfire.
That's right.
Oh, right.
He almost put it on the left-hand side. Like, that would have been really weird.
He was thinking about it, I guess. What's the benefit to doing that?
None.
Maybe making space to the other side if you
I
want
guess
to put
totems will come out on the other side.
Right. Didn't think very long about it.
Yeah, I'm still saying none. I don't like that.
Oh, do you
when the
what do you
egg
silence?
dies, it pops up the...
You silence the Flame Tongue Totem, it kind of turns off the Nerubian Egg. Obviously, he doesn't know that he has a Rock Biter in his hand.
I think you silence the egg.
I would silence the egg and use a Hellfire. Screw it, this
Oh,
is fine
yeah.
board for
Yep.
Hellfiring.
That's right.
It's poor owls. They come out and they die immediately.
This has actually been something that we've seen a lot in this series. These guys don't care at all about their owls. They don't give a hoot.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. You win BlizzCon, Artosis.
That's right.
Ladies and
Two-time
gentlemen,
champion,
our
folks.
back reigning champion, Dan Artosis Demkos. Wow. Oh man, I don't know if I can rebound off of that.
That's over. I'm out of here. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
He didn't attack there, right?
Yeah.
Worried about that Molten Giant again?
In fact, he didn't even play it. Like, just totem pass without attack. That's like, oof.
Well, Molten Giant.
You can't stop him.
It's
Imagine
just
if
gonna
you play
get
that Twilight
hexed.
Drake, how sad that would be.
I think Sludge Belcher or Drake is even slightly more preferable because they have the removal.
Sludge Belcher I really like here. It uses your mana more efficiently. It's not like you need the taunt, but it's something that you can actually, you don't feel bad about attacking this taunt totem, whereas at 8/8, you're like, well, don't I look silly?
Plus, you'll probably get to play that 8/8 for free or, as you live tap.
Quite soon here. Like, yeah, especially if he life taps next turn. It's so cheap. What a discount.
Yeah. I think Renier is really tempted to play Fire Elemental, but this will actually set his board to be more passive because he's just gonna Siphon Soul.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, unless he
life
feels
tap
tempted.
giant.
Unless he feels tempted to play a giant, but I think Siphon Soul is a lot stronger. In fact, I don't think he even need to necessarily tap. Right? Yeah, I think
I would tap into Siphon Soul. Wait, how many cards? No, he has 8. So
you like to tap? You don't want to put Ancient Watcher?
Do you really need the Ancient Watcher right now?
Well, because then it's another body for like Defender of Argus. Because you're starting to worry about
But-
like Doomhammers and like ways for him to
That's
kill
true.
you.
That is actually Doomhammer is so popular right now. That's a very good point. I didn't notice his health.
Is he just not worried about Fire Elemental because that little slime is going to hold up?
It's really optimistic.
Yeah, like with the Taunt Totem there, it's a little bit problematic because he does have the Soulfire, which he could combo with the Slime to take out the 6/5. I think you're right. I think he has to Siphon Soul this.
Okay.
Another owl.
I don't mind the life tap with it, but the Ancient Watcher isn't bad with it as well, as you were saying.
It's just that next turn, you have, I guess, I'm trying to calculate the cards, because could you Mountain Giant Defender of Argus? I think you still can. I don't think you lose too many cards because you didn't tap.
Yeah, you can still do that.
Okay. Well, either way, Renier is going to set up a pretty resilient board. There's no Shadow Flame yet. Huh.
Do you owl the 3/5?
He has so many good options. Look at that hand.
There's no way to kill off your own owl here, though, which is disappointing.
So I guess that's not
Well,
even worth it.
hold on. Yeah. You Siphon Soul your owl. He actually... Yeah, Soulfire, Siphon Soul. It's there's actually a lot of ways, to be honest.
I'm gonna start a Facebook campaign to save the owls. You guys are cruel. Never put me in your deck if they ever turn me into a Hearthstone card, please.
So many possibilities.
Is he just holding on to that Earthshock, hoping you'll see that second Twilight Drake? Is
Yeah,
it better?
the Earthshock at this point isn't even to kill off the Drake. I think the Earthshock's to get past taunts, so that way you can kill your opponent.
Oh yeah, he's getting low enough.
He is.
I think that if a Twilight Drake gets played and I have an Earthshock in my hand, like I can't even stop myself from getting it. There could be lethal by doing something else, but the value, the feeling of killing the Twilight Drake with that is just too good.
I suppose so.
Yeah. I think you can't argue what I've said here.
Oh man.
I
draws
I completely
bloodlust.
identify with what you say.
Is that game? He draws blood.
What is he going to describe with this Soulfire?
Yes, it is actually. Yes, Bloodlust would be game.
All right, second Siphon
Not
Soul
anymore,
wasn't
I mean,
doing much anyways.
6.
So how much damage is there? That's 5, 7,
Yeah, it would
10
be now.
damage.
Oh wow. But with all those Ancient Watchers, free Molten Giants, and Defender of Argai.
Defender of Argai.
Unless you're running Lava Burst to get those last couple damage out. Getting intense.
It's
not,
a tough
not
one.
Great.
He's drawn enough cards that you might even put him on Draxus in hand, so you got to be careful about pushing him too low.
They just charge up the crystal in the corner there for good luck.
Oh, he hexes the Giant too.
So is he going to Lightning Storm and just clear? Like, ooh, I don't like that
Clear.
at all, though.
Oh yeah, if you clear, you
Think
just take
you-
something of yours.
Yeah.
With Sylvanas.
Don't you want to push for damage?
Yeah, well, yeah, you do want to push for damage, I would say, but I don't know. This Sylvanas here is a little bit scary. I feel like the Giant is almost less scary in some ways.
Oh, he could. He's thinking
Yeah,
about
I thought so
Earthshocking
too,
him.
which is why I think I'd rather hex Sylvanas than the Giant.
Well, he
Yeah, that's what I was
so
saying.
Oh,
he'd rather
sorry.
have it.
Oh, he's giving him
okay.
so much of his burst.
Okay.
I mean, he deals with the board, sure, but isn't this this is more of what Handlock wants to see? He sees Earthshock and Rockbiter used, and that's like, well, I don't have to fear that. For the burst.
When Shaman's hand gets low like this, oh god, that's oof.
All right, not yet, but soon, soon, Ben. Ben Brode is.
I just
rubbing
want
his hands
someone. I just
together.
want someone to face Jiraxis.
I see drool coming out of Ben's mouth right now as soon as Draxus came out of here. Thanksgiving came early. All right. It is worth noting that as you have Draxus, you want to make sure that you have the best post-Draxus hand as possible.
Oh, yeah.
So a Taunt Giver is usually really important to have,
Yeah.
but I don't think he has a choice here.
I think that this is strong. With this spell power, let's see what he draws. Oh god, an Undertaker.
That's not good.
Okay.
Not so useful.
Medium rolls.
Yeah.
You can wipe up the. Oh, yeah, he could keep that Sludge Belcher around if he Arguses.
Yes, he can. Now the question becomes if he wants to trade. What does he want to taunt out with his defender?
Totems, I guess. And an Undertaker, yeah.
I mean, at this point, are you just saying screw it? You just play everything?
Yeah. And if he has like a Soulfire, you're just like, or a Hellfire, you're just kind of sad.
Oh, feels like Jiraxis is coming, you guys.
Soon.
Yes,
now,
soon, Ben.
I feel it, you guys.
I do want to mention that Reniauer has recently, in a tournament, Soulfired his own face to play Molten Giant. So,
oh wow,
that could be a fun move as well.
Hey, well, you can't do that without playing. You can't risk.
No, you Soulfire, discard the Twilight Drake, play Molten Giant.
No. You discard the Owl because you no longer have a way to kill it when it comes out.
Oh man, that really is next level.
Imagine if he Soulfired his face and discard the Molten Giant.
Or discards Jiraxis.
The pain that would be.
You just can't Soulfire at this point because
no. You're fine here.
Yeah.
I think. Let's see.
It's actually like mildly scary right now. That's
6
Bloodlust. I'm telling you, if that Undertaker was a Bloodlust, this game would be over.
Yeah,
this is where holding one card is actually very powerful because Reniauer could have played it, but he's just messing with his opponent's head a little bit.
Oh right, and now he's like, oh my gosh, my
That's
opponent
Bloodlust.
has Bloodlust. Oh no!
Worst late game draws.
Oh wow!
Oh my god.
That is awful.
You just got shoved, don't you?
I don't remember last time I saw a Shaman actually draw Undertaker in his opening hand. I feel like this is always how Undertaker goes with Shaman. It's like late game, they just draw. They're like, oh.
I think Kalento's had a few really good draws with Death Rattle Shaman before. But
no wonder he's the best player in the world.
That's what I did wrong with Shaman. I didn't draw Undertaker.
Yeah. Well, here you have to go to face. You have a bunch of little taunts. Like, you're not going to be trading in. It doesn't make sense.
Jiraxis heals himself back up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's useless, but
I mean,
that's his
would you
best
rather
chance to
trade
win.
all your dudes, like 3 of your dudes, into this 5/5? Well, I guess so. Never mind.
Maybe he knows Jiraxis is there. Didn't he discard Jiraxis last game? So he knows he's playing it.
Oh, okay. Double Undertaker. Watch out. Oh, no, only one. He's holding the other one.
It's
For the fear
mind
factor.
games.
It is the mind games at this point.
Yeah.
Second Undertaker won't make
Reniauer's
a big impact.
Tearing his hair out trying to figure out if that's Bloodlust.
Yeah, he could be thinking that's like Bloodlust. He could be thinking that's like a Doomhammer, maybe.
Oh yeah.
I think he would have played.
He
Doomhammer,
wishes he was at.
He's like, what is that card?
He really wishes he could just play.
He's gonna watch the replay and we'll laugh.
This Molten Giant Jiraxis. It's so close.
Oh, it is close.
So close.
Good Owl, the 1/3.
I think Ironbeak Owl was something that you might want to keep.
Would you guys life tap here?
If you're gonna play the Molten Giant, I would.
I think Jiraxis is not a terrible play too, but when your Molten Giant costs 2 mana.
Oh, I like it when you say that.
Yeah.
Actually, Jiraxis might be one of the best players.
Oh.
It hurts because of the Molten in your hand,
Right.
but I think it's actually really good because he's been bluffing one card the whole game.
Right.
You can take out the 1/2.
Based off what we know, we think tap Molten Giant's perfectly fine, but
Yeah, it's based on the hand.
It's not the swaggest
Jiraxis.
play, though.
No, it's not.
The swaggest play is Jiraxis.
Hey, he's
We're about
gold.
to
Look
find
at him.
out how swag Nicholas is here.
you're ready, right? For
Well,
Jiraxis?
if he's YOLO swag, he soulfires himself, discards Owl, plays.
He's doing it.
He's doing
He's
it.
doing it.
This is your time to shine, Ben.
Oh, you face Jiraxis, Neradar Lord of the Burning Legion.
Whoa! Can't do that.
Imagine if he roped before attacking.
Oh man.
That would have been
Jiraxis
disastrous.
Rope
doesn't
Lord of
care
the
about the
Burning
rope.
Legion, more like
Rope Lord of the Burning Legion. Oh my God, Artosis, you are so funny. All right, I mean you have to just go all out, right?
You
like,
have
shoot
to.
the face.
You face him with this Searing
Yep.
Totem. This Searing Totem does not look back. It just goes.
All right.
Oh, he's still gonna hold on to the Undertaker. Oh,
it's-
he's finally
No,
revealing
you have- yeah,
the big
yeah.
secret.
You need
Every
everything.
point of damage really matters here.
You watch, he just draws a Hellfire or something.
He's got no
Shadow
way to.
Flame.
Oh,
Shadow Flame!
Well, that's a
Wow.
good draw.
Yep. Now the hero power with Shadow Flame
Is that-
clears the entire board.
Yeah, and you've got power overwhelming,
you can power
Soulfire,
overwhelming,
like-
yeah.
Oh, you can kill your owl. Oh my god! Do it! Kill the owl! Purge him by fire.
Oh man, I love the Jiraxis laugh.
Oh, he's gonna do it!
Yeah, power overwhelming.
Nice.
Thank God that every owl dies immediately.
I think that's what you need to have a counter for. Like, the infographic needs to show how many owls have been killed by their masters.
Yeah, on turn one, owl. Or
If
the,
someone
the first
doesn't
turn.
show up to BlizzCon with a sign that all owls must die, then I am going to be very disappointed.
Oh, you might as well Soulfire away your 15 cost.
Yeah, seriously.
That's true. It's a free discard.
Oh,
He needs this
man.
to be a taunt totem.
And that is not a taunt totem.
Oh,
is that
man.
game?
13.
That's game.
That's game with Soulfire. Wow.
What a close game, but Nicholas is going to go to the winner's match against Quar, and Reniauer falls to play number guy.
Oh, we're gonna see a Paladin.
Are we?
Are we?
Right?
I mean,
Well,
This gets banned again?
yes.
Yeah,
it is a
I don't think it'll get
possibility.
banned again. I think you're right. Yeah.
No, Mortal Coil.
Yeah.
Oh, what a match.
All
That's
right.
going to do it. Well played, and that's the second player from China going to the winner's match.
That's right. These Chinese players have gotten really good, man. Practicing quite a bit. I think that Reniauer actually played well. Just his decks were not up to the task is the problem, I think. The Miracle deck was like really rough for him to kill, and then, I mean, Handlock can clean up quite a few decks as well.
Yeah, Handlock showing why, once again, it was to be feared for a long time.
I didn't think Reniauer played too fast. He didn't make any mistakes due to quick play.
Yeah, I don't think so. But still, he plays very fast.
Yeah, but more importantly, I
He
think
speed runs Hearthstone every game.
he speed runs Hearthstone. Yeah, I guess him versus Sixo at the beginning of this of every season would be quite the scene to watch. We're name dropping him a lot, by the way. Sixo, shout out to him.
Is there a speed run for Heroic Nax? Like 6-minute run?
Probably not yet, but I'm sure if like you
Someone should do
contact
that.
AGDQ, I'm sure that they'll have something like that. I'm serious.
Yeah.
There's people who do that. There's
Yeah.
people who speedrun like Heart of the Swarm and Wings of
Yeah,
Liberty
yeah.
campaign, and they're like, yeah, I can do it in 19 hours. I'm like, all right. Well, you do that.
He's like, you know how many tries it took me to get it done in 19 hours? Like, oh my God, I thought I played a lot of StarCraft.
Let's take a look at where we sit at the end of Group B. We're halfway through the day, and we have two players in the winner's match for tomorrow. That's Nicholas and Quar, excuse me. I was going to say his name, Cower. And then we have Teray versus Reniauer in the lower bracket. They're not eliminated, but we'll also see who goes home early in Group B tomorrow for the round of 16 continuing. In the meantime, that puts us at the halfway mark. We have Fireback, Green Sheep, Chiro, and Kranich. And that's going to be fun because I know people have been really looking forward to seeing Fireback, especially on his new team that Amaz started yesterday on Team Archon.
That's going to be fantastic. Firebat, definitely one of the favorites of this tournament, if you ask me.
Sure.
I cannot wait.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll see more Jiraxis?
I absolutely think we will.
Yes. There's going to be more Draxus today, don't you worry.
Ben, even if you're in the audience, you have to scream out his emote as soon as.
Oh, yeah.
he gets
I
played.
will.
We'll hear you. You have a very loud voice.
Sounds good. We're going to go to Rachel, who has the winner for a quick interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Nicholas. That's my little brother's name, so I feel very warm towards you. I'm very happy that you are successful. Are you feeling good about this?
Nicholas 同时也是他的弟弟的名字，所以他对你现在有比较特殊的感情。然后你现在赢下了一场比赛，你现在感想如何？
感到很开心，就是希望能继续努力取得好成绩。
He said, I feel really happy about it, and I'll try my best to achieve a good result out of the tournament.
Excellent. Well, you had some questions for Nicholas here, didn't you?
Yeah, I was just wondering, your Paladin got banned, so how did you feel about that? Was it something you were expecting? Do you expect to be able to use it later in the tournament?
你的圣骑士在上一场被那个ban掉，那么你对此有何看法？以及你觉得你在接下来的比赛当中会不会再用圣骑士？
在之后的比赛中应该会有用圣骑士的机会。然后 Reniauer ban我的圣骑士，应该是因为上次中韩对抗的时候，我用骑士打败了他。
All right, so I think the reason why Reniauer banned my Paladin was because last time we met him, I beat him with my Paladin deck, so he was kind of afraid of it. I really think I will have the opportunities to use my Paladin deck in the future of the tournament, so I'm very excited about it.
I think we're all looking forward to that.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think it was a mistake by Rennie Hour to ban your Paladin?
是一个小错误吧。应该是搬我的贼比较好。
Might be a minor mistake because I feel very confident about my rogue deck, so the best choice for him would be to ban my rogue deck. But yeah, mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made. Excellent. Well, you came in first in OGN's China vs. Korea tournament. You're very experienced against Chinese players, against Korean players. Are there any North American or European players that you've had your eye on?
所以他问的是上一次在中韩对抗赛当中获得了冠军，那么你非常熟悉就是韩国选手，对中韩对抗这个主题应该会不陌生。但是除此以外，你有对美国或者欧洲有没有什么北美区或者欧洲区的选手，有没有什么你比较在意的选手，或者比较想去了解的选手？
北美地区和欧洲地区的高手非常多。我特别在意的是 K 神，因为他的实力是公认的。Clanto。
Yeah. So yeah, there are a lot of really good players in North American and European region, and I think I'm going to have some tough fights against them. And the player I'm most concerned about is the answer he just gave, Clanto.
Kalento's the same in all languages, and we've heard him from everybody.
Yep.
Everyone seems worried about facing Kalento.
Yeah, definitely. So, do you feel that there's a big difference between the different regions in Hearthstones and the strategies that they use? Is there any region you feel is the strongest right now?
"感觉每个地区的高手都非常多，实力的话还是比较均衡的。
All right, so we do have a lot of good players in all the regions, and I think the top players in each region are kind of balanced. So the top players are pretty equal.
Balance, that's an interesting
Yep.
way to look at it. Everyone's nice, even balance among all the regions. That's why these games are so good, I think, Azale.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's definitely, as a fan, I think the best answer to hear so that we can have the most competitive games throughout the tournament.
And speaking of competitive games, why don't we get back to it? We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, our casters have a whole lot more Hearthstone for you.
World of Warcraft, Warlords of Draenor. Boost to level 90 and take your place on the front lines. Rated T for teen.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championships round of 16. We had so much fun with Ben. We're going to keep him on here for another series in Group C. We're going to match number 5. You're really excited for this, aren't you?
I'm jazzed.
All right, so I believe our next series is Firebat versus Chiro, if I'm correct.
I think that you are correct.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like
I was waiting
yes.
for some affirmation.
It is.
Good. And then it's going to be
I have
Firebat
it written on my shoes in case you're wondering. But it's very small, so I have to really squint.
It's good. You have really good vision if you can see it on your shoes all the way from here.
Yeah. My feet are very far away. I'm very tall.
That is true.
All right,
I
so
wish I knew what that felt like.
Hero, do you guys... What do you guys know about Kiro? This is the guy that I'm coming into this tournament knowing the least about.
Same here. Same here. I asked about his Chinese players, what they thought about him, and they also kind of pointed at him, and they're like, no, we don't really know too much about him, but at the same time, we know that he's like a player. He's all on the same team. They're all helping each other. The Chinese players also like to really jab each other. They're like, oh, yeah, Chiro's definitely the worst out of us four. They make fun of each other quite a lot, so.
Let's go.
Maybe that's them being humble and downplaying him, or maybe they're just being really mean.
I'm going to go with the downplay.
Hunter's banned for both players here.
Yeah, not a big surprise there, I would say. Hunter, pretty good class.
Yeah, it's interesting that Firebat's not bringing Warlock at all.
Wait, what were his classes again?
It's Rogue, Shaman, Priest, and Hunter for Firebat. And then we have Rogue, Druid, Warlock, and Hunter.
Well, Rogue,
for
Shaman, Priest was on
Chiro.
Kiro.
Yeah.
So do they both have the same?
Chiro. Huh?
His name is Hero?
Chiro.
Chiro?
Chiro.
Chiro.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we Firebat's the one without a Warlock deck. What do you think about that?
Yeah, actually, but Chiro doesn't have a Warlock deck too, right?
No, Chiro does have a Warlock.
Oh,
He does.
It's just out of control.
It's named. He's named his decks funny things. One of his decks names is Haha.
Oh, he named it after you, Ben.
Wow, that's great.
Got him.
Got him.
His Warlock deck is named Argent. I think that's
Ooh,
Argent.
Interesting.
There's
I wonder
no
what
way he's playing Argent Commander. So I don't.
Maybe. We don't know.
No
we don't
way.
know. We'll find out in a little bit, but
Why would
before
you
we
name
do
it
that,
Argent?
let's also find out
This
a
isn't
little
the
bit.
1940s.
Randomized deck name button.
Ooh, that's also a good point. But before we go too much into what these guys are playing in their decks and their bands, let's also learn a little bit more about them in depth with our video interviews.
我觉得我打这些比赛是为了享受炉石的乐趣。我的 ID 是齐若，我来自中国的浙江，我今年20岁。
My name is James Kostasich. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and I'm 18 years old. What I enjoy most about Hearthstone is playing with friends and practicing, so I really like the social aspect of being able to just hang out with tons of people all the time and play together. My style in Hearthstone is more of an aggressive style, so I like to always be on offense.
我嘉年华第一轮的对手是 Firebat， 我看了他嘉年华预选赛的所有视频和他最近的一些比赛，然后对他有大概的一个了解，然后并为此做了一些准备。
I thought I performed really well at the other qualifiers, and I've been consistently performing really well, and I have sort of an approach that's different than other people to tournaments, because I'm actually using numbers, I'm using stats, I'm actually going into detail.
最喜欢的套牌是萨满，因为他有很多非常优秀的法术。
I know that he really likes the tempo shaman sort of decks, so also similar style with the aggressive, taking the initiative, low curve sided decks.
我最喜欢的卡是淤泥喷射者。
My favorite card in the game is probably Tinkmaster. That it's like so niche and really hard to use, but when used effectively, can be the core of an entire deck.
我认为我赢他的可能性是50%。
It's going to be interesting to see, as we have like very similar styles, at least from what I've seen of his play.
我希望能进入8强。
I've been working really hard for this, so I'd like to think it's going to work out.
Wow.
Oh,
that
man.
was fantastic.
Oh, man. Chiro got wrecked. Dang. He got his nose.
Oh, these videos are amazing.
Obviously, this is not Renia we have in front of us. We have Chiro, who's looks like he's pretty confident. He says if you can go 50-50 with Firebat, I feel like you're a really good player.
Yeah, yeah. If he puts himself at 50% to beat one of the players that we're saying could win this tournament, then that means he could win this tournament.
Sounds so good. I mean, and it is down.
I do math too, just like Firebat.
You got a spreadsheet. Yeah. It's some formulas. 50. Okay.
Firebat actually does have spreadsheets. If you ever got a chance to look at it, they're very detailed. It's like financial report stats. He's got a lot of color coding. It's all about like what he predicts his opponents will do. He's a trial and error kind of guy. He's very academic about it. The reason why he brings decks is because he's tested it hundreds of times and says, this is what I believe to be really good.
So if I looked, like he keeps track of like a lot of different stats though, right? Because I haven't seen, but I've heard about these legendary Firebat spreadsheets. So if I asked him, he could actually look up in the spreadsheet for me how many times that when you choose to mulligan Ysera, it's the first card you draw.
Right. He does that too. He says, I have a certain chance to draw this card by this turn, and that plays into this matchup, etc. I was tasked with writing a little bit about Firebat, and I got carried away. They asked me, Frodan, what do you think about Firebat? So I contributed a few lines of text. I hope you guys don't mind.
StrifeCrow and Hyped, I went through.
It says he believes that high-level Hearthstone is won and lost in the pick ban stage. What is it going to ban here? Oh, we already saw.
He banned Hunter.
Yeah.
That's right. He banned Hunter.
And do you think he's won because of that?
Well,
what's his pick though? What is his pick?
That's also a good point.
Right. So, okay, you said he didn't play Warlock, which is very interesting.
Yes, Warlock is the most popular class here in BlizzCon.
There's only, I think, 2 players who did not bring a Warlock deck. Is that right?
Yes.
And how many players didn't bring Hunter? Because I know in StrifeCrow's
there's a
group,
handful.
there's 3 that didn't bring Hunter.
There's a handful. There's like 6 players or so that didn't bring Hunter.
Oh, here's Chiro.
Yeah, here we go. He has got lots of Hearthstone experience from just playing in general, a lot of tabletop stuff, and he's an expert at Magic Trick. Apparently, we have to get him
sleight
to do
of
it.
hand.
Wonder if he's gonna cheat and shuffle some cards.
Well,
to
thank
the top
God
of
this
the
is a
deck.
digital game, right?
Maybe in the winter interview, you can get him to do some Magic Tricks. That would be really cool.
Do we have a deck of cards?
Well, he
maybe
mysteriously will make some Hunter deck disappear.
Maybe
it
he'll
looks
make.
like.
Maybe.
I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I gotta go.
Yeah,
I used up all my funny already.
You should have quit while you were ahead.
Yeah, I should have. This was a big mistake by me. So, looks like we're gonna have Rogue versus Rogue to start out.
Ooh.
Okay.
Miracle versus Miracle, most likely. I guess we don't know Firebat's 100% right this second.
This might determine the rest of the series, the outcome of it. I mean, I don't want to call it too early. Well, I'm just saying this has a large influential factor because the Rogue deck is so strong across the board against the rest of the lineups, right? When you have Priest, Shaman, classes like that, like Druid, Rogue does present to be a problem if you don't have decks like Handlock to keep it in check.
And in this matchup, you want to be going second, I presume?
I think the coin is like really, really good in Miracle versus Miracle. But I think it's like really important to get off to like a strong early start with lots of pressure as well. I really like to play things like early SI7s personally.
Well,
but looking at this
Chiro's
hand,
got
like,
both those. He's got the coin and he's got the early pressure.
yeah, I would say his hand is definitely a bit better here. This is...
It's an interesting school of thought because in the Miracle Mirror, there's a little bit of dancing early on, and then all of a sudden it escalates very quickly to the point where you're killing each other in 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah.
And it does matter the early damage in the game. But that was in the past when Leroy was a factor because you'd always...
That's true.
Because
a lot of these guys don't play Leroy now.
Right.
Both these guys are playing Malagos?
Some are playing Violet Teachers, in fact. Some choose to go the complete opposite direction and go all-out damage. Instead of Leroy, they have Arcane Golem.
Yeah.
Oh,
the hyped Miracle that like did so well in that one tournament over in China and then never worked again.
Sounds like a hype deck.
Worked on the ladder for one day. I'm like, oh, sick. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Every single point of damage to the face used to matter a lot because on turn 8 you had the double Shadow Step.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how it changed a lot. To be honest, we haven't seen many Miracle Mirrors since the Leroy patch.
And Miracle has really fallen out of popularity a little bit, which is kind of funny because I still think it is one of the best decks, you know?
It certainly has gotten harder to play.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to tap its potential accurately because you do have to play more honestly. It's not just simply gather cards until you get the combo. It's I have to play very tactfully with my resources and try to use my minions to kill.
You think he didn't Deadly Poison last turn because he's going to set up the Deadly Poison plus combo this turn?
Yeah.
I want to make sure he got it.
Does look like it.
All right. I mean, big
Wow.
Cleaves.
Ooh.
Firebat, I like it.
Oh my! Prep.
He's
Van
Cleave.
Yeah, and he can conceal.
He's got
That's
no
pretty sick.
sap.
Whoa! It doesn't even matter if he has sap or not.
Yeah.
He needs
He has
Vanish.
2 conceals. He has 2. Yeah, he needs Vanish. You're right.
He's got
Oh my
another
god.
Oh
my god. What am I even
I
watching?
love it. Attack to the face. That was so smart.
Oh man, he's got at least 20 damage coming from that Van Cleave.
All right. So what deck does Chiro choose next? Because this game is actually over.
Wow. That's incredible.
That's 20, and then he attacks. Yeah, he's
No,
dead. He's dead.
Well, the way he actually can stop this, right, is
a taunt guy.
Vanish.
Vanish.
Wait, if he plays Lotheb, he can't conceal the next turn.
Oh, if he coins out Lotheb,
so then he can kill off Van Cleave.
Okay. Prodan ruining our fun.
Yeah, this game's not over.
Sorry,
Prodan's like, well,
guys.
actually, there's
I'm
options.
I'm anti-fun.
Just like whenever I see a 10-10
Blizzard
Van
has
Cleave
to
on turn
nerf
4,
me.
I just assume these guys are way better than me.
Yeah, this is a really good move by Chiro. That's his only course of action, and you know, now Firebat can't conceal again.
Well, now that you can't conceal again,
he has a 10-10 Van Cleave though.
Do you still go into the head?
Yeah, I mean, you have to go into the face. You went all in on this baby.
Yeah.
Do you clear the 3/3 with the weapon? You can't even combo the SI7
I don't know.
You know what? I think you do clear the 3/3 because the 3/3 plus a 5/5 make a clear on the 10-10 pretty easy. But I guess the extra damage works pretty well. Actually,
he's got a lot of damage in his deck, right?
Yeah.
Presumably,
he's
dealing
probably
with
just
11.
fine whatever he does here with the 10-10 hitting.
Oh, that's a nice draw.
Yeah, that's fantastic because he even has the Thalnos in hand, so he can just use that plus the 5/5 if he likes. In fact, there's a that's
there's
probably
a
the best
series
way.
of draws you can do.
Yeah.
Who knew that he'd rather have Assassinate in his deck than any of those cards?
Assassinate,
just
what's
a
that?
sap. You know, now because of this, I feel like Jiro is really far ahead. Unless Firebat's playing Leroy. If Firebat's playing Leroy, then I think he's...
Yeah, we don't actually know yet, but...
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Does he conceal this then?
Yeah.
Because that's...
Right? If he kills this, yeah, that's a good kill right there. Because then things like Phantom Knives and stuff can't quite get as easily.
And then you Vis
and
attack
conceal,
phase.
attack phase.
Wow. That's incredible. Is that it?
Well, his opponent still can draw Farseer.
Oh, yeah. He needs some heal or some taunt. He's got a lot
He
of draw.
is all in. Chips in the middle.
Wow.
Wow, Firebat.
He's got lethal next turn unless he draws something.
I mean, he's got
He's got
two
a lot of
chances.
draws.
He's got 2 chances. That's not it. He needs to draw something else off of
Shiv.
Yeah, Shiv or
Fan
and Knives. But if he's running like a taunt creature such as the Senjin Shield Master,
yeah,
Shiv is better.
I would be very surprised to see Senjin in this deck. Could be Sludge Belcher, but Senjin is...
Shiv won't draw you a good
I guess
Sludge Belcher.
You Shiv because there's the possibility you draw into something like...
No, he doesn't have anything that costs 4. Oh, could he kill?
Oh,
Could
he's
he,
so close to killing it. He needs preparation. Preparation still saves him.
That's right. We could Blade Flurry.
No! Wow.
Wow. That was an exciting game.
Hey, you know, I was telling you that the game can escalate very quickly, and that's exactly what it did. Firebat breathes a sigh of relief. Not quite the Savitz 14-14, but pretty damn close.
Yeah, that was well done with the double conceal there in hand.
No
Oh my
auctioneers
God.
that whole game. It's just...
Who needs them?
Yeah.
It's all about Van Cleef being concealed.
That was
Clearly.
huge.
Well, from here, you know, we're saying that was a really important match for Jiro. He has his Hunter banned, so there's only Druid and Warlock remaining. And if Warlock is a Zoo deck and not Handlock, he could be in big trouble because the Miracle is great against both of those decks.
So, okay, this actually is Firebat over here.
This Warlock deck over here.
Yes, and actually Shiro's the one who didn't bring it.
Okay, sorry, I had the screens mixed up. So
okay.
Jiro was the one who didn't bring Warlock.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
that makes a lot more sense because Firebat always talks to me about, and like guys like them always talk about how strong Warlock is. They think Warlock's one of the strongest decks, not Hunter.
For sure. For
in
sure.
the tournament scene.
I think everyone agrees except for Shiro.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to choose Shaman next. So I'm guessing this is like a full of reach Shaman. Well, I guess, you know, Priest is not going to beat a Miracle deck, so this could be any sort of Shaman, I guess.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Shaman does have ways. Nice catch, dude.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm like a ninja.
So that was the haha deck that won that last game. According to the deck names here.
Oh, I just realized I just realized why calling it haha makes sense. Then.
Why?
Because there probably is a South Sea deckhand in that deck.
Oh.
That's awesome.
But if he's using the ban Hunter strategy,
I mean, that's my theory.
That's interesting.
Okay,
That's
it's a fair theory. We didn't get to see very deep in his deck.
That's
so.
right. Yeah,
we saw like 6 cards.
Yeah.
We're going to game number 2. Shaman chooses to keep Lotheb, an excellent choice. Hunter Creeper and Urshock. I guess that way he won't lose to a silly Van Cleave.
Ooh.
Faceless Manipulator.
Ooh.
Okay, that's kind of like Shadow Step.
No, he absolutely is playing South Sea Deckhand.
Wow.
I'm 100% convinced now. Because what you do is you play South Sea Deckhand, Cold Blood, Faceless.
Seems good.
Okay, I guess.
You have to whisper the last part every time.
That's crazy. That's craziness.
Is Firebat blowing your mind right now?
We've seen some pretty different Miracle decks, right? Terray's got the Alex Straza Leroy version. We've seen the Malagos version, and here's the Faceless Manipulator deckhand version.
Yeah, I never thought that a 2/1 would be faceless, but apparently that's a sick win condition nowadays in Hearthstone.
You just want to double up those Cold Bloods.
Yeah.
So then that's what his Miracle ultimately draws to. So he's got lots of burst potential. I wonder if he includes anything else too.
He definitely could.
Well, he's got the Van Cleef.
Right, that's another way. But I was
Yeah, you
wondering
could
if
faceless that.
he can't. That means he has to play Shadow Steps, right?
Is that right?
No, he doesn't have to. If he's going to faceless, the South Sea, he's not going to Shadow Step it, I don't think.
Right, you'd rather get the
It's only
cold blood bonus
two extra
twice.
damage.
I'm saying, because he's not. Is he going to play Violet Teacher then instead, or is he just?
I don't think so.
Where's the slots end up going? Because he has
So, like,
two.
what's
He has
missing?
2 free slots.
Yeah, yeah.
Somewhere.
Clearly, you sapped.
Because he has 2 fans, right?
Oh, you're right.
Or
Maybe
does
he has
have
more
2
spells.
fans?
Maybe he has more spells.
Huh.
Oh, there's the cold blood.
Yeah.
The strat is coming together.
Now, where's the pirate? Maybe he's playing 2 pirates. That'd be awesome.
Do you need to if you're going to draw your entire deck?
That is also a good question.
I would say no.
Here we go.
Interesting.
Well, for now, the Faceless Manipulator will stay hidden. I mean, there's no point.
Yeah.
Is there a world where you Faceless Manipulator something in the Shaman deck instead of...
Sure, you could. Like you're playing on the ladder, maybe, you know, a Sea Giant.
Thanks.
Oh, Oblivion. Well played. We have the Gadget's Hand coming to hand. That is really important draw for Firebrand. Getting the Gadget's Hand here is really quick. Is really key. But there is that Lotheb. So
he wants to go ahead and sap this right now. You know, the turn wasn't going to be very stellar pretty much no matter what, so I like kind of get it.
He's got a ton of cards in his hand. So
both of them have a lot of cards. This is really bad when you're in Shaman's position because you have so many cards, but you can't play them all, and they're starting to stack upon each other.
He's going to be throwing them out as quickly as he possibly can here.
Oh,
There's a
another
second sap.
sap.
How badly does he need to save those saps to make sure he can get his deckhand through?
Is he? Do you think he's playing 2 Cold Bloods, by the way?
I think so, absolutely.
Oh, it must be.
Okay.
Double Cold Blood Faceless is what you want.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
so
20 damage, right?
But he also has 2 conceals.
You get to
so
face
he's not playing Earthen Rings, is he?
No, he has to have. He probably has 1 Earthen Ring.
Definitely no Azures, right?
Actually, you bring up a really
because
good set of
there's
questions
only
of,
so
like-
many cards you can put in a deck. Unless he's playing a 33 card
Also
deck,
true.
I'm a little bit confused.
Also true.
If you could play a 33 card
There
deck.
he is!
Oh!
There he is!
That's good. That's a good haha.
Sadly, I've lost to my fair share to this card. Wow!
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
That's a good draw.
He's
That
going
is
off.
an excellent draw.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing.
Oh, and then you could
the,
backstab.
Oh God!
The 1/2.
Wow. Yeah, this is insane.
You don't think he's playing Shadow Steps?
No, I don't think he's playing Shadow Steps, and I don't think he's playing
beat the
Earthen
rope
Rings.
against
or
Sludge
maybe one
Belcher versus
Earthen Ring.
rope. This time, rope
Yeah.
wins. Or Sludge Belcher wins.
Firebat wins.
Right.
Okay, well, Chiro now. Does he want to save Lotheb? Does he want to hex it instead?
I think he hexes. I think you hex and like play something.
Yeah.
Like
Feral Spirits.
thing is, your opponent still has so many cards in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, you need taunts because he's used both of his. Oh, he didn't end up using that second sap.
I would actually be sitting here not knowing that this is South Sea deckhand, right? Because
Well,
you
no,
did
you
see 2 conceals, but you sometimes see that in the Malygos Rogues.
How do you get? I asked this before when we were playing against Malygos. How do you play against
this deck?
deckhand faceless?
You have to see
That's a
it
very
to
good
believe
question.
it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be expecting it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Is there something that you would do differently, knowing that this is coming? You care more about having a taunt guy
I
out?
guess, yeah, you really prioritize your taunts. He's got the combo.
Oh, man.
Thanks, Innkeeper.
So just in case you guys didn't
little rules update. That.
Well, I guess the frog will live to see another day.
Well, you know what he has to do? You know what this means? Is he has to double Cold Blood the Frog and then Faceless that. This is the only acceptable course of victory.
Is that lethal if he does?
Hold on. But on a serious note, how much damage does he have next turn?
So much.
He's got 5 from here, and then he got 20 from the...
He's got double cold blood. That's 8 damage.
That's
plus
cold light's
another 8.
Or the
so
South
that's
Sea is
20
2.
damage. So he's 25 damage next turn?
Oh, man.
God.
No, it's got to be more than that.
20? No, wait. That's
He's got
he
the
needs
auctioneer
a
also.
good.
Yeah, he's
he
got
needs
25
8 mana
damage.
for this. So
yeah, he's got 9 mana next
but
turn.
we have a taunt in hand that's going to come down. So he doesn't quite have that.
I think he wants to.
And he's
Lotheb.
definitely got to play Lotheb, yeah. So he's got 1 taunt and Lotheb now.
Okay, but then if Firebat just conceals again, it's like if you just draw conceals, like, oh, well, you played Lotheb, but I just concealed again.
He doesn't have another
That would be
conceal.
an expensive conceal.
So, can just load up your board, right?
Yeah, Lotheb counters Lotheb.
And then SI7 agent.
The Lotheb? The face?
You SI7 agent, and then you start pushing for damage a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta go for the face. Presumably you assume the 0-1 is gonna try and survive here.
That frog is pretty annoying.
Yeah, that frog is actually a hero right now.
Yeah. I hope he does cold blood the frog, although I assume it won't live this.
Hey, Ben Brode, can you do the frog sound?
I doubt it.
Next BlizzCon, I'm looking. Close. Close.
All right, do you pay 6 mana for an Earth Shock on that frog?
Oh my
Or do
god.
You're also in the back of your mind worried about potentially dying.
Yeah.
Because
I think not even in the back of the mind. I think in the very front of your mind, you're worried about dying.
Well, I guess it's
He's got a
consuming your
lot of
entire brain.
damage.
Yeah.
Because it's 12 damage that you're looking at.
Can't you even stop yourself from dying?
I don't think so.
If you have 2 taunts.
You gonna pay 8 mana for a Feral Spirit or something?
You could. Well, you have Defender,
Yeah,
so you
Defender
can go
might
Haunted
be
Defender.
Oh, okay.
You might even roll his taunt totem.
True.
That could be.
One thing is sure. The frog is dying this turn.
But then you
yeah,
have
I'd be
Blade
very surprised
Flurry.
if he made it through this alive.
But the Auctioneer is not, right?
We're not very kind to our animals here in
There's
Hearthstone.
no... I guess if he does pay 8 mana for Lightning Storm, he could kill the Auctioneer here.
He will, no matter what. Oh, but he kills
yeah,
the
I
SI7
rolled.
agent.
That's good.
But that won't matter because there
No.
is the big combo damage. Now, how much
Oh,
does
he can
Firebat
faceless the 5/2 now. That's even more damage. Is that-
That's right.
Oh, interesting.
He's just going to go for the big whammy. Boom.
Oh, he's got it no matter what.
Yeah, he's got to do that because it has charge.
Well, they both can attack this turn.
Ooh.
Oh, no, but
Firebat.
you're right.
I
Of
like
course. That
it.
makes sense.
Sassy.
Yes. The rules. I've got them now.
Max
Oh, that's
overkill.
huge. Firebat. 2-0.
All
With
right.
his Miracle Rogue.
Man.
Pretty
the
sick.
look of confidence and relief.
Well, you know, I really liked the Murloc deck when it was strong, and finally we have a pirate deck.
That's right. I guess if he
Yeah.
ever has Captain's Parrot, he just summons.
Yeah, if you want to dig for that
Southsea
deckhand.
deck.
Is he only playing 1, do you think?
Yeah.
Probably.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
I'd be really
It's,
surprised if he wasn't. Like, if he's
yeah.
playing 2.
If you burn the deckhand, is that like
That's
a
hard.
win condition?
That's
Well,
tough.
no.
Fill him out?
Interestingly enough, the deckhands can be good for a combo enabler too. So
True,
like,
yeah.
it's just 1 mana, and then you can combo your SI7 or your Van Cleef if you have to use an alternative win condition.
Yeah, he is only 1 mana. But I think you want to save him for that charge most of the time.
A lot of times it's the dream combo.
And you know what? The Faceless Manipulator is just like a fun card. Like, there's a lot of... I mean, you can just do it to a Rag, a Ysera. There's all sorts of
I
great
think he's
stuff.
running only 1 Faceless Manipulator as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
When you're drawing your whole deck, you only need to have the
Yeah.
exact combo. You don't need a bunch of
I mean,
duplicates.
You get to see every card in your deck. That's cool.
with a second Faceless Manipulator, what can you even do? You can
Lot of
Southsea
sludge belchers.
deckhand faceless and then coin faceless.
Yeah, 6 damage.
Whoa! It's only 11 mana and 4 cards. You guys
Please
are great. Maybe we could put that combo into your deck with all the voids.
Yeah.
With Crazy Alchemy. All right, so Chiro has Priest remaining.
Oh,
this
God.
looks like to be a quick series
Yeah.
unless this Priest can get to a great start.
Look, if it's like a Death Rattle Priest, there's a chance he gets off to a good enough start that he can do something, but I guess we'll just wait and see, and it is not a Death Rattle Priest.
That's right. The Undertaker starts could be problematic. Oh!
Yep, this is not the Priest that you're looking for in this matchup.
It's got,
These aren't
it's
the
got the
priests.
gadgets on.
Yeah,
He's
look at
got
that
the-
hand.
he's
Prep, conceal, coin, gadgets on. That's okay.
Yep, that's.
I
Oh,
think
man.
turn and a backstab. Why not?
Look at Priest
Why not? Oh my God! Look at that
Ouch.
hand.
Priest
Now the only
is
question
doing
is: do you want to go off on
nothing.
turn 4 or turn 5?
Well, I think
Look at Firebat. He's breathing a sigh of relief. He is so excited by this hand.
He's like, that's more money that I just made.
Well, not yet. He has to win one more series after
Oh,
this.
and the deckhand, the critical piece.
Wow, critical piece of that puzzle indeed.
Shouldn't have sent back that cold blood.
All right, well, Priest has nothing to do till turn 5.
Yeah, especially.
Oh, okay, that's
there we
something.
go.
He didn't even attack because he assumed he was going to heal himself, and then wasted a durability on the weapon.
Oh, yeah, why not?
Wow.
Why not? Oh, my
Do
God.
you use coin here to kill off? I think so. You don't want Disinjured Blade Master to get out of control, so I think you coin, as I said.
Yeah, you don't need to be greedy, right?
How do you lose here as the rogue? Like, what are you super worried about going off?
Stuff like this, where if you get a lot of under pressure, and then...
I think the only thing you could worry about is if... Okay, not this turn. Next turn he heals this guy, and the turn after that he Akanai circles. Then you might be in trouble. Maybe. Possibly, barely.
Why did not... He could have coined, comboed, attacked with the weapon, killed off the Injured Blade Master. He chose not to do that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, and it's one that he's getting punished for, because Shadow Word Pain just immediately killed off the SI7 agent.
Right. He's just being a bit more greedy, but he can deal with this. It's not going to be too hard, because if you coin out the Gadgetzan, you're drawing so many cards, you'll probably get an Eviscerate, and you just kill him then. Look at all these cards.
Here we go.
Draws,
Here come the draws. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Why not play the Phantom Knives for free? And then
he's going to conceal no matter what, and I think he's looking for Eviscerate. Because if he drew Eviscerate off the second, he would have used that. Oh.
A little bit of...
We shouldn't really be on,
Yeah.
because this is still the most
It's like,
ridiculous turn.
he only drew 4 cards and did 1 damage to his opponent. No Lotheb, by the way.
Oh, wow. Harrison in that deck.
Harrison Jones.
Oh, draw some cards.
Oh. Harrison Jones getting some hang time. Okay. Well, picks up some decent cards, and he is putting on remote pressure, but now this is where the pain really starts.
Yeah, well, let's just watch this turn in awe.
When you get a full grip of mana with a Gadgetzan in play.
Yep.
Oh.
He's got full board clear and another creature popping out.
Oh, easily.
There it goes.
But there are no more preparations, so I think this is the last draw of the turn.
Oh, hey, he is running as
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, he does have...
mean,
well,
it's
he
pretty
has to be only one. He can't be
Oh,
one
I was going to ask
Gadgetzans.
this earlier. If you could have more than 30 cards in your deck, would you do it? Would you put more
No.
Yes. Sometimes.
in this deck?
Really?
Miracle Road?
Oh, in Miracle Rogue.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I'd do it in any
I
deck.
think in Miracle Rogue, it's actually you'd reduce the amount of cards.
Yeah.
Actually,
What's the lowest
you know what?
would put in a deck?
I would put more cards
Maybe like
in Control
15.
Paladin.
Yeah?
Because Control Paladin you use to kill other control decks, and it always goes to fatigue. I'd go up to like
Interesting.
35 or something.
That's one of the reasons
Every
why Thought
card's just a
Steal
holy light.
is sometimes better than Arcane Intellect, is because most of the combo yet he's got just the lonely deckhand.
Sure, but now that you're back worrying about burst and like damage from the Miracle Rogue, the problem persists. Before, if you can deal with Gadgetzan and stabilize at high health, in fact, you were pretty far ahead as the Priest player, because they only can do so much with Violet Teachers and whatnot. You can clear the board. But if you're worried about 20 burst damage again, the same problem still persists.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another one. Man, Mind Control is the worst draw here. What are you going to take? Unless he plays
Nothing.
like a giant...
You're going to take
Van
a South
Fleet.
Sea deckhand.
This is
Another
4
thing I never
damage.
thought I'd see.
He's got 2 spell power as well.
You can just tell that this Priest, he did not mean to play against a rogue deck with it because he's got so many high mana cost cards in his hand. He was not hoping it got this far.
Boy.
I mean, Thought Steal is cool, but it's not guaranteed to get... If he gets Blade Flurry and no other way to combo it, it's just a dead card.
You know, if he gets Shiv, it's a dead card. It's like, you need to... I don't even
what
know
is
what
he
you're
hoping for?
looking for if you play that.
We can't get Deadly Poison, which is nice.
Yeah, that is nice. I
They're
hate when
both
that
in the
happens.
hand.
He can't get Gadgetzans or even the South Sea. He might get Faceless.
That doesn't
Could-
help at
would
all.
be
You'd rather
abusing.
play, I don't know, Sylvanas here or something?
Well, his opponent did sap the Sludge Belcher,
No
which...
matter what you play, you're getting sapped. It's going right back, right?
Sapping the Sludge Belcher implies that he doesn't have a way to deal with it. More
Yeah.
effectively.
I mean, I think Sludge Belcher is fine. None of these plays look very exciting, that's for sure.
Sylvanas is also prone to get sapped as well.
Yeah, she's very sappable.
There's
Not quite as
not a minion.
sappable as Karn, but very sappable.
There's not a minion you can play this turn that wouldn't want to get sapped. Oh, maybe he'll make a giant Van Cleef and we'll see mind control after all.
That would be awesome. Unfortunately, he's at 8 mana,
Yeah.
so next turn he can't do it.
I think you just want to draw to Faceless and Cold Bloods at this point. So, backstab draw. All right. So that starts off. Start it off.
Here it comes.
Sap the Sylvanas. Then start pushing in for major damage.
He's got so much draw in his hand.
Oh, Chiro looks so uncomfortable.
Yeah. I mean, what can he do now? What is there? Is there a card? Is there Deathwing?
Oh, if he had Wild Pyromancer, that would have been pretty decent draw.
Well, you can use it with Holy Nova to take out Gadgetzan, but
true.
You know, obviously the Azure will still remain.
These 4 attack minions making him cry.
Is that his best course of action? Shadow Mana Solino? Might be.
Yeah, you got to clear as much damage from the board as possible. Like, I think the only way you're winning here is some, like, you're not. I mean, I'm
So-
trying to figure out a way. I'm like, no, this is not.
The priest is at 24. How much damage does the rogue have now?
All right, we have 7 on board. We've got 4 from the Shivs, 6 from Deadly Poisons. Or,
Shiv,
sorry,
pretty
5 from the Deadly Poison. No, you're still a little bit short.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Man, I would not want to be Chiro right now.
I mean, Chiro also already played Harrison Jones, right?
Card
So
does not help.
Oh man, 2 Cabals.
Really want to play Sylvanas Shadow Flame this turn.
his
That
best
would be
chance of
nice. You need a
survival-
lot of mana considering. In a different class, of course, as well.
Oh, 5 mana silence.
I think that's gonna be it, though.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of damage already waiting on the other side.
Cow, 3-0 for Firebat.
Oh, this
Huge.
Don't doubt the
These
power.
Shivs are gonna be doing 3 damage apiece. It's crazy. Like if you use the Thalanos, you can get some major damage in. Oh, he's got a South Sea Deck Cannon.
Yeah.
Played some Manipulate, I didn't see that.
Is that it? He's got
Yeah.
11 damage there, plus in the hand he's got
12
Yep.
plus 7.
Yeah, that's it. That's
17.
game.
He's got. Yeah, he's
He
got more
is.
than enough.
Wow.
That was a quick series.
Firebat.
Firebat goes to the winners match of Group C. Haha!
We didn't get to see the Argent deck, you guys.
He actually should have called the deck. Ha 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 ha.
You should have called it Forehead, let's be real.
Yeah.
Well played.
Wow.
Wow.
What a crazy Miracle Rogue deck.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy one, and he got just godly draws there as well.
Yeah.
Chiro did not really stand a chance.
Wow. That was a quick exit. Firebat actually had to stop Chiro to get his handshake there. He's definitely not happy about that one.
Yeah.
Chiro becomes the first Chinese player to not win his match in this tournament so far. The other 2 guys have been holding serve, and I mean, when you're powerless against the Miracle Rogue sometimes like that, Miracle Rogue just runs all over you. What
Yeah.
can you do?
Get a draw like that, I don't care what deck you're playing. You
Yeah.
could be playing something that's meant to counter it, and the draw he had that game would probably still kill you no matter what you're doing.
Absolutely. So a lot of fun to watch South Sea Deckhand be used. We do want to give a shout out though, because I think Forsen was also playing this deck a lot. in
I
the
heard about
past.
that, yeah.
Yeah, he used it and he called it like his hipster Miracle Rogue deck.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
He was trying to do a lot of damage in creative ways.
But was he using Faceless with it too?
Yes, he was. Yes.
God, you know what? I think Forsen has put every combination of cards in a Miracle Rogue. Like he's probably like tried out some sort of Wisp Miracle Rogue to enable combos and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
because you use Wisp with what's the Questing Adventurer.
Oh, wow.
And then you buff it up a lot.
Oh, it's like a
Great job,
new type of inverse Bank Leaf.
I think that was Free Gold that was also doing that. Let's take a look at the bracket real quick before we start losing track of who's playing what in the past. Group C, we're checking in. We had Firebat versus Chiro, but coming up on stream, we have Green Sheep and Kranich,
Oh,
who I'm
yeah.
excited to see because Kranich, his English is superb.
Yeah, it is.
You know why, Artosis?
Why is that?
Because he learned his English entirely from Twitch chat.
Then it's gonna be amazing. It's like, well, why did you eviscerate your opponent? He's like, forehead.
Well, I was thinking that I'd be able to kill it, Kappa. Yeah. I think that one's going to be really fun to watch, too, because
just
Green
on our
Sheep...
picnic.
I think we're really looking forward to see what Cranch can do, but also Green Sheep. He's a young guy. Yeah. He's got a lot of talent, a lot of promise. But before we forget, we also have another young guy. He's only 18, and he's already in the winner's match. It's Firebat.
Thank you so much, gentlemen on the couch. Thank you so much for those incredible games, Firebat. And I have to fight the urge to call you Firebat Hero all the time. I know you're named after Firebat Hero. When am I going to get to see this incredible like celebration ceremony where you rip off your shirt and you run into the ocean?
When I win BlizzCon.
I'm going to take your word on that, because if you win BlizzCon, I want to see something awesome from this guy.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to know, heading into that match, you ended up with a Rogue Mirror in Game 1. How important was that Rogue Mirror to win?
The Rogue Mirror was like incredibly important to win. Like that pretty much dictated the pace of the entire series, and we each had a lot of counter decks to each other, but he had more counter decks to mine than I had to his, so getting that one out of the gate allowed me to counter pick pretty well. But I didn't even have to counter pick, but I mean like
right.
Yeah. But it was like super important.
I think that was the first 3-0 of the tournament so far. So do you feel pretty good about that? Does that give you a little extra boost?
About it. Yeah. A good confidence boost to start off the day.
Now you actually had one of the hardest paths to BlizzCon. They're fond of saying that. That's one of your fun facts. But I want to know, where on the difficulty scale did this match fall for you?
It actually fell really high in the difficulty scale. Like, it might not look like it because it was a 3-0, but my lineup was really weak against his lineup. So during the ban phase, I was really tempted to ban the Priest, as it can like beat all of my decks except for my Rogue deck. So if he would have banned my Rogue deck and then tried to like 3-0 me with Priest, he would have got the better of me. But something told me he was going to ban Hunter, so I went with banning Hunter instead, because if I were to ban Priest and then he bans Hunter, then I just totally wasted my ban. So I thought he was going to try and pull one over on me, so then I pulled one over on him, so it worked out.
Very smart.
Yeah, the matches are won and lost in the picks and bans, aren't they? Is that something you would agree with?
Yeah, I heavily agree with it. Bans and picks have like a lot to do with it, and it's like one of the biggest parts. So, because we're at a level now that where everybody plays almost perfectly, so it really comes down to how well prepared you are and how you ban.
Yeah, I've enjoyed some of the strategies we've seen, yours as well. Particularly, of course, we got to see the 3-0 with the deckhand miracle. So that's pretty awesome. That's the first time we've seen that for, well, in a while. So.
Yeah, that was great deck naming strategy, by the way. I don't know if you had any idea that Ben Brode was going to be casting your match, or that you could probably hear his laughter across this room, but he very much enjoyed naming your deck out loud.
Yeah, the haha.
Yeah, it's because that's what the pirate says when you play the pirate. So yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Well, I got one last quick question, and that is, we had some breaking news right before BlizzCon opening weekend where you have joined Team Archon with Amaz, one of the other top Hearthstone players in the world. Can you give us a little insight into your new team?
The new team, we plan to really focus on streaming and being in all the tournaments, of course, and we're going to have like a website with like guides and stuff. So we're trying to do like sort of what Tempo Storm did, but we don't want to be like Tempo Storm at all. We think, or at least Amaz says, like, Tempo Storm was a good start, and that we're going to build off of what they've done and just try and do it better, because we think that there's not even like that strong of teams yet, and we want to really step it up and provide more for the community.
Well, if you do well here, as you've started off anyways, I'm sure it'll be even an additional boost for Team Archon.
Well, congratulations once again to you two, Firebat, and thank you for your insights, excellent analyst caster reels. We're going to give it back to the casters after a short break.
Warlords of Draenor. Boost to level 90 and take your place on the front lines. Rated T for teen.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the
Hearthstone World Championships.
Hearthstone World Championships. I actually haven't introed the show yet today, so I didn't have that at the top of my head. But anyways, I'm here with Azael and Reels, and we are bringing you the next match, which is going to be Kranich going up against Green Sheep. And Green Sheep, a very young kid from the UK, did a great job in the EU qualifiers, whereas Kranich, the Koreans didn't do too well overall in the last OGN tournament, but he did well enough that he was able to play for the spot and get into here. So I think he's actually a little bit of an underdog here.
Okay.
I agree. I think he is a little bit of an underdog as well. Green Sheep, hailing from Team Dignitas. I think he's from the UK. And I imagine he'll be the favorite in this particular match. I wouldn't go so far as to say that he's a favorite for the tournament as a whole, but I'm sure he's very hungry for it, and maybe he'll surprise us, and maybe Kranich will surprise us and end up. He is the underdog, so maybe he'll be stronger than we thought.
Well, the thing is, there's so much money here at BlizzCon for the World Championships. Like, you win $100 grand. I think every player in this tournament has probably done nothing but play Hearthstone for maybe months leading up to this. And for instance, Green Sheep, like, he made some mistakes while he was playing at the EU finals, but
he did 3-0 his final series though.
Yeah. Overall, he played quite well. Like, there were a few misplays, but there's a lot of pressure there too. His first big event and everything. So I'm looking forward to see how much he's actually improved.
Yeah, they're both definitely motivated, and I imagine you're absolutely right. They have prepared the best they think they possibly can for this event, and we will see them at their best.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's no more motivation needed than there's no more exposure you're gonna get from any tournament. There's no more of a prize pool that you can get from any tournament. So it's like, if this
BlizzCon
is the tournament to go all in for, it's BlizzCon. Yeah,
you're completely right. Like, this is going to give you the most views. This has the most prestige. Like, there's nothing in the world like BlizzCon. Well, I guess you two know pretty well, being ex-BlizzCon players
I've played
yourself.
here a number of times, and it's definitely incredible.
That's right. Looks like Green Sheep has only brought 3 classes. Oh, okay, 4 classes.
All right.
His Shaman actually banned here. That's kind of interesting from Kranich. Huh. What do you guys think about this?
Well, in the interview we had earlier, it seems like some of the Asian players aren't actually feeling like you need to ban the Warlock as much. They were saying that they felt like you could ban some of the other classes, and earlier they were saying that he thought that he should have banned his Rogue, not his Warlock, even though he was getting wins with the Handlock. I guess it's just maybe different meta, different things like that they're more worried about, or it could be kind of specifically tailored decks.
Yeah, I guess it could be. It's interesting because the different areas do have different metagames for sure. I've played a bit on the other ladders and stuff. I think NA EU's pretty similar. Maybe NA is normally a little bit more aggressive than EU, I find.
Right.
But when you jump over to those Asian servers, they are a bit different. So let's go ahead real quick, though, and learn a little bit more about these players.
My parents at first were not very keen on me playing this game, but after they've seen my recent performances and they've seen the opportunities I can get by flying across the world, they started supporting me more and more, and I'm really thankful for that.
I think Hearthstone is very fun and I really enjoy every game. My favorite card in game is Captain Greenskin, because it sounds really cool.
My name is James Luo, also known as Green Sheep in-game. I'm 16 years old and from the United Kingdom.
I'm Kranich, and I'm 23 years old, and I'm from South Korea.
My favorite card in the game, although it's not played much, is Demolisher, because it's just like a mini Ragnaros, and you can play down early, and you can see where it hits, and it's just really interesting to see if it hits the face or hits a minion.
I really like to play Hunter, because I feel really cool to just go face to my enemy. My first opponent is Green Sheep, and I think he's a good player, but he's quite new in this Hearthstone scene. I think I can beat him.
Well, okay, so we learned a little bit about those players right there, and it's just about time to get into this game. Of course, Shaman is banned over here, and it was
the Warlock, I believe.
It was Warlock banned, I do believe. I think you are right. Okay. And that would make sense, too. I think a lot of the Western players are banning Warlock at this event, so...
Yeah, definitely.
Some
I
Hunter
think
bans.
Pretty rightfully so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Hunter ban, we've seen a little bit of Warlock ban, and some other stuff mixed in. I think we saw like a Rogue ban, and this is the first Shaman one.
It was interesting, I saw Savitz on Twitter earlier. He was saying that he thought that banning Hunter was just a horrible move. He doesn't think that with the Buzzard being weaker, he doesn't feel that it's worthy of a ban anymore. So it's interesting to hear, players obviously just have such different opinions on strengths and weaknesses, obviously based a lot on what kind of playstyle they have and their individual success.
It's kind of interesting because just 2 weeks ago at C-Story Cup, I would say at least 50% of people were banning Hunter and 50% banning Warlock, something like that.
Yeah.
So to see how drastically this has changed, and the fact that recently at the Vigame House Cup as well as C-Story Cup, we saw a lot of success with Mage. Here, only one Mage deck has even been registered.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say about these things, guys. It's crazy.
I mean, the meta can change so fast in games like this. I mean, all it takes is one person coming up with a deck that beats a previous deck, and then people are like, oh, no, doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Learned how to speak English by watching Twitch. That is something. And his English was amazing.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite impressed.
I'm quite shocked.
I actually hadn't spoken to him before, but very good English. So we will be getting right into this game. It looks like we're going to have Hunter going up against Shaman to start this out. So any predictions?
I mean, I do feel like it's slightly Hunter favored. It definitely depends on the decks. It depends on the kind of Hunter. I mean, I definitely think at least Face Hunter is pretty, favored. But this is interesting. It is Knife Juggler, which leads me to believe it's probably Unleashed and stuff as well.
Yeah, and Snake Traps.
Yeah, exactly. And that stuff I think is definitely pretty solid against Shaman. But if you can get early minions out of Shaman, I think you definitely stand a pretty good chance.
We saw...
Ooh, good
Yep,
hand
Snake
for
Trap.
Shaman. Really nice hand.
Yeah, and 200 creepers, yeah.
We saw Shaman beat Hunter once already.
Yep.
I'm thinking we may be able to see it again, so I'm going to say Shaman's going to take this one. Kranich is going to get game one. Oh, but the Undertaker draw. If there's something you want off the top of the deck, that's it.
That is it. But
he does have the
perfect
answers,
hand.
though. Yeah, I mean, he can Lightning Bolt. He can go with Earthshock as well. It does kind of suck a little bit to start overloading this early. And, if the Hunter continues to draw those minions, then...
Yeah. But, he's going to just overload for one, which means he can place Haunted Creeper the next turn. This is a pretty darn solid play right here.
Yeah, definitely.
Couldn't be happier as a Shaman to start like this, really.
No, not at all.
Yeah, the 1-mana removal spells quite good against the hyper-aggressive start of the Hunter deck occasionally. It sometimes costs you life, but it's not even using a Rock Biter this time. It's just outright removal. So.
Yeah. Well, he's definitely slowed this deck down quite a bit. Oh, Harrison. Very, very cool to see that here.
It seems
especially
to be pretty common so far in the tournament.
Yeah, a
we've
lot
seen it
of
a lot.
Harrisons. Actually, very specifically in the Asian scene like China and Korea, we see so many Harrisons, it's crazy.
Yeah,
almost every deck has Harrison.
I actually
because-
really like that. I mean, it does actually. It's a pretty game-changing thing in this matchup.
And that Stranglethorn Tiger is just a card in the deck. That did not come off of a web spinner.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's just an actual Stranglethorn Tiger. So,
what do you think about that?
We do see one Stranglethorn sometimes in these decks. I've never seen one Stranglethorn in the Knife Juggler type Hunter decks that normally play Unleash and Snake Trap and all that good stuff. So I'm a little bit caught off guard by it there, but it's kind of just straight up 5 damage plus it enables kill command in the late game. So it's a pretty good finisher overall.
yeah, it's actually a reasonably strong minion.
Yeah.
The stealth is quite powerful on a 5/5 for 5. And you're absolutely right about the kill command. It makes sure that it sticks in play as well as possible.
Now taking a look here, I think you think he's going to go ahead and set this off?
Yeah, I mean, okay. So he definitely knows what it is now. I mean, do you think he should Harrison here before he gets the extra charge? Do you think he's waiting for the extra card draw, or do you think it's more important to remove it now? I mean, I feel like you should for sure remove the weapon. Yeah.
You don't need the extra card, really.
Yeah, of course,
if you start
exactly.
getting greedy against Hunter,
yeah,
I think that's the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, when he was mousing over the Surdrake, it was making me a little bit worried.
Yeah.
I was like, oh god.
All right, looks like his continued Bill's board quite a bit here now.
No, honestly, I mean, with that Harrison having been played, it's pretty game changing. He lost not just the one charge, he lost the second with the Snake Trap being down.
Would you guys go ahead and remove all the spiders here? Is this, a Lightning Storm, just try to clean this up?
It is really tempting to play the Lightning Storm. It's pretty hard not to even. he just wants to play the Drake instead. It's turning it into a bit of a race.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't want to proc the Snake Trap. I think he's just going to go face.
Well, you know what? At 30 health, I think it's not terrible.
Flame Tongue too. I mean, that's a lot of that, potential damage here.
By turn 9, he's going to kill him. Yeah. Like, that's just straight up going to happen.
Yep. Double Unleash, it could be the play here. We'll see what he's going to be able to get done, but definitely should be able to do something.
Dem Haunted Creepers. They're actually doing work. They were both damaged there.
Yeah, and this does set up for the Lightning Storm very nicely for next turn, especially if he uses that other Haunted Creeper. It looks like he is going to hold on to the... Yeah, exactly.
So everything is going to die to Lightning Storm, actually.
Is like...
His opponent's at 27.
Yeah.
The advantage here of Kranich is actually insane. Like...
Yeah, and I mean, having a Hex in hand is pretty nice as well, just for the additional answer. If a High Main or something were to come down.
Kranich is a joker, by the way. You see this stuff?
I hope he doesn't end up misclicking off of that at any point. That would be tragic.
Yeah.
But it's kind of at the same kind. You can't really complain if you're doing it non-stop, and it does happen.
We've seen a couple of misclicks recently that were pretty tragic.
Yeah, well, the rope earlier.
Oh,
was
the sickest, worst rope of all time.
I was like, I would have been sick if he lost that game after that.
He would have too, believe me.
Yeah.
River Croc is not the worst thing to get off of Web Spinner, but this is a really tough circumstance to be excited about River Crocless.
I think that's an understatement.
I think you don't need to worry about that, Reels. I really don't think he's excited about the River Croc here.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
Some expert caster analysis here.
Well,
that's why they pay us the big bucks.
There's the possibility of getting the Captain's Pair right.
Yeah.
That's the nightmare. But
well, wasn't he saying that Captain Greenskin is his favorite card?
He probably does
what
like
is
parrots.
Better than that?
The parrot that rides on his shoulder.
Yeah, well, the parrot that gets him.
Yeah, there you go.
It's all about that Doomhammer Captain Greenskin.
Oh yeah, that's the sickest play.
And he's seen one lightning. Yeah, he knows at this point it's
getting rough.
The race is on. And is he just dead though?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
mean,
12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's exactly 16.
Yeah, exactly. He has the Alakir Rockbiter, so
it was going to be hard for him to not kill him by turn 9 with that hand, really. How this game went early on.
Yeah, and we do get to see Shaman defeat Hunter yet again.
Dude, maybe Savitz is right and people should not be banning a Hunter. Like, Shaman's beating it, Handlock's beating it. People are not even... Like, we're watching people ban Paladin instead of Hunter and stuff like that. It's a little bit crazy.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I feel like the Shaman basically had an ideal hand, and I think especially even having like the turn 5 weapon removal, like that is so big. He had on turn 2, he had the Lightning Bolt to remove the buff Undertaker, as well as the Earthshock to not even take the damage from the Leper Gnome. I mean, this is pretty much like a dream hand and mana curve for the Shaman in this kind of a matchup.
Doesn't really get any better than that.
No, if you can just remove both right then, and then he also has the double web spinners, like. Once you get rid of Undertaker, there's very few minions that actually live through the...
And I mean, he had the Lightning Storm to remove everything after the Snake Trap came down. I mean, it was pretty much dream hand, I think, for the Shaman. He played it very well, but I also think it's like, it's hard to read too much in games like that because, they can happen.
Yeah. Well, it looks like his next deck, is going to be a Warlock deck.
Okay.
You think it's Zoo?
I think we might see Zoo, yeah. I think there's a good chance it'll be Zoo.
I don't think you really want to pick Warrior into Shaman.
No.
So...
Yeah, I mean...
I generally don't like reasonable. It. Like, not many people are playing Baron-Geddon anymore.
Right, yeah.
You'll have your Brawl, sure, but it's a little bit dicey actually dealing with all those totems in the late game.
It can be really difficult.
Well, and we did just see he has the weapon removal as well. Like, he does... That's maybe something to keep in mind.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think this is a pretty good pick no matter what it is.
It's definitely a good choice. I think it's a good answer, regardless of whether it's Handlock or not.
Yeah.
Both of them do fine against Shaman, and I hope kind of that it's Zoo, because I think it'll play better.
I think Zoo is a better matchup against Shaman. I mean, I definitely think that both can beat Shaman, but at the same time, Shaman can also beat both. A lot of it, obviously... against Handlock, it really does come down to having, the turn 4 answers. If you have the Hex or the Earthshock, that really is game changing. But Zoo, I think, even sometimes when you do get the Lightning Storm and stuff, it can be tough. But, Zombie Chow is a pretty nice start if it was, but obviously it's not.
Yeah,
but it's going to be the Handlock.
Yep.
He'll keep the Zombie Chow, obviously.
Do you think he holds the Lightning Storm? Do you think he's greedy enough? Okay, never mind. Because, sometimes against Zoo and stuff, if you do want to try to hold those, and obviously if it does turn out to be Handlock, you're pretty sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you didn't even consider it.
Yeah, no.
You didn't even... Didn't even click it back
if it
and
was
forth
me
a
on
couple
ladder,
times.
I might have been too greedy.
That's funny. I missed part of the games in the first match. Was there any Zoo in there?
Not in the first match. I don't
Okay,
think
okay. So,
there was
no Zoo yet in the tournament.
There was one Zoo. Didn't you guys cast a Zoo game?
Yeah,
You
we
guys
did.
cast a
Oh
Zoo
God,
game,
yeah, I did. Oh my God. Whoa.
Yeah, but just one Zoo.
I was testing you guys. You pass.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right, well, taking a look at this hand, has some weapon removal of his own with that Ooze.
Yeah.
That Ooze has been pretty popular today as well.
Yeah, we already see though Urshok in hand, so it's going to be pretty key whether he goes for the Drake or the Mountain Giant. I mean, if he goes for that turn 4 Drake, having that answer is pretty huge. And right now we see no real answer to the Giant, so I think a lot of it could actually come down to that turn 4 play. Can make a pretty big impact on the game.
The Giant is super huge against Shaman sometimes.
Yeah, but if you have
sometimes
the Hex,
it's not.
and sometimes even sometimes some of the Rockbiter plays and things like that can make a big difference. So I mean, especially with 2 Twilight Drakes in his hand, do you feel like that's probably the play that's going to happen here?
The Twilight Drake?
Yeah, looking like it.
The Twilight Drake comes down first often because if they don't have Earthshock,
just soaks up so much.
Yeah.
The Hex
if they
draw
have
is
to
pretty
hex
big.
it, then you're like really sad.
Right,
And,
exactly.
Yeah, that Hex draw is
Really
pretty
big
fantastic
for that
there.
Mountain Giant because he wouldn't have had anything to deal with it. But once again, I mean, you talk about if you have to hex the Drake, it can be pretty frustrating.
Yeah.
We could just see another Drake come down here, which to me seems like the play that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Having seen one Earthshock played, do you really think he's going to have the second? Probably not. And then it does sometimes get a little bit awkward dealing with that because it's not very efficient to dump all those minions into it, having to use your your Rockbiter and things like that. And at the same time, you don't really want to hex at all.
My question is, what happened to Double Doomhammer, man? We're seeing Alakir, and there's nothing wrong with Alakir.
Yeah.
I like Alakir just fine.
Alakir's okay. We're on talking terms, but I'm not the biggest fan.
Double Doomhammer was really cool, man. Dual wield Doomhammers.
I like Double Doomhammer. I like how clunky it is. Makes me feel like a kid again.
Do you think
like, oh, I love this card, and just put 2 in the deck?
It's also a ridiculously awesome looking golden card.
Yeah, it is.
Alakir looks good, but Doomhammer's amazing.
I almost have all of the Shaman and Golden. I have like almost a full Shaman Golden deck now. It looks so cool, dude. The Fire Ellie I think is one of the coolest looking cards as well.
Listen, okay, I don't know if you guys have. Oh yeah, I know you've seen a Golden Sea Giant.
Yeah.
Turning wheel on the belt.
This game might end, by the way. I know we're having some fun right here, but the Loath that means that the game might just end.
You're right,
next turn.
actually.
Yeah.
Because he has, of course, Doomhammer plus the Rockbiter, and
Yeah.
that is a ridiculous amount of 10 damage.
He basically has to play a 5-mana Soulfire on the Zombie Chow if he wants to live.
Wow.
Which is insane.
Yeah, and I don't think he will. I mean, do you think he does? Okay. he
Oh,
does.
wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow, well done.
Yeah, but Acidic Swamp Ooze gets discarded, so
Wow,
now...
he needed that.
Yeah.
the coast is clear.
Yeah.
Doomhammer might come out anyway. And being a 21, though, okay, so that the Hex is going to come out. And that's good, too. Maybe it'll mean that the Feral Spirit is the play. I think actually coining Defender of Argus could be pretty strong as well. It gets a lot of damage in right now, and it makes your board a little bit more
Exactly how
resilient.
much damage do you want to bring him down to right now?
I mean, I think with Rockbiter plus Doomhammer, you have the 10 there, plus you have a fair bit on the board. I don't think you really want to bring him below like 15.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm liking this, what he's done here.
This looks good. I mean,
he could have done like maybe 1 more damage or so, but...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like, if he's looking at Hellfire here, but there's no really great plays. I mean, you could Hellfire and then heal yourself up, so you could put yourself back at 16. I think that's going to be the play.
Yeah.
Do you think he Soulfires? Yeah.
Yeah. You have to Soulfire here. This is too scary.
Yep. Oh, he's not going to.
This time he's not going to.
He's gonna be, he can put it at 1 HP, and in my opinion, now you just, oh, well, there you go. That's like,
he doesn't have enough mana.
He doesn't have enough mana this turn. Oh, do you think you just equip the Rockbiter?
You can take him to 1.
Do you think you just put on the Doomhammer anyway?
Yeah, you put him to 1
him,
because he's already used this. Like, I mean, he's got to do taunt plus life gain.
Yeah.
And if he can't do taunt plus life gain, the thing is, if he does taunt plus life gain this next turn, then he can Jiraxis next turn, and then you're like, uh-oh, I used up everything.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to go for it in that situation. It's like almost a guaranteed win.
Yeah, it's so close to one.
I love the aggressive
Faceless
plays.
isn't going to do anything.
Yeah.
It's players oftentimes, especially against the warlocks, especially the handlocks.
That's game.
I think it is.
I mean, he can siphon. He siphons, but there's still 4 damage. Plus, he has the 3 from the lightning bolt as well. So I mean, he's gonna have lethal by 1 damage. Or he's gonna have lethal by a couple.
Yeah, no matter what.
Yeah, more.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do.
Yeah, he's like, all right, well,
and that's
he's gonna
not
soulfire himself.
Yep.
Honorable.
Wow.
Well,
GG.
I know that
All
this is not how Green Sheep wanted it to go starting off. Very, very powerful Shaman play so far, and it's been a great curve of things to do, removal, monsters into giant burst, and that's really where Shaman is at its best. And we've seen it 2 games in a row. Sometimes they falter and get hands that don't really line up very well against what their opponent is doing, but
having the Hex and the Earthshock early really does just turn the tide of the game completely.
Oh, against Handlock, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, being able to control the board like that, just like, I mean, the Earthshock is so insanely good.
If you don't have like a complete garbage hand and you have an Earthshock and he plays a turn 4 Twilight,
you're
going to win that game a lot of the time. Like, it's going to be very hard for them to ever come back.
70 or 80%.
Yeah, it's big. It is certainly big.
Because I would say, I mean, well, at least just from my experience as play, I mean, I play Shaman basically all the time, and like I think it's it's a pretty winnable match even when you don't get that. It's like maybe 50-50 or around there, I think. And I mean, if you get that,
most people agree it's right around. It's pretty even. Most people think. I
mean, if you get the turn 4 Earthshock, it's pretty damn good.
Pretty sick play. Yeah. You can hold your Twilights. Kalento taught me this. This is one of my favorite moves now, is to actually just hold the Twilight and not let them get a 1 mana for 4 mana turn, because that's just so gross. But
especially early in the game.
Yeah.
So do you feel he should have, even with the double Twilight, do you think he should have gone for the Mountain Giant?
I don't remember what he mulliganed, but
I
think he should have gone Mountain Giant.
Yeah, he had the Giant in hand.
It would have gotten Hex, as it turned out.
Actually, I like mulliganing for Watchers and Owls. It's Savit's told me about that, and I tried it out, and it definitely helps to help clear that board a little bit. But anyways, it wasn't going to work out. No matter what, that Shaman deck just absolutely killing so far.
And now Green Sheep down to just Warrior. He has to reverse all kill with Warrior against Shaman and Warrior, and was Warlock or Hunter?
It was Hunter. I think Warlock got banned. So I think
it's doable. It is doable. Like, it's not as if Warrior can't beat Shaman.
Oh, it absolutely can. Yeah.
We'll have to see what he has in his Warrior deck, of course. Some cards really help out in this matchup. For instance, if he is playing Baron Geddon. Some people have played 2 Brawls. I don't know if he's doing that, but...
oh, and Harrison Jones.
Against a Doomhammer, that's a win.
Yeah, no kidding.
It could happen. It does happen sometimes.
And I mean, speaking of the double Doomhammer, like just watching the meta so far with all this weapon removal, all the oozes, all the Harrisons, I think that's a pretty good reason alone not to play double Doomhammer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
That's true. I mean, well, no, because then when it gets Harrison, you have another one to back it up.
That's the counter. That's the counter
to it. Come on now. You got to look at the bright side of things. You're such a pessimist.
I apologize. I retract my statement.
That is probably a big part of it, though, and you're absolutely right. Is people are playing more oozes, and we've seen a ton of Harrisons, which that happens sometimes, but part of that is because people are playing things like double Doomhammer lately.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it's one of those things that's kind of like a one-trick pony type thing. It's like you can bust it out once in a tournament, people aren't expecting it, they don't have the decks properly prepared for it, but to do that, repeatedly seems pretty tough. Now,
it's probably not going to be a stock deck forever, that's for sure.
I mean, with 2 Urshocks in hand, it seems like you have to Urshock that.
100%. You have to.
Yeah, like I don't think there's...
You have to deny the draw on a Warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you wouldn't, and it is a bit unfortunate for Green Sheep here. He's kind of put into a position where most of his hand is not anything he's going to be doing anytime soon. He really
did want to dig.
Yeah, he wanted to get that Acolyte and get at least a card out of it. Sadly, he gets 0
extreme
instead.
value, man.
Yeah, not just 0, but it's going away all the way, so... Doesn't even do any damage. 1 damage to face. Ouch.
Not the best card for Warrior control. That's not where you want to be. Well, some options for Kranich, though, and he needs to decide how he wants to develop his board. And so far, I guess it's just going to be a totem fight.
Yeah, why not? And you may as well play this Zombie Chow now. If
Yeah.
you're not going to play it now, when in the world are you going to play it? And your opponent's like armoring up this early in the game. He only has late drops. Just play it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a dead card later in the game. There's like, more often than not, you don't even want to
It's
play
like
it.
it's like maybe even worse than a late game Undertaker off the top.
Yeah,
you know, it's
right. In a lot of cases, it can be because at that point the life totals actually matter a lot
Yeah.
sometimes. So it's like sometimes actually you can't play it.
Sometimes even worse.
Yeah.
Such an unexciting hand. Oh man. Well, I mean, later on it's going to be really
gets better.
exciting.
It gets better.
Oh yeah. This thing's going to hit its curve eventually.
Right. Absolutely.
Just give it a few minutes.
Yeah. When he hits 9-man, it's going to be a party.
There are some really high impact cards in his hand, though. I mean, the Harrison and the Black Knight alone are game changing cards. How do you feel about the addition of the Ysera to the deck?
Well, you know, Ysera just helps so much right now. So many people are playing Ysera. As soon as the metagame slows down, Ysera becomes one of the best cards in the game. And that's just it. Like, you don't ever want to draw it against anything aggressive, but, you know, you're playing a slow game. This is, I would count this even as a slow game, despite the fact that he has now 6 minions out.
Yeah, but there's not really a lot of damage represented on the board. So that
6 minions, 3 damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Half an attack per guy.
4, excuse me. He has the Searing Totem.
Oh, okay, jeez, whoa.
Yeah.
Just got the Searing.
Back up, Reels.
Yeah.
Slow your roll, kid.
Reels, I don't know why you hate Searing Totem so much, but you're really biased in your cast.
I do hate Searing
Such a
Totem.
discrimination.
I hate it too, actually.
Actually, there
this
are
is even
times-
worse than the owl stuff. He doesn't even count as a person. He's just ignoring it.
It's just a wooden thing.
Yeah.
So often, turn 2, I'm like, my opponent is a Shaman.
Yeah.
I'm like, please, Searing Totem. Please. Please, Searing Totem. Just something that just dies instantly and I don't have to worry about it.
Sometimes it's so scary using your hero power as a Shaman. It's like, you know, you want to press it, but at the same time, like, for example, if there's like an Acolyte of Pain down and you roll a Searing Totem, you're just so
It's
sad.
the worst.
You're so
Or,
sad.
Yeah, of course, with... Oh, man. That's the most painful one right there.
That one is just you want to cry. Sometimes I do.
Rightfully so.
But yeah, I mean, it makes this Shaman a lot of fun, but it definitely can be tough call sometimes on when to hero power or not. But being in a situation where you can hero power every turn really is so advantageous.
Well, we haven't seen a Brawl yet, and you know, he's getting kind of late into this.
Maybe he's not playing Brawl.
Now, do you think you just
It's
get
a
rid of
possibility
the
because you have to
Fire
play
Alley?
around it no matter what, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Brawl, you have to play around.
Yeah. Do you think you just get rid of the Fire Alley with the Cruel Taskmaster Execute? I mean, you can't play Sledge Belcher then, but it feels like you can't really just leave that there. If you play the Sledge Belcher into that, you're just giving it up for free.
Yeah. The
Plus,
thing
there's
is,
the
you're
healing
using like
stream
2
down.
cards on one, and I hate
Yeah.
that, but
what other options are there?
there really isn't any. It's funny, but you know, these 3 totems plus these 2 little dudes make everything a little bit unappealing because they're like it's such garbage on the board that's going to deal with everything just fine.
Exactly. Like your opponent doesn't care about losing them.
Yeah. He's not even going to lose them because you get that healing totem.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, I mean, the Zombie Chow trades, you know, nicely into the Taskmaster as well. So, you know, it's definitely a pretty annoying spot.
I wonder if he'll be tempted to use Flame Tongue to try and trade even more efficiently, or if he'll just sort of continue to just play into the board
Definitely
the same
could.
way.
But
Can he just say that there's no Brawl
goes.
in hand? I think he can.
Yeah, I think so. After last turn, no
Yeah.
Brawl coming out, I think you can say that.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the only thing that you wouldn't have wanted to see stay alive was basically the Fire Alley.
Yeah.
So that's pretty ideal Brawl.
Yeah, I mean, especially since you have big turns coming up.
Yeah.
This is exactly what you're afraid of right here, is when this Flame Tongue totem comes down and you're just... This board can do anything to you now. So he definitely does have a Brawl, and...
It's
So
one
it's
of the
okay.
one of the most important parts of about Shaman is when you do have those totems down, they become so powerful in conjunction with the Flame Tongue because you're just trading free minions away nonstop, and until you get some of that big removal, it becomes so difficult to actually get board control back.
Yeah. Oof, this is...
It's kind of a gross turn.
It is. Like, there's just...
You don't want to Black Knight that totem?
No, I know,
Come on,
but...
man.
The value!
It's
I have
actually
done
not
it
that bad
plenty.
a play. Yeah. On this board, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Because The taunt totem is in the way, and that's going to bring it down to 1 totem, so he's only got 33% chance to taunt and screw with that Black Knight again.
Yeah, I mean, do you think you Earthshock this, or do you save that? I think you should just Earthshock and save the Hex, right?
Yeah, use some totems to get rid of
just
it.
Just Earthshock it.
I think you want to get maximum mileage out of these totems right now. You're just gaining ridiculous advantages by doing that.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I kind of like this, actually. He's probably going to play the Fire Elemental. So he's getting rid of the Zombie Chow while his opponent is as close to 30 as he's ever going to be in this game.
Yeah.
It's a nice play.
That is, you're right. That's really quite nicely done. Good usage of that coin.
Yeah, he's held on to it for quite some time. And I mean, the board here, the one saving grace, I guess, is that we could see Alec here come out, get Black Knighted. That could be something that could hopefully, for Green Chief's sake, maybe start to turn this around a little bit.
It could happen. We could see easily Alec here as soon as this turn. There is a Flame Tongue Totem. It makes it 5 attack, bashes into the Sludge Belcher, and takes it out really efficiently.
At the same time,
tempting.
I mean, he has such a powerful board now. Do you think he's going to feel he needs to develop his board more? I mean, with the Healing Stream down, it's not that bad trading just totems into it and stuff as well. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can deal with this. And
yeah, using the totems while you can.
Yeah, because I mean, it just doesn't cost you anything, and it makes your board less susceptible to brawl if there ever was one or anything
with
like that.
With this taunt totem out, like, the thing is, his board can get cleaned up pretty well the next turn. He has to assume that there's some sort of removal spell in his opponent's hand by now, I would say.
But there isn't.
Well, he does have an execute.
Oh, there you go. So get rid of that Haunted Creeper, no problem.
Well, I mean, he does have the charge from the Death Spite, which is going to damage the Fire Alley, but I'm just trying to figure out if you actually want to play. I think that the Alec here is like, it's kind of funny because it will still have its Divine Shield, which makes it hard to actually deal with this weapon, which you would normally not have that hard of a time.
Yeah.
It's not actually that easy anymore to just proc for this because he's already.
But it's the Black Knight. It's the Black Knight. That's
that
the
is
problem.
true. Yeah.
Ooh, Acolyte is a nice draw.
Yeah.
Oh man, now he's gonna be sad.
Wow,
now he's gonna be so
is a turn.
Sad. Oof.
Well,
I mean, it's still quite nice, but he spends the Black Knight on a totem, and now Alec here can come down scot-free.
That's true, but
it's
this
still
turn
very
awesome.
clean. Yeah.
Black Knight on the totem, though.
Yeah.
I wanted it. It happened. I'm happy.
It was really good value as well. Oh, another Flame Tongue, though. Flame Tongue Alec here could be quite nice here as well. I mean, you can clean up the minions with the Flame Tongue, or you can just start going face. I mean, potentially, how much damage do we have here? We have 16 damage that he could do. Well, now we can't, but could have put him to 3. He could have put him to 3.
Coulda, woulda.
Yeah.
Maybe shoulda.
I mean, what do you think about that? Do you think he should have done that? Like put him
really low.
Put him to 3 HP. He could have put him 3 HP.
That
with still
it's pretty good because even if he has Alexstrasza in hand, which so many warrior decks do run, the damage is still on the board.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's
and
a
the Divine
complete
Shield
pain.
would still be up, and knowing that his Black Knight was already spent, seems like it could have been a pretty powerful move.
I think I'm in agreement with you, but it looks like he's kind of choosing to play it a little bit slower.
Ooh.
Where
now
were you,
the brawl
buddy?
Comes up, yeah.
Brawl. Why? We wanted to battle.
Do you feel like, I mean, at this point, Ysera seems way too slow to me. Do you feel like you're in a position where you just have to, like, drop the Grommash and start trying to, like, get something done with it?
God, that is...
I mean, it's
don't
gross,
like that at all.
but what's the play? You know, do you brawl here? I mean, it's like none of the turns are very nice.
No, nothing's very nice at all here.
I mean, you could brawl and drop the Harrison after or something like that, but then if there's a Doomhammer, you're not too happy about that either. Yeah, I think it is going to be the Grommash. I mean, it doesn't seem like a great play, but at the same time, there's not a lot of options for him here, and I think he's really feeling the pressure. Knowing how slow of a card Ysera is, I just don't think it's the time for it.
The odds of there not being a Hex or Earthshock or something here to deal with this is like he just kind of traded this for a totem and a card from the hand. It's so painful.
Yeah.
Well, certainly by next turn, it's going to be particularly scary. I'm a bit surprised he didn't play the Defender of Argus that turn. I guess Feral Spirit is just as good unless he top decks something like Rockbiter Weapon. So,
and especially because he has, he has the other minions in hand. It's not like even if this somehow gets cleared, he can flood the board next turn. Because there's not going to be 2 brawls. I mean, I think you have to pretty much brawl now.
Oh,
yeah, there's
nothing else you can do.
You're not going to drop Ysera here, guys.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
All right, let's see what comes out of here.
Oh, this is sort of last-ditch effort for Green Sheep here. And fortunately, the Flame Tongue Totem is gone at least.
Yeah, that's very important.
If the Flame Tongue Totem had survived, there'd be those creepers. Oh, Doomhammer, though.
That could actually be interesting if he does decide to play that.
Well, I think that this is almost completely decided at this point. Like, what can Green Sheep even draw to really bring himself back into this?
Brawl number 2?
If there is one. Yeah,
we've seen it done.
Yeah.
You know, I want to say like, oh, Brawl number 2, haha, that's not going to happen, but maybe.
We've seen a lot of 2 Brawl decks in tournaments in the past month or so.
Yeah.
Or 2 months, I guess. It's really made a resurgence, so.
I feel like you almost just have to drop Ysera. What else can you do? I mean, you could drop the Harrison and, like, you know, Taskmaster the Wolf and armor up. But, I mean, this is not, like, very nice, right? I mean, he's got to be...
Shield Slam the 1/1 token. Isn't that a sick play?
Yeah, that is.
Oh, and Green Sheep just looks pained.
Yeah, you just drop the Ysera.
I think you just have to, yeah. There's nothing
you hope for... Well, I don't even know what you're hoping to. I guess you're hoping for Emerald Drake every turn.
You think so?
Yeah.
Emerald Drake?
Yeah. Isn't that the name of
over
it?
Over Ysera Awakens, the AoE or something?
Look at how low his health is.
Yeah.
Yeah, over that.
Oh,
gosh.
He's thinking about Taskmaster. Maybe he feels his life total is too low to go for that.
Well, if you're
Might
not,
feel like he
I
has
mean,
armor
that's
up.
the play where
Yeah.
you try to win the game. This is like just trying to stay alive
Yeah.
a little bit longer.
Trying to stay afloat.
Because this dude doesn't do anything, man. He's just gonna die and.
Yep.
Oh, that's such a weak turn.
Yeah.
No, and a Black Knight on the opposite side, and have we? I don't think we've seen a Sludge Belcher yet from Green Sheep.
Yeah. I don't
Does he
think so.
equip the Doom?
He had Ascension though.
Yeah, he did.
Which means
He did. He's
yeah.
probably playing the Sludge Belchers as
Yeah, yeah, maybe like 1 Ascension, 2 Sludge or something.
No, that is not.
well.
gonna
He
do
he
anything
can
for him.
kill both of the wolves, but he's still slowly just getting grinded out by this Shaman and all the totems. And certainly Doomhammer or Alakir, one or the other, is coming out this turn.
Still, though, I mean, the fact... Oh, wow.
Oh, maybe it's just going to be Harrison.
I think.
Yeah.
Why not?
I like it.
He's got some flashy play. that Kranich.
And now, I mean, even the Ysera is going to do literally nothing. Not that it would have maybe won the game, but still, Hex in hand. He has all the answers.
Yeah. Doesn't even matter what he draws at this point. 12 health, nothing left to do.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he should be able to finish him off. No
8+6
problem.
is actually it's exactly 14 just
Yeah.
with Alakir,
Yeah,
even if he plays Lotheb.
There's nothing he can do.
Mm-hmm. And he has to assume that there are finisher cards in his opponent's hand. He's seen just about everything else played.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's going to be
That's
ending
a
up with
really
a second 3-0.
Really quick 3-0 here.
Yeah, Shaman
really quick.
crushing it, honestly, against Green Sheep here. And you guys talked about, Green Sheep being the one kind of who was supposed to win this match.
Yeah,
well,
but it definitely wasn't the case this time.
Yeah, I mean, as far as we knew, he was the favorite in most people's minds.
Yeah,
and but Kranich
crushing it with the Shaman. He's going to take this first series 3-0 over Green Sheep. Very well played.
And that is exactly how you want to do it. Now he has 3 hidden decks and a Shaman deck. And the thing is, the Shaman deck, you look at it, it seems like just basically a normal Shaman deck.
Pretty much.
It has a Harrison in it, so that's like a little piece of
He
information.
got to
But other
hide
than
the
that,
Black Knight as well. He got to hide some cards that could be pretty important.
Yeah. So, great play there by Kranich. It's I think we're having a lot of matches go ways that people didn't expect at home. Again, this is something I've been saying a lot. A lot of people are just expecting the Western players to do well, but the Eastern players showing that they have what it takes. Like a lot of Chinese players have won already. Kranich has now had a victory as well.
Yep, and moving forward in his group, and so he'll move on to the winners bracket, and Green Sheep is going to have to fight from behind, and he's not out yet, but it will be a much more difficult road now at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first series is honestly so important, not only just because of the road, but I think for confidence for a lot of these players, especially a young player. I mean, I think it's like Green Sheep, he was like 16 or something like that. So, I mean, I think it definitely can weigh on your mind a lot. You know, you can start doubting some of your choices, doubting some of your decks maybe. Obviously, depends on the player, depends on the person. Some people are going to be confident no matter what, but for some players, it can make a big difference.
Certainly. You know, this is only really his second really big tournament, I believe. Maybe he did one in between. I didn't really quite see. But still, you know, this is not like a wealth of tournament experience for him. And in fact, I think the same can be said for Kranich. But 3-0ing with your Shaman deck, you haven't even shown anything yet. You have to be so confident going into the next match.
Yeah, no kidding.
Definitely really nice. I would be happy with that, especially if there is, maybe there isn't anything kind of wacky going on with his other decks, or it certainly is Shaman. We know now that he has both Black Knight and Harrison in it. And if he has anything like that in his other decks, that's really important information that now the other players don't know.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, especially when you're not playing Standard. If you do have some sort of a deck that has a bit of a curveball in it, you want to save for later in the tournament, the longer you can hide that, the better it's going to be.
For sure. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the groups, see where we're at right now after this match. And you do see who we have in that winner's match tomorrow for Group C. It's going to be Kranich going up against Firebat.
Both with 3-0s.
Yeah, they haven't shown anything. That is a scary Miracle deck coming out of Firebat, and of course a very scary Shaman deck. I don't even know if it's very scary. It's just like a Shaman deck with like 2 tech cards in it. So it seems like kind of normal.
He had very good draws. He played it very well, I think. So, you know, not something you can read a ton into, but very strong play. And I mean, going into the winners match tomorrow, both players having 3-0s have got to have a lot of confidence. Who do you think would be favored there?
Oh, wow.
Firebat? I'd go with Firebat still.
I still think Firebat's amazing.
Yeah.
And I would like to think that he's favored against almost anyone in the tournament, save maybe StrifeCrow, Kalento, or maybe Tiddler Celestial.
Yeah.
So, and even then, those are very close matches. Not that he's particularly unfavored.
No.
So I can't wait for that one. That one's going to be great.
Speaking of two of those players, I mean, StrifeCrow's coming up next. Kalento is going to be the last match. So
yeah,
those are
I
two
love
sick
StrifeCrow,
matches.
man.
So
I love me some StrifeCrow.
I love StrifeCrow, man. He was I was on EG with StrifeCrow and stuff.
That's true.
I lived with him for a while at the EG house. He's a great guy.
I've just had a crush on him for years. So
big StrifeCrow fan.
All right, enough about StrifeCrow for now. We'll talk about him in a minute.
Yeah.
Why don't we see what Kranich has to say about that match?
Thank you, guys. This is Kranich's day. Kranich 3-0.
Yeah, sure.
Really great. Yeah, sure. No thing. Really, really good.
Did you expect to go 3-0?
Not 3-0, but...
But you did expect to win.
Yeah.
It sounds like it. Now, I noticed you came up here, you were like, no translator for me. You actually learned English from watching Twitch? Is that what it's true? No.
Yeah, that was just a joke.
Okay, good. I was worried. I was going to ask you, was it from watching Twitch or Twitch chat?
I don't know why everybody is saying about Twitch chat. And, so I just like to watch some Twitch streams, and there are Twitch chats, and Twitch streamers actually try to speak in English, and I heard that and just try to figure out what to speak in like here, but Twitch chats are not a good like ocean to me to learn English, I guess.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So you're back there behind the stage here. You guys are playing. You guys are sitting really close together.
Yeah.
Is it nerve-wracking sitting that close to your opponent?
I don't know. I have no idea because we get close and playing games, but we didn't talk each other, and I don't know what is the main difference. Okay, but it seems like cool with sofa and table and some like fires. Okay. Yeah, it was cool.
Well, I'm glad it was a comfortable spot for you guys. You look really comfortable in those giant chairs. I mean, did you find like a good spot? And were you using the mouse or the touch screen?
I use mouse.
Mouse. It's interesting who chooses to do what. I like the touch screen. I like to kick back and play, but I'm not a pro, so we're just gonna throw that out. That doesn't matter.
It's tough when the timer's running down and you got to move quick. The touchscreen could be a disadvantage, so it is interesting that players are trying.
and I always like my hand has like a lot of sweat and.
Oh yeah.
I totally understand your.
Yeah. So sometimes I misclick and misplace, but so I individually prefer to use mouse.
Sure. Well, I wanted to ask, you're on Team Golden Coin, right?
Yeah.
And Golden Coin you were telling me 3 of the top 4 spots at the qualifying tournament?
That's true.
So, did you, who didn't make it? Who wasn't here with you guys?
What?
Which teammate didn't make it with you guys?
It was Transit. Transit was actually a very good player at CN versus KR Masters 1, but I don't think he's good.
Are you watching?
Yeah.
Are you watching right now, Transit?
Actually, he retired for to study. But.
He's coming back now. He's gonna come back just to play you.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you have a great team. You obviously worked very hard to get here. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans watching at home?
Okay. So what I want to say is that Korean players are quite new in this Hearthstone scene, and people may think that Korean players are bad and not good to compete in this kind of tournament. But I don't think at all like that. And I just really want to prove to all the Hearthstone fans to like Korean players are good enough to win this kind of tournament. And Rennie Hour had actually he's won losing his group stage, but I think he can like recover and get through the group stage, and I really want to him like go to BlizzCon stage with him. Okay, so yeah, I'll do my best.
Would that mean a lot for you guys to go together?
Left?
Would that mean a lot to you to go together to the BlizzCon stage as teammates?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Yeah. You know, that was emotional until I asked my question. So that was beautiful thoughts from you, Krenich.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Huge win, 3-0. Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Absolutely wonderful. And you know what? We've got some more games still coming up. So stay tight, guys. See you soon.
Warcraft, Warlords of Draenor. Boost to level 90 and take your place on the front lines. Rated T for teen.
Welcome back, guys, to the World Championships of Hearthstone.
Yeah,
we
nailed
have
it that time.
We have yeah, I'm getting a little bit better. I thought Frodan was going to come over and save me this time. It didn't happen, unfortunately. It's going to be us 3 jobbers with you once again.
Yep.
And going to be a lot of fun. I do believe StrifeCrow is playing next, right?
Yeah, we've got Group D, final group of the day.
That's right.
D stands for death in this case.
Well, it's going to be Run and Gun, who's done pretty well over there in China and in the OGN Masters Series. And he's going up against StrifeCrow, who is, he has really trained for this. Like, StrifeCrow has been one of the best players since the beginning of Hearthstone, like when it first came out.
Yeah.
I remember I played against him when I was trying to practice for the last BlizzCon, and I was like, oh my god, you are just so good at this game. You just like crushed me over and over and over. And I think he's actually going to win this because for the first time, he is really taking a tournament seriously. Like, he's played in all these tournaments, he's done well, he's won some tournaments, especially back at the beginning of Hearthstone, but for this one, he's actually been practicing a ton with other really great players, and he feels confident coming in.
Yeah, and we'll see how that matches up against, even in this match, just Run and Gun, who I'm sure has done his own preparations, and maybe StrifeCrow will not have been prepared for exactly what Run and Gun is doing. I hope he is. I am definitely, a little bit more of a StrifeCrow fan in this one, but I agree. He's just been so scary for so long, and if this is the tournament where he says, okay, I'm really trying now, like, look out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like we talked a little bit before. What more motivation do you need than BlizzCon? So it's like, for some of the players that maybe they're really good, they're very talented, but they haven't taken their training as seriously. This can be kind of the kick in the butt to actually step it up a bit with that. And it sounds like that is what it's been for StrifeCrow. But at the same time, do you think for a player like StrifeCrow, who's been in so many tournaments, who has so much information on him out there, do you think that's a little bit of a disadvantage in some ways too? Because Run and Gun can sit down and he could just watch days and days of StrifeCrow games.
That's true.
Do you think that he could maybe try to find some tendencies, some weaknesses there, and try to exploit that?
Well, I think so. Yeah, you can. By watching a player, you can figure out the way that they play, and he definitely has a way that he plays. Like StrifeCrow battles for the board.
Yeah,
I'm going to spoiler that for you.
Yeah.
He battles for the board all the time.
Yeah.
But let me paint it this way. So if I were to say StrifeCrow and you were to name a class, what would you say?
Druid.
Take a look at StrifeCrow's decks and tell me what you see.
I don't see a Druid.
How much do you really know about StrifeCrow?
Well, I knew his classes were coming in. But
That's right.
He is known for Druid, that's for sure.
Yeah, but the reality is that he is a very well-rounded player. He's a player who makes great decisions.
Yeah.
And saying he always fights for the board or something like that, or a player like, he likes to go to the face, is putting them in a box that isn't necessarily true. For some players, it might be more true. I think for StrifeCrow, it's less true. I think it's hard.
A tendency, though. I mean, he's one of the players that I've seen doing plays like just dropping Argus and stuff to fight for a board, without taunting anything up, just valuing the minion, Argus, and just to get it down. Like things like that, like you do talk about. He does battle aggressively for the board. It's not necessarily a weakness. And it's not necessarily something he's going to do, ridiculously. But there can be tendencies found, or at least some sort of playstyle that maybe Run and Gun can try to gain some advantage from.
Maybe. I think maybe you can know kind of what he's like, but I think it's harder to turn that into an advantage. So we'll have to see whether Run and Gun can actually pull that off, what he can do. He has a Paladin on his lineup as well, so we might actually get to see a Paladin. I doubt it will get banned this time.
Yeah.
And
it definitely, I can't imagine StrifeCrow banning Paladin.
So if you're Run and Gun, right? Put himself in. You're saying StrifeCrow is the tournament favorite. So you're coming into this tournament. Do you come in with standard decks, or do you just say, what can I think of that he won't have seen before?
Well, you got to play to win the tournament.
Yeah,
though, right?
I think you got to
not just that match.
Yeah, like it's good to if you win, if you can snipe StrifeCrow really hard. I guess that can win you an extra 2.5 grand maybe, because you kill him once or twice in the group stage, but then you're gonna fall to somebody. The decks aren't gonna end up working.
So you think you just have to go standard no matter what?
I would think so, but his lineup doesn't look very standard to me.
Yeah.
He's playing Shaman, Priest, Warlock, Paladin. So a little bit different, a little bit more controlling, it looks like.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I did want to bring up with you guys, StrifeCrow is the only player in his group that brought a Hunter deck. What do you guys think about that? Because StrifeCrow, I was talking to him yesterday, and he was actually saying that he was pretty surprised that he was the only one in his group to bring Hunter.
Well, it seems like the meta is maybe shifting a little bit. We're not seeing Hunters be as successful. Players maybe figuring it out a little bit more. Things like the addition of zombie chows and stuff in decks can definitely help against it.
That's true.
But a lot of it obviously has, I think, in some of those matches come down to kind of the draws for the opponents, and maybe StrifeCrow is playing a different version of the deck. Who knows?
It is true though that the times that we have seen Hunter, it's been getting pretty easily defeated.
Yeah.
And the rest of the time it's been banned. So does that mean that if those players had not banned it, that they also would have easily defeated it? Or are we just seeing some weird skewed thing where it makes us think Hunter isn't any good?
I don't know exactly.
I think we need a bigger sample size.
Yeah,
still.
If StrifeCrow says he's surprised people didn't bring Hunter, and he's been practicing specifically with Gara and some other players, Gara who just got second at the DreamHack Bucharest Masters, this morning or something. I mean, these are some smart guys, and I kind of trust them that Hunter's good. It's been so good for so long. It's been so consistent. So, I mean, I guess we'll just wait and see if that Hunter deck really does a good job for him.
And whether it's the Hunter
Might
deck
even
or
get
not,
banned, right?
Yeah, it definitely could. And you know what? If they're going to ban it, fine. The Hunter's
Then it's
banned.
kind of done its job a
that means
bit.
he gets to play Warlock, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
supposedly somewhere in StrifeCrow's lineup of decks, there may be some deck that's off the beaten path a little bit.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe that means just the rogue deck is a style of Miracle, kind of like Fire Bats that you don't see very often.
Could be.
Or, because you could say that's kind of off the the beaten path. Firebat just recently won his match 3-0 with the. I got to watch it from the sidelines. The what's his name? The pirate.
The South Sea Deckhand.
South Sea Deckhand. Copy. GG. So that was pretty awesome. Maybe it's something like that, or maybe it's something going on with one of his other decks.
Well, I think we've seen every iteration of Hunter that's possible at this point. Okay, anyone who's played enough Hearthstone definitely has. Warlock really has the 2 types, which leaves Shaman and Rogue. So I would say it's one of those 2 that would be a little bit different.
I mean, there can definitely be a lot of variations of Shaman, I think. Like, for a while there was kind of the Giant Shaman. There's kind of like more standard mid-range Shaman. There's kind of the bursty stuff like Double Doomhammer, Lava Burst type decks. There are like a lot of different variations that players can make. And then there is kind of the standard decks that players can take and give little changes to maybe make them stronger against the late game or early game. Things like the Black Knight and the Harrison and stuff.
What if it's something crazy like Undertaker Shaman or Undertaker Rogue? That'd be pretty crazy.
It could be like a backspace Rogue or something like that.
Sort of. I mean,
well, Undertaker Shaman is basically like the Giants deck.
Someone just brought to a tournament. Someone really good. Was it Hyped that brought Sea Giant Shaman to a tournament? Yeah. Someone did this. Was it him?
I think so.
I think so. Yeah. That's weird. That's out there.
I was playing that for a while, and the deck that I
personally were playing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I copied it from a tournament, but it had Undertakers in it and stuff too. It was actually a pretty wacky deck, but it was fun on ladder.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to Rachel and Ben Brody. I think they have some special guests here.
Brody.
Brode.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. We made some friends over here. Ben Brode and I. We found some of these what are you, StarCraft casters? They're from StarCraft, right? We got Apollo, we got Tasteless, and I'm getting booze in my ear. I don't know who that is, but I'm happy to see you. Ben, do you know these guys?
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. So that's all I get from that. But I noticed you guys didn't have to be here today. You came around to check out some Hearthstone. Apollo, what do you like about Hearthstone?
I don't really play any Hearthstone, but I come to watch some games.
See, wait, I heard yesterday that you played a best of 3 against somebody who's about to play, and you crushed. Is that true?
Yeah, StrifeCrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I beat him yesterday.
So what decks were you guys playing yesterday?
Hunter.
Mage.
And Mage.
A Freeze Mage.
Okay, so I'm beginning to get an idea here where you play the games, but there seems to be a different mastermind behind this. So, Tasteless, talk me through your coaching of this young Padawan.
I haven't been able to coach him yet, but I do play a lot of Hearthstone. I got to level 2 last season.
That's pretty impressive. Level 2, right under the legendary.
I'm like 2 in the world actually.
Oh,
no.
He means he unlocked his first basic card. He's very excited.
Yeah, man, but it's a great game. I love it. I'm gonna get you soon, Apollo.
We're gonna play, man. I don't know.
Really good. I'm really good at it. I just don't really know what I'm doing, and I seem to win, man.
That's just beginner's luck. Once you get out of the 20 rank, it starts to change. I assure you.
I don't know the ranking system.
This is feigned ignorance. I'm certain. I feel like he spends hours slaving away. He's gonna make the switch really soon from casting high-level StarCraft to casting, for your jobs over there on the couch. But you actually, Nick, Tasteless Plot, you play a lot of Hearthstone. What is your favorite class right now?
I like Warlock. I've been doing Handlock a lot and some Zoo. I will admit that. I do some Zoo decks. But yeah.
I'm proud. I'm glad you're playing Zoo. I play Zoo. I play with something special though. I play with the Golden Elite Torn Chieftain from BlizzCon last year.
Nice.
Nothing feels better, man, than slapping down an ETC when you've already won. I wouldn't recommend this for everybody.
You can only do it when you've already won.
No. Sometimes with the Knife Juggler and then the Merlin. No, it's not a strategy. Okay. No. Can we get a check from the pros? Is that okay? No. You know what? There's a reason I'm over here.
Thumbs up from Frodan. He likes it.
Nice. Frodan's in. So what do you play in your Zoo? Anything fun?
Well, it's Zoo, so it's not that fun. I mostly just, I just try to get, early drops and, get lucky with the Knife Juggler. Yeah, Void Walker.
All right.
All that. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we've milked this cow for all it's worth. Ben, any last words?
You guys at home probably can't see this setup here, but it's really cool. It's like a little tavern bar kind of deal. It's really it's hard to get a full view of it. We got a nice couch with the casters hanging out. It's great. It's a great way to watch Hearthstone.
It is a great way, and it's attracted some people that you wouldn't normally see hanging around Hearthstone. So hopefully, if you guys got some friends at home, bring them in, have them check out the show, see if they like it too. And we're gonna get our converts. We're gonna make everybody play Hearthstone by the end of the weekend. So thank you so much, guys. We're gonna go to a short break. When we come back, more games.
Warcraft, Warlords of Draenor. Boost to level 90 and take your place on the front lines. Rated T for teen.
Welcome back to the Hearthstone World Championships, everybody. I'm joined by Azale and Reels, who's still going to stay on, and we're going to be going for StrifeCrow and Run and Gun in just a second, which is going to be a really fun match. I didn't get to preview it too much beforehand, but I echo all of Artos' sentiments. I think StrifeCrow is one of the people who you can peg as the heavy favorite to advance from this group, along with Kolento. But I also think people have been sleeping a little bit too much on these Chinese players. 2 out of the 3 of them have won their matches today.
Yeah, they've been performing very well.
And it's also notable a little bit, back in the America's Qualifier tournament leading into this World Championship, StrifeCrow just barely made it through. He squeaked by. It was extremely close, down to the wire, and it's not like it was some crushing defeats or anything like that over his opponents, and Run and Gun is a real threat.
Yeah, he finished, I believe, in 3rd and 4th place of the OGN Masters Season 2, and he also qualified for BlizzCon, so he's got some consistent results. StrifeCrow, though, to his defense, said that when he was playing even the qualifiers, he was still a casual player. Like, he wasn't playing more than whatever he could allot to based off his free time because he was studying school. He was in classes. He's trying to become a game designer. That's what he's attending his university for.
Yeah.
So he's now focusing hardcore, and he feels like he has a really good shot at this.
Yep, and we got to see their bans there. StrifeCrow's Rogue gets banned away.
Yeah.
And StrifeCrow bans away Run and Gun's Priest.
Yeah.
That's right. That's going to be interesting.
Priest makes a lot of sense, especially when you are playing Shaman, I think. It's not really a matchup you want to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, Priest against Shaman, Priest against the Hunter even. And if StrifeCrow is running Zoo, that'd be like Priest would be like the ultimate deadly force that you would have to take out there. And that's funny because for even pre-Nax Rammus, people were saying Priest wasn't a legitimate threat in a tournament. Unless you have some weird cases where like Priest and Amaz combined, joined forces, and somehow took away. Exactly. Took it. That was the only way you could win with Priest.
Yeah.
But now that's not the case. Priest is legitimate. It's a strong deck. There's 2 ways you can build it, and it's a very strong archetype that you can bring to a tournament. And I think it's a really strong ban. And on the opposite side, Miracle Rogue, we've seen it today, what he can do. There's no question it's a very viable selection for Run and Gun.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think we'll see, would it be a Zoo, do you think, from StrifeCrow, Handlock, and any guesses? I mean, we've only seen 1 Zoo so far, all today.
I think it's more likely to be Zoo.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I don't really have a good reason to say it.
Gut feeling.
I don't have any inside information. Just looking at his lineup, I think it might be Zoo. And maybe it is Handlock. And we actually had a match earlier where I thought, no, this guy's probably playing Zoo, and it was Handlock. So I've been wrong once already.
It's okay.
Could
Welcome
happen
to the
again.
caster life, Reels. You gotta get yourself comfortable. We're wrong quite often. Let's get to know our players a little bit more before we go any more into the match. Let's learn a little bit about StrifeCrow and Run and Gun.
大家好，我是 Run and Gun， 来自中国上海，今年22岁。
My name is Kong Shu. My handle is StrifeCrow. As far as the Hearthstone players, I feel like I'm one of the better players here. I do what I need to win.
我最喜欢的应该是防战，因为防战这套牌有非常低费用的解卡，然后它能够应对各种情况。
The element of Hearthstone I like the most is creature combat. So the decks that I don't like too much are very non-interactive decks such as Freeze Mage and maybe Miracle Rogue.
很多时最好玩的地方就是它能够通过一系列计算找出场面中的最优解，然后来帮你化解一系列的难题。
I don't actually know that much about Run and Gun. I saw a couple of his VODs. I think he tried to qualify for Seat Story Cup.
StrifeCrow 的话，我看了基本上他最近比赛的所有视频，然后我觉得他是一个非常擅长于控制套牌的一个选手。
Honestly, the biggest factor is still going to be the skill of the player, like technical skill. People really push luck a lot more than it is, but Hearthstone is actually really consistent as far as luck goes.
我认为如果我能拿下这次暴雪嘉年华的话，我应该会比之前有名气很多，然后会更受欢迎。
Hearthstone's the most consistent card game I've ever played. You know, like the better player almost always wins, or the better deck wins, or whatever. So it's like skill has a lot to do with it.
That's awesome.
You gotta love the Nintendo figure wave, man.
Some of those little player intros, match intros have been amazing.
These are so well done.
Just so major props to the production crew being able to put that all together in the past couple of days. Taking a look at Run and Gun a little bit closer, it seems like he has yet to play a tournament match against a Western player. So this will be his first coming out party against players outside of his region.
And one of the toughest Western players to fight to start things off. So.
Yeah, what a way to start that off.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you can look at it both ways. You can look at it, the glass half full. If you can take him out, that's a very good start. Could build a lot of confidence.
Yep, StrifeCrow, for people who don't know too much about him, he is well known for his Druid play, even dating back a year ago. A lot of his decks hit #1 rank Legend, and he was playing all kinds, whether it was Wild Pyromancer in Druid or Ancient Watchers in Druid. One of the first people to really push Force of Nature Savage Roar combos for that 14 damage burst in the game. StrifeCrow's done it all, essentially, when it comes to Druid. Control, slow, fast aggro. In fact, even the token Druid in recent memory since Next Frame's released.
And interesting part about it is not playing Druid in the tournament.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, he doesn't have it in his arsenal. Instead, he's got classes like Hunter, Shaman, Warlock, and Rogue. So we're going to start things off with what looks like to be Zoo versus Hunter. And Run and Gun, of course, is the Warlock player. StrifeCrow on Hunter. So here in the beginning, I want to start off with a question. People for a while thought that with Starving Buzzard and the Unleashed combos being taken away, does that mean that Zoo is a lot stronger against Hunter because it can build the board? But people are saying, well, if you have Unleashed Hound and Knife Juggler and Snake Traps, maybe Hunter is even favored against Zoo. Do you identify with any school of thought? Anyone here?
Yeah, usually even then, when you did have access to 2-mana Buzzard, your matchup against Zoo often did not include a big Buzzard swing turn. Occasionally it would, but often you were forced, if you had Unleashed Sounds, you were forced to use it earlier, and it was something that helped swing the game without the Buzzard part of it. And so it was not a critical part, and now not even having the Buzzard in there, it's still just an okay matchup for Hunter. It hasn't really made it any worse now that the Buzzard is more expensive.
Okay. So you're saying that it's around the same, nothing really changed, and then you think the Zoo player has a small edge? Or do you think the Hunter has?
I tend to fall in the camp where I think that the Zoo player usually has a slight edge. It can go towards the favor of the Hunter depending on whether or not they have things like the Snake Trap and stuff like that.
Sure. Yeah. Now, just looking at the opening hands, oh wow, he's actually okay. I was gonna say, what did you think he was gonna do? Because obviously Undertaker turn 1, not the best play. So it appears he just wants to go with Hunter Creeper.
Yeah, it's the board presence. Again, this matchups in general, especially for the Zoo side, is all about the board control. So if you can sweep it from under them, cards like Direwolf Alpha and Dark Iron Dwarf, those buff other creatures have little to no impact.
Oh, and he does have Knife Juggler.
Okay. So yeah, definitely a lot of information.
Well, all the more reason to use put out the Hunter Creeper as fast as you can.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, it seems like playing the Knife Juggler attacking into the Imp is probably the play here.
Well, there's a lot of risk there.
Yeah. But, what other play do you have? I guess you can just drop the second Haunted Creeper.
Second Haunted Creeper is also interesting, because on turn, you're not really afraid of, big buffers on turn 3. Shattered Sun Cleric, which is the 3-mana minion to give +1/+2 +1 to a friendly minion.
I feel like it's falling out of grace a lot.
Yeah, it's rotated out. In fact, Harvest Golem, the one you see in the middle of the running gun's hand, is often the only 3-drop that you see.
Yeah.
From most Zoo decks nowadays.
It seems like things like Lotheb and stuff, they've kind of knocked the Shattered Sun Cleric out of there. It's like some of those cards kind of had to make room.
Yeah, it's especially a lot about the Death Rattle synergy. Usually when you see the Death Rattle decks, you see less of the things like Shattered Sun Cleric.
And that Undertaker would have been nice to start things off, perhaps with the Flame Imp, but with no guarantee of being able to pick up these things, I think the Harvest Golem is one of your better bets here.
Yeah. And it was also a really interesting decision by StrifeCrow last turn. He decided to use the Hunter's Mark for 1 damage, essentially, on the Knife Juggler, or rather the Flame Imp, just to get it out of there. And now it could pave the way for his own Knife Juggler.
Now, Undertaker Mad Scientist is pretty nice here.
It's pretty reasonable, but it doesn't contest with the Harvest Golem that well. It may be, he might feel that it's his only good option, and if so, he'll just go for it and let the chips fall where they may.
But then how do you choose to go about it? Because the Harvest Golem is going to take out the Knife Juggler almost either way.
Right.
And Knife Juggler is one of your best responses to a flooded board, especially with a lot of weak minions. You have Unleash the Hounds with Knife Juggler, you just start throwing pepper spray everywhere, right?
It's looking like it is going to be that, though.
Oh, I mean, maybe this Mad Scientist can go fishing for a Snake Trap before he does anything else, and that can activate the Knife Juggler. Zoo doesn't have many non-ways other than Soulfire to deal with Knife Juggler.
Soulfire is a nice one, though, and it would mean giving up Lotheb if he wants to use it this turn, and he may be tempted to do it anyway. But he has reasonable trades on board already, so...
The Alpha definitely does help out a fair bit here, giving a clean trade on the Undertaker.
Does he want to tap to increase the chances of... well, I guess he's going to keep Soulfire if he's going to do this.
Alright, well, there's a secret out there somewhere.
It is a Freezing Trap, I do believe. I just saw it.
Freezing, okay, so... Freezing Trap for StrifeCrow. And that can be quite a bit scary. He doesn't really have much going on.
No, sir. He's got 2 flares, which just draw a card, and that's about it. Suppose the question is, what does he want to start drawing into?
Oh, man.
It's got another chance.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think he's looking for here? What would be his ideal draw?
Ooh. Unleash the Hounds is great because you have the Knife Juggler already. And then, of course, having Houndmaster would be great to help control the state of the board. But I think Unleash the Hounds is too good to pass up with what you're going for synergy-wise.
So do you feel you have to hold on to the Knife Juggler then at this point if you are going to try to synergize with Unleash the Hounds? Or do you think that you go for it, just trying to control the board, and using that Death Rattle from the Haunted Creeper that brings out the 2 spiders, and that will proc, 2 knives?
So let's think. If you... Like, the Undertaker obviously represents a pretty big threat. So if you're trying to snipe it, that's a 1 in 4 chance and a 1 in 4 chance. I don't know. That's a really low probability of being able to land it. So I don't feel comfortable taking those odds. He might just actually Hero Power and pass, or even Flare if he wants to. Just draw
Flare
deeper
Fish
in
for a
his
1-drop. Yeah. Oh, he just just Hero Power.
And he attacks face. Because what happens is Zoo will feel really inefficient to attack and kill off the Haunted Creeper. That's 3 attacks you're wasting.
And there is the Freezing Trap still.
So he can get massive damage next turn across the board.
Depending on how many minions are down and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think it's at all worth silencing this this Haunted Creeper? I mean, I guess he has to worry about it being explosive and stuff first. He has to try to figure it out because, especially thinking about if it's Snake, is it explosive? Is it Freezing Trap? What do you think is the proper course of action here? I guess he's just going to go face Undertaker.
It does get rid of the trap.
Yep.
The most efficiently of any of his minions. The 1-cost minion instead of the 2 or the 3. And Lotheb could be really powerful here as well.
Yeah, the Lotheb stops the Unleash the Hounds. And in fact, because he didn't play Flare, that's actually too expensive to play as well.
Yep.
This is a lot of damage. Push the other direction.
Definitely is.
StrifeCrow kind of invited a race, and as far as we can tell, it's a race that
he's losing.
He's not winning. Yeah, exactly. But he's not winning.
Yeah, a lot of damage represented on board. I mean, we have 11 damage on board plus the 4 from the Soulfire, double Knife Juggler, but can't play the Unleash. So, I mean, at what point do you feel like you just have to start dropping the Knife Jugglers to get some sort of semblance of board control back? Because if you wait too long, you know, like we said, there's like 14, 15 damage on just showing right now.
There's a lot of damage you can do just simply with dropping both Knife Jugglers and suiciding your, or attacking with your spiders, because they will summon two 1/1 tokens, and that means 4 damage.
Juggles, plus the 5 juggle from the first, first Knife Juggler. So that is 5 damage potentially that could be done, plus the 1 damage from that. So we're looking at 6 damage total. But I mean, you know, there is a lot that could kind of go wrong there.
There's a lot that could go wrong, but the risk is just losing.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's the only play.
Yep, and I imagine he'll just bash right into that Dire Wolf.
Okay.
And he wants to hit as the Harvest Golem, the Damage Golem, as much as he can.
Oh,
man.
God. Not good so far. There's one.
Okay, all right.
Well, he made up for some of it.
Would have liked to take out that 2/1 as well, for sure.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, being able to take out one of those jugglers for free is not ideal. I mean, you can take out both the jugglers, really. Do you think there's any merit to just going face, or do you think you just, no matter what, have to clear the jugglers?
Knife Jugglers are too much of a threat. It's just that every single minion they ever play, they just throw out knives, especially if there's 2 of them. That's why I think sniping both of those small creatures were so important, because otherwise you had to give up Soulfire.
Do you feel even with the Owl in hand? You know, you kill one, silence the other, go face with the Lotheb? What do you think about that?
Well, now that you tap for Doomguard, it may change your plan.
Yeah, because, I mean, when you look at it, you could put 6 damage in face right now. If you silence 1, oh wow, Soulfire. Not what I expected at all. Okay.
It's one of the more useless cards in this matchup.
Yeah.
And another Ironbeak Owl bites the dust.
Well, it's definitely going to end up going face with
oh,
that.
man. Poor Ironbeak Owls.
Okay.
What did they ever do to you, man?
They haven't done much, but they serve their purpose.
Do you do that to your owls?
I do not. I let Artosis and Benbro do it. Animal Companion here can be really important.
Leok, here we go. Right? Leok is the win. Okay. Well, that's still okay.
Yeah, not bad. Do you think you have to take out the Undertaker at this point in the game?
Yeah, I mean, you want to take out the Undertaker. The question
yeah.
is, how do you follow up this Misha play?
May as well flare first, right? Like, I don't think it's really a turn that you want to unleash on. I mean, flare, dig. If you don't get anything, you get hero power at least. Take out the Undertaker with your 2 1/1 spiders. The next turn, though, going to be pretty powerful for the Warlock. I mean, he has Doomguard. He can drop the Wolf and play his Doomguard, only having 1 discard. I mean, when you can play Doomguards and Soulfires without discarding much, that's when they become extremely strong.
Yeah, the discard is such a huge deal, but anytime you can get around it.
Yeah, makes those cards insanely strong. And I mean, you know, with that Doomguard in hand, he can take out the Misha, keep his Lotheb alive, and still go, you know, have that extra damage there. This is starting to look really good for the Warlock, I think.
And at this point, especially if he trades, he's going to be thinking to himself, please no Doomguard, please no Soulfire.
Yeah, there's some serious consideration of like whether or not you want to do some damage, but I think Undertaker is too big of a threat.
Yeah.
All right, now the good news is that no matter what, this Lotheb has to go through. Or
well, no, the Doomguard can kill the Misha.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
the problem.
Right.
The Doomguard kills the Misha. That's why it's such a huge play, because it keeps the Lotheb alive. Now we're showing, you know, 14 damage, and he's at 11.
You're right.
You know, I think this is getting pretty close to the game. I mean, he can unleash here. He can unleash and he can kill the Doomguard, so that will keep him alive. But that still leaves 8 damage on board, and you with really no... your win conditions are starting to kind of fall down the drain.
Yep, unleash, kill Doomguard, hero power.
Yeah, that's all you got.
Go is
but it's
not
going to
do it.
It's the only play, so I mean, you know, all that he's going to need to draw is Running Gun's just going to need to draw 3 more damage. There's a lot of ways to get 3 more damage in this Warlock Zoo deck.
Yeah, well,
especially having 2 chances.
Realistically, all he has to do is draw 1 more turn.
Yep.
And he's going to draw 1 more turn.
Yeah.
Pretty much no matter what.
Yeah, I think StrifeCrow evaluating one more time if there's another opportunity, but that isn't it. Run and Gun can pick up like a Soulfire, a Doomguard, anything pretty much within 6 mana.
Yep. Well, he's going to tap, see what he gets.
Don't really know too much of what is to think about alternatively.
Yeah, I mean, I think
is he worried about his life total? Because if you do tap, it takes 2. Like you drop down to 14 health.
What combo is there though with 8 mana that can do 14?
It's been a while since Hunters have been doing 14.
Yeah.
They don't play Leroy anymore, and even if they did, cost 5. And maybe
wow.
He is worried about that.
I find that surprising, but I guess it is the safer play. And
Yep,
regardless,
and
it's not going to make a difference. It is going to be game on the back of that. Nothing that StrifeCrow can do here, and the tournament favorite going to be falling down in game number 1 of this series.
Well, it's always the first game, which can be some of the hardest based off your predictions of opponent. But StrifeCrow is just going to pass, and Run and Gun takes game number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Asian region, once again, is showing some real strength here.
Yeah, so he's going to queue up with Zoo once again and wait for StrifeCrow's response, which, no, without Miracle Rogue, I mean, if he's bringing Handlock, that can be a great answer to Zoo, but if he's bringing another Zoo deck with his own Warlock class,
Yeah.
then it comes down to the good old coin flip.
Yeah, and I mean, Shaman isn't, the greatest matchup against Zoo either. Definitely winnable, but it's not like a counter by any means.
It depends on your what deck you have for Shaman. Some
if you have
decks are
Zombie Chows
stronger
and things like that, or Harvest Golems.
I feel like
that can make a big
Kranich's
difference.
deck is pretty decent against Zoo, but if you're playing a burst heavy Shaman like with Lava Burst and double Doomhammer, that's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the weapons are nice to remove, but at the same time, you're just beating away on your life total, and it's like they're never really going to run out of minions. I mean, with life tap, they're always going to be kind of flooding the board, so it can become definitely very difficult.
Some of those Shaman decks that we've seen in the past
have been killing it.
Not as often recently, but we have seen them even go down to 1 Lightning Storm instead of 2, and that's something that would be particularly not good. Yeah, exactly. StrifeCrow is one of the players who has made that call at different times,
and it's almost a must-have against Zoo. Like you almost need the Lightning Storm.
It is
to
a really
win
it is a really
lot of
critical
time.
card.
Unless you have really good early draws for your minions. If you get a lot of early minions, I don't think you need to get a Lightning Storm. But if you're not really getting a lot of early minions out, I feel like Lightning Storm can become pretty necessary to win that matchup.
And those jackets that they have, I think there's 3 or 4 people who have those jackets that have like Hearthstone on them and
They're
stuff
awesome.
in there. Those things are awesome, man. Maybe there's some power in the jacket. I don't know.
Could be. Being good at Hearthstone, I mean, they look like varsity jackets that you would have in high school.
Yeah.
They're pretty sweet.
Imagine if those were the jocks when we were around.
Maybe give it a couple more years, man. It could be. There's already there's video game scholarships and stuff going out.
That's right.
Yep.
See, Run and Gun High School is giving people wedgies and noogies and stuff because he plays Hearthstone.
Is he the Hearthstone
It's
bully?
Be Zoo versus Zoo, guys.
My high school experience wasn't that great, but maybe if I was recognized for my Hearthstone skill, that could have changed. Well, Zoo versus Zoo, I think being on the coin matters a lot because you're able to put out pressure, but if StrifeCrow can build off of a turn 1 Undertaker and his opponent doesn't have Soulfire, that's also a possibility for turn 1 to have a big advantage in Smears.
Yep, there's a lot of swing cards in these games, and usually the early snowball takes the board forever. Occasionally you can swing it back with something like a Doomguard, but besides that, this is a really volatile matchup.
What do you think about, I doubt we're going to see it here, but what do you think about some of those Zoo decks that have like the Nubian Eggs and Hellfires and stuff in them?
Well, it's really good in this matchup. Really damn good. Because you have Hellfire to clear the board and you have something to remain afterwards.
Do you think there's any chance we could see that now seeing the Undertaker from StrifeCrow?
The problem is I don't think so. That deck relies on brutal efficiency. In fact, just even making a concession such as Mortal Coil.
Oh, it is Nubian Egg.
Right,
So,
but the Hellfire
you don't
is
think
like
it's gonna
a
be it?
weird thing.
Yeah.
I think Nerubian Egg is a card that you see quite often because of Abusive Sarge and Defender
Yeah.
of Argus, but having like a Hellfire in combination.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting
Would
because
be very
Reels
surprising.
was saying that he thought that StrifeCrow was going to have a weird deck, so could be
Yeah.
interesting to see if it was kind of like that Zoo anti-Zoo deck or something like
No,
that.
you bring up a good point. It's just I'd be very surprised if StrifeCrow
not
chose
that
to
likely
do that.
for sure, but it would be interesting if it did happen.
I think so.
All right, well, no Soulfire for either player, and this would be the time that you would want it if you're StrifeCrow. Of course, it's not there yet. Nerubian Egg can be quite good in the Zoo Mirror match, but there is a card that is very good in counter to it, and Run and Gun is holding it. It's
Yeah.
Iron Vical for that
Yes.
silence.
Well, Running Gun in the meantime is being annoyed a lot by these cards, especially if there's an opportunity to easily trade.
Ooh.
Wow. That's really nice.
It's definitely really nice.
Because now you can use the Void Walker to trade up, and then you place your Nerubian Egg for next turn to get taunt with Defender of Argus.
Will get silenced, unfortunately, but still, can be taunted up, and it's still another body, and kind of makes it a bit of a weaker turn for your opponent as well.
Sure.
If it does get silenced next turn, it actually will end up still very good
the
for
taunt,
StrifeCrow.
Yeah, it's very, very nice.
Even just having a 1/3 attacking into the 2/1.
Sure.
Exactly.
It's another Void
Yep.
Walker.
Yeah.
Yep.
Double
Oh,
Mortal
wow.
Coil.
Wow.
Wow. So I don't think he ever intends on banning Hunter whatsoever if he's running cards like
Ooh,
Soulfire
and
as well.
Soulfire. And if he discards the coin, he'll be very happy about that.
It's a very strong likelihood.
Yeah.
And
I mean the trade here with the Argus is going to set up for another Mortal Coil as well.
Yeah.
Kill on the 1/3, which is very likely going to be traded into that Owl.
Soulfire is one of those swing cards, and right now, most of his cards are relatively low impact. So, discards Abusive Sergeant.
Not a big deal.
That's not too bad. So, now he has to really decide if he wants to do something like play Defender of Argus just on the egg.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with his other options, it's either that or you tap, because it's like just dropping the Juggler to get killed by the Owl seems very unattractive.
Of course. And he could draw something like
I
a
feel like he's
Soulfire
gonna
of his
do it,
own,
yeah.
but it becomes a lot less exciting. This is almost certainly the better play.
Yeah.
The Mortal Coil is also really powerful in the mirror in the past because of cards. You had like Scarlet Crusader, right, in your Zoo deck for a lot of efficiency, but I wonder how much impact it'll have here. Like cycling through your deck is really powerful, being able to draw through it. So that way you don't have to life tap to get through your deck.
Yeah, and I mean, he has the Arcus setting up for the egg next turn, and StrifeCrow right now doesn't have that answer. He doesn't have the Owl, doesn't have a Soulfire, and very likely he's not going to have one because he's probably just going to play these two minions here.
Yep, he will figure he's probably safe-ish behind the 1/1 taunt.
Yeah.
But the Mortal Coil will end up clearing it out, and then the Defender of Argus or the Direwolf Alpha letting it attack in and trade into something.
But then, as long as his Knife Juggler survives, though, I'm sure there might be some shenanigans you can pull off.
That's true.
You tap into something and you do some damage.
Yeah,
and
definitely very true.
The little damage pieces here matter a lot. And this is where Zoo becomes very important that you've practiced. A lot of people knock on Zoo and say it's very easy to play.
Oh, this is interesting.
Oh, he doesn't want to juggle on the 0/2 at all.
Okay.
Because if he got buffed, it would have to
Be easier to trade into the 1/1. Definitely
Exactly.
smart. Yeah.
This is a very intelligent play.
Yeah, very smart.
It's not a misplay, guys. StrifeCrow is actually a really good player.
No, that was 100%. Something I should have seen. Definitely really smart. Now at this point, do you think that you just coil, taunt up, and attack it in, so you can get that 4/4?
Well, StrifeCrow will have a pretty solid board, even if you
Yeah,
do.
he will. Yeah. So I mean, talk me through some of the thought process here. Do you think it's legitimate to maybe even just Mortal Coil, coin out your Loatheb or something like that, Mortal Coil, see what you get? What do you feel the pros and cons are of that play as opposed to simply just coiling the 1/1 and then taunting up your Nerubian Egg to get the 4/4 out?
Well, you see, the correct play is Mortal Coil into coin Doomguard, and then next turn top deck Doomguard.
Of course.
So
That's what he should be going for.
Let's go from second best option down, shall we?
I mean, the world champion play, clearly.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Running Gun still has got some ways to prove his zoo, if that's the case.
But what do you think? What do you think, Dan? I mean, looking at this, if this is you, are you thinking about the Argus? I mean, to me, it seems like the kind of solid play. Okay, he's not going to actually coil. He's just going to attack it, and he wants to keep the taunt alive. So that, that's another option as well.
I think I would have liked to see Immortal Coil because you have the opportunity of playing a much stronger, like a Dark Iron Dwarf.
Yeah, and
if you got
the
if you got the +2, you could have taken out the Knife Juggler.
Yep.
The play hasn't changed that much, and in fact, you're now starting to be in little scary modes because you can protect the Knife Juggler even better now.
Yeah.
And
now
force your opponent in an awkward position.
Looking at this, because it's 2 damage minions, do you think you take out the egg before you drop your minions for the juggles? Because hitting the egg once and then attacking it anyway doesn't really do anything. That's like a wasted damage.
I think that's a really good assessment.
Yeah.
You don't want to overkill.
Yeah, exactly. It would just be a waste of damage. So I feel like, do you think that there's really any big deal of what he attacks into it, like whether it's the Argus or the Golem? Do you think it really matters at all?
Well, I think you want to kill off the Direwolf. I think you want to get as much as much as you can out of your Harvest Golem life. Don't kill it off unnecessarily, because then you open yourself up to Mortal Coil.
Now the next question here: if you do juggle the 4/4, are you willing to just give up your Knife Juggler to trade into that? Do you think you have to?
I think you're willing to do that.
Yeah. So it's a 1 in 3 chance. Let's see if he hits it. No, both going to go face, which I definitely do not think is what he wanted. And now I feel like you're pretty much forced to go face with the Juggler. He still has a very imposing board, but that 4/4 could cause him some problems.
No, it's okay in a sense too. You have a lot of strong minion presence.
Oh, interesting. Decides to trade. So he wants to force that 4/4 in, and I think that ended up actually being pretty nice because.
Yeah, being able to trade into the 2/3. Like, StrifeCrow did it for him, but he was afraid of the buffs that was given.
Oh,
wow, what
that
a big
is
draw.
The biggest. I mean, that's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah.
And not having to discard anything is, like, when I see that against a Zoolock, I feel like I lost the game.
Well, now he has a lot of minions on boards, and he's out of Mortal Coils, so Running Gun has to fight a little bit more honestly, unless he has Hellfire or whatever special card.
Well, he has Shattered Sun Cleric.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
And I mean, having the Argus in hand as well is very nice. You can taunt those up, keep your Doomguard alive, another turn. But I mean, the damage presented here alone, we're looking at 7 plus an additional 4 if he taunts up. So I mean, we're already looking at 11 damage if he taps here. He's going to be at 5 HP next turn before it even draws. With 5 HP there, if he taps, you start drawing into things like Soulfire or perhaps your next Doomguard. The game could just be over. Arcane Golem.
Arcane Golem.
Wait, so he can put him to basically almost dead.
Yeah, he's got 9 damage plus
the 4, so he's
15.
Yeah.
Yep, 9. Defender of Argus gives him 11, and then
so you can put him to 3.
Damage. Put him 3 health.
I think
he still can tap.
I think you just go face though.
I think so. I think mana is not a big issue with this Arcane Golem.
I think you taunt up the Spiderlings or something.
Well,
or you can taunt up the Golem, but I think you protect the Doomguard. You go face.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I was gonna say I think that the damage Golem goes into the Direwolf.
Makes sense.
And everything else is gonna go face.
Yeah. Now, what do you think about? I mean, taunting up the Doomguard here makes it killable. So I feel like taunting up the Spiderlings makes a lot more sense.
You're gonna taunt the spiders, and he does end up doing that, of course, and he even
That's
trades
true as well.
that. Either way, trade or not there, it sets up the same pretty much for next turn.
Yeah.
Undertaker not
and
gonna
that's
do
a
it.
dead draw. Let's see what he gets. That is going to be that.
That's it.
And StrifeCrow gonna tie it up on the back of his Zoo Warlock here against Running Gun. The Kassid gonna come in here.
The Arcane Golem Zoo Warlock. I wonder if that means that he's got some power overwhelmings going on.
I think so. There's a lot of damage burst, and that is a surprise, but we've seen it at StrifeCrow in the past. At IEM Shenzhen, he tried running a deck like this too, where he was running, I believe, 2 Arcane Golems, but I don't know if that's the case here.
Yeah, definitely could be. And it's the instant Paladin choice here from Running Gun.
That is
a bit
curious.
surprising.
You know, we're seeing Paladin here. It's too bad Ben Brode is not longer on the couch, the couch here, because I know he was
he's
a
right
big
there.
Oh,
fan.
there he is. There he is. He's
Oh.
here in spirit.
right
Hey,
there.
Ben, what do you think about Paladin being chosen?
Yeah,
All right.
2 thumbs up. There
Two
we go.
thumbs
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
If he had 4 thumbs, he'd give it.
Yeah, he would.
All right. Well, Paladin against Zoo is a tough matchup. Even, you know, Ben said it, as much as he even loves playing Paladin on ladder, it can be very difficult to juggle against all the pressure Zoo puts against you. No
Now,
pun intended.
Do you think there's any chance that this isn't just like a cut and dry control Paladin because of him choosing this against this? I mean, it's like, do you think there's any chance we see something a bit off the wall here?
Oh, you think the aggressive Paladin?
Yeah, I mean, do you think there's any chance? I mean, bringing it out, you talk about how it's a bad matchup with the Control Warlock, or rather with the Control Paladin versus the Zoo Warlock. So do you think there's any chance we're seeing something a bit weird here? We talked a bit about, in the preview, maybe Run and Gun trying to throw some surprises out there. And sometimes people consider, the aggressive decks maybe giving you a higher chance to win against perhaps someone who's a more skilled player.
The problem with the aggressive Paladin is that it's outmatched by Zoo card for card.
Yeah.
The efficiency of Zoo outmatches the efficiency of Paladin. That's aggressive, and the aggressive Paladin really is dependent upon that one card called Divine Favor.
Yeah. You
which is
need a
to
huge
draw
Divine
as
Favor.
many cards as your
and
opponent's
since
holding.
Zoo locks always have no hand cards.
Precisely.
Yeah,
so aggressive Warlock decks, they run on life tap, and aggressive Paladin decks run on Divine Favor, which is no good when your opponent has no cards in hand. So it really ends up oftentimes being not in the Paladin's favor. They do have cards that do actually trade rather well, but it really is perfect things lining up. So I would imagine it's more of a control Paladin. But even if it is, usually that's not a good matchup against
exactly.
Zoo.
So if you are playing Control Paladin, let's say you were to make some adjustments to your Control Paladin deck to make it better against Zoo Lock, what kind of adjustments would we be seeing here?
Actually, this is where I want to throw tip my fedora towards Reels. He puts in some tech cards like Haunted Creeper in his Paladin deck to make it a little bit better, more consistent early on. And it also gives it some good synergy with equality, for example. Like if you need to use equality on the cuff, where you don't have like Consecration, that one attack creature is resilient, and it even fills up the board with more tokens. So I like small inclusions like that. It really does depend, though, on what Run and Gun prefers. Maybe he's playing a super greedy deck because he made a call in the metagame saying, I think everyone's going to be playing slow decks. I want to play a slower one.
Yeah, and actually, I had a chance to speak with StrifeCrow before this match, and he was saying that he was anticipating out of Run and Gun's Paladin a very heal-heavy deck, with almost all the heals in it, and just kind of like that's what he was saying. He was seeing from the Chinese players, the Taiwanese players, Korean players.
Yeah, maybe that'd be the case, but he's got one of the best starts you could ever ask for, and he's resilient against AoE because the Rubian Egg will still spawn that 4/4 body after Consecration's used.
Undertaker Coin, Leper Gnome, turn 2 Egg as well. I mean, that is not what Run and Gun was hoping to see.
Oh, man.
I don't know about you, but when I see Undertaker Coin, Leper Gnome, I get real scared.
Yeah.
Scared is one thing. I get mad more than anything else. I'm just going to put it out there.
But well, especially when they have the turn 2 follow-up, then you just then I'm starting to mouse over Kinsey. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're still not worried about your opponent being able to just do anything on turn 3 to threaten your board. And then the Rubian Egg will come out the next turn against Consecration.
It looks like he's decided for sure to play the Knife Juggler. He's deciding where he wants to put it.
Yeah.
He could draw something like Defender of Argus or Direwolf Alpha, and that could make an impact.
And then it's nice that he does have True Silver Champion and Consecration. Those are 2 important cards against Zoo.
Yeah,
do you feel you just have to drop the Peacekeeper here? I mean, he gets some sort of board control going?
I would imagine he's going to.
Yeah.
And
just on the
absolutely. It gets something out there. It hopefully trades with 1 or maybe 2 cards, or 1.5 if you want to weight the ability, the damage reduction that way.
Right. Then your fear is the worst case scenario is very bad.
Wow,
where
that's surprising to me. Do you
really
feel like?
greedy.
Do you feel like? Yeah, I feel like he's trying to get super greedy for a big Consecrate. But like, I mean, things are going to start getting buffed up. The Nubian Egg comes down. That can put, his 2/2 out of Consecrate range. Obviously, if he trades into 1/1, then it's still back into it. But either way, you Consecrate, you're giving him the 4/4.
That's right.
So I'm not sure. I feel like that's too greedy.
And all right, he gets the juggle too.
So now 2 of his minions. I mean, you can't even consecrate this.
I mean, you could, but I think you can
But it's
put
kinda
the True
ugly.
Silver.
I
The
feel
True
like
Silver might be better.
I mean, do you really think you would want to? I mean, it seems like pretty gross to consecrate that. I think you have to True Silver.
Yeah. But then it starts getting more complicated. Dark Iron Dwarf comes out, and as much as your True Silver can answer it, you're just taking a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, this is looking really bad, honestly, for run and gun, I think, already.
It's still not impossible, though. There are
Sludge
board
Belcher's
sweeps.
nice as well.
Yeah, you have Belcher, and then the next turn you have Equality Consecration. So there are stabilization points. These are checkpoints in the sense of, like, Paladin can get to this point with a reasonable amount of health, then Run and Gun might actually be able to turn it around, but this is where Paladin's the weakest.
Yeah. Now, do you think that we're just going to see... I mean, he obviously has to be taking into consideration Consecration. So, it's a bit scary to drop your other Knife Juggler. Do you think we're just going to see something like tap and a Haunted Creeper? I mean, he probably doesn't want to use his Dark Iron Dwarf before the activation for the 4/4 as well, right? So, I mean, do you think he just is going to value getting that 4/4 down and just doing the extra damage now? Or do you think we're going to see him play it a little bit more slowly, trying to avoid giving a huge board clear to his opponent?
Well, with that True Silver Champion already out there, having his board getting cut down to a non-threatening size is a real risk.
Yeah.
So he goes for the Dark Iron Dwarf. It is an imposing threat. His opponent is down to 11. That's
very scary.
That's exactly. It's much more scary, and it makes Consecrate a much weaker play.
Yeah. And I mean, you clear the Dwarf, but you're putting yourself down to 9 HP.
Yeah, and the problem with just going for Sludge Belcher is the popularity of the Owls that have been coming into the Zoo deck, and you play the Owl and just silence and just push for the win. So this is a very uncomfortable position for Run and Gun. And once again, even so, even if he goes for Equality Consecration the next turn, he still has to deal with his egg.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, in the background, we know there's a Haunted Creeper coming down, and Lothep could be coming the turn after this, and very likely Lothep would be coming down if the board doesn't get cleared somehow now, so the Equality Consecrate becomes not an option anymore.
So, Reals, what do you think about if you want to, let's just think outside the box, is there any merit of playing Holy Light this turn with one of your 3-drops to try to reduce as much damage as possible? Say we...
like do it on the Peacekeeper, the Peacekeeper on the Dwarf?
Sure, and then heal up, take out the Knife Juggler.
Looks like that's what he's thinking about.
And yeah, it looks like that's what he's decided to do.
4 damage right back. He's going to heal 2 of it.
So, if this game ends and StrifeCrow kills Run and Gun, I am eventually going to look back and I keep looking at that Aldor Peacekeeper.
Yeah.
Saying, I wanted you to fight. I wanted you to fight monsters.
How tempted are you just to go all out on these Knife Juggles? But I think Lotheb also feels pretty tempting too, just for the soul body.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 5/5 at this point is pretty intimidating. What can it really be removed by? I mean, we've already seen one weapon being used. The spells aren't going to be an option at this point in the game either. With your opponent at 15 mana, you have 5 damage represented right there. You're going to have an additional 5 from the Lothep, 2 from the Death Rattle. The damage is starting to really pile up. And, once again, we've harped on this whole time, but the Nerubian Egg still sitting there in the background, means even if you somehow clear, you have another 4 there.
That's right.
You're looking so close to lethal just by kind of dropping that Lotheb and just going face.
That's right. The Nerubian Egg will have a bigger role in the grander scheme of things. And StrifeCrow pushing for more damage. Equality Consecration is off the table.
And at this point, it feels like, basically just feels like he's forced a ton up, but I'm not really sure that's going to do much for him.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right, though. I don't think he's going to have any other choice. At this point, he may even need to be...
Oh, wow. I mean, I guess you can silence the Owl or something, but I mean, you can Owl the Egg and then try to set up for the Equality Consecrate next turn. I guess that's what he's trying to do.
But what's dangerous is, once again, what if your opponent has an Owl himself?
Yeah.
Yep.
He just silences his Lotheb and your Peacekeeper has done nothing.
Yeah.
You play this Owl too, right?
Yeah, you have to play the Owl, I think, and set up for Equality Consecrate next turn. Because you wouldn't have enough mana otherwise, right? You'd be 1 mana short.
But then there's the Leper Gnome that's going to be impending 2 damage no matter what.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like you have to. You kind of have to try to play. It might not be as safe, but it's like you have to look at how you get a win, right? And I mean, if you leave that on the board, I think that this is the play because getting the big quality consecrated at this point is really, I think, is the only hope.
Well,
of
power
winning this
overwhelming ends the game immediately.
Okay.
We don't know if it's in his deck, but the game would be over.
StrifeCrow has a perfect curve.
Even Soulfire.
I feel like you just start juggling at this point, though. I mean, you can drop his whole hand and prepare for a Doomguard or something that could be, it could end the game next turn as well.
All right. Where the juggle's going?
Not bad.
Your opponent is
so
low.
do you trade in
Do you trade?
now?
Yeah, I feel like you might just trade the gnome now to not waste any more juggles. I think this is the smart play. It's the most efficient, and I mean, with the amount of board control that he has, I think he's feeling like he's in a great spot. So he's willing to do this. And that's a big juggle. Let's see if he can get one more.
Straight in the dagger. The owl is all that remains. Hold the line.
Oh,
all right. Well,
that's a good owl.
It's all right.
Fine,
Both
yeah.
up can take him out.
Yeah, but that's a good owl.
It is.
Yeah.
But all the same, the owl falls down.
Now, Equality Consecration still leaves a couple of 1/1 tokens.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it leaves you, it's maybe a snowball's chance, but it's still a chance.
True. He's doing 1 extra damage, perhaps, in case the off chance he gets Doomguard. I think he's worried, because the Wild Pyromancer plus the Consecration, if he attacked into the bird, would clear the board.
Yeah.
So he's playing around that as well. Very good, astute observation from StrifeCrow.
So another equality.
That is probably one of the worst draws in his deck. You already have
Yeah.
one. There's no point in having it again.
I mean, there's no other play. He has to equality consecrate and then pray his opponent doesn't get anything. I mean, you can drop the Sludge Belter, but it doesn't keep you alive.
Arcane Golem, Doomguard,
Yeah.
Soulfire,
Soulfire. There's so
Power
many
Overwhelming.
outs.
They all end the game.
No. The owl. Yeah.
Oh, owl down, finally.
All right, StrifeCrow.
Let's see what you get. Flame Imp not going to do it. I'm sure he's going to tap. That's not going to do it either. So he does live another turn. And the Belcher, will come out, and maybe, maybe he draws into another Holy Light, starts forming some sort of a comeback. Who knows?
Sure.
Or perhaps, a Guardian, heal up that way a little bit. But he's definitely going to need to start getting some good draws, and that's not it.
He's going to have to put his hope in the Sludge Belcher.
All right, well, still any charge damage, any power overwhelming, these all end the game.
He has 2 chances to get it as well. That's not it. Let's see what he gets.
Is that good enough?
No,
that puts it
1
at
damage off.
Yeah.
1 damage
But
off lethal.
You still do it?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you get that guy out of the way while you can.
Well, I'm saying, do you clear the board or do you?
Oh,
do you damage? Because the 3 damage versus 3 health versus 1 health feels somewhat inconsequential.
Well, when you have a Haunted Creeper in play, though, it becomes a little bit better.
That's true.
It's the same as the previous turn where the Spectral Spider survived. That could happen again.
Yeah.
All right, fine, Reels.
Yeah, well.
You win this one.
This time.
You win this time. Okay, so I guess it depends what he wants to give up, a minion or weaken his wolf. But again, if you're doing that damage, it's all about just having 1 minion stick.
Yep.
Now,
yeah, and with the Haunted Creeper, I think it's almost guaranteed that one will.
Well, he does have Spellbreaker. That's a second silence in the deck, as far as I can see.
Yep.
So
Consecrate.
Consecration.
Yeah, there you go. That's what he's going to be looking for, or a giant Tauntirial maybe. Ah, Humility's not it.
Man.
Is that? I think that might be the end. I mean, that might be
can't clear.
Game 2 to Strife, or game 3 to
that
StrifeCrow.
That is going to be
win.
it. I mean, it doesn't matter what he silences. He can only kill one of the minions off. So that is going to be, there's the concede. And StrifeCrow taking 2 games back to back with his Zoolock.
I was so scared that maybe he wouldn't end up winning that game after he spent a couple turns top decking into not Soulfire, not Doomguard, not Power Overwhelming.
We've all been in that position too as a Zoo, where just you whiff on everything possible. Get your second Undertaker, get everything situational. But now Run and Gun is down to his last deck. It is a Shaman, and Shamans sometimes have the same problem as every other Paladin deck, where if you don't draw into the right answers, you just get blown out of the game.
Yeah.
But Shaman does have one of the best ways to respond to these early aggressions. You have 6 spells assuming he's playing a normal Shaman, that can kill off these early drops, whether it's Lightning Bolts, Rock Biters,
Lightning
or
Storm or Shocks,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah, they have so many 1-mana removal spells. They have Wolves, they have Lightning Storm, all these answers, but you have to have the answers that line up with
your opponent's options.
With the questions that the Zoo deck is asking.
Yeah, it's definitely true, and I mean, especially when Zoo decks start to get buffed up a little bit, with Argus and things like that, it can sometimes push them out of those damage options, which can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah. Well, so far, man, Group D living up to my expectations. I think the group is completely stacked front to back, and StrifeCrow and Kalento are the big names, but you were saying it, Dan, that of course the Chinese players and all of the Asian players really have shown up to this tournament so far and have been doing quite well.
I think Zoo's been doing quite well in this series overall.
Yeah, no
They've
kidding.
won every single game so far.
No, there was the
also
Zoo mirror
lost the
match.
game.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Zoo has
Zoo
also
did
lost a
lose to
game.
Zoo, yeah.
That is
But
true.
Zoo only loses to Zoo.
Yeah, it's 3-1, statistically proven.
Yep, exactly.
right.
Yeah, it's science.
Actually, didn't we saw a Zoo loss earlier in the tournament, I believe.
I believe so.
No
I think
one
it was
remembers that, Reels. Don't worry about
I
that.
believe so.
That was hours ago.
Hours ago.
People
The
also
Twitch
say
chat
they
won't
also saw
remember.
Aurora Borealis at one time. So
Yeah.
Run and Gun is going to go to Shaman deck and see if he can turn this around. Lightning Storm is a critical keep. Of course, we don't know exactly what kind of Shaman deck that he's running,
I
but
pray for him. It has early minions.
Chinese Shaman decks generally like to have that tempo style, like being able to grab a lot of momentum on board. And in fact, Shaman was one of those really critical decks to win WCA in the first place, right? That's what Lebo used along with the Zoo in order to capture that $96,000 win, which was insane.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're going to go straight into game number 4 and see if StrifeCrow can close it out or Run and Gun even it out with their Shaman deck.
Alrighty, well, Urshock, not a bad card to have in your hand. Feral Spirit's pretty decent as well. Definitely hoping to get one of those one-drop minions. I feel like actually having a one-drop minion as a Shaman is actually so massive against Zoo.
Does he have it, though?
Yeah.
Does he even run it? Does
Who
he even
knows?
have
Who
Undertakers?
knows? Yeah,
And
might
Strife.
have Undertakers, might not have any.
Oh, and Strife misses his one drop.
Wow.
So a little bit of a slow start for StrifeCrow's Zoo.
Unless Run and Gun's like, is he playing Handlock? That's not possible.
No switcherino.
Yeah, and that is a really good sight if you're the Shaman player.
Definitely.
You have great ways to handle pressure because you have Feral Spirits and you have Urshock, but that's very weak. Like you need more than that to handle Zoo.
Now, do you think we're just seeing the Coin Spirits here? How do you feel about that? I mean, it is going to overload you pretty heavily, but you have the Urshock, as your 1-mana spell for next turn, which isn't so bad.
I like it. Or the earlier Feral Spirits can come to control the board and get that overload out of the way.
Yeah.
Usually the better. The caveat to coining it out is the fact that you only have 1 mana afterwards.
And
But you hit it the nail on the head.
Yeah, the Abusive Sergeant is pretty nice here, though. It allows you to trade something in there pretty decently. That's one of the things that definitely can be tough to deal with. When you do start having those minions buffing each other up and allowing them to take you out. Because if you can take out Feral Spirits efficiently, then it starts to get a little bit rough because the turns after them are much slower because of the overload mechanic.
I think putting out the Abusive Sergeant now makes a lot of sense.
Do you think you
just
tap?
sniping it.
Do you think you tap, or do you think you just drop the alpha?
With a Doomguard in hand, I believe you want to dump your hand as much as possible, right, Reels?
You can do that, and it depends on how decent you think your turns will be leading into that Doomguard turn. If you think that basically your plays are going to be garbage for a long time, then you might want to tap and end up playing your Doomguard later than turn 5. In this case, he thinks the owl is good enough, and I think that may be about right.
Do you think you Urshock the owl?
Especially now that you've drawn a second one, it seems really likely.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of have to. I mean, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. I mean, especially because when you're looking ahead, your next couple turns aren't really looking that good. You're going to lose the wolf, so you're going to have the possibility of dropping your defender, but dropping a defender without anything to taunt up isn't really ideal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not something you'd like to do, but it's something you're forced into sometimes in situations like this because you just can't really have a lot of those hero power pass type turns against Zoo.
Yeah, usually against Zoo, when you're playing something like Shaman, the general idea is to stay at as high of a life total as you can, because eventually your cards are going to be more powerful than theirs, and you just want to make sure that you get to that point.
Yeah, especially getting to things like Fire Alley, you really can start taking control. I mean, the trades so beautifully.
So the Earthshock does come out.
Yep.
And
I like it.
The Wolf is going to get traded into really easily. And actually, this is a good draw. Any 1 or 2 drop would have been welcome here for StrifeCrow, so he can get 2 cards out of his hand this turn. And he'll have to make a big decision the following turn about whether or not he wants to play the Doomguard. I imagine he'll probably just play Lotheb first.
Yeah. I mean, Lotheb's a rough card to discard. I mean, I guess you can really just kind of go balls to the wall and just see what you discard. I mean, you know, maybe if he draws another 1-drop, you can get risky. But Hex is going to be nice if he does go over the Doomguard.
Yeah, eventually that will be a great answer to the Doomguard. And it's actually looking pretty good for Run and Gun. He needs to weather this storm a little bit, and he doesn't have Lightning Storm. Of course, that would be a card that he would love to play here.
Yeah, I mean, the Argus feels so weak to me. Do you think there's any merit to just simply like Earthshocking the Wolf and drawing the Mana Tide or anything like that? You know, I mean, Mana Tide's not going to be useful later. I guess he just feels like he has to do this, but it feels kind of rough.
Yeah, it is. And second Doomguard, that's not what you want to see. And this means pretty much no matter what, one of them is going to get discarded to the other.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see Lotheb come down here just to make sure he has at least 2 of these high-impact cards that he can play.
Yeah.
You know, on the flip side, I think when you draw a double Doomguard, one of the better ways to salvage the situation is to draw Soulfire, because no matter what, you know the outcome of it.
Sure.
As opposed to like losing both of those Doomguards and then dropping the second card you draw.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
So his next best pickup, even though it's counterintuitive, is to actually pick up a Soulfire.
Oh, and this is actually...
well, not anymore.
This is still good for StrifeCrow. Playing a Doomguard into a Lotheb
is very nice, yeah. I mean,
it's good.
Because then what do? I mean, you can't really hex it. You have to hex the Lotheb, and there's still going to be the damage represented from the Doomguard. It's like, it starts to get a bit scary here. I mean, you have, right there, you have 10 damage showing. He's probably just going to Doomguard into the Lotheb, hit him in the face for 10 damage. He's at 14 with 15 damage on the board. You know, that's not a situation you want to be in. Sure, he's going to have answers. He's going to be able to, you know, clear up the Doomguard with the Fire Rally, things like that. But still, you know, you'd still be left with a Lotheb to trade into that. You're still left at pretty low life total. It starts to look kind of scary.
Soulfire would have been a great draw, like you said, Frodan. It actually would have worked out very well here.
Well, Lotheb unfortunately threw a big wrench. Like he couldn't Soulfire. Yeah.
Do you think there's any chance he just like taps an eggs? I mean, it seems like that would be like kind of too greedy. I feel like you just have to Doomguard.
I think you want to seize the tempo as much as you can,
for sure,
by taking initiative on the board. So and he also does have other chargers. So as much as you do lose a little bit of damage here, you're putting him at 14.
Yeah. And I mean, once again, it's basically, it's got to be the Fire Alley into the Doomguard, I think. But still, you know, Lotheb is sitting on the board as that option to deal with it.
It is so much damage.
And I mean, the thing is, he doesn't even have to trade. He can just go face again, put him at 4, and with that, he only needs to draw a Soulfire, you know, his Arcane Golem, a Power Overwhelming. There's a lot of options here, a lot of ways to end the game. So I mean, it's a rough spot, but I think the Fire Rally is the only play.
I don't know. It's so much damage coming in. 10 damage coming in next turn if you play the Fire Elemental.
Well, what else do you do though? I mean, do you hex and then do you you know, Rock Biter and hit the Doomguard? Is that what you're suggesting? And pray for a Taunt Totem or something?
Rock Biter, hit the Dire Wolf, maybe.
And then Hex afterwards.
Hex Lotheb.
That gives you enough to Taunt Totem, perhaps.
Yeah, but still,
Hex
then
Lotheb and then Earthshock the 2/1.
Yeah.
And then you take 5 damage. And then, well, plus the 2 from the Dire Wolf Alpha. You take 7, and next turn you Fire Elemental the Doomguard, I guess. But he'll have supposedly played more minions.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you know, the only problem with doing things like that is then you have no damage showing on the board. You know, where do you start to threaten the Warlock and actually win the game?
Well, taking 10 is
yeah, I think you're
almost certainly death.
Worried more about surviving because
I mean, I feel like both courses are pretty much.
Oh man, what I really liked about Reels' play is that you keep your health as high as possible because now he's going to be on Soulfire to win the game no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see what you're saying, but at the same time, I feel like doing it that way, having no minions on the board still is just waiting to lose.
But I think what Rios is getting at is when you keep yourself as high health as possible, it gives you room to come back, because then you can draw into Feral Spirits, you can roll your Taunt Totems, get your Defender of Argus. From this position, you're just going to be on one card to die from this point on. It's going to be very hard for Running Gun to pull himself out.
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. I mean, he would still be sitting at 9 HP. So he would have 5 extra HP as opposed to it'd be 9 versus 4. You wouldn't have the Fire Rally out, but still.
And if StrifeCrow were to draw 2 minions, you could draw Lightning Storm and kill all of them.
Yep.
Right. Now, what this play does do is give him ability, if his opponent goes in for the entire attack directly to the Shaman face, it does give him an ability to start controlling a lot of what the board comes down. But it's still a scary proposition. Like,
Yeah,
how
I mean,
do you...
he's effectively at 2 HP unless he Earthshocks the leper now, which he may very well may do. But
I think he might have to.
Yeah, I think he has to.
Yeah.
Is this a play around Lightning Storm? I think it is.
Yeah, if he holds on to the Flame Imp here, he's figuring this board is dangerous enough. But that Sludge Belcher actually is going to say otherwise.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you pretty much have to. I feel like you have to trade the Fire Rally into Lothab. Drop your Sludge Belcher, Earthshock the leper now. And then the question is, do you Rock Biter the 2/2? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if you're at 2 HP or 4, huh?
Alternatively, if you Hex, it leaves you 4 mana.
Yeah. But then not
Still
much of a
gives
play
you
after
barely
that. You can't get
enough
a taunt. Yeah, I think you need the taunt. So I think the only play really is the trade.
Yeah, Sludge Belcher's got to be the guy here.
Yeah.
He's your man. You say, please, Sludge Belcher, one time.
Yeah.
Be good enough.
With Iron Beak Owls being so popular, I don't know. Like, his opponent did save a card, and he had 4 mana remaining. Like,
yeah,
there's not, and you already discarded a second Doomguard. There's not many cards that Zeus be willing to hold.
Well, an Iron Beak Owl still wouldn't necessarily kill him immediately.
Sure.
If he had played the Flame Imp, it would have. But he was playing around Lightning Storm, which is very reasonable.
So do you think he Rock Biters the Wolf? I feel like he should.
It might be his best course of action.
Yeah, I just feel like
keep his Sludge Belch as healthy as possible.
Yeah, I feel like there's no real difference between having the 2 HP or the 4 HP. A Soulfire kills you either way, so I feel like this is more like a winning play, like we talked about.
Okay, back on StrifeCrow. Still 2 draws to win. Oh. All right.
That's not it. Let's see if he can. So he does live another day. I mean, he can't clear this up. Do you trade that Golem in, give your opponent another mana to deal with?
No way. If you have Owl in your deck, you hold it.
You hold it for sure. So it's got to just be an Egg and a Flame Imp then.
Well, he's got the 2 Soulfires. Oh, it looks like he's just going to trade into it.
He's going to trade it in. I don't think it's a bad choice. I mean, there's still so many options.
Yeah, you still got the Soulfire.
He might have to Hex his Flame Imp, which is quite amusing
gross,
to me.
yeah.
It's something. I don't know what it is, but it's something.
Let's see what he draws.
PGH.
Big Game Hunter. That is interesting.
So do you feel like you just have to Hex up the Imp and drop? Oh,
well, you totem. You totem for the win. You totem for the win. You get Taunt Totem, and you toss out a Greetings. If he drops Manta Totem, I'll be. I won't be mad either.
I think it's reasonable.
All right, so we don't know how many Arcane Golems are going on over there.
Not it either. Harrison, Big Game Hunter, not we want to get Zoo.
Undertaker.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
well.
That's something.
Yeah, he already used both Earthshocks, right? And a Hex.
Yep. So that's almost certainly going to turn into a 4/4.
Yeah.
And those are 2 cards that are not going to be helpful for Running Gun, unless this Undertaker gets way out of control.
Even if it's not the win with just these draws, it does probably buy him even another turn.
Yeah.
Towards hopefully finding that Soulfire that he so desperately wants. He's like,
how deep is StrifeCrow in his deck? He's been tapping 2 cards a turn for a while now.
Yeah, I haven't seen him look at it.
Oh, so hard.
His drawing are just so slow. I mean, it's like.
Does he run Reincarnate in his deck? It's really interesting. These are 3 cards you don't normally see in Shaman. He drew them back to back to back. That is pretty bad luck for Running Gun. No Lightning Storms to be had.
Yeah, and actually this looks like this is it.
Yeah.
this is enough to kill him. He can't kill the Defender of Argus, and one of those minions is going to be able to clear out. Yeah, Taunt Totem. Well, even Taunt Totem, is that good enough?
If he gets a Taunt Totem and he just kills the left minion, he could have survived one more turn. But
he would have had one turn.
Yeah, but he's not going to be able to do it, so that should be that. He can drop the Harrison, can do whatever he wants. It's not going to matter. I mean, he can take out the Undertaker, but he's going to be able to push through.
Which means StrifeCrow is going to 3-0 with Zoo, and he's going tomorrow into the winner's match.
3 straight games with Zoo, 3-1 total match score, and it was too much. So much pressure all the time, and maybe if you think maybe if I had Lightning Storm and you just don't get it and stuff like that, that's the pressure that it puts on you.
Yeah, poor running gun. It just felt like he was almost always on the verge of stabilization with those Paladin and that Shaman game, but just barely unable to do so. But at the same time, StrifeCrow is a fan favorite, and a lot of people are pretty happy to see him go to the winner's match.
Yeah.
And it was also expected, too, because him and Kalento on paper are 2 of the strongest players that you can ever imagine in a tournament, let alone be in the same group.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just felt like some of the draws he got were just pretty dead draws near the end. I mean, the last 3 cards, Harrison, Sylvanas, and what was the other one? Big Game Hunter. Definitely not what you want to be seeing against a Zoo. And if you can't establish that board control, we did get to later stages of the game, like you talked about earlier. Getting those more powerful minions out and stuff, but he never really got the chance to get there and stabilize.
Yeah, he didn't get to do it with enough life total. By the time he played a Fire Elemental, he was essentially at 4 life.
And I mean, he was facing a Doomguard and a Lothep.
And that's just really scary, and you need something else to help you get to those bigger drops without being at 4.
Yeah.
And it just wasn't enough, and I mean, that's what Zoo does, and StrifeCrow knows this. I think he's got an interesting build. I haven't seen Power Overwhelming yet, just the...
That's true. We've dug a lot, very deep. In fact, we still haven't seen Soulfires, even though he fished for them for 2 games in a row.
Right.
But I'm pretty sure he
we've just seen the one Arcane Golem, so we don't know if there's a second Arcane Golem. We don't know if there's Power Overwhelmings. So definitely some interesting stuff for this deck. It turned out very, very well for him.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's take a look at the groups to see where we sit right before our final match of the day. StrifeCrow defeated Running Gun to start off Group D, which means our last match will be Kalento versus Frozen Ice, which should be a good one too. Frozen Ice, a great player from Taiwan, but we'll tell you more about it when we come back. But before we do that, I believe StrifeCrow is getting ready for an interview with Rachel to see what he thought about that series.
All right, thank you so much, StrifeCrow. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How'd it feel to walk out here? They're cheering your name.
Yeah, I felt good. I've never really been cheered for before, I think. I don't know, like...
I feel like that's not true. I feel like that's just not true.
No, I mean, not like... people have clapped and, whatever, but not like chant my name after the match. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Well, that's a cool way to be. I know, the community is happy because they put a lot of pressure on you to win.
Yeah, I was really worried game 1, too, after game 1. I mean, I thought I had a good matchup game 1, too, with the snake trap stuff, but yeah, it didn't work out too well.
How nervous were you after you lost that game? I mean, did you think that you had a chance to lose the whole thing, or were you pretty confident with your other decks?
I mean, I kind of had to go Zoo Mirror, which is kind of, more random, I guess. I mean, it's not really random, because Zoo Mirror is actually not as random as people think, because there's a lot of creature interaction in battle, so you can actually make a lot of good decisions. But yeah, I mean, I was definitely worried because I didn't think my Shaman was that great against his lineup, so I was really relying on the Hunter and Zune, since Hunter didn't even take down 1 game. Yeah, I was kind of worried.
You come off as kind of a humble guy, but after winning here today, do you think you're the greatest Hearthstone player to ever live?
Yeah, I mean, I usually I think maybe, but I usually, I guess I've thought that for a while, but it's more like I keep it to myself, But I guess now if I win BlizzCon, I guess I'll try to flaunt it more or whatever.
You get that on a license plate or something.
Yeah. My license plate, best Hearthstone N8. Maybe I'll chant to World or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blizzard will print that for you, right? Right? Yes, definitely.
Cool.
So they call you the grandfather of Druid, but the community was also very concerned that you didn't even show up with a Druid deck.
Yeah, I mean, after Seat Story Cup 2, I actually thought a lot about like the tournament format, and like before, I've never really like prepared for a tournament per se before. I've always just kind of like played where I played on ladder or whatever, and I mean it's been okay, but I haven't been doing that well with the strategy lately, and it's just like it's hard for me to change unless I realize the concept why, because you can attribute it to variance or whatever, or some misplays, but yeah, I really thought about it a lot, and I really like something hit me basically, like a really big revelation after, and I prepared really hard for this tournament. My deck lists are a lot different than normal. Like it's really tuned for like the whole 4 deck, the whole rules, like 1 ban, 3 decks or whatever. And yeah, I mean, I do think that my deck lists are like really good. So
were you getting worried at the end of that last game when you were looking for some way to close it out?
Yeah, I think the last 2 games I was like kind of scared because I think I lost both my Doom Guards early. Yeah, because I discarded the other one. I do have a lot of damage because the Arcane Golem, like you saw, but yeah, I mean, it kind of sucked because the Belcher kind of ruined my plan. Like I should have played Flamant that one turn maybe, but I guess before I played Belcher, I just wasn't sure what kind of Shaman it was. Like I thought it could be like some kind of Doomhammer double Rockbiter, and I actually calculated where I would die if I played Flamant on Doomhammer double Rockbiter, and like every card he's played since then it didn't feel like a more board control Shaman because there was like no Harvest Golem. It was kind of like slow. I thought maybe his hand was like Lava Burst and Hexes, like like cards like that. So yeah, I thought like one of the only ways I could lose is Lightning Storm anyways, like because Doomhammer 2 Rockbiter is rare, but Lightning Storm is probably more common. So it's kind of pointless to play. You just take 3 damage against Lightning Storm, so I didn't. And then I was like, oh man, I'm getting taunted out, and I don't have like the creature now. So yeah, it worked out though.
That is some insight into how your brain works too. Just hearing you explain all that and realizing that I don't think that way, and maybe that's why you're in the chair over there and I'm in the chair over here.
I had my Soulfires still, so those are
Smart
good cards.
Man. Well, thank you so much, StrifeCrow. Look forward to seeing your games tomorrow, but we have one more match left tonight. Before that, though, breaking news: the Iron Horde. What's happening?
Warcraft, Warlords of Draenor. Boost to level 90 and take your place on the front lines. Rated T for teen.
Welcome back, everybody, to the last series of the day. It's Frody Artosis and Ben Brode here to bring you Kolento versus Frozen Ice. This is, in my opinion, the main title card fight because these 2 players are insanely good.
Yeah.
Kolento, of course, really strong ladder player that people know doing well in tournaments, but Frozen Ice, a lot of people compare him to Kolento for the Taiwanese region, and it's really fun to be able to see these 2 players, but also to have Ben and Dan back on the couch with me. We had such a good time earlier on, didn't we? I think we had a good time.
I think it was really fun, so I'm happy that we're back up here to close out this show, and what a match, as you said, to close it out with. Frozen Ice, supposedly very, very good. I don't think I've actually seen this guy play.
Frozen Ice before.
Yeah.
I got the chance
No,
to
Kolento.
cast.
I don't think I've ever seen Kolento play a game.
He's good.
Yeah.
Kolento, where's he from? Is he one of the Chinese players?
He's actually from Ukraine. But people really rumor that he's not from this world at all. He's some distant planet where all they do is play Hearthstone games. The dude, plays 20 hours a day of Hearthstone at least. Maybe even 25.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
So he probably has all the gold cards then.
Maybe. If he started at the beginning of the beta and did free to play, maybe he has all the gold cards by now. It takes a while, Artosis.
It does.
Yeah.
All right, so I mean, this is going to be a fantastic match.
Yeah.
I think everyone is probably expecting Kolento to win this, but if this Frozen Ice character is as good as they say, could go either way.
Do you think Kolento is the most consistent Hearthstone player?
Whoa. I just thought there, I was like, you know what? He just might be. I didn't really ever think about him as the most consistent player, but if you look at his recent results, he has to be, like, at least in recent memory. There's some people who went on really long consistent streaks, like RDU, for example, from Romania. StrifeCrow up there in discussion because StrifeCrow had like a 70% win rate.
Yeah.
But Colento, he's won 3 tournaments, placed in the finals for 2 other ones on top of that, and for about a month and a half, I think, or around there, 6 weeks, 5 weeks, he didn't drop a single best of 5 or best of 7. He just kept winning everything. And then finally, before he lost, it was in the finals of an event. And then, of course, losing to Savitz, the eventual champion of Sea Cup 2. It takes a lot to stop the Ukraine pain train.
That's some great rhyming there.
We have 6 different classes here from the 2 players.
Oh, wow. Look at that. And Shaman actually banned once again. We saw this earlier from one of our Eastern players banning the Shaman from a Western player. So seems like they're fearing that a little bit.
Yeah, no Hunter from Colento either. No Hunter on either side, in fact.
Yeah. StrifeCrow, the only one in his group playing the Hunter deck. And so far today, Hunter actually hasn't done well. So, maybe everyone else is right.
Maybe Blizzard was right.
About what?
Whoa! I'm really introducing some radical concepts here.
Blizzard wasn't right. I'm so sorry. Blizzard wasn't right. It's...
All right. Okay. Well, interesting to take away the Shaman. That's also another iconic class that recently has been attributed to Colento when you play against him, because he likes playing a very death rattle heavy Shaman deck.
Yeah.
Swarm the board.
He did really well with it at Seat Story, so, I'm sure that Frozen Ice, if this guy is as well prepared as you're saying, Frodan, he watched those VODs, he saw that Colento was very strong in this deck and said, I'm not going to deal with that. Let's get rid of it now.
It's cool because this is yet another type of Shaman that we've been seeing being popularized, right? Before people thought, oh, you only can play Shaman by having a lot of strong mid-range creatures. Maybe you have an Alakir to finish and that's it. Then we see a Burst Shaman, right, with 2 Doom Hammers double wielding and just whacking away. And now we finish out with Death Rattle Shaman, which is now another way to control the board and snowball advantage. It's cool that Shaman's recently seen a lot of innovations.
Yeah, and I do wonder if that's something that... we will see from Frozen Ice here, because he is playing Shaman. It's not banned or anything like that. So is he, obviously he studied Colento a lot. Obviously he's banned Shaman for some reason, maybe because he thinks that Colento's Shaman deck was very good. But if it's so good that you would ban that instead of Warlock, you might actually just be using that yourself.
It could be. It could be.
Do you guys think we'll see anything truly crazy from Colento? He's often used decks that have kind of surprised me in the past, I think.
The one that has potential to surprise me the most might be the Druid, because Druid's pretty unpredictable, and it's by its nature. You can use slower Druids or faster Druids, and I haven't ever seen Colento play a ramp Druid before. But
yeah, he was playing that kind of like, it had some ramp cards in it, but double combo, if you recall, at Seed Story. Druid. And I've seen him play a lot of Priest. I've seen him play a lot of Warlock. I really think this Warlock is probably Handlock. Like, he's so unbelievably good with Handlock. It's actually crazy.
Yeah.
It's like he makes every move just perfectly every single time. So that's a pretty good
I think
call.
Maybe not even Colento, but I think Frozen Ice might be the guy who surprises us more.
Yeah.
We don't know. Colento's play has been documented well over the past couple months, but Frozen Ice comes here with the information advantage. And so perhaps he's the one who can bring something special to the table. In fact, let's get to know them a little bit better with this video. All right, guys, we're going to try to fix that audio as soon as possible so that way you can listen to both of these guys and their wonderful... I just want to see how they're able to interact with each other. I want to see the ending to the video, because that's always the icing on the cake.
Oh, I love that one. Like, what's that on your shirt? Oh, I missed it. Oh, this is...
He's foolproof, man. You need to pull out your best in order to get Ben Bird.
Well, we'll check that out in a little bit anyways, that video. They've been really good for Hearthstone, by the way. These are some fantastic videos that have been put together.
Good stuff. So it looks like we have the first match almost ready to queued up here. I'm looking at it, and it seems like both players are interested right here. Colento queuing up Druid, and then we see Shaman for Frozen Ice.
How do you make the decision, like, what to queue up with? Like, what goes into that when you think about what do I go out with first?
I would say that you're looking at, first off, what's a deck that will do okay against everything? If you have a deck that's going to be like really counterpicked hard, you might want to start with that because they're going to save their counterpick for that. So maybe you get a win out of that right away.
But if you think your opponent's doing the same thing, couldn't you counterpick their deck to start out with?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of mind games that you can open up with, but if you mess up that first pick, I feel like you're going to be so far behind. So I think opening with something that's just like pretty good against everything, like what is Druid's worst match? What is the win percentage on it?
Probably Handlock.
And what would you put the win percentage for a double combo Druid against Handlock?
Probably 40%. You know,
it's a pretty good starter
that's still
deck,
not
right?
that bad.
It's like, well, I'm gonna 40% of the time I'm gonna win.
If I could have that success rate in a lot of things in my life, like talking to women or something like that, I think I'd be pretty good. So 40% is all right.
Oh, Frodan.
Oh, Frodan.
Well,
I also get that a lot.
Yeah, looks
Frozen Ice is going to be competing under WoW Flash rules, by the way. We haven't really talked too much about the teams that the Asian players belong to, because we know about Cloud9 and the new team Fire that's on. But Frozen Ice is also under one of the most established franchises in all of the esports gaming. WoW Flash Wolves has some of the best StarCraft players around.
Yeah, the Flash Wolves are complete badasses. Like, this is one of the strongest teams. They have a bunch of the strongest Taiwanese StarCraft players, and they even have recruited a bunch of really top-end Korean StarCraft players for the team as well. So this is like a team to be reckoned with, and I believe they have 2 players in this tournament, so that's
right.
Pretty badass.
Tom's also on it.
Yeah.
And Kalento, what can we say about this guy that hasn't already been hyped by the countless amount of Gosu Gamer articles and Liquid Hearth previews that you already haven't heard before? The guy is an absolute monster. He's hitting his stride at a perfect time in Hearthstone.
Look at this. He once held #1 in NA, EU, and Asia simultaneously on the Legend ranks.
Dude, that's Kalento.
All
He is
3 of them?
amazing. Yeah.
I thought, like, when Savitz did it on 2, I'm like, wow. I guess that'll never happen again.
Yep.
But, I mean, that's nothing compared to this. Look at that. Oh, my God.
And a lot of the most popular and, unfortunately, abusive decks you've ever seen has been brought to you by this guy.
Yeah, I had to say, the little graphic there said "and more" because they couldn't even fit all of the decks that he's popularized.
I mean, the really fast token Druid deck was made by StrifeCrow, but popularized by Kalento because he got #1 with it. And then, of course, he's still bringing random stuff all the time to the table. It's just a delight to watch him play.
You know, I think the Hearthstone Balance team from Blizzard could actually save a lot of money by just paying Kalento not to play.
There you go.
All right.
Sure.
Let's do it, guys.
Well, we're going to go into game #1.
Innervate.
That's a
good card.
Pretty nice card to have in your early game.
Yeah, not a terrible starting hand for Kalento. Nothing really exciting to put out with this Innervate, but you know, at least early game cards.
Frozen Ice keeping Pharaoh Spirit and Hex. What is he afraid of? What is he looking to Hex here? Just an
Anything
early
that gets
Yeti?
innervated.
Yeah, right.
I love keeping Hex against Druid. It's just, you know, if they do something like innervate a Yeti, you're just going to be so sad.
Right.
Yeah, I think so. The way that Shaman can get bullied in this matchup is by an early tempo play from Druid to control your board no matter what you do. Like, Shaman is all about making sure that their board is strong, it's resilient, and then being able to add on to it. So if you innervate something out, the best thing you can do is to hex it for sure. Even though it's just a 4-mana creature. That tempo is important.
Yeah, certainly. Well,
if he hadn't, presumably he might be wanting to innervate out that Druid of the Claw he just drew. But if he had not drawn that, would you have considered innervating out the Keeper of the Grove?
Like, the thing is, what are you looking to silence here against a Shaman deck? This is actually an okay target for a silence because of how strong it is with Flame Tongue Totem. So I don't hate this move. I'm not like the sickest fan of it.
I don't hate anything.
If I have a birthday party with 5 moves, this move isn't going. But like, it's
there's only 4 invites to go. But you know what? Now this Keeper of the Grove not only deals with the Haunted Creeper, but he'll be on totem duty for the rest of the game.
Totem cleanup. Well, not for the rest of the game because it's eventually going to die.
Well, for its short lifespan.
Yeah.
It's kind of a defensive play to get out that Keeper of the Grove this early.
Yeah, it certainly is.
That's how much Kalento knows about disrupting the board of Shaman.
Can't let that build up.
Flame Tongue Totem is now going to just be sitting there for a while until we get something up.
Yeah, Flame Tongue Totem's pretty bad with no minions on the board.
Shane X Rammus. Do you know what screams to me as soon as I see a Shane X Rammus? Does he play
Bloodlust?
Wind Fury?
Oh, Wind Fury, cool.
Wind Fury with Rock Biters on Chain of X Rammus.
Wow. Yeah, he's got the Rock Biter.
Wow, you are a degenerate, Frodan.
I play way too much Hearthstone.
Well, not enough compared to Kalento, I think.
Gosh, and Kalento still has me doubled up at least.
That's exciting. So let's. I mean, does Kalento, you think, expect that now that you see the Shade of Naxxramas in? Wow, actually, that using your Rock Biter kind of shows he's a little bit more of the combo, but it also gets it out of your hand. You don't have that much juice anymore, right?
I think maybe even more than what the Shaded Naxxramas imply. Like, maybe it's not necessarily about the Wind Fury card being in the Shaman deck, but even more about, well, what does he take out? Does that mean he's not running an Alakir? Does that mean I don't have to be afraid of it?
If he's running Wind Fury and Alakir, then I do not believe that he's the Kalento of Taiwan.
Well, Frozen Ice is a guy who's played and ranked #1 legend multiple times and held it until the end of the season. So Frozen Ice is a very strong player.
No doubt about that. Look at this. He's got so many great plays here. He could just play Druid of the Claw on curve. He could innervate out Ancient of Lore. And of course, he does have Black Knight to destroy one of these wolves, which is basically the target that you're looking for. But that would be the least mana efficient.
Waste, that 1 mana.
Yeah.
Innervate is just a coin then.
I think the Druid hero power should only be 1 mana, Ben Brode. Can you help us with this? The curve would just work so much better.
This sounds balanced to me.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Everything else stays at 2, of course.
In Alpha, it actually was much worse. You had to choose one, +1 attack or +1 armor.
Wow.
Yeah, we changed it.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
That one could have cost 1 mana, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds fair. Well, he's trying to decide here what he wants to do.
If you do play the Druid of the Claw, do you charge in and kill one of those 2/3s?
I think so, yeah.
Druid of the Charge.
Kalento does not.
Oh.
Interesting.
Well, Kalento knows better than we do.
Well, you innervate hero
there.
power and use your Harvest Golem to kill one of the...
I think he wants Black Knight value too.
I think I would save that. If I'm not going to use that turn on Ancient of Lore, I think I want to save it for a little bit longer.
Oh, you know what
Or a
is
little bit
clever
better
about
spot.
this? If he charged and took out the 2/3, then he would. I think he wants to bait Hex out with this. That way he can use Black Knight to get some momentum on board. But I've learned a long time ago that Kalento's ways are not our ways. So I don't know if that's actually the case.
I think he's actually unhappy with what's just happened here. I think he was really hoping there wouldn't be a taunt. Because realistically, he just spent 6 mana against 3 mana. And that's, you never want it to go down like that. So the charge would have been more effective this time, at least.
Is he waiting on the Shade to get a combo off or to just get out of swipe range?
That is also a possibility. If it hits 5 health, he just might start attacking.
I mean, he's got 2 taunts, right? So the only way that Shade is going away at this point probably is swipe, which we know that Kalento doesn't have.
Yeah, I wouldn't... he could go to face with it, but a swipe would hurt this turn. I think you do want to wait for 5/5, like you were saying.
Oh my.
He's got his own Shade. Shade off.
Yeah, but this one, Frozen Ice's Shade got a head start.
Yep.
It's true, and it will continue to have that head start. So
Yeah.
You gain up with a
But you know what they
Mark of the
say,
Wild?
slow and steady shades win the race.
There's another Rock Biter weapon. Maybe we'll see Wind Fury.
Could be.
It's just a lot of damage. I mean, what's fun is that you can slide in like the Flame Tongue Totem and then drop the Rock Biter, and then all of a sudden Wind Fury's like,
There's a
I
lot
have
of
20
synergy.
damage.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy. I don't know. We'll see. If he doesn't attack this turn with it, does that just mean that he has Wind Fury in there? Or
It's got to mean that that's his win condition, right?
Right.
Or maybe this is just like, maybe Frozen Ice is so ahead of the curve that he says, you know what, it's not Harvest Golem,
Right,
and
I'm
it
just playing
surely
Shades.
is not Unbound Elemental. It is all about this guy right here.
Now, will the Innkeeper remind us about the mechanics of Shade? Yep.
Oh, yes.
There it is,
Thank
like
you.
clockwork.
Well, that's good to know. So he does attack after reading that, and you know what? This was actually great that he got the Healing Totem.
Oh, yeah.
That is a great
I
totem
wonder if that
right there.
changed his decision making there. I wonder if he would have attacked without that.
That's a good question.
Because I guess you could still hero power and Harvest Golem into that Shade now. But he takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, it definitely got a lot of value if that's how it goes down. And if he hero powers here, his turn is just unbelievably weak. He can only Shade with that.
Shade's good, though. I guess he's got Lightning Storm, so a Shade would die to that, too.
Yeah, he hasn't seen one yet, so... Alright, we'll use this to clean up these 2 taunts.
Is that... like how much was Kalento relying on having that Force of Nature to end the game with a Savage Roar combo?
I wonder if he's playing 1 or 2 combos in here, because we've seen Kalento, even with decks that had ramp in them,
I think
playing 2.
it's 2 combos.
I think so. I think 2 is just like what you do nowadays.
You see Shaded Naxxramas and Harvest Golem, which
That's
implies
true, yeah.
that he has a faster deck than slower. So I think if you're playing a faster Druid deck, you benefit a lot more from running 2 combos, especially because the pressure that you can have with the stickiness of minions. 2 Savage Roars is almost crucial to your win condition.
Very good point.
Now, Frozen Ice has an interesting choice here, Artosis.
Yeah.
He can go for his totem and build up his board presence. He also had the opportunity to play Haunted Creeper, and that sets up for Flametongue Totem.
Well, yeah, I think he goes straight to face there. This is not the totem he was looking for.
Why not kill the Harvest Golem there?
I think it's because then the Harvest Golem, along with the hero power, removes the totem as well as your Argus. So like your board position is going to be worse no matter what the next turn is what it could be here.
Sure. Yeah.
Whoa, he's back!
What?
Echoing Ooze.
That's exciting. Is this a power overwhelming? No, what's the...
Defender of Argus.
What's the Druid card that is choose one, give +1/+1?
Oh, yeah, the Power of the Wild.
Power of the Wild, thank you.
Yeah, I guess it probably is. We haven't seen Echoing Ooze in one of these decks for a while.
Is he playing,
of
is
course.
he playing Mark of the Wild?
Oh,
Is that...
If Kalento rolls, if Frozen Ice had a high roll on the Lightning Storm, that would have been
It would be
devastating.
insane.
But at the same time, this is a good opportunity to play Fire Elemental as well.
It's got a lot of spell power there.
Yeah.
That's right. Lightning Storm does 4 or 5 damage apiece.
Yeah.
But if he rolls low, it's like, this wasn't very good. It just seems like the more solid play on average.
You could, after you play, you have no spells left. You could Flame Totem the 0/2 totem that's not doing any more good for you. Go into that leftover 5/5. Well, he's got the swipe now. I'm curious how he was planning on using this Echoing Ooze, or just looking for 2 1/2s.
Yeah, I think it's probably that. Like, I'd be surprised if he was playing Mark of Nature or something like that in this. That, like, Kalento does not strike me as a player that would put one of these
really
cards
next
in.
level.
Oh, yeah.
How much health do you even gain from Mark of Nature? +4, I think? Or?
Like, +4 in taunt, right? And then there's the other one.
Like
the
+4
Mark
attack.
of...
I mean,
what's a +2/+2 taunt?
Mark of the Wild. But he, even just with the Roar, having 2 guys is great, right? The more guys you can have, I mean, presumably he's just trying to set up a board, start the turn with 3 or 4 guys, Savage Roar, and he doesn't even need Force of Nature.
Yeah,
he can
absolutely.
just get in there.
That's a great point. From here, Kalento still has a hard decision, though, because he's under some serious damage on the other side. It's 10 damage looking up.
Okay, I'm trying to think back to the cards that we've seen so far in Kalento's deck. Is this just... Do you remember, like, a few months ago when StrifeCrow originally made a deck with Echoing Ooze, the Haunted Creeper, the Harvest Golems, double combo? Is this just exactly that? Did he suddenly decide, did Kalento say, oh, you know what, that deck from back then is good again. I'm going to use that at BlizzCon to win $100,000.
It very well could be, and the one card that keeps these 3 cards specifically good is Defender of Argus.
Yeah.
Like, Defender of Argus is to complement these 3 cards you see in their hand, plus Harvest Golem. In fact, he's got the entire club together.
Yeah, he does. But don't forget that taunted minions that are stealth can't. they don't really count as taunt.
There's the other Force of Nature. He did have 2.
Kalento's having a hard time of things right now.
Yeah, it hasn't been... Like, his turns have been ugly, to say the least.
Well, he has not baited out any Lightning Storms yet, right? So he's probably afraid to play that Shade of Naxxramas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, imagine if he just drops his hand and a Lightning Storm comes out.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
And that's exactly what he's doing. He's playing around Lightning Storm.
Yeah, it does keep that 1 card in hand.
Oh,
I just
It's
love
one of
that
the
part.
grossest sounds in Hearthstone.
If Galento draws Savage Roar and any reasonable number of his minions survive, is this game over next turn?
It could
Oh,
be.
not with that Defender of Argus draw.
Oh boy. He
Defender
could
of
clear the
Argus.
whole board if he likes with this, and
I feel like that's a strong play.
yeah.
Oh, he gets light spell power, which doesn't really matter, but it's nice that he has a really strong option to boost his good spells.
Well, he only has Lightning Storm, and that was going to clear the whole board anyway, right? You'd probably rather have Healing Totem here.
Wow, this is a brutal turn right here.
Yeah. Oh. He's definitely playing around that roar. That's the way that he's going to lose this game.
Well, now Kalento, I don't even know what you're supposed to draw here, right? Like, he still has an Ancient of Lore. What did he use? No, he used both of them, didn't he?
He is playing 2 Echoing.
You really want to draw like 4 or 5 cards.
Yeah, this is. I think this is just StrifeCrow, the old StrifeCrow Druid. Well, StrifeCrow Druid version number 72 is what I'll call it.
The one he didn't bring.
Yeah, yeah.
Give it to Galento. They're teammates, right?
They are.
teams.
They didn't actually train together for this though.
Right. They're in the same group, so it makes it really difficult to try and
Oh,
collaborate.
right. That's tough.
Or maybe StrifeCrow did help him because he thinks his deck sucks.
What is the benefit of being someone's teammate?
Well, it's cool if it's StrifeCrow or Kalento, that's for sure. But
like, are you guys sharing decks?
Yeah, you guys practice
lot of them
together
do. A lot
and
of them
help
do.
refine each other's play and test for decks.
You don't think Galento and StrifeCrow hook each other up?
we actually asked them and they
for
said
this
no.
tournament,
Oh, wow.
For this tournament, they really couldn't. They're in the same group.
Oh,
Yeah, if they were in
fascinating.
different groups, maybe it's different. But
I think Kalento's dead, by the way. He's got 2 Flame Tongue Totems, and that's 8 damage on top of 10.
Oh,
That's
that's
exactly
it.
lethal.
The ice.
wow.
Incredible game 1, Frozen Ice.
Well done. And Kalento, once again, another fan favorite, starts off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, this is pretty rough right now. So he's going up against Shaman, and he has to choose. Well, he has to choose Priest.
Do you think he should not have chosen Druid as his first deck?
I think Druid is okay to start with, like against basically any line. I don't ever think of Druid really as a deck that you're looking to counter something
Right.
with.
Oh, they played this. I'm going to play Druid.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, Druid will slap it down. I'm like, well, I'm not sure what deck we're talking about unless
Right.
it's worse Druid.
Yeah.
And if it's worse Druid, you're probably going to slap it down with anything, right?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good assessment of things. The Druid was just there to feel out. And in fact, he's got some of the weaker matchups too, right? Like Shaman and the Rogue are 2 classes that Druid can struggle with in the current meta game.
So he was scouting with Druid?
Yes, it
He's
was.
just trying to
it
figure-
was
he's
the-
trying to get
it
the
was
game to go as long
Iron
as
Beak
possible.
Owl. It was just a sacrificial lamb.
It was his Iron Beak Owl.
Yeah.
Well, it got Whirlwind right away, didn't it?
Immediately.
That was rough.
Yeah, or just hero powered. Yeah. So we just got confirmation that it looks like Kalento will go straight to Priest, which is an
great.
excellent choice. Priest against Shaman is phenomenal and constructed.
There's a million targets for Cabal Shadow Priest in his deck.
That's
so
right.
funny,
A lot of
too.
clear too. Like especially if you're playing the Pyro version, and even if you're not, because I know that Kalento does like Death Rattle versions of decks quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, right.
But even with that, like the Zombie Chow will just eat totems for days.
Zombie Chow will eat totems for days. Artosis! Wow! You know what's so funny about Priest and Shaman is that in Arena it's completely backwards. Shaman is so hard for Priest to deal with in Arena.
Is that right?
Yeah, because the totems, like, you don't have a reliable way of always getting the AoE
right.
and clearing. Combos are very hard to consistently piece together in Arena. You have to play with what you're given. And so it's so funny how in one scenario, Shaman is like really favored against Priest, and the other side, in Constructed, Priest has an edge over Shaman.
Yeah, I guess Cabal Shadow Priest is like one of those epic rare cards, right?
Yeah, you
So-
rarely get that opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, keeping Lightning Bolt here. Is that for Northshire Cleric? Is he worried about that?
I guess it has to be. And if he does happen to get like
that's a
spell
great
power,
row.
yeah,
Zombie Chow.
that's quite nice.
So it looks to be more of a control variant, and Kalento already has the most important 2 cards in his deck against Shaman, which is
Yeah.
Alkanite Soul Priest
Yeah.
and the Circle of Healing. Together, you do a 4 damage AoE and clear the entire board.
It's pretty sick, really.
It's huge.
And we see that he does play a Holy Fire in here, so We've seen a lot of that recently in Priest decks, which is kind of interesting to know.
Not a good combo with Arcanine Soul Priest.
No, not normally.
No. Unless you have Molten Giants in your deck.
Wow. Guys, I have an idea for a new Priest deck.
That's right.
Will you guys help me test it after this cast?
For you, Artosis, anything.
Thanks, buddy.
He doesn't have to actually do much here.
I'd love to see him Cabal Shadow Priest that Zombie Chow and then play the Arcanine Soul Priest and turn that 5 healing into 5 damage into the other player.
Oh, wow. That would be sick.
That is pretty much what Priest does. Like, Frozen Ice is going to load up the board as much as he can, and then Kalento will just sweep it out. And the problem is, Priest can recover health-wise as well. So even if you're doing damage and get your board cleared, usually, like against Handlock, for example, you can press the damage and be able to win with like Doomhammer Relic here. Because those are the burst finishers. But against Priest, they keep healing up. They laugh at you while you can't do anything.
All right, who do you want to be right now in this situation? Would you rather be sitting in Kalento's seat or Frozen Ice's seat? Frozen Ice being up 1 with this board in this game.
Okay, well, I would say that Kalento is definitely going to win this game and make it even. And then he has Warlock and Priest going up against Warrior and Rogue. And Rogue will just kill that, and then Kalento can counter with Handlock. I'd rather be Kalento right now. Bam. That's how it goes.
I'm gonna give the slight edge to Frozen Ice because of the Rogue deck. But, of course...
He is very comfortable with Rogue.
Yeah. He is a guy that's played... Exactly, Ben. You bring up a great point. Frozen Ice has played Rogue a lot.
Rogue is a good deck. No doubt about that.
Ooh, he gets a spell power.
Oh, that's
huge.
That makes that Lightning Bolt very good.
That's the one he kept from... the only thing he kept in his opening hand.
That's right.
I'd be quite surprised if he didn't use it. Like just puts
Zap
it on
the
face.
Dark
I'm like, oh
Cultist.
my god.
Well, the other option here is to...
Peels off his mask. It's Dennis.
You don't really want that...
Dennis is a Chinese player, though.
You don't really want that
right?
Zombie Chow around too much longer because you're starting to deal a lot of damage to your opponent, and you could have sent him into the... With the Flame Tongue Totem, sent him into the...
That is true.
3/4.
That is true.
And you're not overloaded for next turn either.
Oh, that is a nice draw, too, because now you don't have to... You can use the Pyromancer to start sweeping things. The Pyromancer, if you just play a spell, does 1 damage to every creature, and you silence the 1/2, you just start destroying everything.
Yeah, I mean, you can do this. The one thing I'm a little bit scared about, like, I guess you have to burn your coin and the silence so that you get rid of the Zombie Chow all the way, right?
Then how about this? You use Northshire Clerics, and then start Circle of Healing to draw a lot? Do you feel like that's too wasteful?
Wow.
I mean, you can draw a lot of cards, yeah.
And wipe some board.
Do you think it's more important to draw a bunch of cards when he already has a hand like this against a semi-weak board of his opponent, even though it's quite big?
Right.
Or is it more important to keep the board sweep here, and so that he can just clear if things ever get out of control?
Well, because he would no longer have the Circle of Healing. He'd still have the Arcanine Soul Priest.
But you're drawing so many cards. Yeah, I guess it is a really good point. Let's see what Kalento chooses to do. He's hovering over Pyromancer, which I think is the right card to use in this turn. But he does have a lot of spells available to him.
Yeah, the question is, do you go all out with Circle of Healing and Northshire Cleric, right?
Has to juice quickly.
Yeah. Doesn't want to rope here.
Oh,
he is going to go for it, I think.
Well, that is a lot of cards,
guys. It's time for some cards.
Well, he's gonna.
Oh,
he's gonna rope, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's just true, right?
Okay,
he
so
just cast it all. There we go.
He's going to kill off his Northshire Cleric, but he's going to draw a lot of cards. In fact, we won't even see the end of this turn from his perspective. The draws just keep on coming.
Yeah. How many will he end up with here? Is he going to burn any cards?
He cleared the entire board and kept his Pyromancer.
Wow.
Healed himself up. Look at that hand. Holy crap. See,
What a
like I
turn.
said, I'd rather be in Kalento's seat.
Me too.
And then Feral Spirits just gets destroyed by a Holy Nova the next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Frozen Ice says, is this my life
What
right
just
now?
happened?
You see that look on his face, Frodan? That's the look on your face because you wanted to be in his seat. This is this is really, really bad.
Gosh.
Oh my god! And you're right. The Holy Nova the next turn. Look at him. He's like, oh, okay.
That was amazing.
So right now, what he's really considering is, he's going up against Priest. Does he choose Warrior next or Rogue
You're
next?
counting him out.
Yeah, I mean, look at this turn. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Well, he ended his last turn with 4 minions in play, and Kalento had nothing.
Yeah.
And it changed real fast.
And one of the minions was even sticky. It's like... and Kalento drew like all these cards and just...
Yeah, you're way down on cards now.
Yeah, and
if you're Frozen Ice.
And usually...
He knows it's not looking good for him.
Yeah, exactly. And you usually have to play more aggressive as a Shaman player so that cards like Alakir aren't just sitting there dead in your hand. You have to be pressuring as much as you can, but Priest is just going to kill us off.
Yeah,
in
and
a really good position.
looking at Kalento's hand here, it's like he's got enough to destroy anything. He's got scary minions. He's got Cabal Shadow Priest, which makes him every turn, you know, sit here and ask. He's like playing Go Fish. Do you have any minions with 2 attack or less? No? Okay,
He
I'll
might
play
as
something
well.
else.
He's like, all right, well, I'll pair together my Holy Nova with your Feral Spirits, put this off into the discard pile.
I think Frozen Ice is hoping that Kalento forgets that Holy Nova will deal 2 damage to his own guys next turn.
I think he's hoping the electricity goes out.
Oh, man. Lightning Bolt doesn't really do much.
No, it doesn't. Oh. Well, that's a reasonable totem roll, at least.
Well, then. We have the Circle of Healing to pair with the Arcanine Soul Priest. I think it's a little wasteful to use it at the moment.
Yeah, you don't want to use that right now.
Could you just take the 0-2 totem and just go face?
You can.
Just you got a ton of cards?
You can just zap it too, though. This is a little bit better, I guess.
Sure.
Thing is, you do leave this. Oh, he's just going to kill off. Okay, that's good.
It's fine. You have so much AoE already to back it up with 2 Holy Novas and a Wild Pyromancer that I don't think you're that concerned losing the Arcanine Soul Priest at the moment.
Yeah.
No Wind Fury yet from Frozen Ice.
No, in
But he
fact,
did have Alakir.
I'm
so.
pretty convinced that he's just throwing in Shade of Nax Rammus instead of Harvest Golems.
Oh, yeah. The Shade of Naxxramas is really, really good. It's such an interesting card to use. So, I'm glad they use it.
Yeah, and you know the Shade with Wind Fury thing is also more of a gimmick than anything else.
Sure.
But it would have been epic if you saw it. In fact, we saw Lowello use that in the EU qualifiers, right?
Yep.
Why did your eyes open so big? Because you realized it was like, oh yeah, he did use it.
All right, so if you're Frozen Ice, what are you trying to do here? How do you even start to come back in this game?
Well, that's a very good question, and I think he's asking himself that right now because this is like...
Can you Feral Spirit, Lightning Storm, cobble together some kind of board presence?
This is why Sludge Belcher is so problematic.
Yeah.
Because anything that gets tossed out is challenged immediately by this 3/5 body, and even if you remove it, there's still that 1/2 slime that comes up after its death value.
In fact, those are 2 of the hardest to deal with minions for a Shaman overall.
Absolutely.
One clears out everything you play, and the other one is like impossible to kill. It's like the dream team over there.
Would you Lightning Bolt the 3/1? I guess not. Yeah.
Huh.
I guess.
Maybe this was a bit greedy not to Lightning Bolt it, to be honest.
Well, not much dies to the hero power, at least on this board. The 1/1 does.
He does have this Holy Nova, though. Like, he could just zap one with hero power, run the Arcanine in, Holy Nova, sub.
Yeah.
Oh, or this. This is actually way better.
This is a really powerful move
That's
as well.
huge.
Yeah.
Oof. Oh, man. What, you want to draw Hex here if you're the Shaman?
I think so.
Yeah.
But Hex isn't even like the big concern here
Oh,
because you're running, again, your board is just being completely destroyed every single turn.
Right, and there's no end in sight. There's mind control in Kalento's hand now. You don't
Mind
even want to play
control.
Alakir.
Half your hand gets destroyed by the Cabal Shadow Priest because it steals it.
This is definitely not looking good for Frozen Ice.
Yep. I always imagine Priest for Shaman to be like when the apprentice first goes under the sensei and like just whatever the sensei does just keeps like disarming him and putting his arm behind his back and twisting it and pushing him against the table because there's nothing that Shaman can do. Everything gets parried immediately.
I feel like it's a much younger brother versus a much older brother. Like, you get all your toys out and then he just takes them from you and you cry.
I only have sisters, so I wouldn't know.
Older sisters?
Yeah.
Did they take your toys?
Yes, she did.
Same thing.
Still relevant.
Still relevant.
Okay, well, Lotheb does disrupt the turn a little bit considering how many spells are in the Priest hand, but I think the overall game plan is now Priest can start pushing back against Shaman.
Is there some mistake that Frozen Ice is hoping Kalento makes here? I mean, could he overextend somehow? And then Frozen Ice is like, oh, you let me back in this game. Is there something that...
Yeah, I think so. Like, for instance, if he gets some sort of board there where Alakir plus, Flame Tongue Totem cleans up real quick, that could start to swing it back into his favor.
Even with Mind Control in Kalento's hand here?
I mean, it's a long shot, but you don't just leave the game when you're at 24 health with a bunch of cards in your hand, right? It doesn't matter what deck you're playing.
Yeah, it's dangerous to be convinced that you're the person that can be really aggressive when the reality is you're always going to just be controlled to the point where your opponent runs out of threats. So if Kalento mistakenly just says, I'm going to be the really aggressive player and I'm going to keep attacking, there's an opportunity for Frozen Ice to go for a board sweep, utilize things like Alec here, but the problem is, like you said, there's so many ways and more for Kalento to destroy his opponent because he has Thought Steal. And what if he takes some of the best cards?
Oh, man.
If you're Frozen Ice and you put together this Shaman deck, is there cards that you should have added to be better in situations like this where your opponent's just kind of one-upping every guy you put on the table?
Well...
Should he be playing Deathwing?
Yes.
The answer to the question is always yes.
The answer to that question, that's well said, Frodan, well said. Yes, Deathwing should always be in every deck. The thing is, I think that the Priest cards are just naturally so good against the Shaman cards that, like, I guess what you could do is do things like not play Feral Spirit and, like, not play any Harvest Golems or Unbounds, which I don't think he even is, really, but... ouch.
Well, he rolls high, but it is the consequence is about the same.
Oh, wow. He lightning bolts that 3/1 minion and gives 3 health to the other guy.
Oof. That injured Blade Master.
Oh, Mind Control. Is it coming?
I don't think so. Not yet.
Yeah, he does have opportunity for a clear with Wild Pyromancer.
I think he won't use Mind Control this game because he doesn't want Frozen Ice to know it's in there. It's a card that you don't always see in every Priest Control deck, so to hide it is probably smart because he's definitely going to win this game with or without it.
Cabal Shadow Breeze is also a strong pick too, like to just take away your opponent's board. Again, you're just gaining card advantage and stealing every single card away from your opponent.
4 more cards than his opponent and 2 more minions in the battlefield. That's a lot.
It is. He is dealing with things for now, though. See, he starts to rebuild his board here once again. Clears everything out except for that spider, really.
Yeah, that's the one thing that Kalento is not doing is putting really any pressure.
Oh, man. Well, he doesn't really have to do too much pressure.
Just going to let his opponent fatigue out.
I suppose you could. I mean, Shaman can't even heal, so you'd be winning in that department too.
The one game that we actually saw at a really high level where Shaman did beat Control Priest was when Cupcake.
Oh, I remember.
Actually, he decided on like turn 10 or so to bring the Priest to Fatigue and win that way.
Yeah.
So it was like it was actually kind of brilliant. It was a beautiful game.
Well, what happened was the Shaman would just pass, and the Priest would just pass, and then rinse and repeat until neither of them have any cards in the deck.
And eventually he just hit with Doomhammer and Rockbiter
just
and
barely
and,
won. Yeah.
Barely won through Fatigue. It was awesome though. He had it planned. Like it was cool.
Do you think that strategy could have worked in this game?
Oh, man.
I have no idea about that, man.
Kalento has 2 Flame Tongue Totems. This frog is about to get revenge. You made me into this.
Wow. What a board.
Oh, boy. Well, Frozen Ice. That's got to be discouraging. Who's really the Shaman player here?
I want that board.
Oh, man. Now, the question is, do you Black Knight this? Do you Mind Control it?
You Mind Control? Wait, does it? Yes. Where does it go positionally? Does it go to the
He's going to kill both the totems.
Oh, okay,
so.
Yeah, absolutely.
It goes to the right side.
That'd be really epic, though.
There's just so many ways to deal with this.
Thank you.
Huh? Kalento was like, yeah, that was well played.
Oh, I'm sad we didn't see mind control there.
Yeah, but I agree completely with what Artos has said. You don't want to reveal unnecessary information. Although Black Knight is somewhat misleading, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't he steal that Black Knight?
Oh.
Oh, did he?
Yes, he did.
So you might think like, wait, he's playing Black Knight? Wait, I'm playing Black Knight in the deck.
It's like, oh my god, these are the same card.
Wait a second. So there's 6 damage on the opposite side, 5 from the Holy Fire. Still a little bit short.
Man, this Shaman is just dying so slowly. Oh, he's mind controlling the 4/4.
Okay, well, he does end up showing it.
All right. Sometimes
does it make a difference? No.
Sometimes it does end up playing a factor to mess with opponent's heads. Like, I have mind control, but I don't have it drawn.
Yeah, that's
true. Are you
true.
going to play around it?
That's true. Because mind control can be very hard to play in the late game, even if it's a strong play. It's,
Yes.
You know, it uses your entire turn's mana.
Is there something to be said for if you know that this game is going down as a loss for you to just concede, get to the next game, and not let this kind of long, drawn-out just feeling of losing all the time affect your next game?
I think I would stay just to try to see more cards in the deck.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah, you're going to play against this deck next, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think you bring up a great point, but with this, Kalento's going to even up the series.
All right. Very well done there by Kalento. That is one of the most brutal matchups in the game, though, I have to say.
absolutely.
That's not really indicative of, Kalento being a lot better player or something than Frozen Ice. But now he gets to choose. Does he take the kind of close match of Warrior vs. Priest, or does he then get his own free win with a Miracle Rogue deck?
Well, Miracle Rogue versus Priest is a lot more even than Shaman versus Priest.
Do you think... So I think...
Yeah.
For Frozen Ice, Rogue might be his most comfortable deck. Which deck do you think is Kalento's most comfortable deck?
I think Warlock, probably.
Okay, interesting. So we haven't even seen it
out
yet.
of the decks that he
don't
has
know.
in his lineup.
He's played every class so much that I
That's
feel like
true.
it's really hard to peg like which class he's
just
more
comfortable. He's just
with.
comfortable playing Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one with the game.
I would say right
Feels the
now
power
it
of
might
the
be
cards,
Shaman for Kalento because
You
he's
think so?
brought that to every tournament.
That's true.
With
Whenever I
Warlock,
watch him play Handlock, I'm like, wow.
Yeah, me too.
Just like that. Just wow.
That's pretty much what the 100,000 people watching along say as well when they watch Kalento play. But at the same time, Frozen Ice has also made some pretty solid play overall. I don't think anything you can blame him for the Shaman vs. Priest game. And he started off really well in the Shaman vs. Druid game, making some really sharp decisions. So it seems like Frozen Ice, despite losing that game, isn't too rattled. I think he's going to reset here, re-rack, and then go to his Miracle Rogue, get a strong win, and send it hopefully to a favorable matchup against Handlock.
Yeah. And I think it's smart. If that is Handlock, it's like normally good against Miracle, but who knows? Maybe it's Malygos Miracle. It doesn't care about the taunts so much.
Sure.
And even Warrior against Handlock, like you can win that.
Yeah,
it is
absolutely.
winnable.
That last game almost was over that one turn where Kalento do a bunch of cards. You think Frozen Ice overextended that game a little bit?
I think that's such a hard matchup. It's hard to say.
Yeah, you have to overextend and get a little lucky in that matchup to win. Sometimes you just got to go for it.
You just have to believe.
Sometimes you just got to put Ironbeak Owl in your Miracle Rogue deck.
It's an extra win.
This card's everywhere.
Yes, it is.
I thought Blizzard says cards in every deck are like something you have to address. Are we nerfing Ironbeak Owl soon?
Maybe.
Yeah, we wouldn't want people to be able to silence all these Death Rattle minions. That would be terrible.
That's anti-fun.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Oh, man.
You should have to go through 2 Sludge Belchers every game.
For Kalento, he's got almost all the same cards as he had for that big turn last game.
Oh, he can actually go right into a very quick Blade Master with a lot of health.
Full health Blade Master. Oh. He's got the same hand he had last game. That hand that just... it's not as good against the Miracle Rogue. It doesn't have a bunch of guys to kill.
So...
Definitely this.
Yeah, you want to
is
draw.
fantastic.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
The draw is possibility.
Yeah.
Do you think he didn't go 4/7 Blade Master that early because of sap?
I think he didn't do it because he wants to draw an extra card, but...
Because you want to keep a lot of pressure on Miracle Rogue, right? Isn't that one of the things that you're most concerned about?
Yeah, it certainly is.
Oh.
Maybe it was a little bit greedy. It's hard to say.
So Is the Iron Beak Owl a third sap?
Yeah, it feels like it. Gets by, but that would imply that he's playing with some kind of
to get rid of the Sludge Belchers.
Leroy Miracle or
I like that.
That's kind of neat.
You bring up a really good point. You know what's slightly amusing about the attack is that a Circle of Healing play with the second Northshire Cleric still ends up drawing cards anyways.
He still draws the same amount of cards, I guess.
Well, he just doesn't get double cards.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now over to Frozen Ice. Feels like he's going to sap that injured Blade Master for sure, but how does he follow that up?
That's good value because he can't Circle of Healing
Ooh,
again.
he has his board clear now. He has his Viscerate.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well done there. And he does have that Gadgetzon in hand. Not a lot of spells to really get him going, though, but he has time. He can buy a lot of time between Loatheb and this Earth Ring Farseer.
That's what you want as the priest player, right? To drain all the resources from the Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, and he's done a great job of it so far.
Now, Miracle Rogue eventually is going to draw an incredible amount of damage and kill you. How does the priest stop that? Because they're kind of a slow deck also.
Ask them nicely.
I think you gotta pressure nonstop. Like, he needs to be playing minions every single turn, and like Frodan was just saying, you know, draw anything out of his hand that you possibly can. Like, for instance, circling up the Blade Master is great because it's hard for a rogue to actually deal with a high health minion other than to sap it.
Right.
So a play like that's quite nice.
Yeah, Injured Blade Master here is the greedier play. The safer play is to go for Dark Cultist so he can't easily remove it. But I think you want to take that chance because the payoff is much higher. Especially considering that he's coming up on a turn where Azure Drake is also a possibility. So I think playing the Injured Blade Master there was the correct play.
Well, does go to face a little bit here. Of course, it can be killed off.
Yep, and then do you want to use that Eviscerate on that 3/4? Do you have to
well,
with the 3/3?
Yeah, it seems good. And he keeps a lot of minions on board here, actually. Very, very annoying.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't play around Shadow or Death, but it's on the off chance that he doesn't have it, then all of a sudden you're putting pressure right back.
So next turn, what is he going to do? Gadget on Auctioneer, backstab his own guy, try and draw some cards? He's just running low on spells.
He's going to have to do something pretty quickly here.
Well, if Kalento plays any of his minions, whether Dark Cultist or something else, he can just backstab
Well, that is the thing, right? Like, you have to keep putting minions out here. If you don't, you can't give the rogue one free turn without minions to deal with.
Frozen Ice can, like, exactly, it's Violet Teacher. He can hit a dead stop on these spells.
This is the fourth variety of Miracle Rogue we've seen today, I think.
Miracles come in all shapes and sizes, Ben Brody.
They're all special.
Well, this is actually a really interesting one. Iron Beak Owl, Violet Teacher, and we even saw that he had Cold Blood.
Yeah, so the Cold Bloods usually...
Was that in the opening hand?
Yeah, it was in the opening hand. The Cold Bloods are for the tokens to be able to get some really good value and trade and do damage. This also heavily implies he plays 2 Conceals of some sort.
Okay, we'll see if he draws into those. You know, still sitting here with this Gadgetzon and not really the spells he needs.
Oh, he's got finally some draw power here.
But does it stop? Does it just stop after one draw?
I guess. I mean, why not play the Gadget Auctioneer here?
Doesn't he deserve to draw a prep, though?
Oh, there's a little damage.
That's where losing that token is rather painful.
Yeah, yeah. He could have killed this off if he had still had that token, but you know, if there's one thing Priest does well, it's steal your tokens.
That's right, and because this is so board oriented, this is one of the better Miracle decks that Priest is built against. You see all the ways you can deal with the small tokens with Holy Nova and Wild Pyromancer, and 3 attack minions are easy to deal with. You have Shadow Madness, Shadow Word Pain, lots of ways to disrupt that.
So this deck is a little unorthodox of a Miracle deck. What's the plan? How do you win?
Well, Nibsh, you have to just... Like, this deck also has a finite amount of power as well. They try to use minions as their quote-unquote burst, even though it's not really the case. they use Cold Bloods to have explosive damage and conceal, but if you just simply sweep every turn, like just look, what can Miracle do
Just
after this?
Simply kill all of their minions every turn.
He's having quite a hard time of it. And in fact, does steal a Violet Teacher. Not sure exactly how useful that's going to end up being, but...
His Gadget Sand. Oh! Wow. Well, I guess you just have to do this now. Draw a card.
All right, what is the...
All right.
Ooh.
Do we do it?
Oh.
Oh, I don't know.
Just do it. You got to draw. You can't just...
Oh!
That's it right there, man.
This is living on the edge. Wait for one more card. Okay. You know, he got through both of them. That's important.
Look at that. That's 4 4-attack minions right there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's got some stuff to work with
Although,
now.
if he plays them all, Holy Nova doubled can wipe them all out.
That's actually quite amusing. It just completely kills the board.
But I think we're going to see Holy Nova SI7 this turn, so... Or not. Really? He's going to leave that out?
SI
plus the hero power is the
Oh,
same
of course.
thing,
He
too.
had enough mana for that. Never mind.
Yeah, and then you keep... Ooh.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Feeling cocky.
Hey,
Ukrainians
man.
are so cheeky.
Normally this is a really hard matchup, but as you said, against this variety, Priest's going to do a little bit better. And Kalento certainly is doing a little bit better here.
So you can kill off the Soul Priest, which interestingly enough opens you up to get that double Holy Nova.
Oh yeah.
You're taking a considerable amount of damage too.
Oh, they're both going back and forth. These guys are sitting right across from each other. They could literally say the word sorry.
Well, you know, he just used his Arcanized Soul Priest, so the Circle of Healing combination is not available. That's unfortunate.
Well, would you double Holy Nova here?
Actually gets him to 10 health. His opponent.
His opponent only has 2 cards in hand. He's already used a Gaijizan. You can't really put him on a single Gaijizan in hand.
And Frozen Ice has no way to kill the SI7 agent if he does it. Oh, wait, did he play Deadly Poison on that?
Yeah, that has Deadly Poison.
And he
but
also
that's
used
another
Blade
3.
Fury.
That's another 3 damage. So that's like, that would bring him down to 7.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't think I'd be mad if Kalento just played his Sylvanas and his Violet Teacher just to fill up the board and counter pressure.
Sure.
Or just Sylvanas is also appropriate too.
He is going a little aggressive there by not trading with the 3/3.
Could be afraid of double Blade Fury or something.
Or Fan of Knives. I think he's just hedging his bets.
Yeah.
Well, there's Cold Blood. He could try and get another draw chain with the Gadget Auctioneer at this
Oh,
point.
man.
I wonder if Azure Drake might be even slightly better because you might be able to pick up some spell power to be juicy.
But if you're going to be juicy, it's going to be on Sylvanas, right? And then you're going to lose your Drake.
Yeah.
How juicy is that?
Is he just going to walk into a huge double Holy Nova play next turn? Is that what's going to happen here?
I think that, I mean, you could use your Cold Blood to clear this board out and then use the Azure to draw and just kind of see what you get, but you're like really dying to get a spell here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right about that. Is he still looking for Fan of Knives? He gets it.
Wow.
Okay.
That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of spell power.
He can still clear the board here.
Yeah, at the cost of
Well, I guess he doesn't
his
end up
minions. If he
clearing
gets
the
sap
board.
on the Sylvanas, that would have been pretty big too.
Not going to happen.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, go to face.
Do you ignore Sylvanas?
Yeah.
Oh, this is huge.
It's
Double
not gonna
Holy
work
Nova
out very
this
well.
turn is
That's pretty big.
wacky. Oh, man.
That's pretty scary stuff.
And then you're down to 5.
You are going to be down to 5
And
health.
you have lethal next turn.
And Holy Fire, any like 5 damage bursts.
Yeah.
And Frozen Ice has no way to kill Sylvanas in his hand. He has to pray for
the
a
sap.
miracle.
Well, I mean, he's got gadgets on, so the miracle is there. The miracle is real.
Oh, that's huge.
Well, this is a potential last turn for Frozen Ice. Unless he can respond to this Sylvanas, he can't do
That's
anything.
another spell. It's another card you can try and draw.
Yep.
What does he want to draw here?
Sap.
Sap.
It's sap or bust.
Okay.
That's another card.
This is a start to sap.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
All right.
It doesn't. It
But
buys him some time.
here's another thing. He might actually run out of cards as a very legitimate
Yeah, he's
concern,
getting
and then he
low.
start taking fatigue damage. And Kalento does have Holy Fire in his deck, so the closer Kalento gets to that, the closer he wins.
So he draws. That's not it.
You can also silence the Gadget Zan auction here as well.
What else do you want to silence?
Yeah, there's nothing else you want to silence here.
Unless you want to save a spell for Wild Pyromancer to clear Violet Teachers. You have a Circle of Healing, so.
I think you load up the board here and silence away.
Yeah, so he used his second sap. He used one early on your Injured Blade Master. That was 4/7. And now you can play your Violet Teacher, your Sylvanas, silence your opponent's Gadget Zan, and put on your Sunglass and say deal with it.
Yeah, the priest still has tons of health.
Yeah, it's going to take quite a while to kill him off, and just by dropping those minions, especially since one of them would be Sylvanas, that's like, how do you actually deal with that? You've used both of your saps, you used your owl, so if you end up killing Sylvanas, you have to sacrifice your Gadget Zan as part of the deal.
Yeah.
And even though he does give the best deals anywhere, I mean, this one is...
Well, Kalento is taking some time to think about it.
What's he worried about here?
He's just trying to make sure that he wins this.
Yeah, Kalento is a safe player, so he might even heal himself if he feels obligated to. But I think silence on the Gadget Zan is more appropriate. Absolutely.
All right, well, 2 draws now for his opponent here.
Okay, SI7 agent is a minion, but he needs to clear while being able to give his opponent a 1/1. Like, that's the goal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does he have a Blade Fury number 2?
How do you get rid of that?
I strongly doubt a Blade Fury number 2 on this deck.
How do you get rid of the Sylvanas without giving him...
Yeah, it's like take the 1/1.
Lethal, yeah.
No, you're right.
In fact, you use the Cold Blood. Or no, you can't. Oh, God, this is... Well, no, I mean, I guess you can hit with your weapon on one of these. So, if he casts Cold Blood on the Violet Teacher, he gets another 1/1, and then he can run the 4/4 in.
Oh, man.
And then he just sits there and he's like, well, 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
You might as well toss down Thanos, I suppose.
Yeah,
it's the same
you're
thing.
Right, you're right.
And
Throw
that
down.
draw gets you closer to fatigue, in fact.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what we're looking for?
Yeah.
Is that what we're digging through the deck for right now?
Kalento
It's more
might just
honorable
kill.
if I kill myself.
Oh, this could be it. If he gets that Violet Teacher, that is lethal.
All right.
The big moment. Oh! That's going to do it. Game 3 goes to Kalento.
Wow. That is a big win to take down a Miracle Rogue deck with a Priest deck. Doesn't happen every day.
Oh, man.
But Kalento played it well, and Frozen Ice just wasn't able to pull it out.
So Frozen Ice is now down to his Warrior deck, which can do very well against Priest, but let's quickly recap that game and just talk about how Priest was able to fight back against Miracle Rogue. Just remember that early pressure, 2 Northshire Clerics, and the Injured Blade Master. That's what you need to do to get a good start, drain all the resources, because he did have Gadget Zan since the beginning, right?
And almost nothing to play off of it to draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was really tough from that point. And, again, this is, like you were saying, this is more of a board control type of Miracle Rogue. And against something like that with a bunch of smaller minions that's a little bit slower, a little bit more control-y, Priest is going to excel. And he showed that. Like, for instance, even stealing the 1/1, that was a big deal. That changed a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And from there, Kalento was able to stabilize, and because he kept taking out that damage that Miracle Rogue's supposed to do, Priest is one of the trickier decks, in fact, to do that. Because even if you conceal, they have so many ways to AoE down things down, your tokens down, that you're not able to get board control. So, well played to Kalento, and I feel like Frozen Ice also... Again, I don't feel like he made too many missteps whatsoever. I thought he played very solid.
Yeah.
It's just that Kalento had the cards, and he played it to his maximum efficiency, and he did what he needed to get done.
Yeah. And look, okay, he has Warrior left, and despite what Reynad may say, Warrior has the potential to win both these games.
Did he say that Warrior can't beat Priest?
He said Warrior can't beat anything.
Oh, that's right. He said it's the worst class in the game.
By far.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't even want to use it, but Freeze Mage.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. But I know that, when you're running cards like Ysera, I feel like you definitely have a chance against Priest.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see what the Thought Steals look like. And we'll we'll go from there.
Yeah, this is a slow game, right? This is going to go. I mean, we're going to see fatigue here from both players.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
It could get to that point. In fact, there's games on Amaz's YouTube, if you want to go ahead and check it out, where he's actually healing his opponent's minions so that way they can draw more cards. Like, if it gets to the point where there's acolytes on the field, Priest heals it and attacks it and heals it and attacks it and drains your opponent's fatigue faster.
As long as he's not doing it with the Northshire cleric, because then it's the same thing.
Oh, my friends. Ragnaros.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Well, we'll see if that gets mind controlled.
That's true. But we may not be going to fatigue after all here.
Ragnaros could be a big decider for how this game ends up being. Because there's going to come a point where...
the taunting has begun.
I like how these two are actually showing... some
disrespect.
Yeah, some disrespect.
Yeah, we're not beating around the bush.
I'm a big fan of disrespect, guys.
That's right. Oh!
Wow.
Denied.
Wow, man.
That is the best response possible for an Acolyte of Pain.
Yeah.
You stop the draw from the Warrior, and he was anticipating that he would be able to use that Acolyte for his draw engine, but now he can't.
Yeah. Well, that was really well done. Now he has some mana inefficient turns and everything. So.
I was going to ask if he should have attacked into that Acolyte first so he could damage his Northshire, but of course then it would draw a card for support.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, if it's the late stages of the game, I mean, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You want to fatigue him. So now you're in the uncomfortable position where your Death Spite is just a little too early or too late. You want to try and get on the second charge.
5 health minions there. That's
Yep.
Well, I guess next turn he attacks the other guy.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, unless the priest can't heal.
Yeah,
he's got
he can't
the Aconite Soul Priest.
He can try to heal. He's going to be sorely disappointed, though.
We've all made that mistake, Artosis. Right?
Even the Sledge
Am I the only person that's ever mistakenly
no one has
healed
ever
something when Aconite Soul
forgotten
Priest
that that's
is on the
out there. And you're also the only one that ever tried to coin out a mountain giant.
Yeah.
Well, a Sludge Belcher is quite nice here, but he can still clear stuff pretty easily with that Death Spite. He even can use the Execute to deny some of that card draw.
That's true. In fact, that seems to be his best course of action, and he's stabilized a lot. This Northshire not drawing has equalized the fact that the Acolyte of Pain died for no cards as well.
Yeah.
So this is a good spot, in my opinion, for the Warrior.
Well, you say the Acolyte of Pain is gone, but Frozen Ice keeps thanking him when he's being attacked, so I'm not really completely convinced.
Well, this leaves the Northshire Cleric damaged.
I think this is a fine execute target. Like, you can't let him draw these extra cards, right? Because if you look at this hand size of both these players, yeah, we have a lot of damage already done to the Warrior, considering it's Priest versus Warrior, but he has a much better hand, or bigger hand right now.
All right, time for the X Factor.
Let's do it.
Hey, Sarah?
What is it? Acolyte, Shield Block. Hey, Shield Block isn't bad.
Yeah, but it's not good either.
Well, it's going to be when he grabs the Shield Slams with the next Thought Seal.
You know what? It is another card for Pyromancer to get synergy off of. But the Acolyte, the Thought Steal was essentially an Arcane Intellect because it just drew him 2 cards.
One of them is Acolyte of Pain, which could be great, or it could be really terrible if this game does go to fatigue.
You're right.
Well, looks like he will just use a charge on it, so that's fine.
I mean, this game could end very well before fatigue. Warrior especially can be the one taking initiative with Alex Straza.
Yeah.
The 9 that
Ragnaros.
set 15 health. Exactly. Ragnaros,
He's
Gromach. Heavy hitting legendary cards.
Guys, I'm going to guess that this is going to go to fatigue, by the way. I don't want you guys to get too excited about it. You know, being fast and furious and lots of action.
I think it might end before fatigue.
In whose favor? If it ends before fatigue, who is the likely winner here?
Because just before fatigue, that's a weak guess. That's like... You're like, I don't think we'll see every card in their deck. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's normally the way, so...
Warriors usually very good at cycling through their deck with Acolytes and all the whirlwind effects they have to do that 1 damage to their own creature.
Well, he's out of Acolytes now, right?
Well, no, he lost
has
one.
Yeah.
And then Priest also lost their main card draw engine as well, so they're about even in fatigue so far.
But if it were to end before fatigue, who wins this?
I would usually say the Warrior.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, though. There's, like, so many answers in this hand right now.
So the priest just wants this game to go as long as possible. You think the priest needs to be a little bit more controlling this game? Or do they need to finish it first?
I think as priest, like, the only thing that you're really super afraid of as priest in this matchup, in my opinion, is, well, first off, if your opponent gets like a ridiculous amount of armor, you go to fatigue, you're going to lose. But Grommash can be very scary. The Alexstrasza into Grommash combo is going to either kill you outright or put you low enough that fatigue will kill you before your armored opponent.
Yeah, because even if you have heals, like you have Holy Fire, which is to restore 5 health, deal 5 damage, the Alexstrasza sets you at 15, and Warrior usually has some board presence as well. And then you can continue to threaten to kill with that 12-point damage.
Do you save Mind Control for Enraged Grommash? That's a pretty good target.
That is a good target. I would love to see it like a rat
if you can live,
Grommash grabbed.
If you can live past that point, absolutely.
Oh, hey, next turn, Warrior has 8 mana, you guys.
Oh my.
Is it Ragnaros time?
It could be.
If you don't want to wait too long, he's going to get mind controlled.
You might. It depends on if you feel like you want to bait out Shadow Word Deaths as well, right? With Sylvanas and Ragnaros. Either way, Kolento is pretty well set in the late game with some really powerful cards.
Yeah, certainly he is.
Why didn't he kill the slime with the axe, considering he has Deathbite in his hand?
I think he doesn't value this 2/2 at all.
I see.
And he is, like, once he does his battle cry, like, you almost forget he's there.
Must consider. A cool Taskmaster.
Yeah.
Doesn't represent a large threat.
No. Well, he cycles through with his the stolen shield block.
I like that. Yeah. I actually like that play that we just saw there with the Holy Nova, because the fact that he didn't hit with the axe means he probably wants to hit with the 2/2, so he's saying, no, hit me with the axe.
So these guys are just being petty at this point.
Ragnaros
They're
time?
being petty.
Do you want to bait out that Shadow Word Death?
Yeah, you're going to have to do it with either that or the Sylvanas,
Got
right?
so
like,
many
which
weapons.
Is...
The problem is, Sylvanas has multiple ways to be dealt with, and it can even be silenced. So Ragnaros might be a slightly better option to toss out there.
I don't mind him cycling through a bit more. Maybe wait till Rag has a better target, because just peeling some life off of Priest doesn't do a lot. But if you wait till there's like 1 or 2 good minions out there, maybe the Rag actually gets you some sick value before it's taken away.
Yeah, that's a true story. But now Kolento doesn't have a desirable option. Like, Sylvanas on this type of board is not very powerful.
Yeah,
not at all.
But that's the strongest play he has at his disposal.
Yeah. I mean, it can steal the slime at least, right? I'm a little bit, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's really all he has.
Oh, he could steal Sylvanas.
Oh, yeah, by Shadow Word Deathing his own minion.
Well, no, I'm thinking both players can do that, but Frozen Ice can specifically shield slam his own Sylvanas.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's huge.
That's a good play.
That's a big turnaround.
Do you actually want to do that here, though? Because
Right.
you can just trade an axe hit to get rid of Sylvanas and then use this later on a different minion.
Do you mind control Sylvanas back if how that goes down?
Wow. Oh god, that's reminding me of Hearthstone a year ago.
Yeah.
Just minions going back and forth every turn.
With 8 cost mind controls and 5 cost Sylvanas.
Give me back my Ysera.
Well, if he does end up using Shield Slam and Sylvanas, that's 2 premium forms of removal in a sense. Because, like, Sylvanas does discourage whatever the opponent is building on the board.
But you still have Sylvanas. You get to take his Sylvanas.
Right.
That's true, yeah.
If his opponent kills Sylvanas...
Yeah, it is an empty board, so the Sylvanas is just a 5/5 until something comes out.
So he's going to keep Sylvanas instead and Shield Slam and says, you know what, just give it the 1/2. Not a big deal.
Yeah, and he can just take out that 1/2 later, but this does down his armor quite a bit, which is going to make the Shield Slam a little bit weaker, possibly.
I like it. Frozen Ice is playing very conservative. He's playing well. Well, Kolento doesn't have the most exciting of plays.
His deck has got a lot of cards that are very responsive, and Frozen Ice is not giving him a lot of good targets.
Ooh.
Where's that second Acolyte?
That's one target for Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah, they're not really close to low on decks yet, so nobody's really that worried about fatigue.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Sometimes you do have to plan ahead, though. If you look at, like, here is the warrior. Is there any chance that he's thinking, there's no way I'm killing this guy? Like, he has too many cards in hand. He has obviously a lot of responses because every turn he does is so weak. So could there be a way where you're like, you know what, I actually want for you to, like, for instance, steal this guy and draw your deck?
Yeah, how do you lose if you just keep passing the turn and armoring up? I mean, the priest will eventually have to play some of those cards.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, I guess injured blade masters are a threat potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, Frozen Ice is deadly afraid of a mind control because then he loses his own armor. How does he pop his opponent's Ragnaros and kill it off if that's the case? He won't be able to guarantee get the Sylvanas Steel. He's thinking about Steel Slamming this 3-2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
I think that's a trade Colento's willing to take, sure.
Another card that just is not good.
So, Pyromancer number 2?
Yeah. That soaked up a Shield Slam last time. Maybe he'll soak up that Execute.
It's interesting that Frozen Ice also chose not to play his Death Spite weapon.
Yeah, sure.
Because he knew he couldn't attack with it. I think he's even playing around the possibility of Harrison Jones.
Yeah, it could be.
He's got a lot of cards.
Yeah,
he
those are
does not
some
wanna get
finishers
stolen.
there. Seriously.
Man, Frozen Ice is making
And
sure
you can't just play Sylvanas because, like, that... Well, I guess you could because it will get a Shadow or Death out of their hand instantly if they have one.
Thought Steel can poke some good cards.
Oh, those are not good cards.
Uh-oh.
Those
He
are
better get
not
a
what you
target
wanna see.
immediately. And that's why you save that for later on, like I said, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Thought Steel in a match where it might go to fatigue, Thought Steel represents more...
Cool Taskmaster on an empty board.
Look at that strong turn 14 play.
He gained the tempo on that one.
Yeah, I'm really impressed.
Oh,
do you
is he
go to
worried?
face with your weapon?
Is he worried about playing Shield Block and actually ending up in negative amount of health back from it because of fatigue? I mean, at some
that
point...
would take a lot of turns for that to
I
kick
know,
in, huh?
I know. But we might get there.
Now,
He's not playing any of his cards. Neither of them are.
Yeah.
It's a game of chicken at this point, where you just are trying to see what card you can draw to bait out better removal.
Guys, is this going to get shield slammed?
Certainly.
Wow,
It
that's
should.
pretty funny. Oh, Harrison Jones is in the Warrior deck.
That
That would have been cool if Colento stole that.
That could bait out a Shadow or Death.
Yeah, that's true. That's a reasonable minion to put out there. Because it's not like, how else are you going to deal with it, really?
Right.
He doesn't have a board at all right now. I actually would have liked that a lot. I think that would be a really good play.
Well, I mean, Colento can now Shield Slam and then steal
You
something
know
with
what?
Cabal
This
Shadow
is.
Priest.
Are you going to get a better? Oh wait, no, you would get a better of that. Never mind. I was going to say your Shadow Madness could be useful here, but you can steal and Shield Slam, and at
you're
least
right.
then the Shield Slam does something because you don't know when this 2 armor is going away. You have no control over this 2 armor.
I mean, Shadow Madness feels so tempting, but there are Sludge Belchers in the deck.
Oh yeah.
I mean, but
Yeah,
how can you
yeah.
turn this down? It's almost as good as it gets.
It's pretty good. He's.
I mean, you could Cabal Shadow Priest take the 2/2 and then Shield Slam the 3/1, or
you could,
and it gives you at least a board. Your opponent's been doing nothing for turn after turn. It just makes them start having to do something, and then that gives you tools to start using your cards that are very responsive to start punishing them for doing stuff.
But then what Cabal Shadow Priest does do is if you save her, she can steal Armor Smith. And then you have Shield Slam to start doing some removal plays.
Oh man, instead of a 2 attack guy, you can kill like a 3 or 4 health guy. That's
Yeah. Absolutely.
pretty good.
I think based off that logic, he might go for it, but Cabal Shadow Priest also is really
just
appetizing.
Not going to decide. Okay, does decide to do this. I mean that is a tempting move right there.
Drew another card that is not a card you can play when your opponent does nothing.
That's true.
But having both is still pretty nice. I think Frozen Ice also really wants his first legendary out to be Alex Straza.
Execute is good against.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
Blade Master.
I think the Harrison would be fantastic here.
Oh, he moused over Ragnaros, you guys.
Execute Harrison, armor up. I would very much like to see that. Because like you know he has 2 Shadow Word Deaths. You guys are going to the end. You got to get him used, and that's going to be a better target than Sylvanas and Ragnaros.
If you can soak a Shadow Word Death with the Harrison, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah. And it will too, I think. Like, I don't see anything else that's going to do this.
Wow, what a great play again from Frozen Ice. Playing very conservative around Kalento's cards.
Back up to 28 health, by the way.
All right, this might go to fatigue.
I accept your apology, Frodan.
Does that mean Kalento's going to win this game, do you think? At fatigue? Or does he wait till it gets low enough and then Garmash finishes the game off?
Yeah,
That's-
I feel like
that's the
that
way to
might
do it
be
right there.
The thought steals have not been impactful at all. Kalento's still not dropping this Cabal Shadow Priest. He just wants
He
it
wants
to get
the value. Oh, there's
There it
Alex
is, yeah.
Strasza. There's that first guy you want to see down.
Oh, boy.
Okay. I guess you Shadow Word Death it and
heal up. God, that is so bad.
Did he use both of his Akanai Soul Priests?
I believe he only used one.
Yeah, I don't think he used both.
Okay. So he does have some ways to kill off bigger creatures with 2 Circle of Healings.
He's got that.
Yeah, that's true.
He's got to protect that 2 armor. Or he
That's
can't
about
get
all
Shield
that's
Slam
going to do
off
for
here.
him, too.
But I mean, what you care about at this point is making sure to line up threats with your removal.
Mm-hmm. You almost have to look at all the cards in your hand and give them specific targets. You know the cards are in your opponent's deck for the most part.
What are you saving Mind Control for at this point? Ysera?
Yes.
But
Oh,
if he has
If
Ysera.
he
Right,
pegs
Gross?
his opponent on Ysera.
Yeah, that's a hard one to peg someone on, I think. Not everyone uses it.
Ooh. Brawl. I love Brawl.
I mean, Brawl.
Do you go Sludge
Should he
Belcher
just-
Brawl?
No, you go Owl Brawl,
Yeah.
And then
he
kill
just
off your
gets
owl.
back. He gets back a Silence Cleric. And we've fulfilled all of the things that are supposed to happen with Owl and Brawl. Brawl gets played immediately. Owl dies immediately.
Oh man. Okay, let's see what Kalento has available. There's 2 Cabal
Other
Shadow Priests.
Shadow Priest. Wow. What are the targets for that now?
Just
Owl?
Armor Smiths and Owls.
Is he playing? I mean, he's got to be playing Armor Smith.
Well, also the slimes that come out.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Let me change
Well,
your
nothing.
Nothing
He's
at all.
finally given up.
There's not much else choice.
Well, he could have played that a lot earlier, and I don't know.
Yeah,
That probably wouldn't
yeah.
help that much, I guess. But it could have put a little.
I'm not
pressure
sure
on
what it
him.
would.
Oh, that's
Interesting.
exciting. Golden Hogger. When was the last time you saw a Golden Hogger?
This is the first time I've seen a Golden Hogger.
Yeah.
Wow. I think we're all collectively astonished by this selection. Now, Frozen Ice, of course, could choose not to show it.
Oh, here it comes.
All right. Any bets on this one getting stolen?
Mind Control? You got to go Mind Control. It's huge.
I mean, what do you think the Ragnos will hit, more importantly? If it hits the 4-5.
Well, if it hits face, then that Shield Slam, oh man, it's gone. It's gone forever.
No! How else do you
Yeah.
kill the little Hogger buddy? Oh, here it goes.
All right.
Ragnaros!
Line it up for the Cabal Shadow Priest. That is bad news.
Incredible.
But at least he can still Shield Slam.
Do you think he
least
played
that.
Ragnaros because he wanted to kill the Shadow Priest, or because he was trying to bait the Mind Control so it didn't take Ysera? Or Hogger?
I think it's...
Yeah, it was the Hogger. You got it.
No!
You nailed that
Yep.
one. Yeah, you got to steal this. And look, even if it hits this 3-4,
Okay.
it takes armor. But if it hits a 3-4, I mean, you finally have something to steal with your other Cabal.
Sure. He could steal it back by Sylvanas and Brawling, right?
Yes, but he has
Yes.
to wait a turn before that happens.
Yes, you're right.
Huh? Oh, yeah. That's true. Brawl to 4 mana. Brawl to 4 mana.
Sounds good to me.
Now you could have Sarah in peace here, presumably, and she wouldn't even die to Ragnaros hit. She
That is
soaks a Ragnaros
true.
hit.
That is true.
You know what? That's kind of neat. But I do like playing Sylvanas right after a Rag. It gets
Yes.
so scary.
You hit that Sylvanas and you just feel.
Normally
Yeah.
you don't want to commit more minions to the board when Sylvanas is out, but in this
Kalento-
case...
Let's see.
There's that second Shadow Priest.
Oh boy.
I was going to say Kalento does have silence in his deck, but he doesn't have it drawn yet.
Oh, man. That shield slam. It's over.
I feel nothing but regret for the shield slam.
What can you even do? You can clear the board.
This is...
But then give up one of your minions.
Yeah, and that minion could be Ragnaros.
You could drop the... You could, like, do circle. You know what? If you go circle, injured Blade Master, hero power on Sylvanas, you can clear if things get bad or something like that. Like another circle or... No, you wouldn't want to play the Blade Master, though. What you want is for him to get the Alchanize. So you can take, like, a coin flip right there. It's not, like, the worst thing that ever happened.
I'm trying to think if there's a way for him to steal the 1/2 slime. With a Cabal Shadow Priest.
Oh, interesting. That gives him a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you can do that.
Alchanize, Circle, Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah, that's really good.
Targets for
I like that.
Sylvanas.
It's quite nice.
You just want to keep that Ragnaros on your side.
Wow.
Okay.
That's 4 dudes.
So if it hits Sylvanas,
Let's do
it'll go and hopefully steal the 1/2. Okay, and a lot of coin flips have to have it correctly. Oh, close.
Wow.
Oh, man. Are we seeing Hogger? There's the Armor Smith. You can Oh, but he doesn't have the Cabal Shadow Priest
You're
anymore.
brawling here. You drop that Armor Smith and you brawl, and the Armor Smith does a backflip out of the brawl, and you are ahead.
Yeah, go.
Do it. Ring the bell.
Let's test the integrity of Kit Kats.
Oh, he's going to do it before trading. So he has a 40%
He wants
chance.
to kill,
He just needs to get rid of Ragnaros.
If Ragnaros
This is all that
survives,
matters.
Oh, he's
no!
Ooh, that is so good for Frozen Ice.
And consequently, very bad for Kalento.
Oh, man. He has no way to activate Grommash, though.
No, not yet. In fact, he used both of...
The Taskmasters and the Death Bites, yeah.
Used both Death Bites as well?
I think so.
Wow. So actually what he needs is Ysera's, whatever it's called.
Ooh.
Oh, Ysera Awakens?
Yeah, there you go.
Frozen Ice
That's
needs
a sick
to
one right there.
Get Shield Slam here.
Oh, yeah.
That's not Shield Slam.
Hogger!
Oh, is that the sound he makes?
He makes a lot of sounds. He's like a Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. I would not want to solve mysteries, though, with Hogger. Doesn't sound like a good premise to a TV show. You know, this is coming down to fatigue, Artosis.
Yes, of course it is. This is Warrior against Priest Frodan.
Oh,
I'd only be more
no.
sure if a Paladin was involved.
Hogger, no!
That's too bad. What a shame.
Wow, exciting.
Wow, Power Word Shield's a liability at this stage.
Yeah, he has 2 completely dead cards in his hand and 1 almost completely dead card in his hand.
Yep.
I don't know if there's a single card that Kalento has that can deal with Ysera right now.
No.
Second Mind Control?
Yes.
If he's playing
If
2
he
mind
has.
controls, then...
He deserves to win this game.
Yeah, he deserves to win BlizzCon if he fielded 2 of those this year.
And get away with it.
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes. What is he doing with that, though? Is he just going to plow into the Injured Blade Master and enrage for next turn?
Or just attack
Well, he knows
phase.
that both
Oh.
Shadow or Deaths are gone, right?
It is also a 4-attack creature.
It's true.
Well, not if he plows into the 4/7, it's not.
True.
But then he just doesn't seem to help you that much.
No, it doesn't. I like Ysera.
Yeah, I think
The mind control is gone. Just use
a pretty
Ysera. Like,
decent option here.
Oh,
worst case, she
wow.
gets silenced, and you still have this giant body.
What do you have left? Is he playing Whirlwind? I haven't seen any Whirlwinds.
No, haven't seen a Whirlwind. Sometimes people play 1 Whirlwind nowadays.
Okay,
but-
so if this is
2
Show's deck,
cards left in his deck. Wow.
if this is Show's deck, then he played Iron Beak out. Does he have Senjin Shield?
Oh, he
Master?
did go into the 4/3.
Wow.
Man, if he had a way to get 1 armor, he could shield slam that.
He already used all of his steel spells,
Oh,
unfortunately.
man.
Shadow Madness number 2.
Yeah, Shadow Madness. That would have been huge.
Well, this is... Do you Power Word Shield? Like, you're dead if you don't get something.
You also could Circle of Healing to heal Gromhosh back to full.
That's funny. You're a funny guy, Frodan.
I like it.
That's amusing. All right, he's going to draw his last card.
Well,
Oh,
second last.
sorry, second to last card. All
Hey, there's those dark cultists that would have been more useful early on.
I don't know what's the last card.
They were performing a ritual in the last 3 cards of his deck.
I think you do Circle of Healing. Right?
Yeah, he's going to.
That's amusing.
Mildly.
Oh, the poor Shield Slam. What is the last card of Kalento's deck? Oh, he doesn't.
Wow.
What? What is he win? I guess.
Was not expecting.
Huh. What is the last card?
The last card in Kalento's deck?
Yeah.
Silence.
Oh, you're right.
Wow.
Oh, man.
And is that what he's waiting for here? Like,
what's the play? What is he doing with it? He's going to silence the Grommash?
That's a good draw.
Yeah.
That is good.
Yeah, I mean, you silence him, he just becomes a 4-something.
Shield Slam.
Shield Slam is good.
Is this over?
Yeah.
I don't think Priest can race the Warrior at this stage.
Oh, man. Frozen Eye is going to take it and tie it up.
Thank God.
How exciting.
That's actually awesome.
Wow.
Well, it just drops Ysera here. And you just go for broke?
Yeah.
Because you can't play Big Game Hunter.
You can't get rid of both of them. There's no way.
He's got armor up?
No.
Well,
look at his health.
You know what? He's really afraid of the one last card that Kalento stole a while ago.
That's right.
No, he is.
It could be Grommash. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
But even if it's Grommash, what does it do against this much health?
Or execute. Or like he's just afraid of it.
Second mind control.
Silence. There it is.
But silence doesn't do much.
No.
It just.
Well,
He's got nothing left in his deck. You can't kill him.
Yeah.
That's
I
it.
suppose.
It's hard to imagine this winning the race when he's already fatigued.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so he's going to rely on a 3/7.
He's bluffing with the Shield Slam, though. Maybe he doesn't remember.
No, Frozen Ice has been calculating everything.
Wow.
So he says if you have execute,
I dream and the world.
I have something else. But
this is it. Kalento knows it.
Yeah. But you know what? He saw Ysera. So that's information.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But also valuable information.
Wow,
Frozen Ice
incredible game.
has kept the Big Game Hunter.
This match is awesome.
Yeah, that was insane, man. Really well played by both sides. And, of course, did go to fatigue.
Yeah, one fatigue card was dealt.
So one way or another, the series will end on Game 5. And Kalento has Warlock remaining.
Yep, and... You know, whatever Warlock it is, it's going to be totally fine going up against Warrior. I would say favored, both of them.
Well, he does have Big Game Hunter included into this Warrior deck,
That's
so
true.
that is really strong against Handlock.
That's good against
And he's got
those
Iron Beak Owl.
giants.
Yeah, I think
the Twilight Drake.
I think Zoo would be obviously stronger against this Warrior deck than would be Handlock, but still, I think Handlock is. I think I would actually still like slightly favor it, but you know, it does come a little bit down to the draws. If you draw your Owl against a Drake and you know you have your Shield Slams and executes at the right times, then you're going to be able to beat the Handlock. But
yeah, definitely,
it really has to line up well for you.
It would be hilarious if he's playing Zoo, and after that incredibly long game, this game ended on turn 4.
Yeah, he just gets an Undertaker and a Lepronome in his hand.
Yep, and coin just to piece together.
Yeah,
Holy
of course.
matrimony.
Oh man,
That it could be a real possibility. I feel like I haven't seen Kalento play Zoo before, and that might be the strong reason to bring it to the tournament.
Yeah,
and that might force Frozen Ice to make wrong mulligans.
He's gonna mulligan as if this is Handlock. Like, if you look over all of Kalento's tournaments and stuff, I can't remember him playing Zoo, as you say. Like, he's brought Handlock to a bunch, though.
Yeah, I suppose so.
What are you looking for in your opening hand as Kalento if you're playing Handlock here against Warrior?
Twilight Drake.
Yeah,
Mountain
Twilight
Giant.
Drake and Mountain Giants. And
Yep.
it is going to be Handlock versus the Warrior. Game number 5 is about to begin, the last game of the day. Winner advances tomorrow in the winner's match and guaranteed to play in front of BlizzCon because Day 2 finishes out where we eliminate the last place members. If you at least go to the winner's match, you're guaranteed to go into the big stage.
All right, well, he gets an
Execute.
execute and a way to proc it very easily, so that's nice. And in fact, for Kalento's hand here,
that's
not
pretty
really that
poor.
exciting.
That's a weird hand.
I think do you want to coin life tap just to improve the quality of your hand?
I wouldn't mind that, actually. Like, what is he saving this for? There's no point. His hand is pretty weak.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Well,
Okay.
if you do this, you still can tap
Yeah.
twice and then hit into a Mountain Giant. So.
What are you hoping to faceless manipulate in this game? Ysera? Ragnaros?
I think there's a lot of great targets,
Hogger?
to be honest.
Hogger would be the dream.
The Hogger taunt token?
Yeah.
The Knoll. The 2/2
Is that what it's
Knolls.
called, a
That's
Knoll?
what it is. He summons Knolls.
Ah. Good to know.
I'm so excited.
Good to know.
I used to. Wow.
Wow, Arctos. What? Ben Brode gave you a wow. He didn't laugh. Ooh. Hovered over the Iron Beak Owl.
Do you silence your opponent? You should watch it. Are you that confident?
Maybe you really don't want any armor this game. Yeah,
Problem is you don't want a Taskmaster because that's your way to pop execute. So you want to save that as much as possible.
Yeah. And in fact, it might be something that gives you some extra armor. Allows your.
Well, I mean, as much as it's great, Frozen Ice has the perfect response.
Yeah, he does.
He's got the hoot hoot. So a great start for Warrior. Like you line perfectly. I mean, this is what you want to happen.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic. With 2 executes in hand and this owl chilling in his hand to take out the Drake.
This game is crazy.
It is.
I'm so excited, you guys.
So then from here, All
right, so trades in the Armor Smith.
Yeah.
As opposed to
little
using the
apology.
Cruel Taskmaster. Wants to keep that to proc for an execute. Smart move.
Oh, these guys, look at them both. So stressed out here. Game 5.
Well, this is huge.
Second Owl. But I think Sludge Belcher.
Second.
Or actually, you have the ability to Mortal Coil too.
Yeah, Mortal Coil makes the 4 hell attack not as.
Oh! Now this is where Frozen Ice looks over the monitor and keeps saying, "I will crush you."
Oh man, could you imagine the fear if your opponent did that?
Another owl bites at us. Has any owl hit the attack phase today?
Like, actually did damage to the
But has
opponent?
any owl been able to attack today? I think they have
No.
all died the turn or the turn after they came out.
Owls are like Zerglings from StarCraft. They just keep dying every single turn. Possible. He wants to use Execute, but you want to line up like Execute on Giants and like she.
What do you think?
Like
Do you think Lotheb into next turn armor Shield Slam is good on this Twilight?
Could be a possibility.
Because then you kind of save the executes, which are
right.
a little bit easier to kill a giant with, whereas you lose your armor, you're like,
You just ideally you want to try and deal with the Drake without having to use full removal. But
yeah.
I think in this scenario it's really powerful because you can still armor up and shield slam.
Yeah, I like it. Keeps his armor nice and high, still has 2 premium removal spells, still has Sylvanas in hand, Lotheb. That's a really strong hand he has.
He's gonna immediately hold? Wow. Because he expects his opponent to tap, perhaps?
Well, yeah, you would bring him to 18, then you'd go down to 16 on a tap. At 7 mana, though, like, he couldn't have played a Molten this turn, but I guess the turn after he could have.
Sure.
So, got a huge hand. Is he looking for hand, molten, or Stone Giant?
Yeah, the Mountain Giant.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got
problem.
it. That's what I'm here
It's a
for.
giant made of stone. I'm on board with you on this one.
He has a name, you know. Mountain Giants have feelings, too.
I think they actually don't. Did you ever watch Lord of the Rings?
I'm reporting
Or was
you
it
to
The
Trump.
Hobbit?
Cyberbullying. on
Trump,
Mountain
as
Giants.
long as it's not jail Trump, I'm afraid of him.
Yeah.
Prison Trump, whatever.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I got it.
So Lotheb, to answer your opponent's Lotheb, makes sense, but it's okay because Handlock was going to tap anyways. Now, Sludge Belcher, have you seen Sludge Belcher make a significant impact in this matchup? People say Sludge Belcher is great in a lot of the other ones. What about Handlock? Or, sorry, against Warrior?
You know, I think it's against Warrior, it's like not terrible. It's annoying to remove, right? I guess that's the whole point of it. It'll protect part of your board. He may have to use a whole card on it.
Yeah.
You know, like, just hitting it with a weapon won't do anything because you still have the slime left over. So, I mean, I think Sludge Belcher is basically good against everything.
Did he coin out that Ancient Watcher?
Yes.
He did.
It just sat there forever.
He's been there since turn 1.
Well, the logic, Ben, is
and he's
that
pretty ancient as far as this game goes.
he's seen some stuff, man. The logic is that if you coin out Ancient Watcher, you still can life tap twice in a row and hit a turn 4 Mountain Giant like what you normally want to do. So it's okay.
Oh, he's got the Mountain Giant Sun Fury play here.
Yeah, it would be quite nice, actually.
His opponent has Shield Slam for 9, though.
So then, you can't even...
Maybe you play like the Belcher, try to soak up some of the cards in his hand or something like that.
Yeah, but then there's Lotheb waiting on the other end.
Yeah, that's true. And he does have that axe in hand. That would be cleaned so
But
easily.
I do like
But he has 2
putting
of them.
out Sludge Belcher to also test the waters. Like, maybe he has Black Knight?
He's not going to run out of resources anytime soon. Oh, Hogger!
Hogger's actually exciting.
Hogger Dogger Doo!
Oh, he's coming.
It's time. It's time for Hogger.
Oh, man.
Oh.
It's never time for Hogger.
It's like, no, it'll get Shadow Flame. Of course it's not time for Hogger. What?
Oh, I was so
Soulfire.
jazzed for Hogger.
Oh, map bases manipulator on the Giant. Wow.
Wowzers.
All
Not
right.
a terrible discard either.
Yeah, it's a little bit less effective.
You hoping to
considering
drop
that you have 2
Brawl
of them.
here?
Well, he's got 2 ways to remove, right? He's got the
he can just
Shield
kill
Slam, and he's got Execute. Now,
true.
Does he want to try and use Sylvanas at all? Or do you think that's too risky?
Well, like,
What's the risk?
The risk is
He's
getting the
taking
Watcher.
Ancient Watcher.
Oh.
I mean, I guess you could like execute the Ancient Watcher, but then it's a Giant versus Giant. What are you doing? What's wrong with you?
I just Siphon Soul and
No,
pressure.
I don't think you use Sylvanas here.
Okay.
I think you're just going to kill both these. It's like it doesn't matter if you take 8 points with that axe that much, right? For 2 mana, you actually kill both his giants.
I think so.
Or well, 1 giant and 1 faceless manipulator.
Ooh.
You can't execute that. Someone tell him.
I was about to say, like, you know what? Too much.
Too much.
I
Too
draw
many
the line
times.
here. It's been 1 year, Dan. It's time that we forget.
The internet will never forget Frodan. It's a problem. Down with the internet.
Then how am I supposed to play Hearthstone then?
You print out all the cards. Use dice.
How scary. That's
Offline Hearthstone, man.
That's
I can't
right.
even imagine
tracking
playing
the
Mad
health
Bomber.
for that. We prototyped Hearthstone
Right,
with
as a board
pieces
game.
of paper. You know, it's
I can't even
it's
imagine
easier than
playing
programming.
Mad Bomber or any like
Oh my God.
Avenging Wrath, like
Avenging Wrath.
I think it's about the same speed.
If you play,
have a
I
Frothing
can see.
Berserker. When a Frothing Berserker's on the field and you
Oh
Avenging
my
Wrath, that
God.
takes about as much time as it does to do in real life.
That's a fact right there. Especially if a Sludge Belcher's dying that turn as well.
Oh, okay.
There's an actual rope somebody spools up during.
So, Sylvanas takes the Ancient Watcher.
Wow.
So then you can heal up this giant back up to full.
Hey, that was pretty brave.
That was so brave.
Yeah.
That's so Colento.
Well, he can still take care of it, but yeah, I mean that
hard
turn
way.
1 Ancient Watcher now just basically killed a Sylvanas.
Well, now he always has a target for Brawl, right? He has a minion on the board that
Yeah,
could
that's
potentially
true.
win the
Yeah.
Brawl.
Yeah.
This very peaceful,
funny, you don't-
innocuous Ancient Watcher.
You don't often see an Ancient Watcher just sit around untouched for this long.
Yeah. I feel like he hit autofill on the deck. Like he has nothing to actually even make this thing do work.
You just hit randomize.
Yeah.
Is it Hogger time?
It's definitely Hogger time.
It's always Hogger time,
It's
Frodan.
never Hogger time.
I can't believe you said that.
He's ready. Look
Man,
at him drool. Golden
someone
Hogger
tell him that
drools.
he's in front of a couple thousand people here. He's drooling. Learn his manners. Hey, Draxus is a really hard card to deal
This
with.
is a great game.
It is, in fact.
Jiraxis,
Soulfire.
Hogger.
I want to see that Jiraxis fly out of the hand from the Soulfire.
Oh, it always does.
I want that more than
Doesn't
anything.
matter how many cards you have in
Yeah.
your hand.
Sometimes it just pops out of your deck.
You Soulfire and Draxus leaves from your deck. Like it's being raptured.
Yeah.
RNGesus is taking it.
Oh, double Soulfire. You could.
All right. This
You
is
could clear the
actually
board by-
a really good hand for Drax. You have a lot of
Yeah,
Talk
that's
Givers. You have Siphon Soul and Shadow Flame. I'm surprised he didn't want to go for a Molten Giant, but I think he's also really cautious about
Hogger
Brawl.
eats it.
Aw.
Well, sorry, Hogger.
He dies like a puppy. It's like after you kill Hogger, he transforms to a small puppy and you realize that he was just an innocent beast that was being used for weird experiments.
Huge Alexstrasza battle cry.
Wow.
It's like a mega.
Very expensive giant.
In that scenario, I think he would have preferred that was Nosdormu.
Yeah, I suppose so. Talk about missed connections. Iron Beak Owl finally arrived in the hand, and Ancient Watcher's been waiting.
Yeah. Well, he could still do it. It's just not as optimal as it once was.
Man,
Well, it's because of daylight savings, so the Iron Beak Owl missed his hour.
Look at the difference in hands of these two players right now. This is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is not looking good for Frozen Ice. He looks so stressed at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, he's so close.
He's melting ice right now.
Oh! Man, Joke Toast is on fire.
Yeah, that's right. Make me cast enough hours in a weekend, man. This happens.
Now, what do you want as the warrior to stay in this game?
You want to find a way to win, which is get your Gromosh and then get like weapons, but
he's
But
pretty
he
low.
may have to hold this Cruel Taskmaster.
If he draws Death's Bite and then Gromash, that's lethal.
Yeah,
or
that's true.
If Ysera can chain a bunch of draws and get him back into the game, but now like Jiraxis becomes a legitimate like, well, how do I beat this guy?
Did he have Harrison in here? I don't think we saw Harrison, right?
We saw Harrison. Yes, we
Not
saw
in this
Harrison.
one, I don't think.
Oh,
No,
yeah, in
we
the
did.
warrior deck, we did see Harrison,
Warrior.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
A Harrison on Jiraxis
That would be-
is like also something that can really help out
I
here.
mean, but he's not even feeling any pressure to play Jiraxis right now, is he?
Yeah.
Unless he sees a Death's Bite, maybe.
No, he just.
Even
he-
then.
I think he just needs to play like one giant a turn because he needs to play around Brawl and that's it.
Yep.
Like, yeah.
Oh man,
Oh, he's gonna Mortal Coil.
we might see Galento.
Oh, he says,
Taking the
I'm going to
first
take out
game.
this Armor Smith before Brawl comes out.
Yeah. That Ancient Watcher isn't going anywhere, all right?
That's not Death's Bite. It's not.
No.
It's not Ysera either. And it certainly isn't Hogger.
Okay. Now, is it finally time to play the Molten Giant or no? Do you think still got to hold Restraint?
Yeah, you just hold it. He's got one card in hand. What's he gonna do?
Ouch.
Wow.
Wow.
Pass.
No play. He is sure of himself.
Oh boy. The slow death of Frozen Ice.
Wow. Would you say that he's dying at a glacier's pace?
It feels like it. It really does, Ben.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
Well, at least he's not gonna die of
You
fatigue,
own
right?
that joke.
Man, this is it.
This is not the way I anticipate this game
How
ending.
did Galento lose his game? There's no way.
Uh-oh. 2 owls, obviously.
Oh, and that's going to be game if he just passes. He has to snipe the owl. The owl's going to get attacking at the very end of the day.
Victory
Oh my
for
God.
Iron Beak Owl.
2 Iron Beak Owls are going to seal the deal.
Oh man, Galento, what a match. These guys both played so well.
Galento actually needs to Hellfire before he attacks with owls and then Soulfire for the win. He's going to do it.
Oh, he's gonna
Well played. That's going to do
what
it.
a match.
Galento advances to the winner's match, 3-2.
Really well done here by Galento and Frozen Ice. Like, we can really see what you were saying, Froden, about Frozen Ice. This guy is insanely good.
Yeah, he made some really tough decisions in that series, and he got dealt some pretty poor situations too.
Yeah.
Like, I think Galento had moments where he got really lucky, and he made, but of course he was preparing himself to be in. But at the same time, I feel like Frozen Ice didn't get into many lucky situations. He
Oh,
had to make
man.
do with what he had.
Yeah, well, at the beginning of that game, he was doing so well. He had all his removal that he needed. He killed everything right off, but over time, without any pressure, the life tap is just so strong. How many cards do you draw off life tap?
Many,
A lot.
Many cards.
Many.
A lot.
And let's not forget that Sylvanas stealing the most worthless Ancient Watch.
Yeah, that's true. True.
Would have been better to steal an Ironbeak Owl than that Watcher.
It actually would have been.
We
You're
saw
correct.
a lot of
He
Ironbeak
didn't
Owls
draw
today.
his Brawl. He didn't get any more card cycle. He didn't draw into his finishers. So unfortunate there, but Frozen Ice isn't out of the tournament just yet. He'll fall to the lower portion of the bracket where he'll face Run and Gun. Meanwhile, guess what happens tomorrow?
Oh my god, is it Colento versus StrifeCrow? Tell me it's Colento versus StrifeCrow.
And they've never played in tournament competition yet. So it's a battle between two of Cloud9's aces. Let's take a look.
Europe
at the
number one
bracket.
versus America number one, basically.
Yes. We're going to take a look at the bracket to close out the day. And before we do, let's look at how everything progressed. We had D2 and Tiddler taking in Group A. In Group B, we had Nicholas and Quar go to the winner's match. Group C, we had Firebat with his Miracle Rogue and Crownage with 2 quick 3-0s. And then Group D, we had StrifeCrow and Colento.
Well, that is an amazing set of games that we had today, guys. I am just so stoked for tomorrow.
It's gonna be rad.
It's gonna be really fun. I can't wait to see what these guys are gonna develop because we don't know who's gonna win between Colento versus StrifeCrow. One person has to lose in that matchup, which is
probably Colento, right?
Pretty hard to think about. Hey, are you hyping StrifeCrow that
I'm
much?
hyping StrifeCrow, yeah. This guy's taking BlizzCon home.
I think I'm gonna take Colento, but let's hear what he has to think about his match as well as his upcoming one. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Colento. Colento, you had everyone on the edge of their seats, biting their nails. That was really stressful for us as viewers. How was it for you?
How? It's like a usual game for me.
Just like any other game, you just didn't even. It's totally okay. You know what? I can't even question that. I'm really glad that you're able to get to that mindset no matter what game you're playing, no matter where you're playing. Is it easier to play here than maybe on a big stage?
About same. A bit cold.
It is a bit cold here. No, that fireplace didn't keep you warm. There was a roaring fire in there.
I will not talk about it.
It's about as hot as this fire, guys. Look at it. It's gorgeous. Do you see that fireplace? So we have some actual questions about your game here. Game 1, the loss with the Druid. I mean, what mind state did that put you in, or was that just par for the course for you?
Maybe it was a bit obvious that my opponent will open with Shaman because I had 2 decks which are not as great against Shaman. But I felt like my Druid is maybe more or less fine against Shaman and he might open up with Miracle. So yeah, I lost the game. It wasn't so disappointing for me because I felt like my matchup is still pretty fine. I can pick Priest, and even if Priest will be countered by Miracle, my Handlock still has a good chance of beating other remaining 2 decks. So I was not disappointed that much.
Well, that's good to hear.
I wanted to know now, the next match that you are going to play is against your teammate StrifeCrow, and this is going to be a huge match. Everyone wants to see it, and we're really happy that you both won. But did you do any preparation with him? Did you work with him since you're teammates? And is there anything
Does
going
he
on
know
there?
your decks? Do you know his decks?
No, I wasn't practicing with StrifeCrow for this tournament. He was practicing with Gara, and it hurts.
Gara and what?
Gar used to be his practice partner, so a little bit of a traitor there. So does that mean that you have even more of an incentive to crush StrifeCrow and punish him for his choices?
It's really good for us that we both won games, because even if one of us will lose, he will still have a chance to come back. When the worst case scenario would have been if we both would have lost the game and then one of us would have been out no matter what. But now it will be just a nice show, and then no matter who will win, he will fight in loser's bracket one more time.
Absolutely. Well, we can't wait to see that tomorrow. And we have a lot of exciting Hearthstone action tomorrow. Boys on the couch, you want to tell us a little bit about that?
That's right. We do want to tell you about it. Congratulations again to Colento, and I
Can't wait to see what Gara has to say about that.
Yeah, Gara will probably be sending him lots of hearts and flowers. So that does it for day number 1.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to start bright and early, 10 a.m.
Yes.
With D2 going up against Tiddler Celestial. That's going to be a fantastic match.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've had a long day so far. What was your favorite moment of the day, Ben?
Definitely anytime Lord Jiraxis is played. It's my favorite moment of anything. So.
Yeah, that one time he was played.
Yes, the one time.
That was definitely a great moment.
That was fantastic. I got to say, I just enjoyed that last match a lot. I think that was so close, so well played.
Yeah.
No, you know, I like the Zoo 3-0. That was my favorite piece of today.
Zoo 3-0 is not my favorite moment, but it was definitely fun to see a lot of my friends that I've also known for a while be able to advance through.
Yeah,
in general, it was just so much fun to be casting with everybody here today.
Yes.
Make sure to hashtag Road to BlizzCon and click the follow button on the Play Hearthstone Twitch channel so that way you guys get notifications when the channel goes live. To close out the day, we have a special media piece featuring Ben Brode. Enjoy, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow. Maybe fire back. Oh,
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Really? That's good. I was worried. With you guys.
Not happy about.
This is feigned ignorance. I'm so
cards.
To study.
He's
fun. I mostly just.
Are you watching?
Yeah.
Are you watching right now, Trans? So stay tight, guys.